Coaches. What's going on, man? Coach Ian Tatum here. Back with a coordinator clinic right now. Uh, Appreciate everybody for coming on and kind of anticipating this with me. I love doing the coordinator clinic. Um, these live clinics are always great. As always, in the morning, it's kind of a check in, kind of a hangout, real quick, kind of get people in, generating the interest. And before we get the first speaker on, who is Coach PJ Gibbs, a lot of you guys know him, three safety defense, all of that. So, as we do in the morning, make sure you go ahead and like the stream. If you have not subscribed, go ahead and do that for me. I really do appreciate that. But then also, more importantly, go ahead and check in with me and just comment right there on YouTube. Uh, Put on there where you're at, what's your name. Obviously, your names will come up, but what position do you coach, and where you're at. Um, that kind of helps, everybody feel like, hey, man, we got multiple people watching, and we stretch across the whole country, man. We got some international guys as well, so we're kind of worldwide as well. So make sure you go ahead and sign in with us, and do me a favor. I'm gonna say this multiple times, but if you are on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it nowadays, go ahead and put out the stream. If you want to share it directly, go ahead and just click share and copy the link and say a few words. Um, Make sure you get as many people as we can on here because it's going to be a full day of learning. Already got people sharing it. I really appreciate that. Full day of learning. It's all free. I think that's the best thing about it. Um, for this one, guys, this clinic is unique. Um, when I say that, we are all high school coaches that are speaking. I know the advertisement said college, spring ball clinics, all type of things happening at universities and stuff like that. It was tough to find college coaches, which it is what it is, which, the vast majority of us are high school or youth coaches. So finding more relevant speakers was pretty big for this coordinator clinic. So we have a ton of head coaches. They have a lot of knowledge. We've got a bunch of offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators on tap for today, and we're going to make sure we keep it going. So right here we got, and y'all know me, guys. I am a football coach that teaches social studies, and I do not pronounce things well, but Palacio. I want to imagine that's how you say your name, Coach. I appreciate you joining us early this morning. Coach Butlet, offense and defense coordinator. Coach does everything, right? So I really do appreciate Coach Butlet coming in. Make sure you go ahead and sign in with us. Tell us who you are, where you're at. Make sure you like and subscribe. It really does help me out, guys. This is usually a really big day. These all day clinics, the O line one or the coordinator one. It's kind of my Super Bowl for clinic season. So appreciate that. Also, while you're signing in, I hope everybody was able to see the schedule changes that we have. Let me see. Let me pull some of these up. We did have a couple of schedule changes, and I'll kind of want to highlight those in a minute once more people get in here. Let's see. Coach Elrod, offensive line, Hobbs, New Mexico. Appreciate you, big dog, coming on and hanging out with us earlier this morning. I know it's early for y'all in New Mexico, man, so I really do appreciate you taking the time to do that. Coach Jake checking in, listening while working. Hey, man, I know Coach drives a truck, a delivery, I believe, and getting it in on a Saturday morning. So I appreciate him doing that. I appreciate everybody. I got 19 folks on here watching. That'll steadily grow throughout the day as we get, it shared out and stuff like that. Appreciate that. Coach McMahon, free agent, South Carolina. Appreciate him a lot. Coach is smoking a butt right now. Getting some barbecue rolling. So I appreciate him doing that. as well. Coach Chip, one of our speakers today. Coach Chip is the GOAT. Makes football really simple, and I really enjoyed our talk the other week. He came and did the clinic series for me, so appreciate Coach Chip. Listening from Pine Mountain, Georgia. Well, finishing my run. I hear you, Coach. See you at 9. Yes, sir. Tamario Baldwin. He's the linebackers coach at Providence Day here in North Carolina. Appreciate Coach for coming on and hanging out with us. I'm Coach Valle. Good morning from Mexico. Appreciate you, Coach. All our international guys coming through. Okay. Yeah, Coach Troy Taylor. He works at post grad. Y'all can help him out with some unsigned guys if you got any in Virginia. Let me check my Twitter real quick. Again, guys, I put out the tweet this morning and one last night. If you guys wouldn't mind liking and reposting that, if you want to quote post it and say a few words, it usually goes better. But like and share it, it's great. Got a couple of guys doing that. Appreciate that a lot. Here we go. Coach Brian, running backs and linebackers coach in High Point, North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Appreciate you doing that a lot. Is it live on Twitter? It's not live on Twitter because I want it funneled into YouTube for certain reasons. So no, it's not live on Twitter. But share it out, right? Get everybody over to this section. Plus, reason is, Coach, it doesn't it's not realistic on who's watching. Right now I got 19 folks watching on Twitter. Like if you scroll past it, it gives me a view, and it's not realistic. So I don't have it on Twitter. Now I know more people could have more people doing that, but Coach Amir Cromer checking in. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you, Coach, doing that for me. Yeah, all right. So a lot of people getting in here. Let's go through the schedule in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and just pull that up right there. Here we go. So a couple of changes we'll get to in a second, but like I said, at 8:30, and all these times are Eastern time, guys. PJ Gibbs, right? He's the defense coordinator, Community School of Naples in Florida. Going to talk about trap coverage and pressures and the 3-safety defense. Really got a lot of love for defensive guys, even though some people have said that I don't care about defense. That couldn't be farther from the truth. I'll put myself down here. So then Coach Chip, like he came on and talked about, he's not retired now, loving life. But he's going to be talking about coaching the front side of gap down backer, which, for me as a gap scheme dude is big and huge. Love that. And then Coach Wechter, his head football coach, Bishop McDivitt, high school in Pennsylvania. We're talking about protecting your gap scheme runs with play action pass and RPOs. And then the first change is my good buddy, Austin Trotter. He's the head football coach at Pine Lake Prep in North Carolina. He's going to talk about utilizing analytics to develop your offensive scheme. And then my head coach, Trip Honeycutt at Walkertown, he's going to talk about We Got Us, building relationships and culture the Walkertown way. I think we do some really good stuff at Walkertown, and he's going to come on and talk about some things like that. And then one of my former head coaches that I worked for, John Keppel from Tallwood High School in Virginia, talk about creating explosive plays without dynamite talent. And then Jeff Comfort, defense coordinator, Lincoln Christian School in Oklahoma, D-line gains and protecting them with the secondary. So I'm just going to have that real quick. That's the morning sessions. In a few minutes, we'll get through the afternoon sessions, but I kind of wanted to just highlight that for a minute. Make sure we keep going with the check-ins, guys. Appreciate that. Here we go. Got some tweets going out, tagging me in them. Y'all the best, man. Y'all the best. Let's see. Yep. Appreciate you, Coach Jake. Appreciate you a lot for doing that. Got a bunch of other people doing that as well. Awesome. A lot of my speakers were like, how many people are going to be on, all that stuff. It's different than my O lineman. And I just say this: the offensive lineman usually gets a ton. I just have a bigger following of offensive line coaches, and so it just is what it is. But this one, it is later in March. Um, Clinic season is almost over. People are like almost tapped out with learning. They're ready just to do spring ball and get after it for the summer. But usually like this is my last deal, right, of clinic stuff. So um, it still does really well, but it is what it is. I love doing it regardless because and that's why I tell people when I do these clinics, right, and they're like, "Oh, this video didn't do well. This right here didn't." That's a lot of people chose to watch that. I'm like, I don't care why, because I'm getting to learn firsthand right in front of these folks. And as Coach Troy Taylor says, it's documenting history. So um, I always take that over anything. So you never know who will watch it later in life and do that. Here we go. Coach David Butler, another international coach. Appreciate you, big dog, for coming on and joining. Uh, uh, really, really excited for today and all that stuff. All right, while everybody's still checking in, let's go ahead and talk about the afternoon sessions. At 12 o'clock, good friend of mine, head football coach at East Rutherford High School, Philip Russ. We're talking about realistic game scenarios and weekly practice schedules. That's really, really big for a lot of people. Jimmy Nugent, offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach in New Canaan High School in Connecticut. I'm talking about using condensed formations in the run and pass game. Then a buddy of mine, Lance Burrell, head football coach at American Leadership Academy in Utah, talking about vertical choice passing. I know I've already been told by a lot of people they're excited to see coaches vertical choice. And trust me, they do it at a very high level. So you want to make sure you're at all these, but if you're a passing guy, especially that one. Coach Brandon Urban, head football coach of the Richmond Hill Pirates in Georgia, offensive philosophy and RPOs. And then Coach Caden, I didn't ask him last night, and I forgot how to say his last name, so I don't want to butcher it. So Coach Caden, offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach, Brighton High School in Utah, gap scheme, inside zone variations with perimeter screens. Coach is 25 years old, and I got a lot of love for young coaches. Y'all know that. So really excited to see Coach talk. And then Sam Astley, head football coach and offensive coordinator for the WE Bullets in United Kingdom. Talking about installing the air raid and limited time and limited athletes. Those are going to be really big. And when I was talking to him, he's going to be the first, and I say true international speaker. I know Coach Tarquin Stevenson is from the UK, but he works in the United States. So the first international coach that still is international coaching on the clinic on the all-day clinic, Coach Sam Astley. I really appreciate him. Come on, 2:30. Buddy of mine, Dean Davidson, offensive coordinator at Dresden High School in Tennessee, making wide zone cheaper. That's pretty big for a lot of people that want to run wide zone. They might think it's a little expensive. Well, he's going to talk about how to make it cheaper. And then Coach Kerry Graves, defensive coordinator at Bishop McGinnis High School in North Carolina, talking about the F your offense, counter to power personnel. That one I'm really excited about because when he sent me that topic name, it was like F your offense. And I was like, all right, let's get it. Kind of keeping it fresh like that. So appreciate Coach Graves for doing that. Very interesting topic. Here we go. But yeah, check-ins, guys, check-ins. Don't get left out. Get free shout out. Where you coach, what you coach, where are you at in the world? Coming up on almost 15 minutes. Coach PJ Gibbs will be coming on and talking. Let's see. Little just randomly here. I went and took my dogs out this morning and it felt great outside. I don't know about where y'all are at, how it feels, but it feels great outside. Here you go. There's Coach Nugent. Excited to learn today from everyone. Appreciate you, Coach. One of our speakers right there. Just went through the schedule, Coach, in the afternoon and got you gave you a shout out. So yeah, definitely be there for Coach's talk. All right, let's go ahead and do the evening session. Uh, Coach Jack Byrne, defense coordinator at Campbell High School in New Hampshire, using simple strength, speed, and alignment and coverage to win with the 3-3-5. And then Rick Stupak, defense coordinator at Sault Ste. Marie High School in Michigan, building your defense, the identity, and the install behind it. And then Coach Danny Haddad Jr., offensive coordinator at Bellingham High School in Massachusetts, utilizing the HVAC. I'm really excited about that one because I use HVACs all the time, as y'all know. So to see that's going to be great. Plus, they work with Victory Sports, and it's really really good stuff they do. And Coach Justin Williams, offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Long Beach Poly High School, and it's out in California, as y'all know. Really excited for Coach. At 6 o'clock, Sean Hawley, offensive coordinator. Coach is currently a free agent. Trying to get him. He's working for getting himself a job. Coaching again. So hopefully he does that. But it's all about 94, 95 flood concepts and air raid offense. And then at 6:30, had a coach had to drop. I did not have time to kind of fill that spot. So right now it says dinner and chalk talk. If anybody wants to talk, you have a presentation and film you want to kind of show, or we can just talk ball right there at 6:30. That works for me. Let's see. Oh, my bad. I'm an idiot. So Coach Trotter is going at 6:30. 10 o'clock, he's not going to be at 10 o'clock. That's totally my bad. Trotter just texted me. He's like, yo, bro. So he told me that, and I just have 1,000 things going on, as y'all know. So I'll get that in a second. But, okay, it's 6:30. Coach Trotter will be talking about the analytics in your offense. And then at 7, Nicholas Banstra, defensive coordinator at Zanesville High School in Ohio. Food for thought. Thoughts after coordinating all 3 phases. Hold on, I'm just texting him back. Yeah, go know Coach Bansher, Get Down Back a podcast. Really, really fortunate to get Coach on. Really excited to get him to talk. 7:30, Coach Sean Cooley. He's the OC and the associate head coach at Hickson High School in Tennessee. Talking about creating wrinkles for your base plays. And then my dog, Brandon Simmons, OC and quarterbacks coach, Southeast Raleigh here in North Carolina. Talking about implementing RPOs into your offense. And then at the nightcap, the last session, 8:30, Coach Alex Harrell, offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach at Rockbridge High School in Missouri. Talking about running double G and all the ways to protect it. Okay. And coach has said, hey, double G is not buck. So I can't not wait to see them talk a little ball right there. There you go. There's Coach Trotter sneaking in before the volleyball game. Yeah, he's not going to be at 10. He's going to be at 6:30. Okay, because he has volleyball. He's coaching volleyball. So great stuff coach is doing. So yeah, at 10 o'clock we will be chilling. But if anybody has anything they want to come on and talk about, that'll be a time where you can come on and talk. You can drop questions. You have a whole, staff of folks, right, to kind of help out. And if you want to come on and talk, DM me and we'll get you on. So yeah, let's see. And Coach Butler, offense and defensive director in Connecticut. Okay, calling him the director. I like calling him the director instead of coordinator. I like that. But appreciate you, Coach Butler. All right, let me go get my ducks in a row because I do have a billion things going on. Let's see, Coach Nugent. Appreciate you sharing that. Appreciate you sharing that a lot. Coach Gibbs. Let's see if we can find Coach Gibbs' DM real quick and go ahead and get his invite ready to send so I don't miss anything. Awesome, awesome. While everybody's here watching, what is one thing that you learned the off season that you think will help you um, going into this year? Because that's my biggest thing with clinics, man. I don't think you should go to clinics expecting to be able to run a whole new scheme, right? I think, if you do, that's cool and you do you. But for me, I'm just trying to go pick up one nugget, a coaching point, a drill, something that'll make me more efficient. Learn maybe an easier way, more efficient way to do something. So that's kind of me. I've gotten a couple of drills, O-line drills, that I've already been working with my guys in the wintertime. So I've definitely seen that come to life, and it's really, really good. I really appreciate coaches for sharing that. But what is something you've learned? It could be specific, could be vague, whatever it is. What is it that you have learned? I need that hat. Yep, coach, you need to get you one. They should be back in stock. I love the hat. Let's see. 9 minutes till coach goes on. All right. All right, here we go. Coach Nugent said, wanting to lean more into pass pro and teaching gap down backer. Well, Coach, I got the speaker for you. Coach Chip is going on at 9 o'clock. It's going to be great. Talking about gap down backer. And just the way Coach Chip teaches and explains things, it's awesome. I love it. So I hope you can get something out of that as well. And then pass pro, I don't know. I don't know if I had a pass pro. I know my offensive line when I did, but I hope you were able to learn something about that. I was studying more defense this off season to know my enemy better. That's huge. That's huge. Some of my best learning was just talking to defensive coaches, right? Because I want to get very more knowledgeable too. Um, so here we go. I learned how to change my scheme to benefit my player's identity. That's huge. Love that. Um, at 6:30, Coach Eastern, when Coach Trotter goes, his talk it kind of hits some of that. Um, you know, knowing what you have, and kind of tailoring your offense to it. Still having a base, still know what you want to do, but kind of tailoring your offense to it. So be here at 6:30 tonight for Coach Trotter. Um, it'd be awesome. All right, let's see. All right. Plus, I know, it's Saturday, right? And people are tapped out. People are going to spring ball practices. People going to clinics and colleges, and can't make it. I understand. It is what it is. Let me go ahead and send this to Coach. This is off my mind. All right. Without throwing any shade, are there any sessions specifically, maybe one, two or three, that you are looking forward to the most? Um, Please let me know. 'Cause I kind of want to gauge. I don't know. I can't splice up all 24 speakers. I could. It's a lot of time. Um, but the ones that people wanted to see the most, I do want to repost them individually as clinic series videos. So whichever ones you think you're looking forward to the most, go ahead and drop it down pre the sessions, and then post sessions. I'm going to be asking again, kind of get an idea because I do want to break them up and post them individually. But as always, this whole clinic is going to be available on my YouTube under the live tab. So um, yeah, Coach Harrell does some unique stuff. Must watch, in my humble opinion. 100%. 100%. The formations they get in, the scheme they run, the tempo they do it at, really good stuff. And that he was honestly, guys, one of the first calls I made was to Coach Harrell. Right, I wanted to do a video with him, and I was like, well, let's get on there on the clinic and get him on there. So 100%, 100%. All right, 4 minutes, guys. Last couple of things before we get rolling. Um, Run to the bathroom, get you a beverage, get ready, buckle in, and let's get going for a full day of learning ball. Right, it is a full day, 100%. Let's see. Um, all right. All right, Coach has seen it. He'll come on in a few minutes. All right. Sorry, just replying to some folks. All right. I'm excited for the defensive ones. Because I'm always trying to learn more defense. So, and then a little housekeeping. Always feel free to ask questions. As the producer or moderator, I will be kind of going through them. The guys only have 30 minutes, so I'm not going to ask 1,000 questions. But one or two that I mean, it's my deal, right? So if I deem it relevant, maybe I was thinking the same thing. I kind of bring it up to them at a stopping point. But feel free to ask the questions because the coaches will be in the chat pre and post their sessions, and they can kind of help you individually as well if we don't get to it. So make sure you ask your questions, and if they don't get answered, all their information is going to be on Twitter, guys. Every one of these coaches are on Twitter. Pretty sure, yeah, all of them are on Twitter, so you can hit up any one of them for anything that they're doing. So yeah. All right. Twitter. Okay, appreciate that. Here we go. Coach Birch. Appreciate you, big dog. Coach Birch for coming on and hanging out, man. Appreciate that. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you. Chris Cogdell, head football coach, East Burt. It's my dog, man. It's my dog. I'm looking forward to teaching the front side of gap down backer and the following talk about protecting gap schemes with RPOs. Yeah, man, they're all coming through. And Coach Cogdell and Coach Birch talking to each other. Appreciate y'all. Let's see. All right. Appreciate y'all doing that. There he is. Coach, how we doing?
Man, I tell you what, it's a great day in Southwest Florida, brother.
I hear you. I hear you, man. All right, Coach, if you want to go ahead and hit present down there and share your screen.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, you doing stuff online, or are you doing like a PowerPoint?
I got a huddle presentation. Well, I got a huddle presentation, and then I'm going to go over to my my quick cut drive to show. I got clips on my huddle presentation, but some of the stuff's from when I was at Golden Gate, so that's on a quick cut drive. But
yeah. So just do the window and just click your huddle one, hit share. There it is. All right, guys. Coach PJ Gibbs. We'll talk about 3 safety defense. Appreciate him. I'm gonna back out, Coach, and you got it.
Thanks, guys. Hey, listen, this is some good stuff, man. I want to thank Coach Tatum for doing this. This is awesome. I'm honored to represent Community School Naples and our coaching staff and our kids, and talk about some trap coverage and some pressures out of that. And as our head coach, Jonah Dubinsky would say, I think he's listening. He's at Georgia Tech with our running back. We were trapaholics last year. Guys, to be honest with you, if you're looking for a coverage that I think is, if you could teach it in high school and be effective with it, it's one of the best ones out there. Trap, it's a game changer. It was really good for us last year. It's been good for me for the last 4 or 5 years. So I'll stop boring you with details, and let's get to the meat and potatoes of this stuff. So every year I try to come up with a defense that like a slogan for our guys. We're going to talk about our philosophy in a second. And basically, just to give you guys a rundown of what I'm going to do is I'll talk about our philosophy. I'll get into the 3 safety stuff. I'll talk about kind of our alignments, some different pressures involving trap and some other coverages. And then I'll get to some film clips. And then at the end, if I have time, I'll answer any questions that you guys might have. So I'm really excited about this. So we're going to hang our hat on being the Roadhouse defense this year. And I'm talking about the Patrick Swayze Roadhouse, not the new one. So if you got some young cats on here, Coach, tell them they got to go watch the Patrick Swayze one tonight. So basically what we want to talk about with this is like 6 seconds of havoc, right? So as soon as the ball is snapped, we're looking to create havoc. We're looking to do our assignment, a million miles an hour, run to the football, and just be relentless with our effort. Little funny thing for you guys to start your morning off of. There's my face on Swayze's body. So yeah, just want to get you guys laughing a little bit. All right, so this is kind of one of the things that we really pride ourselves on. I talked about the 6 seconds of havoc. I did not make this up. This is from Don Brown. He's one of my mentors, and he came up with this when he was at the University of Michigan. And basically, the formula could be whatever you want. Right. So we take sacks, TFLs, INTs, forced fumbles, third down stop, and PBUs and divide them over total plays. So this was from a game last year. We went over to Miami. We played St. Brendan High School. 52% was our havoc rate. And basically what we do every week is we talk to the kids about, kind of what we think our havoc rate goal should be. If they hit over 50%, which this game they did, I fired up the smoker and made some pulled pork for the guys. And again, just about building camaraderie and hanging out and going around and trying to get to the quarterback and having fun doing it. So, this is kind of like our MO, with our defense, talking about that 6 seconds of havoc. Okay. So why the 3 safety defense? And I'll buzz through this stuff so we can get to the slides and we'll get to the film clips. But for us, it's about numbers. It's about getting your athletes on the field. Again, we're in an area where we have some big guys, but really not consistently. And we're a 1A school. So we want to get speed on the field. We want to create havoc. We want to be able to disguise our fronts, our pressures, things like that. We have simple fronts and adjustments. And the thing is, with our pressure stuff, and you guys will see from the film clips, it's all gap control anyway. I come from the 4-3. So for us, when we call the pressure, if something pops, we know who missed their assignment, right? So it's we're not just kind of rolling the dice and, hoping we get there. We understand, everybody's got a job, everybody's 111th, everybody's got to fit. One of the other things that, we try to ingrain into our kids is we're going to dictate to the offense. So many of these offensive guys, we're going to do this if they do that. What, this is who we are. And to be honest with you, we'll send them the playbook. I don't care. You still got to stop it. it's us. It's a mentality, right? So like, for us, it's like, hey, here we are. This is what we do. We're going to bring it. And you better pack a lunch because it's going to be a long day. And I get questions too, like, Coach, how do you handle tempo? For us, it's like, is it like the, Scott Frost, like on the ball now, plays called while they're running to the line tempo? Or is it like, get to the line and like the head coach's kids in art class, so they decided to design like, signs to use for 20 seconds, right? So that's something that you guys got to figure out, as far as your practice plan and things like that. We can defend, option, single wing, things like that, with our defense. And I'll go over the motion checks and stuff. And again, this is kind of my, coming from New Jersey and learning from my head coach. It's, we want to take away their best player or players, and make them try to force the ball to somebody they don't want to, or somebody they hadn't practiced during the week. And again, so this is kind of like the breakdown of kind of how we do our installation. Obviously, we're going to go over alignment and assignment, our 3 down with our names. Like, so basically how we're going to work and how we work is like everything for us is tagged, right? So like the kids, like in spring, will have to use Baylor, Georgia, Florida, Badger, things like that. But by the time we get into the season, all the pressures and coverages are tagged with those fronts. So our kids won't even have to say it, because they'll know that they're going to be in a 3 down or a 4 down or a penny look or bear, something along those lines. The goal is to keep the same personnel on the field. And that's what I think we do a really good job of, is that we're going to, the only time we really take a DB off the field, excuse me, is a couple years ago. We faced single wing, so we had to take a DB off the field and put an extra lineman in there. But for the most part, we want to keep the same personnel on the field, and we stem a lot. So we're going to move, based on, what front we're going to run. And again, the thing is to keep it simple, and we're going to pressure out of the same front. So like, for example, like our Florida front, which is our penny front, we're going to have 5 or 6 pressures out of that front. And again, it's just building with simplicity, for our guys. Okay. This is kind of like our spring install. And I'll go over this. If anybody wants this, I'll be more than happy to share this with you guys. But you can see our Baylor stuff, our Georgia stuff, our UMass stuff, which is like our pass rush stuff. But again, the thing would be to get to all these, but we probably won't get to install all 24 just because of time, only having 17, 18 practices and then, playing a spring game. All right. So I just want to go over like the basic structure of a couple of these slides. And then because I know I got a half hour and I want to have time for questions at the end. So here's our base look right against 10 personnel. Okay. So we'll be 3 down. And again, the 3 down, the one concrete rule we're going to have in 3 down is the nose is going to slant away from the back. We don't 2 gap. I think it's really difficult to teach at times. And it also depends on the player that you have. Our ends will be, to start, will be stand-up fours playing the B gap, so inside leverage. We will at times play a 5 technique or 2 5s, just depending on down and distance, scatter report, run game, things like that. We got 2 30 backers, our Mike and our Jack. And the thing is, you really got to kind of decide, because when we go to our 4 down stuff, one of those 2 is going to stem to a 5 technique. So one of the things I can say from a coaching point standpoint is, make sure if you're going to run a lot of that 4 down or 4-2-5 stuff, that you send that kid with the defensive line coach at least once a week, so that they can, squeeze and spill, rush the passer, not get reached, things like that. Our Viper is our nickel guy. You guys may call him your hawk, your spur, whatever. I've heard a bunch of different names. They're going to declare the passing strength. We do field and boundary. So our field corner, our field safety, we obviously go to the passing strength with the Viper. Our boundary corner, boundary safety go away. Now, our middle safety is our most important player. In this picture, he's going to align over number 3, which is the back at about 8 yards. So he's going to play low hole robber, what we call the banana technique. I'll go over that in a second. And then obviously help on anything, pass. So the thing is, we talked about numbers, right? So we're 3 over 2. We'll play Tampa, old school Tampa 2, or we'll play trap, which we'll talk about, which is our blue. We're going to basically play like press quarters over here. So this guy will be Meg. Safety will be at 10, walking down to 8, flat foot reading 2. So they have 1, 2, 3. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 over 3. So we got numbers everywhere. And what I like about this, guys, is it's a presentation of a light box pre-snap. Post-snap, it will be completely different. All right, but pre-snap, it gives you that light box presentation, which I like because the offense then thinks they have an advantage. So again, I'll talk about this banana fit. So he's reading his tackle to wideout, okay? So he's going to slow play inside zone. And the nice thing is you tell these two guys, go play run. Go run. Because if you're worried about RPO, right, here, handing off across, let these two dudes run. You got this cat sitting right here, okay? Take away that slant route. So basically you bracket a slant route here, and this guy's med. But he's going to slow read the inside zone and banana fit off the end and he becomes the quarterback player. Okay, so that's kind of how progression. And I talked about motion checks. Our motion checks are fairly simple. We'll have a motion check to the Viper and a motion check away from the Viper. So our motion check to the Viper, we got motion here, would be 3 buzz. All right, so the corner then would become the jungle player in between 1 and 2 in the third. The Viper would push to the flat. This safety would insert over 3. He has 3 up as 3, so 3 vertical. He's buying. All right, you're keeping the rover in the box, so that guy's not. He's staying there. This guy backside is going to play that backside scooch technique. So he's going to take 3 little shuffle steps, read his tackle. If he gets run his side, he's going to put his foot in the ground and he becomes the safety support. If he gets past, he gets to the middle of the field. If we get motion away from the Viper, we're going to check roll, which is basically 3 clouds. So he's going to jam and sit in the flat. He becomes this third player. He becomes the middle safety. He becomes this third player. He becomes a flat player. You keep your rover in the box. So that's like a kind of a crash course into our 10P base alignment, motion check to the Viper, motion check away from the Viper. Okay, now 3x1. Okay, we talked about numbers, right? So now 3x1. Okay, we're 4 over 3 and 2 over 1, and I'll explain. Okay, so Viper's right. So we're playing 3 over 2, Tampa or trap. Rover is over 3. He has 3 control, and I consider a hitch a vertical because you get these teams that want to go to this loaded formation, fake inside zone, and try to bang this hitch. I'm sure you guys have seen a bunch of it. Okay, so we're 4 over 3. All right, to the single receiver side, we play trap or invert, so blue or Indiana. All right, so that's all going to depend on the width of this wideout. And going into trap, okay, the one thing you guys need to understand about trap is in the spring, I'll call it, okay, but for the most part, I will have the corner in the season call it because, again, if he's tight enough for him to call trap, that means he can fit in the run game, okay? If this guy is wide, he's going to tell the corner, hey, no, man, Indiana. So now he'll lock on one, and this corner will come down, and he'll invert, basically become the force flat defender. Okay, if that makes sense. All right. But again, the box doesn't change. Okay, box doesn't change. We're 4 over 3. Okay, now we can get into the cover 7 world here now, where basically we play what's going to be our red coverage. All right. We'll play stubby. So the Viper will be outside 2. The safety will be head up on 3. Basically, these two guys are playing 2 read. We can boss these backers over and get into a true stack. We can still play trap or invert over here, or we could bracket. Okay, number 1. Guys, really, it all depends on your personnel, what you guys feel comfortable calling. And then obviously you can pressure, get a 4-man or a 5-man pressure with these guys. I really suggest if you guys aren't on it, get onto that R Coaching Network and go watch Brian Nardo's talk on what he did at Oklahoma State. It was really, really good, man. If you guys are looking into either going wholesale, 3 safety, or even packaging it, I really, Coach did a really, really good job. Okay. All right. So let's talk about trap. Okay. So now, all right. So this is one of the pressures that we're going to show you. So this is our Panther pressure. What I like about this pressure is that you can run it Panther or Bama. All right. That's the key for your defensive guys. Panther means you're blitzing from the passing strength. Bama, it means you're blitzing from the back. P, passing strength. Bama, back, right? So now, here we're 3x1, so we're calling Panther, all right? So we get a wide 5, okay? Get a wide edge rush. This nose is in a 2. He's slanting in the A-gap. okay, we're going to get the end to go first and the jack to come underneath. Or if you guys want the jack going first and the end looping, I've done both. And I've given guys freedom to do. I'm just like, listen, as long as you guys get to your gap, get there. I don't care what you do. All right. So now, coach, how are we playing trap? All right. Now, we're going to play the run first. Okay. So now this is out of Georgia. So we've stemmed to the 4-2-5. All right. The mic is cut to 2. The rover is cut to 3. Now, what does cut mean? Cut means that they have 2 or 3 vertical or in. Okay. Both corners are going to be pressed head up. They're going to undercut one and shuffle and sink, okay? If you're going to play off, what I suggest is you bail inside technique, all right, and look to drive too, because you give the quarterback that vision that, hey, it's cover 5, it's 2-man, this guy's bailing, and then you drive, okay? Safeties are going to be over top of, number 1, okay, with their eyes to 1. One of the common mistakes that happens, and it's happened to me, is that you tell the safety, get over 1. Well, they turn their shoulders, and all of a sudden, 1 shuts down at 7 yards. Yeah, you're floating over 1, but get your eyes to 1 so you're able to break if the route is short. Okay? All right, let's get to some clips here, guys, because I got 14 minutes, and I want to get to some clips. Hold on, coach. Let me turn the audio off here. Okay, cool. All right. So you guys can watch. Okay, so you can watch 21 and you can watch 3. Okay. And one of the benefits of trap is that you're adding an extra run defender. Okay, you're adding an extra run defender. Okay, you can see 3 showing up right there late. See him turning, shuffling, boom, now he has to the box. Okay, and Nick's right there. A little tighter view. Okay, kind of like him to, he does a good job. This kid's gonna be really good. He's only a freshman. He'll be a sophomore next year. But I kind of like him to hang a little bit, just in case he's gonna pull the ball. All right, and then try to stick this boundary speed out here. All right, but he reads run, does a good job, and he shows up. All it is about showing up. That's all it is about showing up. Okay, 21 here. Okay, Zach does a good job now. Hey, quarterback breaks. Beautiful thing right there. Our guy George White causing the fumble. This added to our havoc rate. But Zach does a really good job. Okay, shuffle. Okay, boom. Now quarterback's going to break. Okay, safety. Watch the safety's footwork. EP does a real good job here. Over top. See, he's kind of patient. He's there. That's a great thing right there. You get to celebrate with your teammates. A little tighter view. And again, guys, your alignment, like you can walk into it. Like I've done it both ways. I've done it like this last year with Coach Dubinsky. I've done it where we've been pressed too high. It's really what your kids can do well and what they understand. It's all about being in the line of sight. See Nick right here. Showing up. Boom, right there. That's a really good clip right there. That's a really good clip, right? He's kind of head up, kind of looks like we're playing like, almost like a Tampa 2, or even like a 2-man, okay? Turns his hips. A little bit more patient on that one. Okay, shows up and gets an assist with G-Dub. A little tighter pick here. Right? Like I said, if you guys can get into this world and teach this, it's a game changer, man. It honestly and truly is. Right here is a perfect example. Slow play it. Whack. I just want to show that again because that's a great play by this kid. Sees 3 bubble, right? And again, here's the key. is that right now, pre-snap, this receiver's thinking, okay, we're running bubble. All right, he's head up on me. Okay. Now, what's he doing? He's doing what a receiver should do, right? He's looking in at the ball so he doesn't jump. Well, as he's doing that, Nick is creeping and looking to drive the bubble from 2 or even something coming out. Okay. He sees 3 bubble. Right now, that kid doesn't have a shot. Bang. And we got the safety over top. Go back. We had both safeties, right? We're playing trap on both sides. See Zach right there? Okay. Ryder and Emery both playing over top in case they try some kind of pump and go. Pressed alignment. Boom. It's a really good job, too. This is something that we stressed a lot last year, Coach Dubinsky and myself. This is a really good job. This is like, look at this vice that forms here with Emery and with Nick. Awesome job by that kid. Boom. He's excited. He should be. Okay, Zach's got it. But here's a great job by Zach. He's just got to finish. You guys see him up top. Okay, we're trapping this, right? Watch him fit this really, really good. He just has to come to balance, and he'd have a big TFL. Right? Just come to balance. Give you a tighter look here. Right? See how he just got to come under control? It's dangerous, though, man. It really is. And Nick showing up right here to help. It's just having that, a lot of our pressure, with the 4-down stuff, we did a lot of movement, twisting, things like that, sending a backer here and there. But if Coach are on with me, he would agree that this was our bread and butter last year as far as in the back end. Okay, so we're in trap on both sides. So now here's your cut player, right? So Max has 2 up and in. Okay, Boom has 2 up and in. You can see Nick already is aligned. Okay, in the trap look. Zach kind of gets there late. Okay, but he's there. Okay. Okay, we got our twist stun on. But we got guys there. And that's the thing. It's just, obviously getting there, making the play, but it's showing up. Okay, great job by Nick finishing with this. Okay, and let's take a look at EP's footwork here in the back end. Good job. Okay, he's there. Okay, there's Nick too, right? Okay. Playing trap over here. Okay, Nick's showing up. Okay, extra hat, guys. I can't stress that enough. I can't stress that enough. At doing this stuff the right way, right? I wanted to put this one on because here's a really good job by Emery with his footwork. We're playing trap on both sides. Obviously, we're pressuring. Get pressure on the quarterback. Okay, good footwork. Go up and get the ball. Okay, awesome job. Okay, this is our regional semifinal playoff game. Okay, this is the end of the half. Great job by that kid, man. Y'all need to remember that kid's name, Nick Renneria. Great job, great finish. Okay, I want to pop on real quick. I want to show you guys I want to show you, Coach. I'm going to show them. Let me present. I need to pop into my quick cut stuff here. Kind of show you guys Panther from the presentation. Okay. So you're going to see. Okay, corners are pressed, but we're trapping. Okay, here comes the rover. He's going to be cut to 2. Viper's cut to 2. All right. Just wanted to show you guys that. Okay, you see the twist down there. So the jack goes first here. Okay, the N is going to loop. Malachi gets a little tighter here. He probably gets there faster. That's the one. If I'm going to be critical about our guys, Bradley does a real good job. Looking for 2 to come out. Okay, I'll go back and show one more time. I'd like to see Jermaine kind of hang on. He's got 23. If you guys look at the top of the screen, he's got 23 coming out, right? I know the ball's thrown, but, do your job, right? AJ does a real good job. Okay, we make that guy go. Let me get to this real quick too, Coach. Can pop on here real quick. I think I got time. All right, let's go stop share. Let's go back to stream. Coach, I'm becoming a professional at StreamYard.
I love it.
Hey, man, I'm becoming a professional at StreamYard here.
Yeah, man.
So this is kind of where it all started. This is my website. If you guys pop on, this is on YouTube too, for free. This is, I'll go ahead and get to this is where this deal started. I was a head coach for the Japanese team back in 2020, and we defeated the U.S. national team in AT&T Stadium. But this is kind of the origin of the defense. See if I can get to let me see if I can get to this clip here. These guys do. We had 5 days with these cats. These guys you can just see the size difference. I think 4 or 5 of these guys are playing on Saturdays still. And we had 40 of Japan's best. So here, all right. So we were a little elementary just because we only had a certain amount of time. We were 3 down here. We were going to slant to the Y. You watch 15. 15 does a really good job on this series as the trap corner. See him kind of just showing up there, right? Okay, it's about showing up, man. It's about showing up. Coach, am I good on time or I got to bounce?
No, you got about 2 minutes.
Okay. Are there any questions in the chat while I'm rambling here?
There are not, but one I will ask is
Go ahead.
When are you calling trap? Because I would assume it's not your base coverage. So when are you as a defensive play caller wanting to call that?
To be honest with you, it is almost like our base coverage, but
Okay.
like, for example, like all our pressures are tagged with coverages. Mm-hmm. So like, our Bama and Panther pressure, really, Coach, to be honest with you, it's something that when we do our breakdown, it's if we're going to see a lot of like flood or a lot of outbreaking routes, and we want to give the illusion of Tampa, that's kind of like our thought process behind it. I would say, man, if you broke us down last year, I would say we probably 70 to 75% trap. I think if Coach Dub was on here with me, he would probably say that number is pretty accurate. But yeah, man, in high school football, bro, if you can get on this train, it is a game changer. It really is. I wanted to go back and just show this this last clip real quick, and then I know you got to go. I know you got to go to the next guy because I could talk about this for another hour. But I talked about like the corner showing up, right? So if this last clip, that's going to come, this next clip that's going to come up, you watch 15 and you watch the H-back fold around. Because 15 shows up, it allows the linebacker to make the play. Okay. Now we're slanting right. We're slanting Ringo here. But if you watch this guy come across. And now 7's clean, right? You know what I mean? So I'll go ahead and stop sharing, get back with you. But yeah, man, Coach, I appreciate you having me on, dude. This is great stuff. And I'm always willing to share. And anybody wants to come down from Naples for spring football, April 28th is day one. So come on, come hang out. We'll watch some ball. We'll go sit by the water and have a nice meal and a mind relaxer, and we'll get after it.
Heck yeah, I appreciate you, Coach. Y'all hit up Coach on Twitter, stuff like that, and talk about his defense. Appreciate you, Coach.
Thanks, brother. Good luck with today, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Coach Chip, how we doing, man?
I'm golden, Coach Tatum. How you doing, dude?
Man, I am fantastic. All right, if you want to go ahead and hit present for me, Coach, hit share screen, very similar like we did the clinic series.
Present, share screen.
Yes, sir. And then click your tab for me. While Coach is bringing that up, make sure you go ahead and like the stream, guys. Go ahead and subscribe for me if you wouldn't mind. Really do appreciate that. And make sure you tweet us out, man. Get us out there. Go to my profile, and whichever one you see first, go ahead and retweet that for me. It'll be huge. And make sure you keep checking in. Coach Crawford from Connecticut just checked in for us. Appreciate you, Coach. All right, I got that, Coach. I'm going to back out. You got it.
Are you there?
Yeah, you got me, Coach?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're good. I see everything. Sounds good.
Perfect. All right, guys, I'm Chip Siegel, as you already know because it's on the schedule. I retired last spring. Coming up in May of this year will be a year. I was 40 years of coaching high school football, mostly in Alabama, 37 Alabama, 3 over here in Georgia, where I moved in 2009. I fell in love with the Georgia Peach, and she wasn't leaving Pine Mountain, Georgia. And that was fine with me. And it was only 20 miles from the Alabama state line, so I got to finish up my career over there. I had some health issues. I would still be doing it. I do miss it, which is the reason why I so whole hog into my YouTube channel, which I started shortly before the pandemic. You can see Football Talk with Coach Chip. There's over 300 football videos there for you. Go check them out and subscribe. If you subscribe, you get access to over 50 free resources, plus others that I don't even have listed. I had a guy this morning that emailed me about something. I said, oh, I've got that. And I sent it to him. So head on over there and do that for me if you don't mind. That's something that I do. And I also started a podcast after I retired. I always wanted to do one since podcasts were a thing. And when I retired, I had enough time to do it. So what do I do now? I coach coaches. I help coaches. Every day I get text messages, emails, phone calls, and that's what I do. And as I go about my day doing the things I do, that's what I do. So you're not bothering me when you call me, when you text me, when you email me, and my email will come up all the way through. I've done every blocking scheme imaginable, as you can imagine, in 40 years. And I don't think that gap down backer is the best concept or scheme, because nothing is one size fits all. I do believe that it's the best scheme for schools that have kids that go both ways, linemen I'm talking about. When I was at places where we had dedicated offensive linemen, one-way dudes, we did the combo blocks, gap on down, gap on double, whatever it is you want to call it, God blocking, good blocking, whatever. We did that, and we did some zone stuff and all this. But so many, probably 20 something of my 40 years was at smaller schools with kids going both ways. And I learned that gap down backer was the easiest one to install and to rep. And that's why I wholeheartedly have dove into it. I just released a book on Amazon, Offensive Line Manual for Gap Down Backer Blocking, Unleashing the Power of Angles and Leverage. It's 147 pages. Go over to Amazon and check it out. If you like the ebook thing, hit me up and I'll send you the ebook. But I also think that it's the best thing going for sub-varsity. Again, because you're talking about limited practice time. You're talking about kids that really don't understand football yet. And you can teach them their responsibilities really easy. And so that's why I'm so big on gap down backer. And my thing about sub-varsity football, until you get to like 9th grade and B team ball, and and junior high, middle school too, The scheme is not as important as them learning how to play the game, learning how to block, learning how to tackle. Learning how to block is what this will give you. It teaches them to be physical because they know what they're doing. All right, that's enough commercial for gap down backer. Let's talk about blocking the front side. Now here you can see that this is on a play run to the right. Obviously, it's power, or the gap down backer version of power. This is not the A gap power. The offensive line is block all of them: tight end, tackle, guard. Center's blocking back. It's not really gap down backer, but it's in effect it's the same thing. But when they block down, they're creating a rump line. That's a term I picked up 30 years ago, because it's the line of butts that are created by the down blocks. Then the kicker, and on the counter, it could be your guard or whoever, depending on how you do it. There's so many ways to run it. It can be the fullback, sniffer, or alignment. He's getting that kick out, and we'll talk more about what that creates in a moment. And then the wrapper will pull to the play side and follow the rump line. I had a coach the other day said, "Hey, do you teach your running back to follow the inside leg of the wrapper?" And I said, "No, but that's a good way to put it." And he said, "What do you teach them?" And I said, "I teach the wrapper to hug the rump line as close enough to strike a match," is what we tell them. And we tell the running back to follow the wrapper, to stay away from the kick out. Okay. Now this is the rump line. This is the 49ers running their version of gap down backer. What I started doing several years ago with the advent of the GoPro, I told the kids, pretend you got a GoPro strapped to your waist, and it's on your backside, on the small of your back. And when you block down, you want to be able to take a picture of the wrapper and the running back coming through the hole there that you've created with your down blocks. And so we talk about take a picture, and you'd hear me in practice, I'd say, "Hey, you got to move your hips and take a picture." So you can see that even the NFL is doing it. And whether you use the God blocking, the good blocking, whatever you call it, the combo double teams, if you're running it to an underfront, to the underside where the nose is in the A gap, it's gap down backer. Okay, it's gap down backer. So even the teams that use combo double teams are running gap down backer. And you can see even the NFL, they're not square. And we'll talk more about square in a little bit. But when the kicker kicks out, here you see the rump line, here you see the wrapper, and here you see the running back. And there's the kicker kicking out. That creates what I learned to call a funnel. And you'll see why I call it a funnel in just a little bit. But here you see it's the same play. Boom, there's your rump line created by the down blocks. And there you got a whale of a football play. Okay. Well, never mind. There's a high school team running it. Boom, there's your rump line. And that was like a super counter. And we'll get more into specifics and blocks in a moment, okay? All right, now back to this. All right, the funnel is created by the downs and the kick out. And I'll show you in a minute. You'll see it's a funnel when you draw it up. And when you show it to the kids, they go, "Okay, I see it. That's a funnel." And what you're trying to do on all of your gap down backer plays, whether it's power, counter, buck, it doesn't matter. You're creating a funnel with your down blocks and your kick out for your wrappers and the ball carrier to run through. There it is. There's the funnel. The down blocks and the kick out create this funnel. The wrapper wants to wrap through, and he wants to be close enough to the rump line. The term I always used was strike a match. But then I found out I don't think they make those white tip matches anymore. I'm 62 years old. Remember those white tip matches, those strike anywhere matches? The kind you see in an old cowboy movie, and they'd strike them on their boot or on their blue jeans. I don't know they make them anymore. They can make safety matches now. What the kids don't know, and you can say things like scrape paint. I heard one guy say close enough to scrape the meat off the bone. Whatever it takes, they got to be close to the rump line. And the reason for this, it creates another gap that the defense has to be accountable for when they come through like that. But also you want to be close to the rump line so the backer can't get in between the wrapper and the rump line, okay, and cause the play to spill out. So in a perfect world, you're going to hit that thing tight right here. Now, the aiming point of the wrapper, and we're talking basically about front side, is inside number. But once he gets there, I don't care where he blocks him or how he blocks him. But the aiming point is inside number because that's just another way of keeping him tight. Keeping him tight. So if the linebacker fits up a little wide, sometimes the wrapper's block turns into a little bit of a kick out right there because he's in tight to the rump line. And the linebacker gets wide, so he kind of turns out on him. Sometimes, okay? Now, and we'll get more into the down blocks in just a moment. All right, now here are the 49ers again. I don't know if it's the same play or not from a different angle, but you're going to see the funnel develop. Look at the down blocks. There you got your kick right here. Here's your wrap, and they formed a funnel. Now, a lot of these clips are actually from my YouTube page, from a collection of different videos where I'd spend 20 minutes talking about one cockeyed thing. So that's something maybe you want to think about doing if you're into gap. Now, the whole channel is not gap down backer, but I've got a ton of gap down backer on it. And it's done in playlist, so you can look at what you want to look at. See the rump line, the wrappers down here, and there's your kicker. All right, now let's get into down blocks. All right, I kind of liken it to the horse that wears the blinders, and they do that for a horse that might get spooked or distracted, a horse maybe with some ADHD issues and sees something on the side and it spooks him, especially in the old days when they were pulling a fruit cart through town and they didn't want the horse to nut up and go crazy in town and kill somebody. You've all seen that in old movies. Well, they wear blinders to keep them from being distracted. And I would teach the kids, you want to have imaginary blinders on so you can't see what's outside of you. So if you're on the right side, you've got a blinder. And I was watching Coach a while ago. I was a good presentation coach. And I could see him. So I can't see myself now. I assume you can see me. But right here, where you can't see outside of you because you don't want to chase linebackers, especially on the front side. So if this linebacker, or there's one here, scrape this way, we don't want to chase them. We don't want to be that ADHD dog goes, oh, squirrel, and takes off and chases that linebacker. You block your rule. I got a thing I came up with, BYRD, bird. And I would say it in practice when they didn't block their rule. I'd say, bird, dude, bird. BYRD, block your rule, damn it. That way I could cuss in practice and know in case the superintendent or principal were on the sideline watching practice, I wouldn't get in trouble. Block your rule, damn it. Okay, and if you're coaching at a Christian school, it'd be block your rule, dang it. But I love stuff like that, and the kids remember stuff like that. They'll laugh. Okay, you say, my job's not to entertain them. I'm going to tell you something now. You make a kid laugh, they're going to remember that point. So what you want to do is you want to teach those kids to get on their tracks, and we'll talk about tracks in a little bit, and they're blocking gap down backer. They look in their gap. Anything there, they block it. In this example, nothing's there. So what's he doing? Blocking down. Now you say, well, a lot of kids don't grasp, and I've read this on Twitter/X, or some people say, why don't we say gap down backer? And a lot of kids don't get it. Well, when that happens, I just say you block the first son of a buck inside of you. And if there's no lineman inside of you, get on your track and go to the backer. And it's usually, if you're on the front side, it's usually the Mike backer, if it's a 3-3 stack, or it's a backside backer. And if they're in a even front, it will be the wheel backer usually, unless the Mike crosses his track. Okay, just tell them, block the first thing inside of you. The gap down backer rule is just a rule for coach. Coaches understand it, but if your kids don't, it don't matter. I mean, we used to do the wristband thing, and each kid may have a different rule because one kid I could just put GDB, G-D-B, and they knew what it meant. Another kid, I need to say it. I said, first man inside, and they got that. And that was fine. I didn't care. By the way, this is in the book that's available on Amazon. I told the kids, when you look at a rule, if it's dashed, that means it's a progression. So what you do, you start with the first word, the first letter. So G, gap, check the gap. Nothing there. The dash means progress to the next word in the rule. Down. Oh, there's nothing down. Look here at the tackle. He progresses through. Gap, no. Down, no. Then he goes backer. And as soon as something, look at the tight end. Gap, it's over. He blocks that guy into conversation. All right, here are the tracks I was talking about. We had train tracks. I was at the same school from 2009 on until I left and went to Georgia for 3. And we had train tracks. They were a good distance from the school, but it was a clear opening and you could see it and hear it when it came through. And one day it was a summertime and we were just going over stuff. And I was trying to explain to some new kids and you could tell they were having trouble. And by that time, praise be, here come the train. I said, y'all see that train over there? They said, yeah. I said, why aren't we running from it? They said, Coach, it's over there on its tracks. It's not going to mess with us because we're, what's the big deal? And I said, exactly. Anything on the tracks, the train's going to blow up. If there's a cow gets on the tracks, we're having hamburger tonight. But if the cow's out in the field eating grass, the train doesn't go, ooh, cow, jump off its tracks and chase the cow through a pasture. And they laughed, but they got it. An absurd analogy. Kids love absurd analogies. By the way, adults do too. At least I do. So a train hits what's on its track. Now the tracks are adjustable. You will adjust them based because you're not going to use the same track on a 3-tech that you would on a 2-tech that you would on a backer. Okay, and that's the nuance of it. I can teach anybody gap down backer in 5 minutes. Now execute it. You got to get into the, you got to drill it and you get into the nuances of it. All right, but whatever crosses the track, look right here, the guy in red at the bottom, this backer. So he go, this guy's head up. So he goes, that's not in his gap and it's not down. So he blocks backer. On his way to backside backer, this backer crosses path. He doesn't slow down. He doesn't let him pass go. He blocks him. Okay. And that's one of the things that you got to get them to understand. And there's a great drill for that. It involves like the boards and you turn them at an angle and you put kids off the boards and on the snap, they step on the board or they don't step on the board. They step, like you got 3 kids on offense. You got 2 kids between these boards and you are behind the offensive lineman and you tell them left or right and they'll step on the board. So what it teaches them their track integrity. All right, now this is what we started doing about 10 years ago. We had a team on our schedule that went to an odd front, and the game didn't count toward the playoffs, but it was a rivalry that had been going on since the 1920s. So we played it every year, either 0 week or week 1. They were always a 5A, some years a 6A. We were always a 2A. One contract period, we dropped to 1A, and then went right back to 2A. So we played them every year. And well, they had an advantage on us, obviously. Kids didn't go both ways, not many of them, if any at all. And it was like every now and then the freak. And their linemen, though, never went both ways. Well, ours did. And I didn't want to mess us up and change our rules for one cockeyed game. That meant something, especially to the old folks. Okay, 2 old mill towns, 2 old cotton mill, linen towns, textile mills. It meant something to them, but it didn't mean anything to the playoffs. I wasn't going to mess it up. And so just going to clinics and listening to people, I picked something up from the outside zone guys. That position step. Now I know don't take away my gap down backer card. It worked, and I'll show you film of it working. They would take this 45-degree step, kinda, almost flat. And what it would do, you talk about getting square, we wanted to get square to our track. But what it allowed us to do, if that 4-tech, because they went to that odd front, slanted to the B gap, he'd slant across our track. That little split second, taking that step, and instead of just taking the old-fashioned, just take off and haul butt, dip and rip, and get under that guy. Because what we were finding is sometimes our tackle was faster than their DN and would get across the gap. But right behind him was the DN. And sometimes the tight end couldn't get to him because he was gone. And we got an unblocked guy coming through there. You know, if we're running power or counter, the kicker would get them, but that's not who we wanted them to get. And so just going to this step, and you can see the step is very subtle, and you'll see it on film. But they take that step, and then they take that other step, and it turns their hips to the angle they need to be on. Now their hips are squared to the track. See what I'm talking about? The blue is the track. They take that step, and then they take that, in this case, it'd be left, right, left. Boom, right there, they're on their track. And if this dude's here and he slants, we get him. If he's that fast, we get him. And if he's not, we're gone. If he comes straight like this, then we'll either kick him or we got a tight end or a wing back blocking down on him. But we just saw that helped us so much. And we always did it with our tackle. I say always. Once we started doing it, it was a tackle thing. It was a very subtle step. And that guy would go down and get on his track. You know, I heard, and I want to say it's the guy that's the O-line coach at Texas talking about square is strong, square is strong. And he's right. But if you're true gap down backer, you're not combo double teaming. By the way, let me tell you something. You got 280-pound guys playing guard and tackle. One's 180 and one's 200. But they got a 260-pound three-tech. It's easier to teach two guys to block down than to teach two guys to combo double team. I'm telling you, I know it for a fact. Or maybe just a fact in my life. Maybe I'm not good enough coach to teach it. And then get vertical. It's easier to, and it's also that 200-pound tackle, it's easier for him to get horizontal displacement, flat displacement, than it is for these two guys to get vertical movement if that three-tech is a dude. So what I was always trying to do is find some, because our schedule, because we always played that big 5A, 6A. We always played a big 4A in the middle of the season. That was going to be our two out of region games every year. But I had to have something that would work against our region schedule, against dudes in our classification and in the playoffs, but would also work in game 5 and game 1 or 0, whichever it was that year. And that's why I did this. It worked for all of them. And that's why gap down backer worked so well for us. It really did. Now, it's the same thing. He's taken that step. He's now square to his track. He's not square to the line of scrimmage. Then he wants to work that outside, play side, in this case, right hip upfield and pin this dude inside and get that horizontal movement right there. And that's all the way across the front if they're blocking on a D lineman. They want to get their head across, get their head on the belly button, their ear hole, their play side ear hole. So if it's power right, counter right, get that right ear hole on the belly button, that right shoulder pad on that hip, and then work that outside hip upfield. And you'll see on video to pin him, if you will, to trap him inside and get that movement, work those hips. We don't want a diagonal movement so much. And also what that does, you'll see some of our guys get beat because they didn't do it. When they try to spin out over the top, when they try to spin out over the top of the block, working that hip upfield. Now, once we get that hit, once we start getting movement, a little penetration is not going to hurt us. We get that guard to get real deep on his route.
Coach, about 6 minutes, Coach.
All right, thanks. All right, here you see. All right, watch. Here's a case where he didn't work his outside hip upfield. Watch this kid right here, 52. Boom. He's in good shape. And watch, you go back and look, he did take that step. It's real subtle. Now he's got to work that hip upfield. All right, watch the tie. This is a big boy. See that? Pick it up and put it down. Watch his hips get square to the track, and he still gets across the face of a 4-tech. He still gets across the face of a 4-tech. He picks that foot up, puts it down. Boom. He ends up getting the front side backer, which is okay. The back side backer got lost in the wash. The wrapper ended up wrapping to the safety, to the bonus safety. They played us with like a middle safety in between the free safety. I don't know if he was a spy or not. All right, watch this 52 again. Watch his inside foot. Boom, pick it up. So I got it front, boom, put it down, and he gets on it. Now, again, look, his shoulders and his hips are square to his track. And look, that time he worked his hip up the field, pinned that linebacker inside. Now, these are the OGs of gap scheme blocking. This is Ferris State, D2 power. You can't really see his inside foot, but trust me, he picked his foot up and he put his foot down. Okay. All right, watch this guard. He'll make contact and work his play side hip upfield and seal the defensive lineman. And the defensive lineman is chasing jet anyway, so this is the easiest block you're ever going to see. But see his hip work upfield. Watch this guard now. Watch the guard. Same clip as a while ago, but now we're looking at the guard. Boom. Right there. Watch him turn his hip. Watch him work his hip. Look where he ends up. Here goes his hips. Working that right hip up the field to get parallel to the sideline. And look, they got two guys, a lineman and a linebacker. You got two guys right here on offense, pinned his butt and pinned their butts inside. And this guard's going to go to this backside backer, gap down backer. That guy was in a shade. That's why he didn't get the nose. Boom. Watch him break down. He's a little high, but I like the way he break down. He came to balance so we don't shoot our wad and miss him. But again, look at his butt. He worked his hip up the field. His left hip is his play side hip and got his hips parallel to the sideline. Watch the big tackle right here. He's going to block down to this lineman. And if the lineman goes away, he's going to run through his hips to that backside backer. But this guy comes up. It's a good example of crosses his track. And if he doesn't take that step, boom, getting his hips parallel to his track, he may not get that backer right there. Boom, right there. Those guys were bringing it. All right, let's skip a couple right here because these are some of the same ones. All right, so we teach our H to step up with his outside foot. Let me go fast with that. His outside foot, then his inside foot, and then he turns out. We want him to, the term we use is become part of the line. Become part of the line. Now you'll watch it. They don't do it as well as they should, but that's what we want. Tell the H, just like that linebacker, just like that lineman on the linebacker, do not try to blow him up. Be physical with him after contact. You'll see a couple of those. And by we teach, if we lose him upfield, we don't care. See, if we lose him up here, it's not the end of the world. It's not we don't care, it's just not the end of the world. All right, here's 4 scenarios of the kick out block. We call it a J block because if you do it right, it makes a J. Top left corner, wrong. Top right corner, good. Look, if a kid runs upfield, you're still in good shape because you go step, step, boom, right there. Bottom left corner, good J. Look at that. Boom, got him. Kid squeezes. If you do the J, you can log him. If he's really, really good and he's squeezing down, you may have to. But I'm going to tell you this. If you go straight at him, and he squeezes, you are going to have to bounce it. You have no B gap or C gap play, period. If you go straight at him, you got to go inside. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line only in geometry, not in football. Okay, you got to go where that guy might get you. We want to be in the worst case scenario. And there's another diagram of the steps. Okay, outside foot, inside foot, push out, making the J. You can see 2 examples right there. You can come back to it. I'm sure Coach will have it up. All right, watch the J block. Now, this kid does a good job, but he quits working his hip. Now, he wants to work his inside hip upfield. Inside, but see, he doesn't. And the DN almost makes the play. Some of these are the same clips, just different, looking at different guys because I was looking at the best plays. These were for the gap down backer manual. There's links in the book. For the paperback, it's QR codes that take you to these videos. Okay. This is one we did a fan call where we had the tackle turn out on a 5, and we had a bruiser that year. He was a DN, and we put him in short yardage situations. Kid squat the house, literally. I mean, watch this. Well, look at him turn his hips inside. See, he's turning the opposite hip to the down blocks. He's turning the inside hip upfield. Look at 25. Boom. Kid's done dealing, man. All right, this kid shuffle steps. And I want to say this is Shiloh Christian in Arkansas. Some clips I found online because I just didn't want to use all my clips. And he kind of shuffle steps, but he gets inside.
All right, Coach, I'm about to cut you off right there.
I appreciate it, Coach. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Y'all make sure y'all hit up Coach Chip. We're doing great stuff, man. Subscribe to his YouTube channel. All right, Coach. Coach Wechter.
I'm here.
Man, I appreciate you a lot. Do you want to go ahead and hit present like we did yesterday, and pull up a presentation?
We'll see the present.
It should be from StreamYard. Yeah, hit present, and then share your presentation.
Okay. Do I put my email in there?
No, so where we're at right here, it should say down at the bottom, present. Down the bottom, the bottom tabs right there.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, and share screen, and then share because you're doing it on Huddle, right, or slides. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, cool.
And there we are.
Awesome, got it. All right, Coach, what is going to talk about gap scheme, runs, stuff like that. Coach, I'm gonna back out.
All right. First of all, I'd like to thank Coach Tatum for doing these online clinics I've done in the past 2 years watching. So I decided, hey, let me jump on and get back to the game a little bit, get back to what Coach Tatum's doing. So it'll be hard. I've really never done a half-hour presentation before, so it'll be hard to check during the clinic of questions. If you got something, Coach can ask me. Best way is on Twitter. Hit me at Coach Wechter. I will DM you back, and I'll be happy to share anything I have with you, and just let me know. Okay, so the last couple of years, just to give you an idea of what we've done offensively. But the main reason I'm looking at showing you this is if you look in 21, we averaged 46 points per game, 49 in 22. 44 and 23, and the last year we're down to 39.5, but we still won a state title. Is the game, as always, I've coached 37 years, the game is always evolving, and if you look at the NFL, scoring's down, and a lot of that is because people with the two split safeties are taking away your deep shots, especially out of drop back passing. For us this year, we saw a lot of anytime we went into 10 personnel and went in the gun, people were just bailing on us and not letting us have our shots. So, we went back to probably around 2020, and I didn't show that offense because in 20 we only had 6 games because of COVID. So, we went to more, we were an RPO team for a while, but we went back to more of gap scheme, pulling our guards and running play action pass, and is really done a lot of good things for us. But there is some teaching that is involved with it. So the next slide. So our run game, we cut it down. When I was a young coach, we had a huge playbook and learned to cut it down. And these are the things that we can get good at and spend our most practice time. We're like I said, gap scheme as the title is. We run power. We run duo. We replaced inside zone a few years ago with duo because of the combo block scheme that goes with everything else. It just made more sense for us, and it's been successful. We run counter. We run GT and GY. We have been, going back to the days when we were a Pro I team back in the late 90s, early 2000s. We've always run short and long trap. It's coming back in style, especially with the Lions. The Detroit Lions doing. They've run a lot of long trap and short trap. Pin pull, we've always been an ISO team. And, it's our last because of people want to pinch on us so much. We do outside zone. We don't major in it. I know Coach Davidson's going to speak on, of how to make it cheap. And I'm interested in that because, we go cheap on that. We don't do a lot out of it, but we just run it to keep people honest. And it really serves as pretty much the same blocking scheme when we run some jet sweeps. So that's what we base everything off of is our run game. And there's a lot of ways to do things. I've been around long enough to see a lot of different offense, a lot of different defenses have success. This is just what has been successful for us. So protecting your run game, we want to marry our whole offense. We want, our motto is simplicity disguised as complexity. And we want to run the same plays and give you a bunch of different formations, motions, personnel packages, but still do the same things, make them look alike plays. And then we always throw some tags on it. Our pass game is still, we do run a lot of concepts, but we've even cut those down because we do run a lot of tags off of those. But that's really a clinic for another time. We'll run RPO screens off our gap scheme. We'll run RPO concepts off our gap scheme. We'll run flash and pass off our gap scheme runs. All right. Here's an example of the menu we put up for each of our gap scheme runs. So this is power, and it doesn't mean a lot to you because it's in our terminology, but here's how we set everything up is formations, RPOs, RPO man-to-man, flash and pass, and then motion out of flash and pass. And what it does is, so when we go in and game plan on a Sunday and, we see what they're doing, and we like to give one look one week and then kind of give you some, little extra twists the next week. So this helps us. We have a menu. All right, we showed this week. Let's do the same play, but let's run it off as something else this week. So, that's why we do that. And we have this for all our run game. So, best thing I teach my students in class is, and for the guys who've been around a long time, it's changed even there. It has evolved. And these kids today, learn off of film best, and that's what our players do. So I'm just going to coach you through some slides and then, show you some film on each one. If you're going to run flash and pass, and that's what this particular play is, we did a deep dive. My son Braden is our offensive line coach, and we did a deep dive on, how we flash and pass protect, and we're making it look like the run scheme, and you'll see us fire out, and then we will reset. On our pulls, I have it drawn up. It's hard, as you know, it's hard to draw on huddle, but our guard wants to give just a little bit more depth on his pull when he's pulling and pass protection, but not too much that he gives it away. One thing I learned in the pass game, I've been fortunate. A guy's been with me for 30 years. His name's Dick Shiner. He's in the University of Maryland Hall of Fame as a quarterback. He played 11 years in the NFL as a quarterback in the NFL. So, one thing is, he's always taught me in the pass game is it doesn't matter what they run. It could be zone. And at some point, we don't know pre-snap, we'll get somebody one-on-one, and that guy has to beat him one-on-one. But the guys you have to beat are these guys, right here on the second level. You got to beat them, the linebackers. And, I know RPOs and flashing's good against zone teams, zone runs, but, gap schemes make it even harder. I've coached defense in the past. Before I became a head coach, I was a defense coordinator. I know how taxing that can be on it. Also, I saw a clinic one time with Coach Nick Saban, and he talked about, the gap scheme RPOs and flash and passes, really, really mess with the defense. So this is a play that, this is a deep cross off our play action. It's being used again a lot in college and NFL right now. We're going to RH, we can use a Y, and you'll see in the film, we run both. We have a tight end. Sometimes we have a fullback. We just call him an H. And so we're running GY counter here. So we get our down blocks. This end, because we run so much counter and power, most of the time these ends are coming down hard. And so what we're going to do here is, we're making it look like it's GY counter. our H or Y is, as he comes across, if there is an overhang and he comes, we got to stay and block him. We're not getting out in the route. But if he drops, now we're getting out the flat, so we have a 3-level concept. Our Z here, you can do it with a Y, or almost anybody. We can switch these two. We want to go underneath the nickel or Sam, over top the mic, and we want to end up, if it's zone, we want to end up 18 to 22 yards. If we are getting man-to-man, let's say this nickel is running with our Z on the deep cross, about here, somewhere in around here, we're going to stair step him for 2 steps, and now we're going to break it flatter to create separation. If it's zone, he's getting as deep as he can. And so our read on this is really this strong safety. We're very rarely do we read, a progression. It's more of we're reading defenders. That's easier for a high school quarterback. And so if he drops, we're going to hit the cross. And we do have that. And we do run this play out of a drop back out of 10 personnel. But, for the sake of it, the clips I have is, that safety is jumping this over route, deep cross, and we hit the clips I have. We're hitting the post, but we have hit all 3 levels. So this is our first game last year against Mount St. Joseph's out of Baltimore, Maryland. Very good team. This is beginning of the second quarter. First quarter, we were running the ball pretty well on them, especially with counter. So they jumped into an 8-man front. And so I'm going to kind of walk you through this, run it back. So let's look at the line first. So you see we're firing out. You see the path by the guard. That's a good path. We're selling it. Here's our tight end lined up. Our tight end's lined up as he's like a fullback. All right. You see our guys. All right. You see we're driving, but now we're sitting back and we're in pass pro. And because if you watch this defensive end here, number 52, see what he's doing. He's coming down. You guys are run gap schemes. No, you get that a lot. So our guard does a great job here. So now what he's going to do is you see him square up. He sold it. Kid went inside. Now he's squaring up. Our tight end is getting out the flat. There's no overhang coming. All right. So he is going out and running a flat route. Our Z and our backside guy is doing a dig. And we've run this pattern for about 5 years. And I'm going to be honest, we've never had to go backside to the backside dig, the 12-yard dig. So let's watch the Z. He's underneath their Sam, over top the mic. All right. Their safety, instead of bailing, he jumps him. So what does he do? He flattens that out. He's not getting 18 to 20 yards. He's flattening it out. And you see the separation. See, if he keeps on running here, he has no separation. But by coming flat, he creates separation. Okay, let's talk about what this does to your defense. What I say at the beginning of my presentation here is we have to beat the linebackers. We have to move them. We have to get them from dropping. That's what happens in this day and age with the split safety look. Those backers are getting so deep. You can see some Tampa 2. We see some Tampa 2. So we have to affect them. So watch the linebackers. There's no way they can get underneath these throws. So I'll let it play through the whole way. Our outside post does a great job. He gives a nice little stick up at the top of the route. And we got a touchdown. All right, same play. This is what I'm talking about. This, simplicity by disguise. it looks like we're in 10 personnel. All right. We're in 11 personnel. This is our tight end. And he's good enough in the pass game that they have to honor him. We'll motion him in when we're in this set. We'll run crack toss. We'll come over here and bring him inside a little bit more. We'll run duo. We'll run GY counter off of it. And that's what we're doing here. We're faking GY counter. Same play I just showed you. Deep cross off of. And we hit the post again. Safety came down and jumped it. Let me rewind this and let's look, because they gave us a tackle twist here. And we tell our guys if we get this, we're not going to change off because we're firing out run blocking, so we have to kind of stay with it. So you see our center stays with it. He doesn't reset because the kid's trying to get around him. So we won't, bang him a little bit on a grade. The kid, their right defensive tackle was pretty good, and he gets a little bit of penetration here. All right. Here, our backside dig, I think we could get if we needed to. Again, let's look at all three levels. So you saw in the first one, all three levels. Nobody's on our tight end. You see what the backer did? See this overhang? He looked like he was coming, but then he wants to, now he gets back. So he's open. It looks like it's man free. So you watch our slot. Number 7's coming with him. Like to see him stair step him here. Does it a little bit here. Comes flat. He's open. But of course our post is open because we're reading the safety. And another touchdown. All right. Here again is GY counter with a different concept. So again, this is in the first quarter, and we got us in the first series. Running counter. So, and running the football, we're running power to this. So here, we kind of do this when we RPO. We'll do a side cart, and we're going to rock him. This was actually a called play action pass because, we had a kill on. Our quarterback was a 4-year starter, has most of the records in the state of Pennsylvania, third nationally all time in touchdown passes. So, we could, in his 4th year, we could tell him, hey, kill this. If that safety's sitting in the middle of the field, kill it and just check back to the run. But they gave us what we saw the play before, where this safety's, playing up, trying to stop the run. I think we heard him with power there, and that's why he was that side. So again, let's watch our offensive. So now we're going to run a backside glance because we just have to beat the corner on this side. So again, you watch our offensive line. We're firing out, but we're not getting downfield. Reset. You see our guard resetting. You see our center resetting. He's blocking back. Now he resets once he gets square. Our left tackle does a good job. He's resetting. Again, watch number 5. He's trying to wrong arm it, the defensive end. Our guy does a great job of just logging him. Reset. And we hit the glass because nobody's in the middle of the field. All right. This was a early playoff game. So you see, we run the ball again. You see they had us in a 2nd and 9 because they brought the house and their safety was cheating and coming up and playing the run. So we saw that. Quarterback came over, goes, Coach, you see that safety coming down? I'm like, yep. So here is, we use this sometimes at RPO, but again, we knew it was here. And again, the quarterback had a chance to kill it and go back to the run. But this was play action pass. This safety is sitting right in here. They get the blitz. We're running GY counter. See the safety start to come down. But we caught him in a cover 3. He's cheating to that side. And we just run a seam. We just run a seam hitch. Again, let's look at our blocking up front. The key is you're blocking because you won't affect those backers unless your linemen are sell and run. Again, it's making plays look the same. Again, you see our guys. You see our center block, back block. Keeps his shoulders square. Resets. And the great thing is they're playing. So the defensive line is playing run. So you don't have swatting hands. They want to run fit. You see our right tackle. All right. Next one is off our power. Actually, this is off of our long trap. This is an RPO. Again, we're going to read the overhang. We're just doing a little stick route with our Y. We love this. We love this in the red zone. So they lined up. They were a 3-stack team. They kicked up because we had a tight end. They kicked up their Sam linebacker, and they were overloading that side. So we thought we had man here. So our quarterback in the RPO is reading him. If he covers our tight end out in the flat, we're given on the long trap. If he's playing the run, or I think this one he blitzed, we're just going to dump it off right to the tight end. And there he goes. Right here. We kick out. We did have a little bit of a hole there, but look, we got 3 on 2. Tight end just walks in the end zone. Here again is long trap. We're actually running. This goes back to 2021. Our tight end didn't do a good job here. This is running deep cross off the long trap out of 11 personnel. 2 receivers over here, tight end and flanker out. He's got the post. Tight end, we want him to hit this defensive end, 1,000, 1,002, and then release out in the flat. He got a little too anxious. He wanted to go get a catch. And our guard does a pretty good job of rerouting and getting deeper because, he thought, you're going to hold that guy up a little bit. And we run the deep cross. So you see the tight end, he should hit him, then release. He's a little too quick out to the release, rushes our quarterback a little bit, still throws the deep post. End zone copy. All right. Here's an RPO off of this, but the first one I'm going to show you run. So we're going to run just a bubble off our long trap. All right. We're reading. Our quarterback sees they're playing cover 1, man free. So he knows pretty much unless they move post snap, it's a give. So they blitz us. We do a great job of sealing that off, get the kick out. And we get the touchdown off of that. Same game, next series. Now look what they did. They're in a 3-stack. But look what this guy's doing. Instead of these 2 up, playing man, we're going to read this guy. Our quarterback does a great job of riding here on the RPO. You see him coming. That's a pull. Get the ball to your athletes in space. And it's a touchdown. Check one time. All right, I'm going to rush through a little bit. All right, So here is kind of like our deep cross. Again, they call it wave. This is getting very popular, especially in the NFL. All right, now we got the double post and the backside guys doing, and we're doing it off on isolation. So you see the backers, our receiver, he doesn't run this route a ton. We get man, I'd like him to stair step here, but he does come flat, creates separation. Now, what you get with this is with the double slant, and we condensed it a little bit to pull that corner inside to give us right in here. And our quarterback is so smart, he led him to green grass. And he starts to trip and drops the ball. All right. I'm going to rush through a little bit. Here, again, we're doing isolation. We ran a condensed here, and now we ran a 12-yard dig. Our post cleared out the safety.
Coach, we have a vacant session next. So if you want to spend a few extra minutes, you got some
perfect.
time.
Perfect.
Yep.
Let me just turn this because I know this one has sound. All right. So here again, what teams started to do to us out of a 11 or 20 personnel. Here we're 20 personnel because that's a fullback. What people started doing to us is they kind of dared us to throw or run the football. It wasn't this team, but we saw it 3 or 4 times. We saw it in the state semifinals is they play this strong side outside linebacker way out here to help in the run game, if we get 3 out. So what we did, we decided, all right, with that, we're going to start using condensed. I know somebody's speaking on condensed formations later on today. So watch these linebackers. We're running isolation. And this is not an RPO. This is a flash and pass. So you should see our offensive line fire out, reset. See, we are firing out. Now you see them resetting. Our right guard, got away with a hold. We don't teach this. And trust me, he got his rear end reamed out, during film study. But watch the linebackers. All right. Our fullback, I have it drawn up on, but this play we call it, if we're going to run, call this NCAA route, where it's this fullback would run it out. Actually, we call it cheese because we want to hold that linebacker in there. So it's cheese. He bluffs that he's going to ISO block him, but now he's just going to sit down and run a hitch. And you see that holds that backer. Okay. You see our post clearing out that safety, and we run a dig right behind it. And the key is, I think the key to this is, because it has to happen quick, is running condensed and the dig goes 12 yards. Okay. Here we're running power. We're just going to run it out with a streak. Our cameraman forgot his tripod, so I apologize, making you seasick. But here we are. Again, we're in 20 personnel, running power. Okay, now our left guard makes a mistake because it's play action. He's got to see this overhang coming and pick him up. A lot of our gap schemes is our back, even after he fakes and sells the fake. See what he's coming backside to help because we got a guy pulling in case they overload. And this worked here because they do overload. So if our back doesn't come back, this guy's getting a blindside shot on our quarterback because our center blocks back and our tackle takes the end, and now they're bringing that overhang off. Our back's coming back anyways, but does a great job of seeing this and picking it up. All right. And our receiver stumbles a little bit, kid makes a nice play on it. And our quarterback, because he had so many in his face. All right. Here we come back. And again, same plays out of different looks. So this is our fullback. This is one of our tailbacks. This is a tailback coming in motion. All right. We got two receivers out here. We're unbalanced. You see, we're unbalanced. We're going to motion this back. Little window dressing. So we're going to run power that way, but we're going to bring our other back in motion, get him out in space. And again, we're reading the overhang. He's blitzing. If he goes out with the motion guy, now we're running power. He goes with motion. Flip it out. And now we got a running back in space. Okay. Here we're running GT counter, but we like against an odd front, especially a 3-stack, we like to run pull our center. And if we got a good three technique in a even front, we'll pull and we're running weak. Instead of having that center block, back block back on our 3 technique, we're going to pull the center. We have a call for that. But if we get a odd front, especially a 3-stack, we want to run CT counter. And so we're going to, and we were gouging them on this play. And, the couple plays before, we just threw it out. We went in wide stack and just threw it out. And we picked up about 15 yards. So we come back, and this is actually not an RPO. Just throwing out to the inside guy is an RPO where we're reading the backside guy. But on this one, this is actually a play action pass because our receiver, and you'll see on film, he does a great job. He's going up and bluffing and then takes off on the slant, 5-yard slant. So here we are. And again, we set this up, synchronize your play calling. So we start off gouging them in the run game in this. We came back and started RPO in it, and now we come back with the play action pass. So you see our right guard's going to come down block. Our center pulls. Our backside tackle's pulling. All right. Watch it down at the bottom. Watch right here, this receiver. He does a great job of selling this. So watch him. All right. He puts his hands out. You see he's sitting down a little bit like he's going to come to balance to block him. Now he breaks out. But look what it does to the linebackers. Again, going back to linebackers are the guys that ruin besides penetration on your defensive line, linebackers run and pass, hurt your offense. Make them make decisions. Okay. We'll run it off a quick trap out of spread. Actually, this is long trap. All right. Again, we're in split backs out of 20 personnel, 2 tailbacks. All right. We're running long trap. We're just flaring the back. We're reading this linebacker. He's playing run. And this besides getting some explosive plays, getting your skill kids out in space, it helps keep people off your run game. And that's the whole thing. Here is the quick trap. Our right tackle, again, he got his rear end reamed out in film. All right. He should have blocked here. All right. We don't want people taking a free run on our quarterback. But this is not an RPO. This is a play action pass. Center blocks back, squares himself up. He's going down. Our right guard's going down. There we don't want the double team there. See our guard's getting out to go block the linebacker, but he's going to sit so he doesn't get legal man downfield. All right. This tackle's wrong. We don't want him touching him because it's a quick trap. He should be blocking here. All right. Out in the route, we're running bubble slant. Now, this is not a bluff. And I was not happy. I coached the quarterbacks. I was not happy with our tackle that our quarterback got drilled. All right. Here again, we're running quick trap out of 3-by-1. Now we just go with the bubble. We got 3-on-2 over there. It's a numbers game. He's not going out. Pull, throw. And again, let your athletes in space. Here, we run a down G. Down, down, kick out. We like against odd front, we like to get into 12 personnel, run duo, run counter, and run G down. So here we're in G down. You know, this is play action pass because the couple plays before when we're running the ball, these are the two safeties right here. Look where they're at. All right. Learned a long time ago from Dick Shiner is you got to take what the defense gives you. All right. They're giving us a post. All right. Because we'll take our receivers on a corner, one-on-one with no safety help any day of the week. So we're running G down. You see our right guards pulling down, our tight end tackle are down. But I want you to see this kid's at JMU, started last year as a redshirt freshman. If you watch, he does a great job because his eyes, as he's pulling, that's his guy. All right, because he's in a 4-eye. This guy's ends in a 4-eye, so that is his guy. So he pulls, but his eyes are on him. That kid's blitzing a gap. He does a great job of pulling off and picking up the backer. Outside here, all right, you got no safety help. We teach, you know, I'd like to see a little more of a stick by a receiver, but he does. We run the stick to get them to turn their hips. Doesn't do a great job, but the kid turns his hips anyways. And we get the touchdown. This is a state semifinal. This team was one that played their backer out here, almost stacked over the defensive end in a 4-2-5, and they were playing it's too high over with. You know, we were up 21-0 at halftime, rushed for a lot of yards in the first half. I told my quarterback, I'm like, hey, listen, you know, we're gonna they have to come out of this at some point. It ended up being 21-7 at this time. Beginning of fourth quarter, they came out of it. They got one high. We had isolation called, and our quarterback didn't want the RPO because he wanted protection. So he checked it to a play action pass. And again, we got the slot run right down the seam. Does a great job of selling it, riding it. All right, you watch our offensive line firing out. Now they're resetting. You see our fullback doesn't get downfield to block. He's coming through. He cheats up. But now he stops and lets him come to him.
All right, Coach, I'm gonna cut you off right there.
All right. Great.
Yeah. Appreciate you doing that. 'Cause I love play action pass, especially when you're pulling guys. We dabbled in that a little bit here and there, and it's really good when you got guys that can do that. You can reset the pocket and get them throws downfield. I love it.
Yeah. Anybody has any question? Let me just quickly.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Shoot. I think it hopped out. Hold on. Let me give you my contact information again. You want to DM me, I'll help you out any way I can. We do a lot of things. We also run, it's a clinic for another time. We run tunnel off of our GY and GT counter. Had a lot of success with that, but I mean, that's almost a whole clinic in itself.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Coach, I appreciate you doing that. We're gonna move on right now. Yeah, y'all hit up Coach on X. He'll make sure you do it. He's a state championship head coach, so he's got a wealth of knowledge just outside of X's and O's, I'm sure. So make sure you hit him up. Appreciate you, Coach.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. So yeah, there was a vacant session. Coach Trotter is actually coaching volleyball right now. So he'll be on at 6:30. I messed that up last night when I was barely awake. So make sure y'all stick around for that. But for the next couple of minutes, got my boy Stephen Smith. What's going on, Coach?
What's up, man? How you doing this morning, brother?
I'm good, man. Yeah, we're gonna kind of just fill some time until Coach Honeycutt gets on here at 10:30. But man, I had to come on. Especially when you were like, "Hey, I'll do it." I had to come on. I got to poke the bear a little bit. I know you're a McNeese State guy. I'm the NC State guy, so took the coach away.
I'm going to tell you what. I know this is a football clinic, but anytime I can talk about my pokes, especially Will Wade, I am totally down for it, brother. I'm telling you what, y'all got one hell of a head coach coming there to Raleigh, and the season that the Pack is about to embark on is probably going to be one of the best ones that you guys have had there in the Triangle in quite a while. To take our program from where we were 3 seasons ago at the bottom of Division I in men's basketball, at the bottom of the Southland Conference, to being at the top of the mountain the last 2 seasons, and having Coach Wade only have his team have the Bayou Bandits only lose 2 conference games, in that time frame. It's really good, man. It's really good, and the quality of players that he's brought in, is bringing in to Raleigh, and you can see it already if you look through socials, and if you go back through can you see me?
I got you.
I got okay, because on my end, all I see is like a little strip, but
I got you.
Okay, so if you go back and you look through McNeese's socials from 2 years ago to see the quality of players that transferred into the program, you're getting Coach Wade is that type of guy, and everything that I've heard and read about him from folks in Lake Charles, you're getting a quality human being and a good family guy too. So
what I find funny is like his biggest knock was at LSU was recruiting guys, which is legal. Like everybody can do that now. So W.
Well, there's a lot of people in Tigerland that says that have come out and said, man, we probably shouldn't have fired him. And I'm like, yeah, you probably shouldn't have. But the look of it, the optics of it, getting caught in that whole deal, they were kind of putting in a position where they kind of had to do it. But also you've had other head coaches there that have done worse, and have been accused of worse. So we'll just say that.
Yeah. More of a football side. I know you're kind of in limbo, but what are you kind of I don't know, you get into your business, but like what have you been doing like in the spring, like kind of preparing for maybe the next deal?
Just staying on top of it, man. I mean, staying on top and seeing what the openings are. Trying to stay sharp when watching game film from what we did at Haynes Academy last season. And, if there's a possibility, because now we have a new head coach and hopefully I get to interview there, and, seeing what we did last year and knowing our personnel the way we did. And we just finished middle school football here a couple weeks ago. So Actually, it was a week after Mardi Gras that we did that. So, that's kind of like how I've been staying sharp, because coaching our 8th graders that are going to come up to varsity this spring, knowing what we have there, because we have a really good young center that's coming up, and a couple of good tackles. We're skinny, but, we can work in the weight room and get them to bulk up a little bit. Then, they're not going to come in and play immediately, for sure, because of our, we returned 6 of our 7 guys from O-line last year. And that was a 9-0 district champion with a 2,000-yard plus rusher. Behind us, we're able to, move humanity to do that. So, but yeah, just kind of, and staying on top of trends and, staying at clinics and, pull out the playbook and doing things like that, and then staying on top of special team stuff too.
Yeah.
There's so many great, and there's so many great resources out there now that, if you're kind of hurting financially, to be able to go and pull those things up, for little to no cost, and sit through clinics like this, it really behooves you to do that. So
yeah, that's interesting. You mentioned, so in Louisiana, y'all do middle school in spring.
Well, just in our parish.
Okay.
Yeah. So in Jefferson Parish, which we're just to the west of New Orleans, right?
Shout out NCIS New Orleans. Okay, go ahead.
There you go. Yep. So, and actually a former teammate of mine was an extra on that show for a minute.
Okay.
So, and he still works in the New Orleans Police Department. Kevin Pozo is his name.
Nice.
So, but yeah. So a few years ago, I can't remember exactly when, but the parish decided to kind of flip some sports. I think one, it was to kind of help participation at the parks, because 11, 12s is kind of like the bottom end of what we have at middle school here, age wise. So to be able to have kids be able to play like 2 seasons of football in a calendar year, for theoretically, and plus it gives, I think the main reason why they did this, because they saw the participation numbers in track. So they put track in the fall, they put volleyball. Volleyball is a spring sport for middle school now, where it's a fall sport for high school here. Middle school soccer is coming up here in a couple weeks. So I think they did a lot, because soccer here is a winter sport. So and even though we didn't really get much of a winter here, except for those couple of snow days in January. So yeah, it's real interesting, because it's like, especially as a high school coach, where you're coming out of a season and you're kind of like, if our head coach had stayed, everything that we did at the high school, we did with the middle school. So we literally mirrored everything, how practice is organized, offensive scheme, defensive scheme. And we don't kick, and we don't kick in middle school, so we didn't do any special team stuff, of course. So, but to be able to have that, the great thing is to be able to have that continuity, where our athletes, where our athletes can stay in the same system, because that's kind of like how we'd been doing it until Ben left to go to Country Day back in January. So in the last couple of years, the assistants have kind of ran the middle school program, and it's basically been the same offense and same defense. So.
All right, Coach, I appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little housekeeping, and then I'm gonna get the next speaker on. I appreciate you kind of filling in some time and kind of catching up for a minute.
Hey, no problem, man. Thanks for having me on, as always. And everybody have a great weekend. Have fun. Hey, and just for you, go Pack, but go Pokes too.
Hey, man, I hear you. Appreciate you, Coach.
Appreciate you. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, man. You too.
Thanks.
Let's see. All right. So, guys, the session was vacant, so kind of just want to do some things. I'm going to bring Coach Honeycutt on, the GOAT. I send him the invite real quick. And let's see, get him that. Make sure that you are signing in, guys. Have some guys come on. Coach Gary Payne, appreciate you, big dog. Coach here in North Carolina. Coach, appreciate it. Coach Gibbs, his thing was really, really good. And then let's see, Coach Reynolds in Scotland, appreciate you, big dog. Looking forward to seeing my guy Coach Asa later. Yep, gonna be really, really good. Getting that going. Yeah, and guys, if anybody wants to hit up Coach Chip, it's football talk with Coach Chip pretty sure on YouTube, and he's on Twitter and he's on Facebook, all these different types of groups and stuff. Make sure y'all hit up Coach Chip. I know I'll be hitting him up to appear on his podcast for that. Make sure that you go and reshare the link on Twitter or on Facebook or wherever you have social media. Let's get some coaches in here. Let's kind of double down and learn some ball on a good Saturday afternoon. We'll move it morning and move it in the afternoon today. And again, if anybody has any questions or anything, please drop them in the chat. We will definitely try to get to you because this is a wealth of knowledge right here at your fingertips. So feel free, if you see anybody's contact information, all these guys are gracious enough to make sure that they're going to hit you back. Nobody's big time here. They will make sure that they get back to you. And if you have any questions, and no question is a dumb question, only one that is dumb. And I tell this to my kids all the time. Only question that's dumb is the one you don't answer. So you don't ask, excuse me, and we can't answer it. Here we go, Coach Harris, Mary Carroll High School, and he's the DC in Texas. Appreciate you, Coach Harris. I see your field, man. LSU's field. I assume you're a big LSU fan. The LSU girls beat NC State's girls yesterday. It is what it is, but whatever. Anyway, but yeah, while Coach Honeycutt is signing into his Twitter, and he's going to accept the invite. Okay. Okay. Let's see. 1 second. He's trying to figure out the computer situation. It's a good thing we got some time. He's on a school computer. That's probably what it's not allowing permissions. All right, yeah, but the next 8 minutes till we get Coach on. Let's see. Not sure. Sorry, guys, trying to troubleshoot some things real quick. It's the process as the producer trying to help out. Okay. Yeah, 55 guys on here live. Appreciate y'all. Again, with the interaction, love it. I know some people are watching on TV, so you can't really hop on and comment. If you want to, you get on your phone, you could comment something if you want to, but it is what it is. Again, guys, make sure that you are doing that. Here we go, Coach Kuhn. Appreciate Coach. Great stuff as always. I appreciate you a lot for joining. I guess it's a good segue, guys. We did this last time on the OL clinic. My wife was like, "Hey, people really did step up, really did help us out." Again, this is not necessary, but if you guys would like to support Coach Tatum and more importantly, my wife, you can go ahead and scan those QR codes, and then any donations y'all would like to give is not necessary, but is greatly appreciated. And all the money goes back to helping you guys with the football and stuff like that. Again, it's not necessary, but we do appreciate that. And a little news coming for you. Okay, a little news coming for you. We are moving Coach Tatum to being a business. We have applied for to move it into being a business. So we definitely want to help coaches. I don't know everything. That's obvious. I'm just an old line coach, not an old line coach, but I'm just a good old line coach in North Carolina, man. I don't know everything, but I do have access to a lot of great coaches. They don't have the means to do what I do, but I have the time to do it. So we kind of want to bridge the gap and trying to help coaches out. So again, if you want to donate, that is there. It's not necessary, of course, but I just want to put that on there real quick. If you want to donate, Cash App, Venmo, whatever is appreciated. Again, it's not necessary. I'll leave that on for a few more minutes. So I'm trying to help coach out. But hope everybody's having a great day. You're spending time. So let's see, take that off. Cool. There's me. All right. And then Coach Easton. It's awesome stuff so far, Coach. Love the gap scheme stuff. And Coach Chip, Coach Wechter. Yeah, really good stuff, man. I'm a gap scheme till I die, man. I can't get enough of it. And I prefer to run it. We run zone as well. I mean, it is what it is. But we kind of keep it funky with gap schemes, man. I love pulling guys, and kids love to pull. I mean, that's just a fact of it. Kids love to pull. Okay. Coach is going to come on in about 5 minutes. If he can't get his camera to work, it is what it is. You'll hear him. We'll make sure we get the his presentation up. He'll talk through it. Let me see. All right. Yeah, we're gonna keep on rolling, man. We are coming up on 2.5 hours into the clinic. Let's see, Coach Harris. Yes, Coach PJ Gibbs' presentation will be on replay on YouTube afterwards. As soon as we are done tonight, I'll hit publish, and this whole thing will be, well, at least the 10 hours of it. It's really stupid because only 10 hours goes to YouTube. So the last 2 sessions, I'm gonna try and figure out a way to record those and upload them differently. But yeah, all the ones through about 7 o'clock, 7:30 are going to be available on the YouTube for playback later. All right. Yeah, make sure you keep up with which sessions you thought were really, really good. And a lot of people are saying, like Coach Chip, obviously Coach Wechter, everybody that's spoken so far. And I'm going to try and splice those up and upload them individually. And if we can get that done, they'll definitely be shared out the next several weeks as a clinic series video. And if anybody wants to come on and be a clinic speaker, Tatum Clinic Series speaker, please DM me. I'm always looking for people to come on and I can showcase what you're doing with your programs. And it'll be really, really good stuff, man. Yeah, we try to just help coaches get out there. I know, like my former head coach, John Keppel, who's coming on at 11 o'clock. He is looking to, coach coaches as well. So I kind of want to give him a platform and for that. And if you would like to do that, please hit me up. I have no problem with sharing the wealth and bringing you guys on to just showcase what you're doing, because this is not about me. This is about coaches that need to get better. And I want to help y'all do that. Here we go. Cool. All right. Coach will be on in a few minutes. Just catching up on Twitter. You guys are posting, reposting. I appreciate it a lot, guys. Y'all are the GOAT. All right. Let's see. All right. Yeah, appreciate everybody for following, man. Y'all following me, man. I appreciate it a whole lot. Y'all have no clue the journey we have gone on, man. It is it's a thing of beauty. Make sure you guys are subscribing. We're almost at 3,200. We're at 3,199. So if y'all want to go ahead and make sure you are subscribed. A lot of people that watch the channel are not subscribed, and it blows my mind. Like, why would you watch and support, but then you don't subscribe? It blows my mind. But it is the the ebbs and flows of doing what I do. Make sure y'all do that. The road to 4,000 is on and popping. Let's see. Coach should be joining in a minute. Guys, make sure it's a good time. You run to the bathroom, come back, get you a beverage. Okay. Let's see. All right. Coach is getting on. Also, under the live tab, guys, all the rest of the all-day clinics we've done over the last 3 years are all on there. Make sure you go ahead and check those out. I mean, the O-lineman was mind-blowing, how good it was and how much participation we had. It's great stuff. Hold on, getting some guys hitting me up. Appreciate that. Guys, send me some stuff anonymously. Appreciate that, guys. All right. All right. There we go. Coach, what's going on? Let's see. I can't hear you. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. What's going on?
What's up, dude?
Not much. Hey, little turbulence. We straight, man.
Yeah, these new computers. I didn't know what was going on. I had my wife come up here try to help me out, but
hey, man, shout out to Carly.
Yeah,
shout out to the real Coach Honeycutt.
That's
No,
right.
just kidding.
That's
Just
right.
kidding. All right, Coach. Down the bottom tab, you're gonna click present, and then share screen, and then it'll wherever you have your presentation, you just click share on that.
Let's see. Also, select tab. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go to this. We're gonna share this. It's gonna go to my huddle, then I'm gonna hop over to the PowerPoint after that.
Yeah, no problem. All right, it's up there, Coach. You got it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, brother. All right. So first off, I appreciate Coach Tatum. I get the pleasure of seeing Coach Tatum basically every day, and it's a wonderful thing. I've known him for a couple of years and got lucky enough to get to work with him for the past year, and hopefully many more. But today we're going to talk about the building relationships and the culture of what we got going on at Walkertown right now. And like any other coach out there, guys, you all have your philosophy and what you do to run your program. And everybody's going to be a little bit different, and just trying to give a little bit of insight of what we do to try to make our place, a place that the kids have a lot of fun and we can win some football games. Keys to success that I have on here: clear expectations and clear
Coach,
values.
Hold on, it's not showing it. It's still sitting like in the beginning. Let's see, unshare and share it again.
Okay.
So there you go, and then like try it again because it was just sitting like on the base huddle.
Okay. Let me see.
Sometimes you do entire screen, it works a little better.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yep.
For some reason, it's not wanting me to pull up my PowerPoint on the share.
Okay, so if you go to window, it's the middle one. Hit
Okay.
window, you can click. You should have PowerPoint up to the right.
Let's see. You see anything now?
No, I don't. So you have like the actual app PowerPoint up.
Yes.
Okay, so stop sharing.
Okay.
Okay, so you hit present, hit share screen. There's Chrome tab, window, entire screen. Hit window in the middle one.
Okay, let me see. All right, so under window, all it has is the one tab, the StreamYard Studio tab.
Okay, so is your PowerPoint's up though?
Yes.
That's weird. Okay, do you have it on? Can you convert it to slides real quick?
Hold up, I might have figured it out. Let's see.
Yep, there it is. Got it. All right.
Got it? Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect.
You got it.
All right. So yeah, back to the top, just having clear expectations and values, making sure the kids understand exactly what we expect of them, what we want them to look like on the field. Communication is huge. Every football coach, any coach in any sport, teacher, anyone knows that having that open line of communication is important. Holding kids accountable for their actions, celebrate success and learn from failure. Having fun activities outside of football. Coach Tatum is the best at that. He's by far and away the best that I've ever seen with that stuff. And hiring a staff who shares the same values and beliefs as yourself. That's all the key. We're gonna go step by step with it. So the clear expectations. I think it's important. And when I got hired last, I guess, December, one of the first things we had in the team meeting when I met all the kids was they understood what core values that we were going to have and what the expectation was of them. And not saying that every single one of them reached it every day. Of course they didn't. They're high school athletes and they're doing the best they can, but they know what the expectation is and they know what happens when we don't meet those. And like I said, just setting the expectation, being very clear about what you want. I try to get rid of that gray area. This is how we want it to be. And if we don't meet those expectations, then we have a lot of work to do. The communication aspect. And again, as a coach or a teacher or anything that you have to openly communicate, especially with young individuals, I try to be as clear, rather it be we're installing a play on a Monday or we're just talking about their science project they got coming up. I try to be as clear about what they need to get done and what it needs to look like. Holding team meetings on a regular basis. We meet basically every Monday as a team just so we kind of know what the expectation is for that week. And coaches as well. I mean, I think it's important that the head coach is very clear with the assistants about what he expects out of them and what he wants to get done. The third bullet is something that I am going to kind of install this summer. I know I've talked to Coach Tatum and our defense coordinator, Coach Douglas, about having a leadership council to where we're going to have team-based activities in the summer, but also we're going to have leaders at each grade level so that if a freshman wants to come talk to the football coach, there's leaders in that class that are comfortable to kind of bridge that gap, which, again, I think is very important because not every 14-year-old is going to walk up to the head coach and ask him something. It's just not going to happen. As much as we love it too, and as much as we tell them, hey, come talk to us, it's not going to happen. So having someone that is their age that is a little bit more comfortable coming to talk to the coaches, I think is important.
Coach, last time I'm going to interrupt you. Are you full screen on yours?
I am.
Okay, take it off full screen because it's not cycling through your slides and it should work.
You got it? Are you on communication?
Yeah, I am. All right, you're good.
Okay. And then team building activities that require player-to-player communication. So that can be really anything that you have going on. Rather it be we're going to go in the gym and do some type of activity that requires them to communicate outside of football. I don't want the only communication our players to have with each other to be talking about football. So something that they can do. There's a great list of activities you can do to do this, but anything that makes them communicate and makes them work together, team building aspect. Accountability. You got it there, Tatum? That switch?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Accountability, holding players accountable. And this is something that I'm a 32-year-old head coach, and this is my second stop. And this is something that I don't want to say struggle with, but I still have a time of trying to figure out the best ways to do this for everything, rather it be in the school building, outside of the school building, at the practice field, on the game field. And that kind of goes back to having clear and concise rules and what we want them to be like and what they represent when it comes to our football team. But also making sure they know that when they do something good, that we're also going to pat them on the back and tell them good job. I think that's very important. Encourage self-accountability. So when a player does something that may not be what we expect for them to do as coaches or even from their own teammates' perspective, empowers players to take ownership of their roles and responsibilities in the team. We're going to have anywhere between 65 and 80 football players on our football team, and it's easy for 2 or 3 to drag the other 60 to 70 down if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So having that accountability inside the locker room is important. And growth mindset. As coaches, we all, or I would say, I would hope that every coach that's on here has that growth mindset of where we want to continue to improve. That's why you're watching this right now. Like you want to find ways to improve your team, your program, whatever it may be. And when you can get that with the players as well, where they always have that determination to continually improve, it can cause a lot of good things inside your program. All right, celebrate success, learn from failure. This may, honestly, these next couple are in my opinion, the ones that you have to do in order to have the culture in your program that you want. Acknowledge effort. And I know that there's a lot of coaches out there that they refuse to coach effort. Okay. But also when a kid is given his full effort, it needs to be acknowledged. It has to be, because if not, what's the meaning? What's the purpose of them giving that full effort when it's 95 degrees on a Tuesday and in camp where there's not a team that you're playing on Friday, right? You're just practicing and it's hot and they're just now getting into shape. When someone gives great effort, acknowledge them. Creating a positive environment. One thing that I think that we do a really, really, really good job of, and this is one that sticks out to me, is every player we have, I think, feels like they are a part of something bigger than themselves. And that can be from the starting quarterback to the third string long snapper, whatever it may be. They feel like they're important to the program because they are. Because without that guy, you never know what may happen. You never know who may need to step up in the game situation. So making sure they all feel extremely important and respected. And teachable moments, when something bad happens, turn it into a teachable moment. And I'm still learning this as well, Tatum. Tatum can tell you this firsthand. Trying to get out of the getting on to kids and screaming at kids over every little thing. That's something that I hope as I continue to mature and get older as a coach, that I really focus on the teachable moments. Like, okay, this didn't do what we want it to do, but how can we learn from it? How can we get better off of it? Next one is fun activities. And like I said, I'm going to go back to this because this man, Ian Tatum, is what I call the GOAT of fun activities. He knows his position group. If you're an offensive line coach, all you O-line guys out there know, if you get these guys some food, man, it is a game changer. I could never believe, and I always knew when Tatum was getting them food after practice, because them dudes were up in that locker room getting dressed and getting like as quick as I've ever seen them. And I would too if I knew I had 10 or 15 chicken wings waiting on me. I'm not going to lie to you, but having something outside of football. One thing that we did at my last school at South Davidson, we tried to have some type of fun, like movie night where we slept over at the school and we watched a movie, or just something to kind of take their mind off of, okay, here we are. I see Coach Honeycutt again. That means we're about to go outside and get after it for 2.5 hours instead of just being excited to be there. And competition-based activities, something that we're going to really dive into this summer. We're going to end a lot of our summer days with some type of activity like this because, again, why are they there? You can't make the summer stuff mandatory, okay? Not North Carolina, you can at least. But give them reasons besides winning on Fridays, because every coach can say that, right? Give them extra reasons to be there at the end and enjoy themselves. So where hey, you never know. This has happened to me in the past. We've had guys have a friend who didn't play anything, and all of a sudden that friend comes out because he hears we're doing fun stuff, and that friend so happens to be 6'2" and 205 pounds and can run, and he helps us. So having activities that they really enjoy is important. And my last slide here, and we're going to dive into this a little bit more because I was extremely lucky as a high school player. to play under Mark Holcomb, who is, in my opinion, one of, if not the best high school football coach that I've ever been around. And he really instilled in me early when I kind of taught him about wanting to be a football coach. He said, if you ever become a head football coach, the most important thing you do is you hire good staff. That's if you don't do that, it don't matter what you have going on. You're going to be overly stressed. It's going to take too much out of you. And then on Friday, you've already went through the whole week of exhaustion, and now you're not your best on that Friday night. So assistants, direct reflection of a head coach. And if any of my assistants besides Tatum are watching this, they're going to laugh when I say this in a second, because they always hear me say players are direct reflection of the position coach. And I say it kind of jokingly to them, but at the same time, it's true. If I'm coaching quarterbacks and the quarterback's out there acting some type of way on the field, that's reflecting me. I'm allowing him to do that, so that falls back on me. Find coaches who care about developing players into successful adults more than they care about winning. We all want to win. That's the name of the game, is winning football games. But in my opinion, if that's the only reason you're doing it, then we need to have a deeper conversation, because you get the privilege of molding these young minds and getting them to where they need to become adults, because at some point football is going to stop. It does for everybody. And what kind of human are they going to be after that? And my last question on here is what's your why? When we're hiring a staff, I know, like, for instance, Coach Tatum, he was already on staff at Walkertown when I got the job. And I knew immediately, and we'll talk about it here in a second, but I knew immediately that I had to keep him. Whatever it took, whatever I had, because I knew his why. His why is exactly what that third bullet point is. He wants to change lives. He wants to mold young men into being great husbands and fathers and so on. And that's a crucial step in all this. So finding out, hiring a staff to me is the first thing and possibly the most important thing you do as a head football coach, because you got to have guys that not only take weight off your shoulders, but also are the kind of people you want to be around, because anyone that coaches knows you're with those guys, especially in season, more than you are with your own family. So you better enjoy them. You better have fun with them. And you better have common coaching philosophies when it comes to how you treat kids, because if not, it can turn into a whole other thing. So, but that's all I got. Tatum, you want me to go and stop sharing this?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, like the last piece, you better enjoy them. Obviously we were together last night at Wake Forest, and 5 of us were there from the same staff, and you have a young guy on staff. Shout out to Coach Fallin. He's 20 years old, about to turn 21, and we pick at him, and it's just it's the hierarchy, but he's a great time to be around, because he don't know what he don't know, and you can kind of
Exactly.
you can kind of move him along. But then just Coach Douglas or Coach Osborne, everybody is a character. Everybody is fun to be around. But I feel like what we've done at Walkertown, and you hiring staff, is we got guys that are, one, good people, two, good to be around, and want to be around, help kids move forward in life. So 100%.
I think that's, and it's funny because, like, last night when I'm sitting there, I'm looking around, and as a 22, 23-year-old football coach, you always think, like, I want to be a head football coach one day. And it sounds good. Like, it's one of the things that sounds really, really good. It's like, man, I want to be the one that, that gets the credit or whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you right now, it's all about the people you're around. It doesn't matter if you're, again, it don't matter where you are on the coaching hierarchy or whatever you want to call it. I have a ton of fun with my assistants right now, and being able to have those conversations and at times deeper conversations, but also being able to be surface level some and just have a good time, because, like I said, I mean, Tatum, shoot, when this stuff starts here in about 2 weeks and we're starting in spring ball, it's going to be us. we're going to be around each other a lot. So especially me and you, because we both work on the same side of the football. So it's going to be me and Tatum, a couple other guys, for hour and a half, 2 hours every day. So you better enjoy the time you're with them. And I think, and again, I don't know how many people are watching this, hopefully a lot of them, but It's people that know Tatum personally know him, but it's awesome that there's guys on here. Like I was looking earlier from like Utah. There's people from everywhere on here watching, and I get the pleasure of, being able to hang out with Tatum every day. He teaches middle school, so he gets to come hang out with me after middle school ends for about 2 hours every day, no matter if we have football or not. So, but it's a really cool thing you're doing here, dude. I know that from afar, even before me and you started coaching together, I was on here with you a couple times, and it's super impressive. And I know that you're doing it for the right reason. That's the best part about it, is like you're doing it to actually grow the game of football. Like that's not everyone does it like that, and you're doing it for the right reason. So I appreciate you, and I mean, we can talk shop for the next 10 minutes. I don't care, whatever you want to do. It don't matter to me.
It don't matter to me. Coach Hatcher just said, it helps with cohesion. Helps having young coaches, is great. You get to coach the coaches. That's one big thing. A lot of head coaches I've worked for, they always, the role of the head coach outside of, having the vision and the organization and, kind of moving the where everybody's doing all at once, is you're having to coach people, position coaches, coordinators, they get to coach the kids more often than not, but the head coach deals with people, admin, parents, the people, the men, the coaches that work for you. You're having to deal with more people, men, parents, than kids more often than not. So talk about that a little bit. Actually getting to talk about working with grown people more.
Yeah. So again, that's one of the things you don't think about when you're taking the job, is you don't think about all the extra stuff. And like you said, talking to admin, I've talked to our principal probably 2 or 3 times a week about little stuff. She'll call me up to her office, and we'll just a 5-minute chat about how this is going or how that's going. And the relationship with the athletic director, as the head football coach, you and the AD have to be on the same page. And a lot of guys now are just saying, you know what, I'm just going to be both of them. I'm going to be the head coach and the AD. So I know we're on the same page. But yeah, you're exactly right. You deal with a lot more adults when you are a head football coach than I ever did before. When I was a coordinator or position coach beforehand, and all I worried about was I got these 12 receivers, or I got these 10 linemen, or whatever it may be. And you can really focus on that group when you do it, which is why I say having the assistants is key, because you have to trust them. Like when I know in practice, I see Tatum down there with our 15 dudes, I'm like, they're getting after it. I don't have to even walk down there. Like I know that he's handling business, and that as a head coach just makes life tremendously easy. There was times last year where I was looking around, and I'm like, man, everybody's working. I'm just kind of standing here in the middle of the field, like, okay, ready to blow the whistle for the next group, or whatever it may be. Like this is nice. And then of course there's days where a coach may be a little late or whatever, and you can just hop into the position group, which is also another reason why it's nice to be able to do that. But yeah, having the difference in age, like my dad's 60 whatever years old. I ain't gonna put him on blast on here for everybody, but he's my dad, so he's an older guy. And then, like you said, Fall ends 20, so we got a wide range of, and they all get along. Like we can all be in the coach's office having a good time, and a lot of different personalities, but it's funny as well. Like it really does make the time go by fast when we're there. And as soon as football is over, I always tell people there's like that 2-week lull where you're like, okay, I can breathe for a little bit. And then it's like back at it. Like it don't take me long. Like I'm like 2 weeks where I get to go home at like 4:30. Like this is pretty sweet. And then I'm like, you know what? Let's go ahead and get the spring and summer calendar ready so we can get rolling. Because you especially if you're a teacher, you still see the kids every day, and you're like, I need that kid to be here by August. And what can I do to get him from where he's at right now to where he needs to be? And that's the fun part too, the process of it all. It's just it sounds funny and it sounds cliche, but man, like coaching football is seriously like the greatest thing of all time. And I really love doing it. And it's something that I try not to take for granted, because I know there's people that would love to be in our shoes right now doing what we're doing. And when I see guys, like when I go out to eat and I'm off work and I get to talk about football, and that's what I do for a living, is talk about football. that's awesome. Yeah. That's like the best thing ever. And again, being in the school building, that's one thing that I meant to put on here, but that's one thing that we're going to strive to improve at Walkertown, is to get guys in the building, because that's a whole different. That's how you build the culture from 8 a.m. until football's over. So all that stuff. But yeah, man, I can't wait. I know there's all these football coaches on here just psyched up for the spring and the summer, but we're ready to roll, man.
You know Coach Payne, obviously. So great job, Coach Honeycutt.
Appreciate you, G Payne.
Yeah. And then last thing before I let you go, Coach. Coach Nugent, he's in Connecticut, I believe. He's one of the speakers today. What's tougher, a young coach who wants to get into coaching, has no experience, or older guys stuck in their ways?
I would say, okay, hiring wise, I would rather hire a young dude who I can mold, like, just to be honest. Now, I'd love to have an experienced guy who knows a ton of stuff. But as you know, as a head football coach, you're trying to find guys that fit in to your system a little bit and fit into what you want to get done. And if someone's willing to just not change at all, that makes it to where it can be a lot tougher. Really, an older guy that is stuck in their ways needs to be the head coach. If I'm being honest, and let young dudes mold around them a little bit. And I'll be honest with you, I've coached with a lot of young guys and a lot of older dudes that you can't really go wrong, because if you're a good football coach, you're a good football coach. And if you're good to the kids and you're good to be around, we can make stuff work. But there's got to be a willingness to adapt a little bit, I think, at least in a way of football wise. Like, if you're a good dude and you go work for a head coach who may not have the same values as you, keep being a good dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't change that. But from a football philosophy standpoint, there's so much changing. Like, I was looking this morning on what you got coming up, and I've seen like 10 people talking about RPOs, and that RPOs 15 years ago wasn't even a thing, right? So like when I was playing in college, like that wasn't, we ran play action. We didn't run RPO stuff. So it just shows how much it has evolved. But yeah, if you can get a young dude that's willing to do whatever the heck you tell him to, and willing to, do some laundry and paint some fields, because that's part of it as well. You got to find those guys that are willing to help you with that stuff. But that's a great question. I mean, it's tough being a young dude trying to get in. And I tell people all the time, the toughest thing is getting a head coaching job when it says needs prior experience. You're like, but how do I get that prior experience without someone taking a chance on me? And I dealt with that for a couple of years too. So it's not easy being young with no experience, but if you can get in the right staff and work your way up, it can be real beneficial.
No doubt. Well, Coach, I appreciate you doing that, coming on and talking.
Yes, sir.
We do this every day, like you said. So, and I'll see you on Monday.
All right, brother.
like always. But I appreciate you, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you, buddy.
All right, guys. Coach Comfort is coming on right here at 11 o'clock. I've sent him the invite. He'll be joining shortly. Appreciate him. Coach Hatcher put on here, learning never ends. Any coach that thinks that they have it all figured out, you can't change. It's tough. Age aside, you need to have an open mind, in my opinion. That's my opinion as well, Coach. If you know everything, like Coach Honeycutt just said, you either need to be the head coach or you need to get out of coaching or find something else to do. Go work the stock market, because it always changes. You'll never know everything about that. So make sure you go and you have a growth mindset, just like all 56 coaches right now that are watching are doing. You want to learn a little bit more. I would say the vast majority of us on here have a baseline, and you know what you like, you know what you don't like, you know what works for you. But you're always just trying to find something, right? With Coach Honeycutt's presentation, you might have found an idea. There's something that we've been doing that's been really good to us, that you can kind of implement. Like he said, we do feed the OL on Thursdays after walkthroughs. My wife and I do that for the kids. And it can get expensive, but I take my stipend, which is not a lot in the grand scheme, but in the over the course of a season, to buy the kids some wings, on a Thursday it's enough. My stipend is. So that's what we chose to do. That's what we do. And then just doing special activities for them, right? And get after them, go hard, especially in the summer. And at the end, make it happen, So, all right. It is not Coach Comfort, because I'm an idiot. It is Coach Keppel. I'm sorry, Coach. Let me get you on real quick. Sorry, guys. I'm all over the place right now. I got you, Coach. He's watching. He just texted me. I'm an idiot. Where is he at? Kipple. There you go, Coach. I just tweeted it to you. My bad. Yeah, Coach Keppel's gonna be coming on. I looked at my schedule real quick. It was at the bottom, and I saw like it was kind of messed up where it was at. And totally just jumped Coach Keppel. Didn't even do that. But yeah, Coach, I just DM'd it to you on Twitter. I will send it by email too, just so you have it. There, I just emailed it to you as well. Sometimes it is the smallest thing that will borrow from another coach. That's why I'm listening to Coordinator Clinic now. That's it. Small things, right? All right. Yep, I totally messed that up. Sorry, Coach Comfort. Hope you don't get messed up with that. All right. Sorry, a little off the game real quick. Got distracted. All right. That's totally my bad. But hope everybody's enjoying what we got going. Make sure you are sharing it out. If you already have, maybe do it again. Just more people are around or up now. People are out and about. They can see it on your Twitter and other stuff like that. Please tell me that went through. Okay. 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 And Coach Conference after him. Anyway, but yeah, appreciate everybody for doing that, guys, for sharing out. Make sure you subscribe. I'm gonna check that real quick, see if we went over 3,200. Boom, went over 3,200. It's y'all the best. Appreciate y'all a lot. Not often do things happen because I mess up, and that makes me mad at myself. There he is.
Hey.
What's up, Coach?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm scrambling. If you
I
want to
know
go,
you're good. You're
yeah.
good.
If you want to hit present, like we did the other day,
Sure.
and bring up your stuff,
Yep.
and we can get rolling. This is really special for me because I worked for Coach Keppel at Tallwood in Virginia Beach. One of the best years I got to coach. It was only for a year. COVID kind of messed everything up for me, and I kind of move around. But love this dude. Appreciate him coming on, Coach. It's up. If you want to go ahead and do present, I'll throw it to you, and you're good to go.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Tatum, Coach. This is an honor to me too. You know, like I was very lucky to have you on my staff. You did an outstanding job, and you're doing a great job with what you're doing here. And but I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. You know, I've been doing this for 33 years, and you know, and it takes a lot of work. I can, you know, the amount of work that it takes. I've always wanted to get involved in this kind of stuff and go online and do this. But you know, doing all the running the team and all that, I've just had, you know, struggled trying to take time to do this. So I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. And Coach, you've got a lot of good offensive line stuff that we still use to this day. And some of the stuff that you left with us was great. Yeah, I'm John Keppel. I'm from Tallwood High School. Just recently resigned this year. Like I said, I've been at Tallwood for 30 years. You know, so a very special place to me, and it was an honor to be there. But my kids are getting older, so it's kind of one of those deals where it's, you know, I want to make sure I'm there for them and doing everything with them. I started off as my first varsity job was a defensive coordinator. So I was there as a defensive coordinator for 11 years before I took over the head coach job and then switched it over to the offensive side. So I will say for you guys that are out there that want to do offense or defensive coordinator and everything, there is nothing better than coaching on the other side of the ball. I think there's a lot of things that I was able to exploit and figure out offensively early because I did things defensively, just when it come to practice stuff. And, today I want to talk about explosive plays. And for example, this is not a flea flicker, hook and ladder. And obviously in the 30 years that I've coached, we've run all that stuff. But that's not what this is. That's not who our players really were. And we're trying to find a way to make that happen. But, I do know on the defensive side of the amount of time it takes to prepare for that, to make sure you have it right. I know we played a team one year and we were running a reverse really well. And, but we knew that the way they lined up there, they would be able to handle the reverse. But we ran it the week before, kind of setting it up because I knew they'd spend a lot of time preparing for the reverse, and they did a great job. They stopped it, but we ran inside trap for probably well over 150 something yards because we knew if they were spending time on a trick play, then they weren't working on spilling to try to defeat the trap. So kind of worked out for us that way. But Tallwood's kind of we've got some good players there. We've always had some good athletes there, and Coach Tatum was there when we've had some good players, some really good linemen. But our quarterback and skill position is just, we're like every other high school. I mean, we'll play some high schools that will have their whole receiving core are D1 athletes, and that's not us. They can run bubbles and things like that and take it to the house, but that's not who we were. So we had to figure out other ways to do it and be successful in doing so. These are explosive plays that you can use each week. Something that are already part of your playbook. So we wanted to figure out something that instead of us spending a lot of time working on a flea flicker, working on a receiver throwing the ball that doesn't usually throw the ball. I'll be honest, if we had a receiver that could throw the ball, he's probably playing quarterback anyway. So we wanted to make sure we were making this easy for our guys, something that we do every week that doesn't change practice, that we're just not spending a ton of time on practice doing it. But we're able to execute. We don't, like I said, we don't ask the players to go outside their daily routine. We don't want our the hook and ladder, working on that pitch on it, working on a receiver throwing the ball and watching our quarterback catch the ball. Those things just take time. And, if there's a guy that doesn't do that, takes a lot of time to kind of get that person. They just got to be athletically able to do it no matter what. We install these things early. We do some of this stuff. We do it in the off season. We do some of this stuff during 7-on-7 just to kind of practice it up, so we install it early. So we're ready to roll when we do it. These are our big things that we work on. This is our big kind of the presentation. Here's our one word plays. I know Coach Tatum's done a one word. I've seen his thing on one word. So I think a lot of teams are doing that. We're lucky. I think we're one of the few that are, at least the ones that we play, that are really, really trying to use the one word calls, the high tempo stuff. We run leak, and we run it with a tight end and a slot. And if you watch Saturday and Sunday, it seems like my coaches are on a text group, and every week, every weekend, somebody's texting, oh, so-and-so ran leak, so-and-so ran, and just different variations. So that's been a big play for us. And then also, running a scramble, when the quarterback gets in trouble, what happens, and teaching them how to do that has turned out to been really big for us. So here's some stats just to, kind of like put some meat into this. In the last 2 years, we've scored 12 touchdowns doing this stuff. We've scored 7 of them on the one word, 6 passing and rushing, and we'll go through those. Leak's been great. We've had 4 touchdowns in the last 2 years. I hate to say it. They're the best defense sometimes is when we just don't hit it, because we had 2 or 3 times this year that the guy was wide open. Nobody even saw him. We just couldn't get him the ball. And then scrambling, we scored another touchdown this year in multiple big plays, but that's been big for us for years. Okay, so inside zone, when we call this, we basically our one word calls, we call it like the military, Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force. That's kind of how we call it. Just get a hand signal, we just call it out, we start yelling it, the quarterback starts yelling it. This is our first play install. We've been doing this for a while. I think it's Coach Tatum. I think we did this when you were there also. We've been doing this for a while. It works really well to get guys lined up quickly if it's a short yardage thing. I like doing that. So we tell them, the big reason why I like inside zone is we can block it no matter what. Like no matter what the defense is doing, if they miss a line, we zone step, we're on track, we should be good. It still has the RPO attached. If quarterback sees something quickly, he could obviously, if somebody's not lined up, we get that out to him. And then the quarterback calls a direction. That's usually something we talk about prehand. We're going to always run it to the left so the quarterback can run to the right, or vice versa, or run it to the boundary. We kind of set that up. And we always run it by 2x2. We always, if it's a tight end, the tight end's in it. It's always a 2x2 set. We always set it up. Like I said, it's called beforehand. But so we just start calling it, and everybody knows we run. I tell the referees beginning of the game, it's like, hey, we're not a fast team, but we will go fast. And so that's how we run our inside zone there. 4 verticals has been huge for us. A big change we went to 2 years ago. We go 3x1, love it out of the 3x1 set. Okay. And we always put trips to the wide side. So no matter what our formation is, if we're in 11 personnel, 10 personnel, we line up. I've got 2 examples there. One's 11, one's out of the 10 personnel, how we line up. This gives us that 6-man protection. And we just really talk to the quarterback, and we're really trying to find that misaligned defensive back. If we're throwing this, we're trying to hit a home run right now. And we're trying to find that misaligned D-back. And a lot of times it's a safety. It's a guy that, everybody covers trips a little bit different, but a lot of times it's a safety that's not in the right spot. We found that, corners, they just line up on the outside guy. So that can happen quickly. It's the safeties that getting them matched up in the right spot and getting their eyes in the right spot when you go fast. We've had some success that way. Our bang 8, our power, and then bang 8, reading that safety. We just read the safety. If he's coming down, then we're hitting the bang 8 behind him. This has been good. Again, kind of same thing as inside zone. We can run this against any front, and our guys just stay on track. Like we just got to get them to stay on track. If they're lined up in the wrong way, we've got rules that go to this. So we line up the same way. We always run it to the right side because it's easy for our quarterback to see. So he's right-handed, so we always run it to the right side, whether it's to the boundary or to the field, it doesn't matter. We line up this way every time. We obviously have to be in some sort of 11 or 20 personnel. That F is our same guy, tight end and fullback. So he knows how to line that up, and we just run power, and we read that safety just like we normally do. Having the RPO attached is huge. If that quarterback sees that safety's already misaligned out of the box, he's going to throw that bang 8. Nope, that's the call right there. So that pre-snap. Curls, we added curls in, and we didn't run a ton of this. Honestly, it becomes a situation where we're running vertical so much that some of the better teams you have to kind of see us in person or seen us do it the year before. And we've got a couple teams the year before, and then all of a sudden we go fast, and they're kind of covering guys. So they'll come out and we'll run curls, and we look like vertical. You can see all the DBs just bailing out, expecting it to be vertical. And then we just curl up underneath, and we hit that a couple times this year. And I've got an example of that. This is one we added. We really bought into the Y cross this year, and that we wanted to go Y cross. And we ran a lot of Y cross. We just never got a chance to call it. It just never was in the right spot. Up front, we struggled a little bit with some of the stuff, especially the long duration pass stuff. So we didn't get any video of it, but it looks like a great call. I mean, we like the way it's set up. We got to stick to the boundary. It's easy there. It's always out of the 2x2. Hey, again, looking for that misaligned defensive back. All right. And then we have a replay call. We call it Rizzo. Basically like Rizzograph for all you older guys out there. It's a repeat of the same play, same formation. Everything looks the same. We're looking for that worn down defense or a player that's misaligned, the perfect defensive call that he has. All right. And I'm going to get some video here in just a second. After a big play, we love this after a big play on first downs. If we get a long drive put together, we like to do it there. There's a 4-play series. If we're not going to punt, we know we get inside that 40-yard line. We're not punting, so we're going to go ahead and we call it then. Short yardage is a good one. Goal line is also good. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to kind of go through these quickly, and then Coach, if anybody's got questions. So one thing with some of my video is when we started running this, it got better. The video got better. We were snapping the ball and our video guy wasn't even ready. So there's some really great plays that I didn't add in here, but some of them are moving as we go. So you can see right.
Did you switch the huddle, coach?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
You good? Okay. So you can see here that you've got the safety and the linebacker trying to get lined up. We're already lined up. The ball's in play. We're ready to go. They're still trying to move around. This is a situation it was like last 2 minutes or just 2 minutes into the game. Last 2 minutes of the game, we were down by 1. We had just hit a big pass. We would call inside zone. So we just come out. We're yelling Army. That's our inside zone call. They come up. And that safety right there, I think this guy's supposed to be spying the quarterback, and he just gets his eyes lost a little bit. But we're just running inside zone there. We're just running it fast. That's a guy that's getting lined up late. And, again, same thing. You can see them, they're just getting lined up late. So we're just taking that surprise element, maybe getting them out of focus a little bit. And, and for us to be able to make that play. All right, and here you'll see this is going to be we call this Navy. This is our 4 verts. Okay, you can see the safety. He's getting lined up, okay, and he's stepping down in now. Whether this is a broken coverage, if they're in cover 3 or they're a 4, and he didn't, it's not kind of unclear when you go fast. We're lined up quickly, trying to get lined up, and you can see he kind of loses his man. We're trying to get to. You notice here, we're trying to get to the hash mark. So this guy's getting to that hash mark. That guy's getting to that hash mark. We're really we've got landmarks that we've got to hit. And, it's important that our guys are getting to the correct landmark. Our guy's getting to this vertical landmark here, is pulling this safety here, and the other guy just stays outside him. All right. Again, you can see the chains are still moving. They're not even set up yet. We're already set up. We're in again, 4 verts. We've got the trips to the left side here. They've got their safety set up. Our X receiver is really good. So I mean, he's a special kid, and so they kind of had a little extra help on him. But what ends up happening, they leave a lot of space. This is the first drive. We just ran inside zone, our Army call, the play before it fast, and we hit it. And we lined up and ran this fast again. So we're fast all the way down. This is literally the first drive of the season last year. First time we ran it. So you can see how it opens, and our quarterback just hasn't seen it before it happened the way it did. He's still looking. He's kind of looking at the inside slot guy, and he's thinking that's to the guy he's got to throw the ball to. When in reality, if he's just looking at this safety right here, he sees him late and gets the ball out to him late. But that was the first time we saw it. So after that, he really understood like where you're supposed to hit that from. This is the start of the clip, so I apologize. But again, this is that where I was telling you our cameraman wasn't quite ready. This is just a quick show of going fast, of how this is able to. These guys are a little flat-footed, but again, we've got trips to the left side, and we're reading that safety, finding that safety wherever he is. All right, let's see. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here, you guys. All right, here's the bang 8. Okay, again, we line up fast. We get there quickly. Okay. And the whole idea is, we're trying to put stress on the defense. Let them get them so they're out of focus, that they're not doing, make them in a situation where they're in a hurry up kind of defense and they're not able to get lined up the way they want to. All right. So this is just the bang 8 right here. That safety comes down, and then the corner's playing off. Here's a good version. You can see the corner's playing off because we're going fast. Corner plays off. The safety comes flying down and gives a lot of room there to run that bang 8 behind it. Let's see. This is our curls. Okay? This team's very good. There's a reason why they've been undefeated for the last few years in Virginia Beach. They've got a ton of Division I athletes. Most of their skill guys seem to be those type of guys. They're pressing. They played us before. They're pressing us when we go fast. So we made the adjustment to run some curl stuff in there to pick up some yards on it. And let's see, last one here is this is our Rizzo play. This is our repeat play that we call, and we call this in practice. We practice this all the time. If we want to do something over again, we just call Rizzo. If it's, we're going to do another sprint, we call it Rizzo. That's just so everybody knows what that means. We have a hand signal for it. We've got right here, you've got a corner playing the C gap, and we love running power. So we've got a corner playing that C gap. We love the way that looked. We ran it, I think we started on the 1. We got like 8 yards the first play. So we're like, all right, we're just going to come back and run the same play again. And again, we just get a matchup that we like. We just get a corner trying to play a linebacker spot covering the C gap, and we're able to get that. And that's this guy right here. You can see him. All right. And again, we're just running power down inside, but we're just getting him lined up. And again, we get him lined up the way that we want them to get lined up. We'll recall that. All right, let's see. Let me go back to. I'm going to skip through. I've had some videos here, guys. I'm just going to get to my next part. All right, so that's our one-word call. This is our leak stuff, and I'm going to try to get through this quick so I can get up to some video here. This is our leak. We run this out 11 and 10 personnel. This has been huge for us. It's been a big play. It's not one that, the one-word stuff we run every week. Every single week we call one-word plays. Leak, we got to be a little bit more thinking about it. The situation's got to be right. When it's there, it's there. If the defense is right, we're going to run it. We sometimes run it back-to-back weeks. Sometimes it might be a couple weeks before we run it. We got to run the ball out of these formations. We find, and the motion. We do a lot of motion with our receiver to bring him in to help with pass pro or to pick up a defensive end if a tackle pulls. So we do a lot of that stuff. So he's able, that looks familiar to what we do. We just slide protect this, and it's called by our quarterback. And we typically this year we've kind of run it this way pretty much all the time. We can run it the other way. It just worked out that this was better for him, and it was easier for and it worked out when we called it. Worked out right. Our running back's got to fake the off tackle. He's got to block that backside defensive end. Right? And then our motion man, we bring a guy in to help support so that when that quarterback rolls out, sometimes you might get a linebacker or somebody like that. That is we call him a havoc guy where he is responsible for the linebacker if there's any kind of boot, because we run some boot stuff. So that we found that there's some linebackers that are responsible to come get him. So we bring an extra guy in to help to make sure that doesn't happen. Our X has got to run a route that is he's beating the corner and in cross, and he's got to run into the free safety. He's got to occupy that free safety. So when he's running, his route is a straight route. It's not a post or anything like that. We're telling him to run to the free safety and run across his face. The number 2 receiver, we have him running that crossing route just like we do in a Y cross. He's running that crossing route to get to the other side of the field, also getting eyes to him. But both of these guys are potential receivers. We tell our X, if you run hard, you beat the corner and you run into the safety and the safety picks up the leak, you're going to be wide open in the middle of the field. You're the next guy. All right. So our leak, real important. Our tight end's got to put his hands on the lineman to sell the run. And you'll see in some of the video, it's more that he slows down, but they've got to sell that. They got to sneak underneath the linebackers. They got to stay low and hidden. And then they are going to sneak up, and get slightly, they turn up, they get outside. We want to throw the ball about 15 yards, ideally, is what we tell them. All right. But they need to be wide. They need to be away from the defense. Okay? And our quarterback sells the off tackle run. We run a lot of power type stuff. So this is something that we do. We run a lot of boot out of power. So again, we've got a couple different things that we do out of this. We got to sell the run, eyes on the running back, show the ball, okay, run it back with no hand, and then boot, and then be able to pull up right behind that, in that B gap, right behind that tackle, ideally. All right. And here's a couple of just variations of how we run it. I'll be honest, we used to run the bottom of this one down here. This is the one we used to run a lot of and motion them in, or we'd line them up there, and it worked really well. And then we went to this with a tight end on the 1X on one side. All of a sudden, they're running man here, and this free safety is over here and out of the way. And it really started looking much better going that was a better way to run it. So let's see here. Let me go. All right, so this is we're motioning in here. Okay, again, you'll see this X. He's going to come across. He's going to get across the corner's face. He's going to run to the safety. He's going to occupy multiple people here. All right, and then we're leaking right underneath it. And ideally, we would like him to stop right in this area or be right in this area when that ball comes. We wait a little bit longer and he turns up, but we're on the middle of the field, so it kind of runs out of room. We always tell him once you get to the hash, in between the hash and the numbers, that's when you're turning up. So it kind of happens that way, but you can see where our X is pulling everybody right here. Right, and then he's got wide open on that side. So again, we're just he's watching that defense just flow and get into that spot there. We don't need to see that. All right. Same team, same game. These guys are a very good football team. But what we did this time, we lined him up. We didn't motion him, so we didn't give it away that time. Same idea. This is the same team, same field, same game, everything. We actually hit this twice because it was open. And we were able to do the same thing again. Getting that, looking at watching this safety in this corner, taking the X takes him, and we're able to hit that out in that spot. All right. Okay. Again, now we motion in. Sometimes that motion kind of gets the eyes of the safety, kind of steals it a little bit, stays in and blocks here. Our X is making that run. Okay. Our quarterback does a good job just kind of getting right into that position, finding his man. And again, same thing. We're trying to throw that ball about 15 yards. He's probably about 21, 22, a little deeper. I would have liked to maybe him got that ball out a little quicker, but sometimes where the ball is, where it lines up, the guys kind of know and get that feel. All right, this is again same thing to receiver side. Hey, we're bringing this guy in here. Okay, they're going to run and get here. That again, this team's a real good team. You can see this linebacker. They've talked about this. You can see the linebacker right here is pointing right at the tight end, telling them where the leak's coming from. But our guys occupy this safety, right, and able to get that ball out. Again, we can run this down in the end zone. It's to the boundary. Hey, again, because we're close to the boundary there, it ends up being. That ball turns up a little quicker than normal.
About 3 minutes, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. All right. Let's see. Let's do this here. All right. So we like running leak, okay, inside 50-yard line. Okay, we like it on the goal line. I was just going to show you one we won in overtime. First down yardage or short yardage is a good time to call it. Sometimes you call that third and long. Everybody knows something like that's coming. All right. Run game's working. It gives us an opportunity to be able to really get out there and we're running the ball, we're running power, so we can sell it. We can run some bootleg stuff. Okay. And then, we're looking for that safety. The big thing on defense, we're looking for that safety that's in the box, that's covering the tight end or outside linebacker in the box. That's supposed to be a run support guy, but also supposed to help with this tight end. And then we found that when we'd go trips with a tight end and, we found that safety would be down in the box. He'd be a run support guy, but also would have the tight end. So that's where they end up kind of losing them a little bit on that stuff. We already did all this. I'll briefly cover this, guys, and and just because I wanted to get this out, and have to put this out somewhere else. Scramble drill. This is how we run it. We're trying to run and get some depth in it. When escaping the pocket, hey, these are some of the. Let's see. I'll just do this. Okay, so I know we're down the last minute, Coach Tatum, so I don't want to take it, but this is how we run it. We have landmarks that we run, and I'll get this out so that we can get this posted somewhere, and so you guys can kind of see it. But we tell our guys if a quarterback gets in trouble, there's a job to do, somewhere to be, and they're able to find their landmarks. So if you've got a in breaking route, you're going back out. If you're going deep, you're coming back in. If you're going shallow, you go back out. But I'll definitely get that stuff out another time. I apologize. I always prepare too much. This is my information. If you've got any questions or anything like that, that's my information. I can leave that up for the last minute. Coach Tatum, I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity. This has been a lot of fun. Like I said, this is something I've always wanted to do. But when you guys all know when you're coaching and all that, this takes a lot of time.
For sure. And coaches, like you said, hit him up. He'll get back to you. And we're going to be doing more videos with Coach Keppel on my channel. So be watching for that. And then, we can definitely go into more detail, Coach, about the scramble stuff at another time. And you can do a whole video on it if you need to. But I really appreciate you doing that for me. I'm going to go ahead and get Coach Comfort on here, but I appreciate you, Coach.
All right, Coach. Thanks. I'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Coach Comfort.
Hello.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. You want to go ahead and hit present, Coach, and we'll go ahead and get your stuff up there. You can go ahead and share, just like we did before.
Okay.
And Coach, yeah, I love when we go from an offensive to a defense, Coach. Good contrast here, and I love what you do. All right, there you go. It's up there, Coach. I'm going back out. You got it.
All right. Thank you. All right. I'm going to talk a little bit of D-line games and how we use the secondary to protect them. I'm going to try to get to everything. Hopefully I didn't do too much. I know it's a quick 30 minutes, so I'm going to go fast, but try to cover the information. The first thing we do that we really like, we call it nose wrap and nose weak, which is the same thing. Nose wrap is we're going to pick with the strong DN and we're going to wrap the nose to strong contain. And then nose weak is the opposite. So we'll pick with the weak defensive end and wrap the nose weak. I know there's years where our nose can't do this, but the last couple of years we've had it. And you can really do it with a nose that's undersized. I know it's high school football, so we don't get to pick our guys all the time, but I mean, it's pretty doable. And here's the reasons why we like doing this versus the run. The biggest thing is we can collapse a whole side and basically steal gaps. I mean, I think that's defensively the biggest thing we're trying to do is find a way to steal gaps and, take up two guys with one guy. And anytime we can do that, we're successful. And so against the run, you can collapse a whole side with that first guy and then have the nose can do some other things as we'll see on film. And against the pass, we get that interior pressure with the penetrating defensive end and then also have the nose wrap to contain. And then we can play zone behind it with a three. We do everything out of a 3-man for the most part. And I'll show you. We'll see that on film. So here's the first one against run. I did a couple runs first with the pass after that. So you can see the defensive end here to the bottom of the screen. It turns into just basically a quick spill, but he's really trying to penetrate by striking the tackle and ripping inside and then through the guard. It's tough because he runs away, but it ends up working out for us. And that nose wraps. So he ends up getting kicked out, which is fine. But when you slow it down, we end up taking, by my count, we take about 4 for 2. And it keeps the linebackers clean. And you can see, I mean, we take the whole side of the play, and then it keeps 6 and 1 to scrape and flow and make the tackle. So those guys don't always make the tackle against the run, but it does free up the linebackers. You got GT up here to the top, same idea. We had the wrap to the weak side here. This team had a lot of quarterback run games, so we wanted to mess with his read just a little bit. Okay, so he gets a give right here, or I'm sorry, he gets a pull right here. He ends up handing it anyway, but he should pull this. And if he does pull it, we're in good shape with the nose wrapping. There's a lot of bodies over there. So you see he ends up handing it off, so we get a chase down on from the defensive end. But again, we are wasting guys. So you see this guy's trying to go back on the nose who ends up wrapping weak. He ends up losing his footing, and this guy's looking for who to block too. So we wasted 2 with 1, and they really didn't block us either. So we end up getting 2 for 0. But yeah, and the best part about everything else is everybody else can play their normal technique. So you can see it here against a double tight look. the defensive end to the top, penetrates. He does a really good job. He takes the tackle. That's the biggest thing. He has to engage the tackle to make this work. If he just rips and rips into the guard, it's not going to work. Good offensive linemen are going to move on from that. So he buys the tackle, and then he hits the guard, and the nose wraps. And again, it's runaway right there, but we get enough penetration from the penetrating defensive end right there to create a little bit of chaos in the backfield and let the linebackers stay clean and flow. So that's what against the run, it works out pretty good. Here's several clips against the pass. This would be to the strength right here. The defensive end to the top. Again, he does a good job really making sure the tackle gets him, and then he engages the guard. So he's really got to run through that inside shoulder. The nose does a good job giving a little bit of a vertical step to make sure the center buys him. And he ends up getting the center and the guard to step to him as well. So those guys, the guard to the bottom of the screen doesn't block anybody. The center chases him, but can't keep chasing him. He ends up chasing him and then not blocking anybody as well. And we get a double on the defensive end with a little bit of penetration and cause the quarterback to have to scramble just a little bit, just enough, and make an errant throw. But behind it, we're just playing zone. We're getting to drop 7 guys, sometimes 8, depending on what we're doing. So there's not a whole lot of windows, and the pressure on the twist isn't always going to get there and get a sack or a TFL, but we can play our zone coverage behind it, and, which is what we really like to do anyway. We've got a twist here to the bottom of the screen, okay? The defensive end, you can see he's vertically pushing, getting into the tackle, drives him basically into the quarterback. They get it out pretty quick, so it ends up not having an effect on the play. But you can see the nose wrapping, and he's not very big, but he's fast, and you can see he ends up running all the way to the play. So sometimes it's just not going to happen, but I just wanted to get this clip in there because you can see a pretty clean stunt, a pretty clean twist by those 2 guys right there. And again, we're just playing zone behind it. I mean, we've got drop 8 if they throw it. So we got plenty of pursuit right there. It's not dangerous for us to run this in any situation. Here's a look out of empty. Okay, so we're dropping 8 again. Up top to the top of the screen, we get a penetrating defensive end. He buys the tackle shoulder, rips into the guard, and he can hook that tackle with his hand and hold him just by engaging him right there. So as he holds right there, it's hard to see his left arm, but his left arm can hook underneath the tackle's arm and make sure he stays on. And then that wrapping nose is good on contain. We've got a contain to the bottom. And then we've got on this clip, I'll show you here in just a little bit, we've got a spy on the quarterback with this guy right here. And I'll talk about that here in a second. So even though he scrambles up into the open A and B gap right there, we've got eyes on him. And again, we're dropping 8 with a guy with a spy. So there's just not a lot of windows, and we're creating that hurry for the quarterback with 5-on-3 basically. So we're winning the numbers game. Here it is out of an open set. Okay, so this was later in the year. This was the last game of the year. So we switched the responsibilities. Our D-line coach does a fantastic job. He was like, hey, let's switch it up right here and give him a different look in this game. So the nose goes first. He's got to get all the way across. That's a long way. But because of their splits were so tight, we thought we could do it. So the nose gets all the way across first. He's containing. The defensive end is going to wrap second. And they had a really good offensive line, so they traded this stuff off good all night. But we make him scramble. We get him out of there, and we didn't care if he scrambled because there's nowhere to throw it. There's 8 guys dropping. We're playing a drop 8 Tampa, a Tampa switch look. And so there's just not a whole lot of places to throw it. He strings it out, and the defensive line pursuit just does a fantastic job getting pressure with 3. So here's the end zone view of it. Our end zone tower broke, so we only had certain end zone clips. Okay, but you can see the trade-off right here between the 2 guys. You can see the nose intentionally trying to get the guard. You can see he looks right at him. He has great eyes, intentionally gets him, trying to get the defensive end free. And then you can see there's not a whole lot of windows to throw it. Here's an interior twist. So we ran the same twist, switching responsibilities, but now we added the mic looping on the outside. So this is just another layer to it. So we're just calling the same thing, and we just tagged the mic looping to the outside contain right here. Okay, so it's adding layers. Like, what can I do? So I've been, as a defensive coordinator, we're saying, okay, we've had several clips on film of a 3-man. Let's add a 4th guy in there. We can still play zone behind it. We're still playing a basic coverage, a day 1 install coverage, and now we're adding the mic. Same thing here. Same stunt. We're adding the mic. He loops to the strong side. They end up sprinting out or just scrambling to the boundary. It looks more like a sprint out. So the contain to the top isn't that big of a deal, but we get our looping defensive end right there. He can go ahead and chase. And again, it's 4 on 6, but we still got numbers now. We're covering with 7. They've only got 4 out in a route. Okay, so our second game we like to play is we get an overload alignment where we go a 1, a 3, and a 5 weak with a 5 technique strong. We end up, depending on the year, we walk. It's a linebacker or safety that walks down to the weak side of the 5 technique, to the weak side 5, and then we'll have an interior twist. The reason we do that is we like to force a slide to the overload. It dictates, and we can tell our guys, hey, listen, they have to slide to you, and if they don't, we're going to have numbers. You can have the twist possibility on the interior, which I'm going to show you, but you can also just play it normal against the run. So our 1 technique is going to work up the field to pick. Same technique. He's going to buy the guard in the center if possible. And then the weak side 3 is going to wrap to the opposite edge. His goal is to cross the center. And it doesn't, to be straight up honest, it doesn't always happen. And if it doesn't, it's okay. But that's the goal when we install this, what we're trying to do. And again, we can just play our normal zone behind it. You can play a man with it too, but just all these are just showing you can play just a drop 7 or 8 zone coverage behind it. So right here, again, this was later in the year, so we wanted to add something to it. So we've got a 1 technique week, a 3 technique week, and then the guy that's going to walk down, we just brought him off the edge instead. Instead of walking him down, he's just going to go off the edge. And so this is going to be the twist right here, and I've got the end zone copy of it. So he's going to penetrate through a gap to try to buy these 2, and he's going to be the wrap guy. And they're going to run power. So it's going to work out really good because they're going to block back on the penetrator. And then when they pull, this guy's responsibility is to scoop and get him. Well, we're leaving. And you can see the guard works up to the backside backer, and they bust in the backfield. But this is power or power read. But you can see it's a pretty clean picture right here by the defensive end. It's pretty good against gap scheme if you can get it called to the weak side because of that right there. So even if they the guard picks up the wrapper, we feel pretty good about keeping one of these backside linebackers clean as well. And just because of the bust, it turns into a TFL. But we'd be fine if this was just a standard play, just because we're gonna try to gain numbers. Okay, again, I'll get to the end zone view. Okay, we're gonna get the 1 technique penetrate through A right here. Okay, he's a little wide, but he's gonna wrap. Okay, we've got a contain 5 and a contain. That's a linebacker. You can see him communicating. Long clip here. This is poor tackling, okay, but you can see the free wrap right there. The center is trying to go back on the 1, and he leaves. He doesn't get his eyes correctly. Back to the wrapper. 51's working up to the linebacker right now, so they missed the wrapping defensive end. It's bad tackling, so they drag us for 5 yards. But the stunt works, and that's what you have to really work when you're wrapping. I mean, your defensive linemen have to know, hey, listen, on 1st and 10, you may get a run. So when you got to wrap and expect to make a play in a run call. If it's 3rd and 10, it's a little bit different. But that's the balance when you're doing these things. When it works and you do come free and it's run, being able to make a play as a defensive lineman. Here's the wrap. Again, I don't have an end zone clip of this, but it's to the bottom of the screen. So you're going to get the 1 technique here, picking both guys with the wrap. And this is one where we don't get across the center. And you'll see it. They traded off. He doesn't get – this is weak. This is our first game of the year. So this is bad technique. Doesn't get quite across the center. But we still have a contain here, 5 technique, and a contain here, 5 technique. So I'm okay with that. Like, it's not ideal, but it's not a bust. We're not giving up a touchdown if that happens necessarily. I mean, we're playing a cover 3 concept to the in the pass game. So if he scrambles, we're still going to have zone eyes. And again, I mean, if it's a numbers game, I hate always going back to it, but I think football can be complicated. If you can just win the numbers game, they're blocking with 6. We got a 4-man rush. We get pressure. They got 4 out and are out. We've got 7 covering. And I know there's ways to beat all that. But at the end of the day, I mean, that's an easy sell to your kids. Like, they can all count. Listen, we won 4 on 6 and we won 4 on, or yeah, we won 4 on 6 and we won the 4 on 7. And I mean, that's good for us, especially on 3rd and 11. You can see them. They're kind of giving it away right here. You're going to get a vertical push right here by this guy, buying the guard and the center. You're going to get a wrap. This offensive line is a really good offensive line. So they end up picking it up. But the reason I put the clip on here is because they picked it up. But again, we're still getting a 4-man rush. We're playing a cover 3 zone concept right here. We've got 4 under, 3 deep, 4 out on the route. It's 3rd and 13. So they picked it up, and they complete the ball. But at the end of the day, when we've got eyes on guys, we've got guys covering, they come back to the ball. I mean, this is they punt. But you can play a lot of different games with this alignment. You can just get a 3-man overloaded rush. You can get a twist. As we get going, you can get this clip right here. You can get a bail. Okay, so again, this is later in the year. This is the last game of the year. So they've seen this on film. So we're going to get a vertical push. We're going to get a wrap. Okay, and this guy's going to push and bail. So he knows I got a wrap to contain now after I vertically push. So he's going to vertically push. The tackle tries to go get 14. He's gone, so we wasted him. And now I can get contained through B gap. So he scrambles out right now. They're trying to throw a screen. But we covered the screen, and then he scrambles out, and then it just turns into chaos, and he ends up throwing a panic pick. Okay, but again, you can see we're playing zone behind it, which allows us to do it. We're playing a drop 8 Tampa. And you can see there's no windows, especially after the scramble. We're in really good shape. We get pressure with 3. So that's where you can start layering things. You have the twist installed. Now you can start adding things to it. You can add a bail. In this clip right here, we're going to push vertically. We're going to wrap, send these guys off the edge, and now the mic's going to go and it turns into a 5-man pressure. So now we've got 4 one-on-ones. Someone's going to get double if they keep the back in, but we've got 4 one-on-ones. We feel really good about that. Okay, so
Coach,
we're going to get a defensive line. Yep.
It says any issue stopping quarterback run game?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, if there's a talent gap, yeah, but yeah, you can. The thing that we try to do the most is when we're in this alignment, we don't want to change a bunch of rules. So if our 5 technique's going to spill, which for us he is, we don't want to change his technique. Our 5 technique to the other side is going to spill. So it really turns into like a 4-2-5 or a 4-3 fit, which we do have a 4-man front. So we don't want to live in that, but we don't typically have too many problems because if they're going to run the quarterback a bunch, we probably don't want to be in this on first down a bunch. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah,
I would rather not be in this if they're going to run the quarterback a bunch, just to be honest, in this specific stunt.
Yeah, and this is probably like more 3rd and long, like passing situations as well. Probably.
Right. We can survive, but again, I don't want to live in it.
Gotcha.
But I'll show you here in a second. I'm going to get to some quarterback accounting for the quarterback right after this one to hopefully maybe answer that.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Okay, so here again, we're getting a wrapping defensive lineman on a running back. I mean, I'll take that any day of the week. Again, it's layers. Everybody's got their own pressures in their system, so you can layer. That's the biggest thing. If you're going to run a twist, that's great, but eventually it's going to be on film enough where you got to add a layer to it. This is the same thing right here. We're going to penetrate with the defensive lineman. Instead of wrapping this guy, he's going to also penetrate to contain, and now we're going to wrap the 5 technique, the will. He was fast this year for us, so we thought we could play some games with him. So this was just an easy tag to it. Like, hey, listen, this week we're not going to go Viper wrap. We're going to go will wrap. So he's going to wrap into A. And we get pressure, and they check it down real fast, and we're in really good shape with our linebacker running out there. Okay, so those are 2 twists we really like. We've got like an exterior twist with the loop, and then we got an interior twist off of an overload look. Okay, so what we wanted to think about throughout the year, and we had to build for the end of the year was, okay, what happens if we have an athletic quarterback? Because all those things we're playing zone, but we're really not accounting for him necessarily. So we put in a man under halves look, and then we put a man on the quarterback. So we called it quarterback spy, but we sold it to our kids saying we're going to play man on everybody that's ineligible. So all the eligible receivers, the back, and the quarterback. So, but the biggest reason we wanted to do that is we had a really good defensive line, so we wanted to let them off the hook. Our guys kept saying, I can beat him with an inside move. And I was like, I know, but we don't have a contain guy. So we built it saying, okay, you guys can do literally whatever you want. Like, you guys can go inside, you can go outside, you can loop together, you can play a game. You guys make the call. So we gave them some ownership to do that, and this worked out really well for us. I just kind of went over why we're doing that. And the other thing you can do is you can double a dominant receiver, or two possibly, if you get that, which we ended up having to do a little bit. Okay, so real quick, we're playing man on all the eligibles. He's there. The corner's one. My line's not drawn. Okay, the safety's man on this guy. We've got a deep half and a deep half. This kid was going to UNLV. He was like 6'5", so we're doubling that kid, and he's just going to play a deep half. This guy's taking the back. This guy's taking the quarterback. And the D line's off the hook. And again, this is 3rd and long. Okay, so you can see it's 3rd and 7. Okay, so the rule for the spy is as soon as he breaks, I'm gone. So this is like a token boot, a fake, and then a boot. So as soon as he leaves right now, you can see 14 taking off. I'm free. I can go. He's gone. Okay, so we've covered everybody up. We're in good shape. We've got our man matchups. We're doubling the guy we want to double. We've got this quarterback was really athletic. We did not want to let him beat us in the run game. So we had kind of held on to this all year, and this is when we actually needed it the most. There's a lot of clips against this team. Okay, this is an ace look. Again, they've got the kid going to UNLV. I can't get it right here, actually. So we wanted to double him. You can see it. He's on him. This guy's over the top. We were okay with singling up these two. We've got a deep safety out of the picture. This guy's man in the back. This guy's got eyes on the quarterback. Our D linemen are off. They can do whatever they want. Like, they're off the hook. So the D lineman to the top right here, you can see he goes outside the tight end. The tackle sets him, and then he rips back underneath. In a normal scenario, I wouldn't love that because we don't have any contain. But here, because we're accounting for the quarterback, we don't care. 15's the same way. So you can see we win. It's 7-on-3, and we win there. Okay, again, we're in a man look. Okay, we've got a safety double into the bottom of the screen, another safety just taking the deep half of the field. The D linemen are off the hook to do whatever they want. Okay, and then the mic accounts for the back right here, and they get a one-on-one, but we've got a safety over there too. It's not a great throw, but at least he's in the picture of coming over there to make a play. Okay, so it's 2nd and long. Again, I don't want to keep going over it, but we're manned, deep half. We got a double here to the bottom of the screen. This guy's on the fullback. He's got the back. He's got the quarterback. Those are all matchup things. The who's got the back and quarterback, those are matchup things that you can work week in and week out. So the defensive end gets 55 set up the field. He gets him a real wide kick and a deep kick, and then he rips back underneath. He knows I have help. If I'm wrong, my linebacker that spied on him is coming. So, I mean, it's just, if you've got guys, it just gives them freedom. It gives them a fail-safe. Our kids loved this year, mostly because we would say you can do whatever you want. So they think that they have a ton of freedom, which they do, but it's you can do whatever you want, but we have your back somewhere. So like right here, number 11, he's man on the slot. He gets pushed down. We got a guy over the top. No big deal. We weren't doubling this week, but he ends up overtaking him. It's empty, so we have to know everybody's got to be matched up. Our mic has to cover the back or the tight end, depending on who it is. So you can see his normal rule here would be to break it and go, but he's got to play man. Number 1 on a normal time would go right here by his rule. But because he's in man on the tight end, he can't do that. He knows my buddy right here next to me has the quarterback. So I'm going to let him go. Trust 14. And you can see he's going. That's a long run, but he's going. This is a really good throw and catch by them. But you can see I put the clip on here for the spy. He's right here. He's going to pop. As soon as he breaks, boom, you can see he's on a dead sprint right now. He doesn't see him. He's going to get popped even though they complete this. Okay, but that's what we want. Okay, this is, again, this football, they're going to make plays, especially against good teams. And this was a good throw and a good catch. Threw it in a tight window. But we're accounted for everywhere. We made one of their not as good receivers catch the ball. They just made a play. We got to tip your cap and go to the next one. But we had everything accounted for that we wanted to, and they just made a play on us.
5 minutes, Coach.
Okay, thank you. Okay, again, here's the spy. They go a little boot look or reverse out boot. 14 sees him. As soon as he breaks, I'm gone. Make him throw it away. Everybody's manned up. We've got a deep half safety to help us. We're locked up everywhere. Again, D-line, they can do whatever they want. Here's where you get your double. This wasn't pass interference somehow, I don't think. They just ran into each other. But we've got our safety deep over the top. Tons of help. You can see an end zone picture of it. See them communicating on matchups. Sorry, long clip. You can see he's free. When you only got one receiver over there, the deep half safety, that's like their favorite thing to do. Hey, I have one option here. Let's get after it. Here's another look at a double. It's a pretty good throw right here, actually, but it's a tight window. I mean, there's not a whole lot of space right there with a safety coming over there. Those wide receivers know they're coming. Corner does a really good job. Again, another double. I'm going to skip that one. Okay, you can see the contain break. Okay, 14 goes right now. It's no big deal that he steps up in that open gap because I've got a guy coming. Throw it into double coverage. So this is how we like to protect against the quarterback. I know most of it's in the passing game, but even against quarterback run, we have a guy that can back up and account for the quarterback a little bit to live another day if they get us. And this happens a lot. Like our guys make an outside move. There's an open B gap. I mean, it's a clean step up, but then he sees color coming at him right now, and so he ends up throwing off his back foot. So even though that guy might be, he's a little bit open right now, but because having to throw off his back foot because somebody's coming, it allows us to step up and make the play. Another look at it. Okay, as soon as they scramble, it's like that's what you want. If your dude's going out, as soon as they go, he gets to go. I mean, that's exactly what we want. I mean, you can see there's a lot of white jerseys covering right here. There's not a whole bunch of space to throw the ball. And again, we're getting a 3-man rush. 3-on-6. Now here again, layers. Okay, so we ran it a few times on film. Okay, now we took our deep half guy. He's in here. Looks like we're playing 3-on-3. This guy's free, and we're going to send him off the edge. So he's looking at him like he's in man. He was really fast, so we thought he could get there. He does. He misses, but the next guy picks him up. So again, it's layers. So we just took a deep half. We took the deep half on this side of the field and sent him. Lined him up in man and sent him. Same thing right here. He's up onto the top of the bunch, and he goes. 4th and 4, we just tackle him he has to throw it fast, tackle him before you get to the first down marker. It's just, again, it's adding layers. Here it is with a 4-man look. We didn't do this as much this year, but 2 years ago we did. But again, you can add layers to the 4. You can do it with a 4-man. Again, they have freedom to do whatever they want here. We worked in pods, the 2 to the bottom and 2 to the top. We just called it black. They can just do whatever they want, communicate, twist, just go. And again, we just gave them the freedom to do whatever they wanted. So, Coach, I'm not going to spend much time going over the 4-man. If anybody wants that, I'm happy to share. I appreciate you coming on or letting me come on, and what you're doing is awesome. And as always, I appreciate you letting me present.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you a lot. Coach had a lot of third and longs he was showing. If y'all want to check out how he got to that, we did a video a couple weeks ago. It's on my YouTube, and he showed a lot of their stuff they do. It creates pressure and they just a lot of run game stuff on there. So if you want to see how they handle run game, especially, that's another video we've already done. So make sure you check that out and hit up Coach. You can kind of see everything that they do. I appreciate you, Coach.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, man. All right. Here we go. Coach Rush, how you doing, big dog?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, really good, man. Coach Rush is one of my really good friends, man, and I really appreciate him coming on and kind of back and clean up, getting into the afternoon sections, man. And also, happy birthday, bro.
Hey, appreciate it.
Yeah, man. All right, so Coach, your presentation's up. You want to hit present? I'm gonna give it to you, and I'm gonna back out, and I'm gonna grab lunch real quick.
All right. Real quick, just a little bit of my information at the bottom, and it'll be at the end. I've got my Twitter set up and also my email. So if everybody wants this slideshow, I mean, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of a realistic game scenario into weekly practice schedules. I think this is something that we do really well, preparing our kids for Friday nights and Thursday nights in that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday framework. It's something that we really tried to kind of pick up on in terms of being able to develop something that transitions into the game. We take a lot of analytics and stuff through our film breakdown through the week, and then we try to implement that into practice scenarios. So one thing that I wanted to go over today is be able to show you or give you ideas on how to implement this into your practices to just get your kids built up on muscle memory. I know they said so many thousand reps get you to just react. And that's what we try to get our kids. And we got some video examples to show you today. So practice goals first is what are you trying to accomplish? What is your mission? What's your game plan that you're trying to initiate or implement that week basis on your opponent? Everybody's opponent's different. So I didn't get I was very generic here, but the old saying is make practice harder than the games. I'll give you a great example, just real quick, kind of like a plug. What we did with our goal line set was called Kong. And so what we did, we realized it was really tough to stop with 11-man defense. So we started allowing our scout team to put 14, 15, 16, 17 guys, because really we had our rules and we followed our rules. We wanted adversity there. So we were able to maybe stack the front where we had 10 defensive linemen and 4 linebackers, just to give them something that was adversity against what they may get. Because, everybody wants to cram it down. They're going to get lower. They may cut. They may do other things. So it was a good way to kind of prep for that. The second thing that we really looked at was how do we implement a structure that's ever changing, and how do we replicate Friday night? As every coach sits and looks, you don't really replicate a ton of stuff into Thursday. Some people are very vanilla running their base packages, but how do you make Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday feel like Friday nights? And that was something that we met as a staff, and we've came up with a pretty cool plan, over the years. Indie group team periods are good, but we've got to figure out how to get game reps with pressure, with focal points for our kids. But we also wanted to create pressure for us as coaches. The quickest thing is it's easy to be in a situation in practice where you're climatized to your front. You're able to give your one-on words to your position group. You're able to coach it up as you go, have stop-ins, have breaks where you teach. And we didn't want that. We wanted to make it, because on Friday nights, we're on the sideline. And Friday nights, we've got the band blaring, we've got fans cheering. So we wanted to figure out how to make practice feel like those moments. So we were able to cultivate this into periods of high stress that require, supreme focus. And then the big thing that I want to address today is, how do we coach it and what does it look like? So goals of this session for you, it basically is learning outcomes and tools for your toolbox. Is we want to refresh the model, film it, teach it, and then make Friday come slower. I think I heard it in the movie 42. They were giving Jackie Robinson like how to deal with media is like, hear the questions or know the questions before they come. So I want us as coordinators and coaches to have the problems answered before they give us the real life example in the game. So really and truly, how do you design your practice? First thing is you got to have skill development indie periods. Everybody agrees to that. but keep your ND periods individualized. Make sure that you're teaching the EDDs and the drills in each position group that you want to see, especially if there's like small nuance changes for each opponent week to week. And that's the best way to integrate that, to make sure there's a framework for what you expect as a coordinator. We all know that. Team periods, we want to have those every day. We try to have a team period RPO, team period screen, team period, inside run. We don't do inside run just the box. We bring everybody involved because that thing may bounce out. We want our receivers on corners have the good blocks and be able to get downhill in safeties. So we're able to do that every single day. Now, the thing that we've started to add more is what we call quick change. I know 2 sessions ago, Coach was talking about some of his one-word fastballs. We call them fastballs. So we give either a sports team that attaches to what our run game would be, or quick hitter RPO or quick hitter pass plays. But these fastball scenarios, we have those in game. They change a possession, time crunches, post penalty drives, anything goal line, anything third and mid, third and large. We try to give those fastballs to those kids to just be able to transition tempo. And then the last thing that really is to focus in on what we're doing in our game realism is to build failure drives and adversity applications. So we try to pick a couple players. I give it to my coordinators every day in practice. Find somebody different, an offensive lineman that needs to be pushed, that maybe doesn't do well with adversity. Man, give him a couple hold penalties. Find ways to really make him just lock in. Look for things. Don't be afraid to call out your best players. Don't be afraid to call out your college guys. We believe that there's a stack. I don't want to say, well, that guy does it right, he's a senior. No, I want to be harder on him and give a little bit more allowances to that freshman and let him allow for growth. So we really try to find that. And in 2 minutes from the opposite 20 down by 4, multiple penalties in a row to create unfocused behaviors or behind the sticks. We kind of want to try to get to where we're off schedule. Off schedule teaching is what we need to teach, because that's the one thing we don't prepare for a lot of times in practice. So practice structure. We want to find the hangover in practice. We're trying to find that time to where transitions typically slow. They go into water break, they come out slow, or we just kind of stumble into a period. So we try to find that hangover in practice and identify that week to week of where we want to focus. These quick changeovers, these quick game scenarios. Everybody has a different term, but we want to amp the team up, get a good segue into a team period, a special teams period. A lot of times for us is coming out of a special teams period, there's kind of like a lull. So we wanted to throw these in there. And so these fastball situations, what we call fastball situations in practice, would be like, hey, we got a red zone scenario. We're looking at a 10-yard hold penalty. We're down by 4 points. We got to score. We're going to challenge backside offensive line to maintain blocks. Running back's going to cramp on play 3. So I'm telling my running back coach to have number 2 back ready to jump in. We want to do that because that maybe gets, the stud running back comes out, and now you have to implement your backup, and he's not expected in the middle of practice to fix and go run with the ones. Now we throw him out there. Hey, we got to score. We're down by 4. The other thing is defensively, we found in our team that after kickoffs, we would give up a big kickoff, and our defense was like a gut punch. Like, man, we're playing with short field. So we're returning to the plus side 45. Defense stopped to win the game in the fourth quarter. We would sub to a certain personnel package. Maybe it was lighter because it was a throw heavy scenario. Maybe we'd play without, our senior captains. We go in and we say, okay, Mike linebacker calls our defense, backup's going in. We got somebody new trying to call the alignment, and we got coaches signaling it in. But then the last thing is we wanted to be able to create situations that maybe hurt us in a previous week or maybe last year in that same game if it's a conference game, and then make points of emphasis in our coaches meeting to apply into practice. We want to put pressure. If we know that our corners are getting beat outside release routes, we want to put pressure not only on the corners but on the defensive back coach. In this scenario, when you feel the sticks are at this, and this is the scenario, this is where they tried to attack us, and this puts the coach really coaching in and trying to communicate and pass the communication across the back end. And the last thing that we do is we really want to evaluate our film at the end of practices, especially coordinators. We spend a lot of time through the week trying to break down film and make sure that we have a clear understanding of what's going on, what we're getting, just like a classroom teacher. What stuck, what didn't stick, what needs to be revisited, and what are we doing well right now. And then really it's to kind of generate more coaching points that you can do post-practice or in your pre-practice periods. really game-like coaching mode is really big points of emphasis for us is I don't want coaches on the field. A lot of times I think that the offensive coordinator gets real frustrated, when defensive secondary coach, DC, and linebacker coach are standing right behind the defensive formation. Well, now you've taken away the middle of the field. It's almost like playing cover 2 with an extra safety being your coaches. So we clear everybody out. I put defense on one side of the field. I put offense on one side of the field. And the scout team defense are typically made up of our second and third string guys. So they're looking at their coaches. They're getting their front, their assignment, alignment. The secondary is getting what they're going to do. And then the offense is looking to the offensive side. And we're all signaling in plays as if it's Friday night. Now, the other things that we try to do, we bring out our speakers. We'll have if there's a song that's attached to the school, we just blare it. If there's a band sound, if there's a crowd noise, if there's anything, we want in that moment as much confusion, because on Friday night, you're not going to turn around and tell your band, hey, don't play the Flight of the Bumblebee during this drive. You're not going to say, hey, don't play the fight song right now. I want as much noise and as much intense pressure as I could put on the kids and the coaches, because the coaches have to think plays ahead. When you're calling plays, you're calling the immediate play. Then you've got the play if this goes good, the play if it goes bad. How do you respond to that? We have the chains out there, and then we let our managers. You say, Coach, how do you personnel this? Well, we'll have a manager or a injured reserve player that's not practicing that week. They'll be the ones that spot the ball. They're the ones that run the change. So we've got that going on. And then really and true, we try to do play tempo. We play tempo reduction. Can we go fast when we want to go fast? We got the defense in a formation we like. Can we keep it up tempo? Or have they threw us a little curveball? Do we want to slow it down in our own language? Do we do a freeze call? Do we do a check with me? Anything to kind of just throw anything off balance to just really let us as an offensive staff have the change of possession or the change of direction and flow. So really and truly, the players have to be able to understand communication. Communication's key. I think you implement that in spring ball, in summer, obviously in fall camp. But when we get into game weeks, we're going to have to be able to communicate with each other really quick and be able to be affirmed in when the coach puts it into the secondary leader, he gets it to the whole secondary. When you get it to the box is able to relocate that stuff and that information. If it's the Mike linebacker for us, he's communicating not only the defensive line, but to his Sam and his Will and let them know kind of what we're doing, or to the rover. The big thing to check here as a coordinator is make sure your alignment, little notes. I'll tell you, the best thing I ever took from Mac Brown was take an index card on the front side, write everything that's positive. He did a plus and minus card. The things that you like, the things that you wanted to replicate and continue to do in practice. On the back side, you're probably going to have a lot of these. These are the negatives or change. And you just go through and make little notes like, hey, I felt like we were off sides a little bit. I think we got a little flustered. I think we weren't getting aligned right. I felt like the offense had the edge. I felt like today defense had the edge. They were influencing with their pressures, and you also have it scripted. But what I try to do is in these fastball periods, I, as the head coach, surprise my coordinators. I just throw out the fastball period. I separate the teams. We go to separate sidelines, and they have to call on that. I'll stand in the middle of the field. I'll make the announcement like, hey, it's 3rd and 10, offense down by 4, defense get a stop, win the ball game. Let's go. Blow the whistle, go. There could be incentives for the offense. There could be incentives for the defense. However you want to pose that. Sometimes we have a booster club that bring in Gatorades. Like if there's a big explosive play, if there's a turnover generated, we're in an offensive service period and a scout team defensive guy makes a play, hey, you earned a Gatorade. If the whole unit does their job, maybe they have a reduction in the conditioning at post-practice. So we try to figure that out. When you're looking at it on Sunday, building scripts for game day are key in terms of building your play script for Friday night. But we want to build scripts to where through the week, we're able to have those applications real world. We're able to see, okay, we talked about it all Sunday. We're going to install, we're going to stay with our base when our fastballs on Monday. By Tuesday, everything should have been implemented that you want to throw differently or have an adjustment to your opponent. So by Tuesday, we're scripting post-practice Tuesday, what worked, what didn't work, what do we trash, what do we love. Wednesday, same scenario. What we loved on Tuesday, do we still love it on Wednesday? Does it get an asterisk? Is it something that we feel solid adding to our first 10 and Friday night script, opening script? Or is it something that I'm 50-50 on? Because what we have to identify and utilize within our huddle reports and our analytics side is if we don't feel with an utmost confidence that we call it, they execute, and it's productive, we're not going to call when we're in flow of game and we're 4th and 1 and we need that first down. We don't want the kids to think, holy crap, it's 4th down. I just want them to hear, hey, power right, go. or counter left or power switch, or hey, we're going power left M hole. If we do anything like that, we want it to be they know the play, they run the play. I don't want them focused on the sticks. I don't want the pressure of the scenario to get them. A lot of times I've done a session before where we've talked about analytics and how do you implement that into your play call system. I think the analytical side is somebody has to be the deciding factor. A lot of times I communicate with my coordinators. I'll say, hey, like we're going for it here. It's third down territory. It's 2 down territory. That's what I'll just say. That just lets him know as soon as you call that third down play, unless we're going backwards on a penalty, unless something massive that we have to reduce the trauma, as long as it's something productive. Let's say it's 3rd and 4, now it's 4th and 3, we're going to go for it. And sometimes when you look at it, it's like, why did you go for it in that gray area? That's where it comes into play. So when you're building the scripts, get your group work, team scripts are going to be different. You're going to find quick, precise passes that help maintain possession, build a play from the back, find things that are crucial in tight spaces. What do you feel most comfortable in 4th and 1? 4th and 1, you're going to find a lot of pressures. 4th and 2, anything 4th down, but especially short yardage, you're going to feel C gap to A gap pressure. A lot of times the edge is going to be flirted with, and they're going to bring some dudes down out of the box from the secondary down into the run fit. So you're going to have to feel what is your confidence level in those tight spaces. We want to add specialty periods. We do that. We put in a screen and an RPO period. If we know that the fastball is going to include that, we will add that in there, and we'll try to have those periods beforehand. We do this as team. We don't do it as half line because I don't want the left side of the line to sag when we're running to an RPO to the right side. I need it full sold, full sail. So we use powerful, accurate passes to switch that play across the field, exploit the gaps in the opponent's defense. The 2 to 3 fastball periods per practice, one in each phase of the game. We do these in special teams. We want to be able to split defense, giving forward opportunity to score. Finding the timing there will be key for us, is to put that pressure. I want vertical attack there. We don't do east-west anytime we're in a fastball. Everything's going to be downhill. Building scripts for game day, where we tie in huddle. What you can see on the right-hand side, this is actually moving into 25-26. This is some scout tape that I have on an opponent that we're going to play in the first couple weeks of the season. So you're able to see how many plays in a matter of 5 games from last year. Now, granted, you're going to say, well, coach, their roster changed. Yeah, true. The roster changed, but the coordinator didn't. The way this throws you a curveball is if they go and they hire a new coordinator. If the coordinator is still the same, he's got tendencies. Even when you sit in meetings with your coordinators, coaches, and even if you're a coordinator, when you do self-eval, if you're not a forward applicator of the self-evaluation that you do on yourself, typically we're all trendy. Typically we all fall in. As well as I do, you've got your 3rd down calls. There's probably 3 that you feel the best about. There's probably 2 or 3 calls in 4th down scenarios that you feel quick change of possession. So if you're not scripting yourself, which a lot of coaches I found don't, I break down this film and I get this window on huddle. It basically tells me what kind of coverage, what formation they like to be in. If you could see kind of further down on this sheet, and I didn't scroll down, I just wanted to screenshot this. It kind of shows you like where they're most explosive. Where does that coach feel confident in taking a shot? A lot of times you will find these windows. Where does these coaches like to find their blitz package? I mean, some dudes, they want to try to flip the script early, get you behind schedule 1st and 2nd down, so they attack that early. So we want to locate that for analytics, utilize this. Then you're designing your weekly plan. If you're an offensive guy, which I'm on the offensive side, is basically utilize finding the front. What is the blitz package? Don't worry about trying to find the key blitz first. What is the package? Where do they bring their pressure from? What I would say is in a fluke scenario, he ran 1 corner blitz at the end of the 3rd quarter of game 3, but he's never done it any other time. That's probably just something that he just pulled out of pocket in that moment. If he's a double Buckeye, he's sending two A gap bullets, anything like that. Those are things that you're going to see tendency from. When does the pressure come? Is it early in the set or is it later in the set? A set being 1st through 4th down, finding when he is set driven to push his pressure. How do they respond to tempo? Are they blitz heavy when they're filling their back against the wall, when they're gasping for air? Or are they blitz heavy if they're stagnant, standing around trying to bring their own? Do you give them the cards in certain situations to let them kind of show their hand early? What is the what is the place you want to attack? We have a saying, and our coach staff probably use the same. Where's Waldo? We try to find Waldo, and we try to find his twin. If we can find 2 Waldos on the field at one time, we try to know that we have 2 different areas and 2 different places on the field that we want to attack, that we feel like we are better, we are more skilled, and we can dominate that guy. That's the guy you want to run the ball to. We want to pick on him and throw in his ankle. And so when we design these on Sunday, don't think that these things are basically concrete in our plan. Our plan is basically concrete, but it's probably like quick-rete, not like concrete out the back of the truck. Quick-rete meaning I can take a sledgehammer, I can bust that thing up on Monday if it didn't fit, or if something looks disarray, or maybe we just go into it and we had 4 or 5 plays we felt confident about, and really we come out of the storm. We've got 2 out of the 5 that we feel pretty solid with. So we're able to adjust that. Then Monday, go at it a different angle, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that being said, it's trial and error, but really we're trying to give the test early before the actual test. You know, as a school teacher, you're going to give pop quizzes, pre-quizzes. You're going to do check with me's. You're going to do check-ins and all that before you get to the final exam. Football coaches get 10 final exams every Friday. And so we're trying to utilize those and say we've got to test before we get there, because we don't want people to freak out when they get under the light. So where does this show up? In the video clip that's fixing to play right here, we're against one of our county opponents. It is in that gray territory. Ball's actually on the 34. It's like 4th and 2. People are going to say, hey, you punt this away, live another day. But we utilize this in our prep work along with analytics to generate decision-making tool for these game nights. Based on the weekly scenarios, we were able to run through 3 or 4 of our base run plays. If you see in the bottom, we're also faking that RPO to see if we can hold. Later in the game, we actually hit them for a touchdown because we noticed that the safety going to take a false step. That corner is going to bail now, get into the run fit. That outside backer is going to plug. They're really focusing in on the run. That was going to open up for the RPO later. We chart these plays in the press box. We write out what we call in these short gray areas, in these 4th down calls. We write it plus or negative. I believe in doing this early. First down, first quarter, second quarter, you got to try it early. I don't want the game to come down to 4th quarter. This is the make or break play, and there's so much pressure. We've been doing it. We know we can get it. There wasn't a change, and we know what their answer was. When you know somebody's answer, you have an idea of where they're going to go to fix what didn't work. So it gives us a chance, instead of just guessing in that scenario. It's like, okay, this is what they ran at us. We talk about it at halftime. We make little notes on our call sheet. So if we go out and we have that scenario pop up in 4th down in the 4th quarter, we're able to say, okay, he went to this front, brought this pressure. In this scenario, in this play that you're watching, if this was to occur in the 4th quarter, we would probably go ahead and throw that bubble outside, because our outside Z's got a good angle on the corner. The free safety's flying on the read with the run, and then that bubble's out there. We'd probably launch that out there. So another place it shows up, both show flow and offense, allowed us to go for it, 4th and short in the gray zone, and it was able to gash. And the reason why is we practiced this probably 25, 30 times that week in practice, to where our kids knew to respond. Defensively, we take these same tendencies, we flip them, have huddle reports. This was just a practice prep. We played in the second round of the playoffs against Reedsville. We knew we were outmatched. They had Division I athletes all across the board skill. What we felt like is in film, we saw their quarterback was very mobile, wanted to get outside the pocket. He stretched plays and be able to get the ball stretched downfield. We knew he didn't want to be in the pocket. If you watch the defensive front there, we did like a fishnet thing. We told our kids, do not chase after him. Don't go downhill. Don't try to pressure flush. If he wants to run it, we'll sit a net underneath. But we wanted to do that. But these team periods we spent all week, I think I repped this 50 to 60 times Monday through Wednesday, and it replicated and it put us in a good position. As you see here, instead of getting to the open receiver, we were able to fume that quarterback out, flush him out through the middle, and we were able to shut that down and stop it. So we were able to take this and apply it against a quality opponent. JV, varsity crossover special teams. I know some of you in here are special teams coordinators, or you have a little dabble. We want to generate competition, excitement to special teams with fastballs. We offer Gatorades for explosive plays, conditioning reductions, like we said earlier. And then we find a captain for Thursday and Friday nights determined on a special team standout. Kickoff, these are just some goals that I wrote down. I can flesh this out. We can talk if you ever want more information. But we didn't want explosive plays of 25 yards or more, tackles under 10-yard returns for punt return. Same thing, no explosive plays, 25-plus yards, tackles under 10 yards, fair catch due to coverage, getting down the field. Kick return, obviously we want touchdowns or explosive plays of 25-plus or more. And then punt return was just a clean catch and a positive return, a touchdown, or an explosive play of 25 plus yards. So that's how we built those crossover fastballs in the special teams. Don't want to leave our kickers, snappers out. So we're able to implicate and find ways to do that in the middle of practice. So like a review of what we kind of covered today, scenario simulation, we simulate the game with real-time coaching. Also, remember, you've got to put your coaches in scenarios where they've got to coach like they're going to coach from the sideline. It's easy to stand on top of your athletes. It's easier to instruct when you can be hands-on. How do they get one-word coaching points out? One thing about our offensive coordinator at the time, Zach Searcy, used to say is if you can't get it out in 2 words, you got to find a different way to coach it. What kind of trigger words do you have in your position group that you can say to them? They know, I didn't do this. I got to reaffirm this next time. Evaluation through film, create adversity to test or resolve your players, whether it be fake phantom flags, or you just go ahead and do something that you think may, try to forecast your opponent, forecast what they're going to bring, forecast when they're going to attack and attack your team in that same fashion. Also, we bring speakers out, we blare music, but we also, in these periods, we crank it up. I want the coaches screaming. I want the players hollering. Communication's key. If you can get lined up and you can get your assignment right, 90% of the time, you're going to be in a good positive play. Gameplay and scenarios, again, when you're strategizing this, develop these scenarios to create familiarity for your players. So in the game, it becomes second nature. Muscle memory is key here. Formulate your plan. Know what's going to be given from the opponent. If the opponent's a 3-man front, practice that, prep that, and fastball that. If they're a 4-man front, fastball that. If they're blitz heavy, if they're very aggressive, fastball that. Play around with tempo. Play around with go fast, slow down. Do that. If your kids jump off, let them see the reward. Move the chains. Also build in scenarios where you have to score. I don't like play set drills where you just get a first down, you stop. Well, then the kids feel like, hey, I succeeded. I got 10 yards. Yay. No, let them continue the drive till they stall out and then say, okay, look, we got on this trend. We were able to get a 13-play drive. We come away with the field goal there. Or if they score, yes, we're +6 to it. Let them see the gains of their work. The last thing really is incorporate methodology in your practice. Design the practices to teach, rep, and replicate your scenario for not only that, but your coaches. If you play fast, be fast. If Friday night you want to be fast in practice. Don't have a slow to fast tempo. Be able to go fast to where you can slow down. If you're a huddle team, have the play clock ready. Put those constraints, announce to those players what the play clock looks. So really, that's the key takeaways from my session. I wanted to do something a little different. A lot of times we can do X's and O's, but sometimes you got to think outside the box of how to prepare your practice plan, how to prepare your game plan, how to get things situational so that when Friday comes, the game is truly easier than it was in practice. So really, truly, as I finish up here, reach out anytime. There's my email, school email, my Twitter. If anybody's got questions, please obviously ask, because I think that, the big thing is if you don't ask it, there's no bad questions. Same thing too. If you don't want to ask in this open forum, want to send me an email, feel free to do that, because really, you may throw a curve that I don't even understand myself that I want to look into. We're all learning. It's an ever-changing game. Never would have thought that analytics and reports would trickle down to high school, but it has. And so, I think that if you set out your practice goals within your game plan, everybody focuses on how to respond that next Friday night. I think we have to figure out how to respond solely Monday through Wednesday. If we can respond in those practice days correctly, then I think on the back end, we'll have more fun, so to speak, as coaches putting the puzzle together on a Friday night.
Coach, I appreciate you. That was, if you didn't buckle up, you was getting left behind. I appreciate you a lot. Like you said, it's different. It's relevant though. Everybody, you have to have a practice script, right? And you got to be able to, communicate and have a plan, and give your kids the best tools to succeed. And I had guys texting me being like, that, like, so 100%. I love what you were talking about. I think we're going to implement some of that stuff as well into our practices. And I love the fastball, switch it up, put your kids on their toes. And so as well as your coaches, put them on their toes as well. But I loved it.
Well, thank you again. Thank you for what you're doing for high school football, man. This, sometimes the comforts of home, being able to attend a clinic and being able to do this from the comforts of not having to travel, getting to still do family time and stuff. It's just instrumental, and we appreciate what you're doing, Coach.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and get Coach Nugent on. Coach Nugent, how you doing, man?
Doing good. How you doing?
Man, I'm good. If you want to go ahead and present, and while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and do a little housekeeping. Guys, make sure you hit like on the stream. Make sure you subscribe. All those great things. Appreciate you rocking out with us. We're about 4.5 hours in. Coach, we're a little early, but I'm going to go ahead and let you get it going, and you got it.
All right, sounds good. All right. Again, Coach Nugent here, New Canaan, Connecticut, up in New Canaan High School up in Connecticut. Talk about using condensed formations and running pass games. So, all right, let's get into it. So this past year, we averaged about 35 points per game. Our run to pass ratio is 66 to 34%, and we had over 621 offensive snaps. Of those snaps, we had about 169 condensed formations. So about a third of our formations, so 1 out of 3, they're going to be some type of condensed variety, right? And out of those condensed sets, we had 71% run and 29% pass, right? So I'm very, very analytical with kind of how I run our offense, with our assistant coaches, and I look a lot into kind of tendencies, and we do a lot of self-scouting and kind of seeing how we can, get an edge against the other team. So again, right, why do you want to use condensed sets, right? Create space. A lot of people like to think, hey, right, you condense formations, you play tight end, right? You're not creating space, right? But we like to think the exact opposite of that, because when you're condensing formations, you're creating space on the outside. And if you have good athletes, you want to get the ball to them in space. That's why you want to do this, right? Defensive alignments, right? You got to do a lot of scouting to know exactly what the defense is going to give you, right? And if you're jumping in and out of open and condensed sets, right, the easy thing for defensive coordinators to do is to just kind of have a base call and check into it, right? So again, a lot of our film that you're going to see in a little bit, a lot of teams just playing their base coverages against it because, right, they don't know if one play we're going to be in an empty look or if the next play we're going to be in a 32 personnel look, right? So again, doing this allows defenses to think, right, which goes to my next point, right? Makes defenses think, right? Our head coach, he says, if you think, you stink, right? Again, this kind of quote here, paralysis by analysis, was from my former head coaches, right? So again, anytime that you're making the defensive think, right, and your offensive guys know what you're doing, they're ready to play, it gives them an edge, right? They're one step faster because they don't have to think. And at the end of the day, right, this is something that I kind of learned. You're playing against the players, not the coaches, right? As an offensive coordinator, I'm not trying to scheme up against a defensive coordinator. I'm trying to scheme up against high school kids, right? Somebody who just had a math test, somebody who just had his girlfriend break up, whatever it may be. These are kids out on the field, and if you can confuse them, then you have you have the next leg up, right? Our kids at New Canaan understand that a part of our game plan is try to confuse high school kids, not confusing the defensive coordinator, not confusing the coaches that we go up against, but how do we confuse the high school kids, right? And I had a kid come up to me last year on a Monday. He goes, hey, coach, how are we confusing high school kids this week, right? So you have kids that buy into that philosophy and they understand what you're trying to do, right? It makes it a lot easier for us. So again, how, for us, we call it a nasty tag, right? We call it nasty. That kind of just tells everybody that they're condensing in. It could be tagged to any formation for everybody to be condensed, one side, both sides, or it could have a specific player tagged. And I'll go into that now. So again, in any of our 10 and 11 personnel groupings, any 3x1 formations will start with a T, and any 2x2s will start with a D, right? A lot of my formations that we do at New Canaan, we kind of get matchups and we're able to move the H as the number 1, 2, or 3, or even the backside receiver, right? And we can do that with the X, the Y, or the Z. So it's all about kind of getting matchups. So here, right, just our simple 3x1, we call it thug right. If we wanted to condense the entire right side, we would just say thug right nasty, right? And everybody would condense down, right? So again, the H and the Y, they know their alignment. The rules, right? The Y is always splitting the difference between the outside receiver and the end man line of scrimmage. Then the H always knows that he's splitting the difference between the next receiver and the end man line of scrimmage, right? So again, they just follow their alignment rules, and that will kind of help them align to where they're supposed to be. right? Our 2x2, deuce left. We have a deuce left, deuce right. It just flips the Y and the H. So again, our normal open formation here is deuce left. We go deuce right, double nasty. If we go double, that just means both sides are coming in. Okay. And then again, they'll just align with their normal alignment rules, which is splitting the difference between the end man line of scrimmage and the outside receiver. So the H and the Y just know where they're lining up, right? So I talked about having specific letters being tagged to their nasty, right? So we go dime left off, Z nasty, right? Again, dime left off for us just tells the tight end he's in a sniffer position and X is on the line of scrimmage. But now if we tag Z nasty, the Z is going to condense his split. And because the H's alignment rules are splitting the difference from the end man line of scrimmage and the outside receiver, he also comes in. Okay, so again, we're still open to the X side, but now into the right side where the Z is, right? We said Z nasty, he's going to close his split and the H will come with him. Here's another one of the examples, right? Trio left, double nasty, empty, right? So again, trio, right? It just has our Y as the number 2 and the H is inside. We go double nasty, so we know both sides are coming in. Now we have an empty tag. Our empty tag tells the F he's going to line up as a slot receiver away from the formational strength, right? So again, left is the formational strength. We go empty. He knows he's going to the backside of it, and he's being the slot receiver. If we had just said trio left, nasty, empty, the Z would be out and the F would be in a true slot position because we just had the left side nasty. Okay, we go double nasty, everybody just comes in. Okay, so again, that's just kind of how you look at it just from there, and we can get into some clips. Right, you got to have a base play out of it. Our base play is probably our pin and pull toss series, where we always have at least 2 down blockers and we have a kick, right? So again, from the perimeter side looking in, we always have 2 down blocks and we have the most inside receiver as the kick, right? And if we can always get 2 out, right, we always want to try to get the guard and tackle out in space, right? We got these big guys blocking these little guys. That's what we want, right? But if we can only get 1 guy, it'll most likely end up being a tackle, right? So again, it changes a little bit depending on if you're playing odd or even front or how even teams kind of slant their front over where you might not be able to get 2 out. But our goal is to try to always get 2 out. That's kind of our base play out of this condensed nasty set that we have. So again, here, right, we start, and I love FIB formation and the boundary. That's a big part of what we do here. We start in our nasty here. We motion across. All right, it looks like we're getting a blitz from the field. All right, and we're just going to run the quarterback here. All right, so again, we flip, get a good down block up to the linebacker. Right, now our running back is our kick. Line doesn't see anything, right, and we let our quarterback do our thing. Another look here. Just a little tear motion here to the opposite side. We get 2 good down blocks by the tight end and outside receiver here. Our inside receiver pulls. All right, he's the kick. We get 2 out. Guard picks up, and then we have a tackle on the safety. And running back steps out of bounds here. Another look here. All right, so again, 2 good down blocks. Down block by the tight end who's stand up. Outside receivers on 54, right? And we have our inside receiver who's kicking out the corner. All right, we get both tackle and guard pulling here. All right, great thing about that is if somebody slips through, and we have an extra man here to pick up traffic, right? So 54 kind of comes off the block by the outside receiver, right? And the guard sees that and picks it up. All right, so anytime that we can make secondary tackle, right, that's what we want. We want corners, we want safeties making the tackle. But if we can get a hat on anybody in the box, right, linemen, linebackers, and force these corners and safeties to tackle, right, that's what we want, right? That's the matchup that we're looking for. So again, here we motion into our 3 receiver nasty set. Right, good down block by the tight end. Right, number 14 goes up to the linebacker. Right, very similar to kind of gap down backer rules. There it is, right? So having the running back understand kind of where that seam is, right? We always want to try to cut up inside the kick out block, right? Cut up inside the kick out block. Once they understand that's where that we're trying to get to, right? We have a good kind of running lane for the running back. Right here, right? We're in our condensed set with a tight end. Now we take our X receiver and we're just bringing him over, right? So we know that this tight end here, or whoever is the point man on the ball, he's ineligible, right? So again, we're still going to get down block. We're up to here. We're getting a kick, and then we're pulling 2 guys. So again, right, like I mentioned, right, we want safeties to have to come up and tackle, right? Force these guys to come up and tackle. Let our running backs, let our skill guys make moves. Another look here, right? Kind of unconventional way of running our pin pull, right? We're making it look like jet sweep, but we're blocking pin pull on the perimeter, right? So now our running back is our kick out. We're actually in 31 personnel here too, which is great. Right, we're in 31 personnel. All right, so again, right, a couple of things that we do off of that. Right, here's a clip of us running some wildcat. We're running long trap here, right? So you guys will get teams that might overload the 3 receiver side. So again, you just saw us majoring in toss to the 3 receiver side. Now we'll run some stuff back away from it. Here we're just running long trap. Looks like kind of GF here with our running back faking and then it kind of leading up. Right, we have the guard kicking out. Running back leads up as the wrapper. And wildcat, quarterback, running back, whoever is running the ball, right, just kind of follows the wrapper. Here, right, we're in our tight end set here. Tight end here, we have our nasty look down, right? You see all the overloading going on over here. Now we're running our buck sweep, right? Running buck sweep back to the tight end. All right, so there's also, we got into this formation a lot this year just because it gave us the ability to almost kind of check with me at the line of scrimmage to kind of see, okay, hey, are they overloading to the nasty set? Or can we run back towards the tight end depending on kind of where they're putting their front? Get a tight shot here. Would love to see our tight end kind of stay on this block here on the left side. He just kind of lets him go. Takes out our first kick out block. Right, and our second kind of puller follows him up. Another look here. Again, running that buck down to the bottom of the screen here. And right, like I said, forcing corners, safeties to tackle, right? You watch number 0 here and makes a business decision, says, I don't want to get a part of that. All right, I can get a tight shot here. We're on kind of an influence here, right? If you want to add the quarterback to the run game, right here, we're running that buck sweep to the top of the screen, but now we're coming back the other way with 2 pullers, right? So again, and then we're having a down block here. All right, so you can kind of set some of these things up, right? If you know a team is heavy on their keys, adding something like this, kind of combining gap and zone schemes together, really, it's a pain in the butt. Yeah, right. You see all these numbers over here to the bottom of the screen. This is late in the game, right? Play 128 for us. And you see there's to the left of the center, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 guys to the left of the center, 3 guys to the right of the center, right? So again, kind of heavy on our tendencies. Sometimes we run our toss out of sidecar. We're running opposite. We'll flip him. We'll run out of pistol, right? We do a lot of things to kind of force the defense to kind of show their hand, right? And if we know that, we can kind of play against them. So again, early on in this game, we run a ton of toss with our running back in sidecar. Now late in the game, we're going to put him sidecar. Now we're just going to run zone back the other way. We run zone back the other way because defenses are selling out to stop our toss. And there you have it. All right. We're running zone away from here. We're going to run zone 2, the nasty set, right? You'll have teams that try to over pursue and get over the top here, thinking that, hey, the ball is going to bounce outside. Again, we're just running zone here. Right? Running back does a good job pressing front side A, right? And he sees a nice cutback lane, right? You see the over pursuit by the entire defense over to the right, thinking the ball's going to come outside here. He presses, he cuts, and we finish it out. Again, running zone 2 it again. Right, you got to have receivers that want to block, right? Grateful that I have a great receivers coach, right? He really instills blocking by our perimeter guys, especially when we're in tight here, right? When we're in tight here, you got to have receivers that want to block. You hear run zone again, but now we're in an unbalanced look, actually, right? We have our tackle over to the right side, right? Tackle over to the right side. 3 receivers up here, right? Late in the game as well. And they're in their base defense here, right? In the quarters look here, you see the DB starting to backpedal. Right, so getting some kind of our passing. Right, some people might say this is a pass, some people might not. Right, little touch passes here. Right, I like this because if the running back or the receiver, whoever's getting the ball, drops it, it counts as an incompletion. Right. So again, here, easy way to get the ball to your playmakers in space. Right, but then also you're adding the running back to the blocking scheme. Right, so everybody's just kind of reaching here. Right, again, easy way to create space to get to the outside. Another one here. And I believe, yeah, we're in a tackle over look as well. Right, we're in a tackle over, run our jet to our X here. And we're just getting numbers outside. Kind of to protect that pin pull, right? We'll run some of our naked stuff. Right, you see number 2 at the top of the screen, right? He tries to jump this thinking it's a toss. Right, but we're coming back the other way. Again, another easy way to kind of get the ball to your playmakers, right? So again, the ball's on the 30-yard line. Right, that's a negative 3-yard pass, right? But we take it for 20. Right, so kind of giving your quarterback easy completions and getting the ball to your playmakers so they can kind of run with it. Right, we're in that kind of overlook here, right? So we know this receiver who's on the ball, he's ineligible, right? So again, we're going to fake the toss here. We're running naked back the other way. Again, flats close here, right? Quarterback does a good job buying a little bit extra time here. Let that number 2 crossover come open. All right, another easy completion. All right, get it from a tight look here. Got my 2nd and 11. Here, first play of the game, right? We shift to this. Right, we scripted this out, right? Fake the toss, and let's take a shot. All right, a little windy that night here. All right, so this ball kind of drops down a little bit from the wind. All right, but you kind of see the eyes a little bit. Another condensed look here, right? We're running a lot of zone this game to our 3 receiver set, right? So now we're going to fake the zone. We're running naked back the other way, right? Here, we consider this condensed as well. Anytime that they're condensed and we're running some type of naked play action, we're always going to have this guy end up running a corner. Right. So again, right, condensing here to create space outside. Just remove this. Sorry about that. Right, like I mentioned earlier, right, condense to create space outside. Right, there's space outside. Hell of a throw by our quarterback here. Puts it on the money. Big explosive play for us. Right, creating the ball, getting the ball to your playmakers. Right, so back here, line up as a fullback, but this is one of our best receivers, the best receiver on the team. Right, one of our best receivers. We're in a condensed set here. A little bit of play action. Right, we're on kind of just post wheels. Right, double post here at the bottom of the screen. We're on a wheel by the fullback, aka our wide receiver, who's kind of hidden. Right, you even see here, right, this little play action, right, these linebackers are flowing. Get them biting a little bit. I wish you finished this one here, right, but next play we end up finishing it. Right, but again, right, hiding your playmakers, right, getting them the ball in kind of unconventional ways. That'll kind of help you as a team, right? You don't have to line up 2x2, 3x1 empty, just kind of throw it up, right? But give the ball to your playmakers in unconventional ways. Now you're in a 2x2. All right, we're on a cross here. We're getting 2 posts at the top of the screen. We knew that we got cover 2 against this look, right? So we kind of tear motion here to draw that corner down. We have number 5 here at the bottom of the screen running a crosser for us. He's getting cleared out by the 2 posts, and we know there's a void that we're throwing to. And the quarterback gets it off here, puts it in that spot where we're trying to get to. There's another one, right? Just adding a little bit of kind of play action to it here, right? You see the defense here. They're in their base defense, right? Just in their base defense. Getting the ball, creating easy throwing lanes for a quarterback. Down here, right, they start double the receiver at the bottom of the screen. All right, we're just running switch verticals here with a play action to it. All right, and we hit the tight end coming across on the other side. A condensed look, right? We're going to roll out, run an elite concept here for us. All right, we're selling everything to the right. And we have a receiver coming back the other way. It's another good one. All right, so again, it's 3rd and 7, right? 3rd and 7, we knew that we were getting man here, right? So all we did here, right, we went in our empty look here, putting our running back as a wing, right? We knew that he was manned up here, right? So again, what do we do naturally? We send everybody across here. These guys are 3 for 3. He's 1 for 1 here. Have him coming across the backside. And we're not setting picks here, right? We're just getting in the way. Right, so again, scouting, knowing how teams are going to line up to your condensed formations, right, can kind of help you as a play caller and a game planner to kind of know what you want to go to in certain situations. And the last one here, I think this is the last one. Again, right, we're in our condense here with our receiver out. We know he's ineligible. Right. Again, we ran this a couple of times. I'm pretty sure I showed you this clip before already. Again, we ran a toss over here. Now we're just going to fake the toss. We're running a post by our X here. And he has to get rid of just a little bit early, right? And we just missed this one. Right. We just missed this one. Right. But you see kind of the eyes here of the safeties. All right. They're trying to come down and play this. And we get a free look at almost as an explosive play here. Oh. This could be the last one. Motion across. We go back to that post wheel action, right? Double post at the top somewhat. All right, with the play action. Right, again, creating space to the outside, right? Look at how you can see all 11 defenders inside this picture here, right? You would almost argue that they're all in the box, right? You have a safety. Both safeties are within 6-7 yards of the line of scrimmage here, right? Nobody outside. Again, create space to the outside. Try to get your playmakers the ball. Right. Again, if you know how the defense is going to line up, right, that's going to help you dial up specific things to know, so you know it's going to work. Oh boy. There it is. Right. Explosive out of a condensed. Again, we talk about having teams, right, getting their base stuff here, right? They send a blitz here. Right, they send a blitz. We know where we're coming with it. And we know there's a little bit of a window here. They're playing kind of a trap cloud coverage with that corner coming down. Our quarterback and receiver on the same page, right? And sometimes, right, you guys hear it all the time, right? It's not about X's and O's, it's about Jimmy and Joe's, right? All of that, right? Sometimes you just let your playmakers get the ball and kind of do this stuff. Right, having guys like this will make me look a lot better, right? And make us all look good as coaches, right? So again, sometimes you just got to get the ball to your playmakers, let them run with it, make them make you look good. And then again, right, you guys reach out to me on Twitter. Here's my email address. Again, I want to thank Coach Tatum, right? This has been an awesome day. I'm picking up kind of small little nuggets and tidbits from a lot of different coaches. It's a really, really fun day of kind of learning and appreciate what you're doing for the game and kind of growing it, right? And stuff that we do at New Canaan, right? It's not the end all be all, right? There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. This is just kind of just what we do and kind of how our kids buy into it and kind of how we're successful with it. So again, just because I said doesn't mean that's the right thing to do. You might do something that's different, that might be better than us. Again, we're all learning different things, and everybody kind of takes from each other and kind of adds their own flair to it, and that's kind of what we do.
For sure. I appreciate you, Coach. If anybody has any questions for Coach Nugent, make sure you do that. And I like seeing how people do things in different regions of the country. Somebody might never ever seen ball in Connecticut, right? It's obviously it's not drastically different, but it's regionalized. It's some things are a little different. But make sure y'all hit up Coach. Make sure y'all follow him. Follow all the speakers as well. But Coach, I appreciate it. There are no questions. If anybody has any questions later on, maybe on the replay, make sure you hit him up. His contact was on the huddle slide right there. But I appreciate you, Coach.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. All right, got a few minutes here real quick before I bring Coach Burrell on. Guys, appreciate all that. Everybody's been reposting all day. Everybody's been supporting us. Appreciate that a lot. People have been asking how they can support. Just, number one way is go ahead and subscribe. It just helps us get that number up because YouTube's algorithm is crazy. So we try to just hit it when we can. But outside of that, appreciate everybody for watching and sharing that. But Coach Burrell, how you doing, big dog?
Good. How are you?
Man, I'm great. Anytime I can sit here and not do anything, so listen to ball, right? I'm winning. So if you want to go ahead and present, we'll go ahead and get you going. You can steal a couple of minutes here. All right, I got it. You take it away, and I'm gonna back out.
All right, awesome. Yeah, so today I'm going to talk about our vertical choice passing stuff. It's becoming more popular. More people want to learn about it. You see teams doing it in the college level. We don't try to do exactly what those guys do. We don't try to emulate those guys. We just try to take the benefits that we've seen those guys do and kind of build it into something that works for us. And so this has been really good for us. It's kind of the basis of our whole offense. I'm excited to talk about it today a little bit. So when we look at our offense and at ALA, we've been here for 3 years now, and we've had increased offensive success every year. Last year we had about 34 points a game, and a big part of that has been this for us. And so when we look at our offensive organization, this is the top thing we work on. We've already started working on it for next season. Everything we do builds off of this. And so we're a very spread out team. You'll see us using the wide splits and throwing it all over the field and that kind of thing. But really, the basis of our offense and the way we think about our offense is probably closer to a wing T type of team, where we're going to do this until you take it away. And then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this. And it all stems for us off of our choice concepts, out of our vertical passing stuff. A couple of reasons why we like it and why we decided when we got to ALA this is what we were going to do is we loved the idea and the thought that if we can get a one-on-one with our best against your worst, we have a chance. And when we came in, we took over a program that was really struggling, and we didn't have a lot of weapons that we could consistently go to. But we had a couple of guys, and we said, okay, if we, instead of playing 11 on 11, where everybody's got to win, let's try to play one-on-one as much as we can. We went and we stole some kids from the basketball team, and we sold it to them like that. Hey, you play one-on-one every day. That's what we want you to do here on the field for us. It's you versus him, and if you can get by him, we're going to win. It limits our quarterback's thought process big time, and we'll kind of show you that and why. But for us, we started with a sophomore quarterback who he didn't have a big arm. He didn't have much coaching before we got here, that kind of thing. And so the more decisions that we could take off of him in the moment, the better. It's really helpful to max protect in this concept. And you can run it out of 10, you can run it out of 11, you can run it out of 12. I'll show you clips of all of those. But the most of the time, you'll see us keeping running backs in, tight ends in, multiple tight ends. I think I have a clip in here where I have 8 guys in the protection. And where we were smaller than everyone and our offensive line was struggling and that kind of deal, that it really helps us. And it's good for this concept. And also, when you work the same thing over and over and over again, going back to that wing team mentality, it's easy to get good at it. And when you look at teams that that run the ball like that, or like to run buck sweep or any part of the wing tee, their coaches are very quick to say, well, you get good at what you practice, and we only do a couple of things. And that's the same mentality we have, except for instead of running into a crowded box full of people, we get good at throwing the ball vertically down the field and having big explosive plays. And we think that's a big time advantage for us. I'm going to talk about a couple of different choice concepts. The main one and the kind of day one basic one is what we would call DC, or deep choice. This is what it would look like. You obviously have a couple components. It's a half field concept for us. You've got your actual choice route itself, and then you've got what we would call a hold or a bury route, depending on a couple of factors. But this concept here on the right side, this would be what we would call DC. Okay, I'll also show you some solo choice, which is just where you don't have somebody inside of you running that hold route. And there is a difference, and there are some things you have to do differently as a play caller here. But those are the two main ones that we'll talk about today. Okay, when we show you guys diagrams of this, when we show coaches diagrams of this, they are immediately panic and they freak out and my kids can't do that. My kids can't do that. And they see all these different options. And what you have to understand is the way we teach it, all of these options aren't at play on every rep. And so for us, we built this checklist where we teach our receivers when they get up to the line of scrimmage, this is what they're looking for. And so when you're the choice route, you're the outside most guy on DC, what you're looking for is what is the depth of that corner. If that corner is, in the cloud or a press situation where he's up on you and you're going to run by him, there's probably not many worlds where you're anticipating the snap route or the comeback. Okay, if he's playing 15 yards off of you, you're probably not going to take this thing vertical either. Now, we don't make decisions pre-snap, but we have a plan and we try to eliminate some things early. The next thing they'll look at is what is that corner's leverage? Is he playing inside of me? Is he playing outside of me? Is he head up? Are his hips turned to the sideline? Is he shuffling? With his leverage, where does he want me to go? Where does he feel like he has help? And then the last part that we'll look for is there a secondary or support player other than the corner that could come over and guard me based on their pre-snap alignment? Is there a safety close enough to get over the top of me if I decided to post this off? Is there a nickel Sam kind of guy that could slice underneath me? I just want to be aware I'm running my route off the corner, but is there a secondary support player that could come get me? And what we're going to do is not eliminate or decide pre-snap what we're doing, but we are going to have a plan. We always think it's easier to have a plan and react otherwise, as opposed to, okay, I could do this, or I could do this, or I could do that. That's when it gets overwhelming for kids. Post snap, once that ball snapped, the way we run this route is we tell our kids it's a track meet to 10 yards. And what we really mean by that is it's not the time for a fancy release. We're not trying to get in a hand fight at the line of scrimmage. We're trying to run by you. That's what we're trying to do as fast as we possibly can. And that first decision that we're going to make once we get to 10 yards is simply a fly or die. Am I taking this vertical, or am I coming back down my stem out of this route? And that's the first thing they have to decide. If they can reach out and touch that defender and they at 10 yards, then we feel like we can take it vertical. If they can't, if he's just so far over the top and bailing, then we're going to sit this thing down. So fly or die is that first read. And then the second decision is, where is the open space here? If I decide to take it vertical, I could break at any angle I need to get away from a defender to go score a touchdown. And so we draw this route like this, where we've got a very defined post and a fade, and that, but really it could look like this. It could look like this. It could look like this. What it really is once I decide to take it vertical, where is the open grass? Where can I go score? And so that's kind of how we teach this outside choice route. A couple of things that we talk about or that with our receivers is just make your decisions confidently and make them at full speed. And when we say that receivers are never wrong, what we don't mean is, hey, you're right all the time and you make perfect decisions. What we mean is you have to coach the receivers in a way where you're not coming down on them and telling them that, hey, you screwed this up, you did this, you did that. What you have to do is say, hey, why did you take that route that way? What did you see that told you to do it this way? Because this is what I saw. This is what the quarterback saw. Let's make sure we're all seeing the same thing and getting on the same page. If you tell a kid, hey, you have to do this, you were wrong, he's going to be, okay, don't be wrong. He yelled at me, don't do that again. But then maybe the next time he runs the route, he does get that read and he should do that. And so when we say receivers are never wrong, we don't mean they make the right read every time. But what we mean is we coach them in a way that enables them and empowers them to make that same decision again, if that's the right decision. Okay, when we talk about our hold routes, they have a pre-snap checklist also. What they're really trying to identify is who is the underneath player. Is there a nickel Sam trying to apex us? Is there somebody head up on us? Who is that second level defender that we need to hold and be aware of? Who is the third level player? Who's the over the top guy? And then are we going to get any pressure? What we're really looking for and what we're trying to do with this route is we're trying to build and create the one-on-one outside of us. And so he's got to identify anybody that could take that one-on-one away from us. And so he needs to see who those defenders are pre-snap. And then post-snap, he's going to make some decisions based on what those defenders do. Okay, am I getting slice technique? So if I have a nickel Sam here and I snap the ball and he takes off flying out here to undercut our choice route, we're going to wrap that and just sit in this open window right here and be open. Okay, are we getting blitz? Is that same guy sending pressure? Can we just put our foot in the ground and replace it? Okay, if we don't get either of those things, we're going to push vertical past the second level defender and we're going to try to attack that third level defender. And we're going to get to about 12 yards and we're going to flatten this thing out and stay on the move across the middle of the field. So the goal of the hold route is to build the one-on-one for the choice route outside of us. Okay, a couple other pieces to this that have helped us, like we talked about, is the 7-man pro. Okay, this is the most common way we'll do it. Our spacing is huge. Okay, we're really wide. You'll see that on film. You'll see some clips of it. But that really puts defenders in a bind. That really isolates guys and makes guys play on an island, and it helps us big time in this concept. And then the opposite side, okay, people always ask me, what do you do on the back side of it? We have a couple of things we could do. We could throw solo choice here and double-side it, but most of the time what we decide to do is just let those guys jog off, maybe run a hitch or something like that, because at the tempo we play and the frequency that we're throwing these vertical passes down the field, We don't want to run receivers ragged and so that they're out of gas and they're not running as fast as they can. If the ball's not coming to you, then let's just save you, because maybe on the next play I do want to throw you one. And so you'll see our guys kind of running like a hitch, or they'll kind of just jog off. Occasionally we'll double side it, and we'll talk about that later. All right, so here in this picture, we're running DC to the left. Okay, we've identified our two defenders. Okay, if we're running our hold route, we've identified these two guys. Here's the underneath guy. Here's the over-the-top guy. Neither of these two seem like very big threats to our outside choice here. So he's going to push vertical past this nickel who's not going to undercut him. And then he's going to get on that safety's toes at 12. We're going to bend it off, and we're going to hold these two inside, and we're going to build the one-on-one here. Okay, we're going to fly or die, and once we decide to take it vertical, we're going to run to grass. We get the hold. We've got our one-on-one out here. He's over the top, so I stop, come back to the ball. And now here we get tackled. A lot of the time when you're playing one-on-one with this much space, if you can make the worst tacklers on the field in every high school football game, which are the corners, tackle your best players, you've got a shot. Okay, and so this was a pretty good rep of us coming out of it. Okay, similarly here, I don't love our spacing, but what he does is he condenses because he understands that this looks like it could be an over-the-top player, but in all reality, this is the over-the-top player. And so anytime we have a deeper player as the nickel Sam, we try to condense our splits, and it actually works here. And so here you have your underneath guy, you have your over-the-top guy that we've got to hold, and then we're playing one-on-one out here. Okay, you're going to see us in 8-man protection in here. The more guys you put in the box, the more they have to put in there. Perfectly safe, perfectly sound. We've built that one-on-one. We get the hold. We know where the ball's going for the quarterback. It's going to the choice route, take away his decision-making process. And it's a throw that we've made 1,000,000 times this season to our best guy against their worst guy. I don't love how this route's run at the top of it. I wish he would sink his hips and get out of his break a little bit better. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to be upset about a completion like this. Okay, here we're running it into the boundary. Same concept, still DC. If I'm my hold route, here's my two guys I've got to identify and make sure that both of them come with me. Now you start to see it into the boundary a little bit more, where this safety very much could play over the top. And so what we need to be aware of is at the quarterback spot, if one of those two doesn't hold, if we don't get a one-on-one for some reason, the ball has to go to the hold route. Okay, here we actually do get them both to hold. The corner's down. He's in my face. I'm making my decision pretty early. I'm probably taking this thing vertical. We max protect it. We beat him off the line. Let it fly. Okay. Now, when we want to talk about solo choice, I showed you guys what that looks like earlier. We're actually going to run solo to this side here. A few things that we need to be aware of when you're not going to have a hold route inside of you is it's your job as the play caller to build this one-on-one, be that with your protection, with your formations, with your alignments, with your running back keys, anything like that, backfield action. You've got to make sure you're getting the one-on-one. And so this was actually the second time we played this team this year. This was the first round of our playoff game. And in the first game that we had played them, this safety in 2x2 sets was responsible for this tight end. And so we felt like, okay, if we line up like this, let's see if we get the same look. This is the first play of the game. He came down into the box a little bit. We could tell he's responsible for this tight end. Here's their core. We're playing this, and they're playing 3/2 here. So we have our one-on-one here. And so we stayed in this alignment. We felt good about it. We kept the tight end in. The safety tries to get back, but he's not really hustling too hard. We feel like at 8 yards, that's not deep enough to play over the top of our choice. So out here, push vertical. Okay, a huge indicator for us is if we can get early hips on a defender, we're going to try to attack that backside hip. So here we're pushing vertical. At this point, it probably could be a snap or a go. So we're going to keep pushing it. And then once we get an early hip indicator, we know we're going to go attack that backside hip. And so we know right now this is a post option for us. There is no safety help deep. We're max protected, so we've got lots of time. And on the first play of the game, we let it fly. Run to where they're not. Okay, he doesn't get his full depth all the way to 12 here before he executes, but it's strictly just because of an early hip indicator. If a guy's short on his route and he tells me he got early hips, I'm usually not too upset about it. Okay, same game. Okay, one thing that happens when you invest in throwing the ball down the field and playing wide and going vertical is you start to see some looks that people they don't see this much vertical attack down the field. They don't see this much passing down the field, and they just panic and they start doing things that make no sense. And so here we've got engage 8 on. We feel pretty good about our look. We know we've got our one-on-one on solo choice. It's actually the same kid we've already thrown the touchdown on. We're going to max protect it. Same thing, early hip indicator. I wish my quarterback would have thrown that ball out in front of him a little bit and not pulled him back. But 7 is 7. This is easy for our quarterback. There's not much thinking going on. It's throw the ball high and deep. Let your guys go make plays. It's been really good for us. Okay, now when we look at hold routes and game application, okay, now in this case, we're running DC to the left. These are our two defenders that we need to be aware of. They're already outside leverage of our hold route. And so there's a pretty good chance that we're going to get one of these two playing over the top of our choice runner. And if that's the case, the ball's immediately got to go to the hold route. So here we actually get the nickel to hold, but this safety's playing well outside of us. So we know right now this ball's not going here. Okay, we push it. We roll dig it at 12. Quarterback readjusts. And we hit it right in that window there. If safeties want to fly out of the middle of the field, okay, we're going to throw this. Had he sliced, we wouldn't even get into this safety. We would just sit and wrap right here and be open in this window. Okay, some things that really bring the concept to life for us, some coaching points that really help us is, like we talked about earlier, make fast, confident choices. Receivers aren't ever wrong. Other things that we try to instill in our guys with drill work, with things we talk about, with our language, with the things we choose to emphasize, is when the ball's in the air, it's my ball every single time. And what that means is if it's mine every single time, I decide what happens to it. You don't decide what happens to it. So it may not always mean I'm coming down with this thing. But what it might mean is I know for sure you're not coming down with it. And so if it's a good pass and it's in the air and we're going to make a play, we're going to try to make a play. But our receivers absolutely understand that they cannot let vertical down the field throws get intercepted. When we're as aggressive as we are in the passing game, incompletions aren't something that we really worry about too much. We don't really care about completion percentage that much. The way we kind of look at it is if we throw 10 choice balls a game, we throw it down the field 10 times a game, and we only complete half of those, and then a little over half of those are touchdowns, that's 21-ish points right there on one concept. And we've got plenty of other concepts that we feel good about. And so we're going to keep throwing it even if we have incompletions. What we can't do is turn the ball over consistently. And so when the ball's in the air, my ball every single time. We never let the first guy tackle us. If we can break that first tackle, that's huge. Because what that does is now you're starting to entice guys to realize they don't have to take it vertical every single time. They could snap out of this if they want to. And if you're willing to snap out of it, take the completion, do what you're supposed to do, be on the same page with your quarterback, and then you can break one tackle against what we talked about before being the worst tacklers on the field, there's a chance you might break this thing big time anyway. And so we try to never let the first guy get us. And then we really emphasize this one, finish on your feet, whether that's in the end zone celebrating with the boys, whether that's getting pushed out of bounds because our splits are so wide, whether that's forward progress stopping because you're pushing the pile. Just try to finish the play on your feet, and understanding that's not going to happen every time it's football. You're going to get tackled, but you'd be surprised how many more tackles we break, and the mental psyche games that you play with defensive backs when they know that they didn't get you on the ground. You might have stepped out of bounds, the whistle might have blown, but you can't put me on the ground. And that's tough for guys when they know the ball's going to be thrown at them over and over and over again. And so this is what we work on with our receivers. This is what we talk about. So here I have some examples of those things. Okay, we're max protecting it again. You're going to see 8 guys in. Because of that, we feel like we're pretty good solo choice-wise. We don't need the hold route. Okay, we're clear out here almost on the tick. Safety's inside the hash. That's plenty of space. Okay, now here, if we're overcoaching this and we're being, you're wrong, this, that, the next, and we're coming down on the kid, this should be a snap all day, every day. But this is our best player. He'd already made a few plays in the game. And I'm going to play it back and I'm going to let it run, and watch how full speed. There's no pitter patter at the top. There's no indecision. I'm taking this thing vertical. He makes it full speed. He makes a clear, defined read for his quarterback, what he's doing. I'm taking it. Quarterback gives him a chance at it. Ball's in the air. It's my ball every single time. Now, had he started pitter pattering right here, we're probably throwing that hold route. But because he makes fast, confident choices, him and the quarterback are able to be on the same page. Okay. Over here, we're running solo. We attack the blind hip. I love it. We decide to take it vertical. Ball's in the air. It's mine every time. I love that we're playing through contact. I love that we're attacking the football. I love that we're trying to go up for it. Okay, ball's in the air. It's my ball every single time. Okay, you want to talk about don't ever let the first guy get you. This is the same thing. Fast, confident decisions. He decides to take it vertical. Ball's in the air. Don't let the first guy get you. And he doesn't. Okay, this goes back to throw the ball to your best players down the field against their worst ones over and over and over again. Don't let the first guy get you. Finish on your feet. It's a great play. Okay, same thing here. We're throwing solo. Okay, we're not afraid to throw it to the field. This guy's not doing anything to prevent us from throwing solo choice here. We got one of our younger receivers, and it's actually not even a great route. What he really does is he attacks the ball in the air well, and then he finishes on his feet. And when you emphasize it, when you practice it, you start to see these things come back up. And that's the difference of a 10 to 12 yard gain and a touchdown for a kid. This is another reason why we love this concept is when you look at this play, it was one-on-one all the way. There was never anybody else that was ever really a threat or a problem for us. Based on our formation and our alignments, if this is the middle of the field, there's nobody on this half of the field. If we can beat this kid, we feel pretty good about it. Love how he attacks the ball. Love how he finishes on his feet in the end zone. Okay. Big question we get all the time is how do you practice it? What are the drills that you use? Okay. We do one drill every day. And then the other thing that we do is we just develop the skills that we need for this concept. So we practice attacking the ball. We practice 10 to 12 yard sprints and we time those and being really quick off the snap. We practice catching deep balls, but one drill specifically for choice that we do every day is this one. We'll have the field split in half. We usually have our older guys doing it here and our younger guys doing it here. And what we're going to work on is actually 2 drills. You'll have guys over here running the hold routes, and you'll have guys over here running the choice routes at the same time. And so what we'll do is we'll sit a coach or a player, just somebody down here. And all we're really trying to do here is go over the big emphases, whatever the plural form of that word is, of the concept. We're not doing this full speed every day. This is similar to how like an air raid team would run pat and go, where it's not full speed. It's more of an activation, and we're just trying to get the emphasis and our guys thinking about the right things. So by having a coach here, these guys know I'm not messing with him. I'm not playing hands with them. I'm not dancing at the line of scrimmage. I'm trying to get by him as fast as I can. And then we'll just stick another player back here, and he'll be the bail read, or he'll sit flat-footed, or he'll even come up every now and then. Okay, we're not full speed. We get a clear back turn bailing. We'll push, catch the ball, stay in bounds, get upfield. Okay, and this is a warm-up for our quarterbacks. It's a warm-up for our receivers. We haven't quite started anything yet. This is just how we do it. Same thing, fastest release. We get a clear hold read or a clear snap read from our guy. Ball's coming out. We're a little bit short. We would try to coach that up. Okay, we're about 11 yards. When we're not going full speed, we really try to emphasize this, and we tell them to push it one more extra step, one more extra yard. Catch the ball, stay in bounds, go score. Okay, we could also get a read where he sits, and now we're taking it vertical. Okay, one thing we try to coach our receivers here is right here. If the quarterback hits you in stride and you can go score a touchdown, that's what we want. But the second you've got to stop and slow down and wait for the ball, we tell them if you have to stop, it's time to hop. So you need to go attack that ball and play it and try to catch the ball as high in the air as you possibly can. Go be aggressive towards the ball. One, you'll catch it. Two, if you don't catch it, we'll probably get a call if there's contact down the field and you're attacking the football. You see a better clip here. Okay, we underthrow him just a little bit. He's got to stop, so he hops, and you can. It's not a perfectly timed hop. Again, we're warming up still, but I love that you can see right there where he reaches that ball up high to show, hey, I'm aware of this. I'm thinking about it. I know this is what I'm supposed to do. Okay, if you have to stop, hop. And so we're doing that on this half of the field. We're working those choice reads over here. Now on this half, we're running the hold routes. We'll do this for about 5 minutes, and then we'll switch. So now what we'll do is we'll put a nickel Sam here, and we'll have our hold route, and he'll push, and he'll wrap at 12. If he gets sliced, he's just going to wrap and sit. If he gets carried, he's going to push past him, and he's going to run that dig at 10 to 12 and catch it in the middle of the field. He gets carried. We try to win 10 to 12. I wish he'd go over the top of him, but I'm not going to be too picky. Okay, here we get sliced. Wrap and sit, ball's on you right now. And so we'll do 5 minutes of each, and then we'll switch it. If it's like a Monday, we'll do the choice routes on this side, and we'll do the hold routes on this side. On Tuesday, we would switch that. So we'd run the choice routes here and the hold routes here. So we're getting both directions throughout the week, but we do this drill every day. It's kind of a warm-up. Okay, I think we get sliced here again. We get sliced, wrap and sit. Is this exactly how it works? No, it's not, but we're working on the main emphasis. Our kids understand the concept, and it's a good warm-up for us. A lot of the time, early in the day, the quarterbacks will start on the hash for these drills, and as they get warmer and warmer, we'll push them to work across the middle of the field. Okay, and then the last thing is just a couple of things. Earlier I said you're going to see some looks and you're going to get some things that just aren't very usual because of how much you throw it vertical. We try to have as much common sense with our offense as we can. So here, where everybody's playing deep, you got a million guys in the box. Like, if you're throwing deep balls over and over again and teams are playing really far off of you, throw it short and make teams tackle you. Take advantage of the spacing. Take advantage of the one-on-ones and all that kind of thing too, but have some common sense. Let's not chug deep balls when they're playing deep over and over again. If we can complete a little easy one, let's do that and give the ball again to our best guys out there against their worst. This is a throw that everybody here can throw a perimeter now screen. If you can't, practice it some more because it's not that hard. Okay, we get some weird looks here. We've got a dude pressing our guy, and then we've got 4 safeties back at 15 yards. Okay, could we run DC at this? Yeah, probably, but we're probably still getting a snap read. Well, if we're going to get a snap read anyway, and they're playing that far off, let's just not get so stuck in choice that we don't have some common sense. And again, here, this goes back to everything that we talk about, like, don't let the first guy get you, finish on your feet, be tough on the perimeter. Like, this is a really great job. And so, some stuff like this has been really good to help complement choice for us. Just some easy little things. Don't let the first guy get you, finish on your feet, stay in bounds, score. That stuff translates not just to choice, but good receiver play in general. So I should have put my contact info in here. I'm sorry. I'm happy to help out wherever. If you need stuff, I'll put it in the chat on the YouTube, and you can get me on Twitter or talk to Coach Tatum. He can help you get in contact with me. But I love talking about this stuff. It's been really good for us, and so appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, man. I've already had a couple of people already ask me about your contact, and I've already sent it to them. So you'll be, especially one guy's from the UK. So he said he thinks this would be really good for, the type of guys they got, and, not as much time to expand the playbook.
Yeah.
Like, they need things that'll help them, that has a lot of answers. So yeah, definitely give him that. But for sure, hit up Coach. I mean, you just search Lance Burrell. I mean, it'll come up. But yeah, Coach, I really appreciate you doing that. I'll definitely be speaking to you in the future anyway. So,
Sure.
But appreciate you a lot.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, guys. Until Coach Irv gets on here, I'm just gonna, keep reiterating it, keep doing what you're doing, sharing stuff out. My wife, she's watching secretly in the background. She said, make sure you put that back up there. I'm like, all right. So this is awkward for me to do every time, but if you do want to support what we're doing over here at Coach Tatum, everything's free. This whole thing's free. This is not necessary. Y'all know that. But if you want to scan that QR code and donate, we really would appreciate that. Again, it's not necessary, but I just want to put it up there so I don't get yelled at. So y'all understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, we are rolling right along, guys. 5.5 hours in. If you have been here the whole time, drop in the chat. Even if you've been here for a while, please let me know who's still rocking around while we're trying to get Coach on. He should be on here pretty soon. Let's see. Yeah, guys. Some guys would rather DM me than put it on the chat, which is fine because he's usually on their phone. But if you've been here the whole time rocking it with us, I really do appreciate y'all for real. Let's see. Yep, got you, Coach. Appreciate that. Cool. It's been a good day so far, man. If you haven't, anytime is a good time. You can go and come back. It is what it is. Like, this is not. Sometimes it's funny. I tell my guys in the weight room, they're like, "Coach, can I get water?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is not prison. Go get water. Just come back." So yeah, if you need to go get food or a beverage, or your wife needs you to do something, hey, come back. All of this is on replay, man. All of them are. If you go to my YouTube channel and go to my live tab under videos, all of my all-day coordinator clinics are on there. So and the OL ones are on there too. So it's always available for playback for you guys to go back and figure out if you want to talk about some different things. Okay. So Coach Greg Wellman, he's been here since 8 a.m. He's loving it. I appreciate you a lot. Coach, if you give him a minute, he's still here. He'll drop his stuff down in there, and while it's coming up, it is at Coach Burrell _ALA. So pretty simple. At Coach Burrell _ALA. All right, it's Lance Burrell. Coach Warren, been here since 8:30. Appreciate you, Coach. Appreciate you a lot. Let's see. Yeah, okay. He did it. He did a really good job. A lot of love for that dude. He's helped me out a lot. Okay. Coach Ivory, love it, man. You always catch up my stuff, man. I appreciate you a lot. Coach, how do you utilize nub formations in your run game? Well, it depends. if it's true, just nub 11 personnel, no H back in there with him. Kind of want to see how they're playing the C gap. They're with the defensive end inside or outside of him. If he's inside, you've got a soft edge, whether they have a corner or an outside backer out there. So if you pull a guy around or lead up with your running back, off tackle stuff's really, really good, or off tight end stuff's really good. If they're playing outside, hit B gap, try to fit it up inside. Try to see, are they going to overload to the passing strength? Because we're going to do nub, let's say nub trips at 11. If they're going to put more guys over to the trips, then we should have run numbers to the nub. And if you're hitting them with the nub stuff, then they're going to get you short on the passing strength and go ahead and throw it out there. So kind of depends. And I love nub with an H-back type stuff. We'll call it 21 personnel if you want to. And you can kind of pull a guy, you can run counter, you can run power to the cows come home, or one of the best undefeated plays in football, which is quarterback pin and pill or buck sweep, especially to the nub side. So run at corners. Like Coach Burrell said, the worst tacklers in the history of football are high school and lower DBs, or DBs in general, right? Call it corners. Run at those dudes. Force them to put a corner to the passing strength. But yeah, that is that. If you donated, guys, I will give a shout out. You guys are the OGs. The O lineman, man. We the O lineman. We got some donations. Coach Burrell, shout out to you, man. I really appreciate you a lot for doing that. But the O lineman, man, we got some good donations for us, and then it really helped, kind of bolster what we were doing, man. And for those that don't know, I talked about it earlier. With donations and stuff like that, we use that money to go ahead and turn Coach Tatum, like the whole thing. It's Tatum Productions. They'll be coming out. I'll be releasing that soon. Tatum Productions is going to be a company, a business for my coaching, anything I decide to do. And the IRS probably, they're not watching, but it's a tax write-off. So because I'm trying to help coaches, man. I'm trying to help everybody out with anything that I might know, and especially offensive line coaches. I got a passion for those dudes. Thank you. I was going to use quarterback run game towards the nub tight end. It's really good stuff, man. It's really good stuff. Not sure where coach is at. And Coach Burrell, there's a question for you if you want to answer that. But yeah, there's Coach's Twitter at Coach Burrell _ALA. I know a lot of people want to talk about choice, man. And he's the best choice guy that is putting out stuff. I know a couple other guys that are on it with their choice stuff that are resources as well. But him and some other of my buddies are like the go-tos for me. So 100%. My dog, Coach Dustin Martin. It's been a great day so far. Appreciate you putting this together, Coach. Man, it's a longer day. The sun's out, and this morning it felt great. I need to turn on my AC because it's getting a little stuffy up here in my office. But yeah, it's been a great day, man. Really, really good. Let's see. Appreciate that. Let me see. All right. Well, cool. So I'm getting some text. Hold on. All right. If anybody got anything while we're waiting on Coach to come on? Anything y'all want to mention? I love the nub formation, man. I love talking about that stuff. Let's see. All right. Yep. Great time to go to the bathroom if you need to, so you don't miss anything. Quick intermission. All right. Okay. Just gotta know, man. I appreciate everybody, man. Like if y'all know how awkward it is to quote unquote ask for money, I'm not really asking for money. So, but it is always awkward to do that. Coach Martin, what's your favorite front to go against? You like blocking odd or even? So, okay, so there's a whole story, and I'll do this before Coach comes on. So, for the longest time, the defenses that the teams that I've been on have been odd. So when I was at North Rowan, our defense was odd for 3 years I was there, and so our guys were way more comfortable blocking odd, right, than even. And then when we would get into um, camp or in spring or whatever, we're blocking our own guys. We're having to block odd defenses. So when we get to the season, we're playing against the even front. Our guys are like, man, where's the odd front teams, coach? So it's really funny. So I always have a love for blocking odd front. I think it's more difficult, right? You have head up techniques. Guys can play either gap, slant angles type of stuff. It's a little more. It can be a little more quote unquote difficult. So I love that as the O line coach, right? Challenge. Now, which one is the easiest? Even front, duh. Anybody will tell you that, right? If a guy's in a 3 technique, what is he more often than not? B gap defender. Guys in a shade, A gap defender, right? Guys, they don't usually stunt and twist as much. They will, obviously, especially higher level stuff. But yeah, easy one is even. My favorite one, I think it's a challenge and I love it and be able to teach it and have adjustments to, is odd. All right, I think that's contrary, but I enjoy odd front. We run a lot of power, duo, counter, and jet. Thoughts on adding in spinner counter, or is it not worth the time to rev it? The thing that's best about springtime, coach, or the summer is you have time. Now, I don't know what your coaching situation is. I don't know what your teaching situation is. If you have a quarterback and your running back in your weightlifting class, right? You get done weightlifting, you got some time at the end, you go in the gym, have them do it there, right? You're stealing time to rep those things and just see if they pick it up, see if you like it. And then once you get the spring ball, if you have a spring ball, do it as a full unit, right? Walk through it, rep it, and then run through it, and see what you think about it. For me, I haven't done it. I don't think it would be that much of a curve to kind of try it. Maybe it's a package deal, right? You put it in for a week, and you want to kind of test it out. If you don't like it, boom, scrap it. But I don't know, give it a try, man. Also, favorite formation to run power duo RPO out of. Anything 3x1 is really good. You get your H back and your twins is really good. If you're pistol, you can do it either way. But usually it's your. I love 20 personnel, 3x1. With your H back in the sniffer, running duo and power. Maybe it's not as much RPO, but to run duo and power, love, especially against odd front. There you go. 21 personnel, tight end H back. That is old school football, right? That's pretty much it's I formation, pro I formation without being under center and having the fullback right behind the quarterback, right? All you did was move the quarterback to shotgun and you put your fullback into the sniffer. That's all you did. So I love doing that. I love heavier formations. Been streaming on the TV all day, coach. This is fantastic. Love the practice planning stuff from Coach Russ. Coach Russ. Yeah, Coach Russ. Yeah, Coach Russ is a good one, man. And it's his birthday, and he was really gracious to come on and do that for me. But he is rapid fire, right? He is fast tempo. That's who he is, man. He gets fired up. But yeah, he finished early because he goes so fast. But all this is on replay, and definitely hit him up if you want to talk about it. Let's see. Got some guys texting me. But yeah, man, appreciate all those questions, guys. Not sure where Coach is at. We were pretty much halfway through his session. So we will go ahead and start thinking about where's the next. No. Coach Caden. Coach Caden will be coming at 2:00. Is there a link to rewatch the sessions from earlier? So if you're watching it live, right, keep watching this. Once this is over, I'm 95% sure that the same link that I've been posting will bring you straight back here, right? Once this is done and it is posted, click that same link and it'll start you from the beginning. So it'll be the same link. So nothing's really changed. If you lose the link or something like that, if you go to my YouTube, go to a playlist under the live. This will be under the all day clinics playlist. All my all day clinics will be on there. This will be the 6th one. And they'll all be there, right? Hours and hours of knowledge for anybody that wants to, go back and watch. It's like 72 hours of free stuff. Let's see. Anyway. All right, guys. Yeah, appreciate all those questions, guys. Yeah, it's all available for playback. Might have to just do a video with Coach Irv at another time. Some people were really looking forward to his session. I don't know if things maybe got confused with time differences or anything like that. Struggle at times to organize a call sheet. Any good templates you have that you could send? I have some. I have some templates. No, Coach, the clinic, Coach Hines. I have some hints. I have some things I can send you. The clinic is not over. No, the clinic does not end until like 8:30 tonight Eastern. Anyway, so yeah, the clinic is not over, guys. Just some confusion with time zones, which are posted everywhere. So, but anyway, but the clinic is not over. We're still going until tonight. So yeah. Anyway, so we will keep it rocking, guys. Let me see. Who's next on the afternoon slate? So if you have me on Twitter, the full clinic is posted. So each one comes up, but let me see. Yeah, the full clinic is up, but the next one is Coach Caden. He's talking about gap scheme and inside zone variations with perimeter screens. So yeah, and then Coach Ivory, how often do you utilize the call sheet, Coach, or do you use it as a reminder? Honestly, so I'll have it, a lot of it as a reminder. I will have like a script of things that I want to get to, kind of see how people align early in the game. So it'll be different formations, maybe some motions, maybe something that like a funky formation they haven't seen, how they're gonna align to it, different things that we'll do. So yeah, so it depends. It's really just a reminder, and then how to get certain guys the ball that we've practiced. We have a dude that we need to get him some touches pretty easily. Whether it be give him a jet or put him on a certain route, or we like this run versus this look. We want to get him a touch. Yeah, we'll do that. It'd be more of a reminder. Yeah, that we'll 100% we'll do that with my call sheet. And just I keep it organized by what we do have and what we have called. Because nothing on there I won't have anything on there that we haven't practiced. So I'm really big on that, just because we've done it before, weeks before. It might be something that we've done once. It's not gonna be on my call sheet, right? We can adjust some things. Be like, hey, you remember this? We're gonna run this kind of like something we've done before. We can do that, but I personally believe in calling stuff that you practice. How many formations do you try to carry each week? I love running power and counter, or multiple formation shifts and motions. It depends, because we have tags for formations that can make us vary multiple. And we have rules for all of our plays. So putting a new formation, we could draw something up on the sideline. We thought that was really good. Now, formation is different to me than plays. We can throw a formation out there, and if we can get lined up, right? We have rules, right? They give us a strange look. Maybe we haven't practiced it, but we have rules to sort that out. But formation it varies. I don't have a number really. It could be a ton, right? We can get to. And motions, we didn't really shift that much. Haven't really shifted that much. Other places I've been, motion, we'll have your simple motions. You'll have your jets, your orbits, or flies, because jets usually 2 flies away. And then your short and long motions with certain guys, your exits, your ends. Again, I said orbit motion. So it kind of will have all those. Agree. I really have less plays, multiple ways to do it. 100%. 100%. All right, let me go ahead. Let me see if Coach Caden is around. All right, I'm going to go ahead and send that to him. Let me try and get him up on here real quick. All right, here we go. I found that it slows me down. Is that a bad thing? I have fundamental rule on certain looks from a defense. I tried using it, but it just gets put away. And it can slow you down, right? Especially if you're more of an experienced play caller. Because I know, like, my buddy Coach Trotter that's coming on at 6:30. He does everything from the dome, right? And I've seen it live and in person, him just calling stuff, putting stuff together. So he does it straight off the top of his head. Now he has a call sheet as a reminder to keep him on schedule on some things, maybe some things he wants to look at versus certain looks that they've practiced. But yeah, more often than not, he's calling it straight from the head. So I guess for more experienced guys, it's that way. Younger guys, it might not be. But it depends on your comfortability level as well. Guys, you want to make sure that I love the interaction y'all just had. It was really, really good. But Coach Caden, I've been calling you Coach Caden because I didn't ask you yesterday how you say your last name, and it's a pet peeve of mine to get people's names wrong. So how do you say your last name?
I appreciate it, man. It's Meechin. It's
Meechin.
a hard one, but it's
gotcha.
fixed, so
yeah, man. All right. So if you want to go ahead and share your screen, Coach, we'll go ahead and get going early because people can kind of hanging out with us the whole time. You want to go ahead and present.
You guys see that? Okay.
Boom. Yes, sir.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and jump in. So my name's Caden Meechin. I'm the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Brighton High School out here in Salt Lake City, Utah. Very blessed to work under a phenomenal head coach in Casey Cetera. Just wrapped up our first year there, or my first year there, and had a pretty successful season. So thanks again to Coach Caden for having me on. I really appreciate it. And a lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about, I think most people do some form of it within their scheme. So I get it's a very common theme right now, but hopefully somebody can get something out of it as we move forward. So today I'm going to talk about gap schemes, so power, counter, inside zone variations with perimeter screens. So typically a first level RPO offense. I have a couple slides going over that stuff, and then I'll get into some tape, and then we'll call it good. But since this will be my third year coordinating, and as I've kind of gone through some of this stuff, I used to always say I'm a spread RPO guy, I like to chuck the ball around, right? But the more I've gone through with this stuff, I wouldn't necessarily say we're a spread offense. I mean, we do play from the gun, but I would say we're multiple. Some years we've been straight, 10, 11 personnel. And then, going into this year, we might be more 12, 13 personnel just because of some of the dudes we have. So I would say that we're more multiple than we are spread, if that makes sense. So our offense last season, we had a pretty good year. We won 11-2, made it to the semis for the first time in 10 years for Brighton High School in 5A. And we did it on a third string quarterback. So unfortunately, we went through 3 quarterbacks this year and was still able to manage putting together an offense that could function. We also had a really good defense as well. They were one of the top defenses in the state, so that's always a plus. We just had a very good team overall. We had 4,500 total yards roughly throughout the season. We ran for 2,339 yards. I believe that's a school record. Sorry. And then we averaged 5.6 yards per play on first down. I always think that's important because we were doing a really good job throughout the season of staying ahead of the sticks and keeping drives or sustaining drives in that way. So those are just some areas we found success in this year. And then I'm just going to get into RPO rules. Okay. So everybody teaches what they do differently. These are some of my must-haves on here. So first, your quarterback has to be an extension of you as the play caller, right? The way we teach it, you have a give read, or you're throwing the perimeter, or if you're in any type of 3-by-1 formation, you might have a gift route on the single side that you can try to win a one-on-one matchup with. You got to get your quarterback to see the game the way you see it, especially if you're trusting him with this RPO stuff. Because if you guys aren't on the same page, then it's going to be a rough night, rough back and forth kind of game with him. So it takes a lot of quarterback development through spring ball, going into summer, a lot of film study. You'll see it on the tape this year. Our starter was only a sophomore, so you'll see he has a lot of things to clean up on here as well. But just mentally being on the same page with the quarterback is number one. And then perimeter blocking, I don't think we talk about it enough in perimeter screen game. If in our program, if you're not willing to get nasty and physical as a receiver, it's going to be hard for you to be on the field. So we emphasize from day one at camp that perimeter blocking is a must. And you'll see I also threw some screen and go clips in some of my cut-ups, and you'll see how great physical perimeter blocking kind of can set those guys up for big explosive plays on screen and go. And then you can teach your quarterbacks how to read this or how to distribute the ball within these rules. Just you can do it on box count, or you can do it based on numbers on the perimeter. I've taught it both ways. It's just however he can retain that information efficiently. So in my opinion, if you get a 5-man box, you're giving that thing, you're handing it off, or if you're reading the end man on the line of scrimmage, you're pulling it if that end crashes or whoever you're looking at. So 5-man box, we ideally want to run the football. Okay, and then in a 6-man box, it could go either way. If you have access, we call them nows or bubbles, so like smoke screens to the boundary or a bubble to the field, or if you have a good matchup with the gift route, you have the opportunity to throw it. But if you throw it, it better be complete. And then if we don't like our numbers on the perimeter or our one-on-one matchup, we'll hand the ball off. So 6-man box, I think sometimes you might be able to have both at your disposal, if that makes sense. And then 7+, we would obviously like to throw the perimeter or the gift if available. But if we're not comfortable throwing the perimeter for whatever reason, maybe they rolled up a corner on the now screen and we don't like it, or we don't feel like we can win one-on-one with the gift route. When in doubt, just give it. And you never know, you might be able to pop one against a 7-man box. There was times that happened with us this year. Or you just hand it off, get what you can, and you go on to the next down. So that's kind of how we treat that. And again, you can teach your quarterback, based on box count or perimeter count, if that makes sense. So running backs, they always want to act like they're carrying the ball until it's not in their hands. So that kind of cleans up any exchange issues you might have with fumbles and things like that. But the running back should be going through his mind that he's going to carry the ball every play until the quarterback doesn't hand it off. So, and then up front, our offensive line coach, Josh Huber, he does an amazing job. Up front, it requires you got to have communication. I think every O-line guy in here would agree with that. Communication and execution. Okay, so examples of that is as we go through the tape, you'll see how we communicate. Sometimes we might pull our center on power. We might pull our guard. It just depends on the front structure, and then identifying the mic that we want to combo to and things like that. So effective communication, I believe, allows them then to execute up front. And our offensive line coach, again, he does a great job of coaching that stuff up. So we'll start with power. Okay, so I'm just going to jump into the tape. I got about 8 clips for each set of cut-ups I have. Our main schemes are inside zone, outside zone, power, and counter. Now, I'll be honest, we weren't the best at executing outside zone this season, so that's something we're going to be diving into a little bit as we get into spring ball. So we really hammered just inside zone, counter, and power out of different looks. So just get to the cut-ups here and get to the tape. So I'm going to pause this for a minute and just kind of explain the whole picture that we want our quarterback to look at here. So this is later on in the game, obviously. We've got rolled up corners, a rolled up overhang here. The
Coach,
box
make sure you hit share, share that one instead.
Sorry.
There you go. That's
You guys
good.
see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we've got press coverage pretty much, playing man on the perimeter, one-on-one with the gift. We have a pretty heavy box here, but because of the alignment on the perimeter, it could be a risk throwing the ball outside. We do have a tight end attached here, 1-by-1 off the tackle. And so I'm going to say right now, I don't really like the perimeter. We're going to hand this ball off and see what we can get. We had a stud in the backfield, so we were able to run against some of these heavier boxes at times as well. So based on this front, okay, so how we teach this is typically we want our guard to pull on power. So our left guard right here is going to pull. We're running into power to the right. Our center is going to fill. If there's a 3 technique away, we're actually going to have our center give a Colorado call, because that would be if this D line here or D tackles in an outside shade on this guard. That's a long fill for the center. So the way we would adjust that is our center is just going to we call it a Colorado call to this guard right here. And you'll see some clips of that later. But essentially all that means is now the guard's going to stay on this 3 technique if he was outside. And then our center would pull for the guard instead. That way he doesn't have to fill that on that long 3 technique. So, but in this case, we're good. Easy fill for the center. Our guard doesn't do a great job of wrapping around. Okay, quarterback's already decided pre-snap he's going to hand the ball off. Good base by our left tackle, and we get a decent 8-yard run out of it. And I'll take 8 yards against the box like that any day. So that's kind of what we're looking at initially. Okay, here we go again. Same thing. We go a little check with me here. Same look. Again, normally against this box, you'd like to throw the perimeter, but because these guys are rolled up, because we threw the perimeter so much early in the game, now we're going to just take our chances running the ball here. So here's the front we get. Sorry, I don't know why it's going slow-mo. Let me skip ahead. Okay, so same thing. Right now our center is able to fill based on the alignment of the front. So we're going to pull our guard here on power. Okay, does a decent job wrapping, doesn't really get hands on anybody. I'd like to see him be a little more aggressive. Our right tackle does a great job comboing with our guard and getting up to number 21 right here. Okay. Opens up a little bit of a crease, and then this is just a great finish by our back here. Takes it to the house. So because we were so efficient, at least with execution up front, and then the dude we had in the backfield, we felt that against heavier boxes where teams knew we were going to run the ball, sometimes we we still felt we'd have a chance at success. And this cat behind center was a young kid too, so I feel like having a potent run game really helped us out with him as he started to develop. And then, he started playing really good football towards the end of the year before we lost him for this season, unfortunately. But we do get him back, so that'll be nice. Okay, same thing here. We pop power again for 12 yards. Same look, tight end 1-by-1 off tackle. Now, I would argue you could throw the now at this point if you want. You got a bail corner right here to the boundary. If you do like your matchup outside, you can throw the gift route. We kind of took that off of our Q's plate this year just because he was young and a first-year starter. So we wanted to see him master distributing the ball based on either handing it off in the run game or throwing the perimeter based on what the defense was presenting. So we didn't really get to gift much this year, but now that he's been through the fire a little bit, he'll have more freedom to do that moving forward. So I'll give you a look from the back end here. So same thing, right? We're running power. And again, backside, we have kind of a one tech here, head up on the guard. So that's an easy fill for our center, so we don't need to make a Colorado call, right? We'll keep it on, have our guard pull. Great job by our right guard getting in this D tackle's hip here and driving him out of the play. Our right tackle does a good job climbing the backer right away. Okay, our tight end kind of needs to take a better angle here. Lets this dude cross his face a little bit, but we get enough push that we're still okay. It's a good base by our left tackle. And then number 0, man, he just puts his foot in the ground and gets upfield. So, and in some of these clips, you'll see more perimeter throws and less runs. So it kind of just depends on how it works out. Okay, so here's another example. Okay, 2x2 with the tight end attached. We call it Dallas, so this would be Dallas left. Same thing, right? Loaded box. Now, in this game, that's where I was saying earlier, sometimes it varies. Like you might think you have a one-on-one matchup here, but we were really struggling throwing the ball in this game. So coming out, this is in our first drive out of the half, I believe. I just told him, look, unless it's blatant as day, we're handing the ball off. We're going to wear these guys out and just try to get out of here with a win. But we don't want to take any more chances. So again, loaded box, right? Most guys would be saying throw it right now. Again, we just didn't feel we were really winning on the perimeter with our one-on-one matchups, especially with the gift route here. So in this case, this quarterback's going to hand the ball off. Then same thing. Our center probably could have Colorado'd this, but this isn't too long of a fill for him, so we're going to leave it on here. And our center makes that decision on his own too. So playing center up front for us, you've got to be really smart with that. He'll decide when he's pulling and when he's not. So in this case, he felt comfortable making this fill. And I liked it against this front. Okay, we do a good job washing everything down. You can see right here these 2D tackles all night. They were just trying to shoot at our knees and cause havoc or cause a pile. And in this case, it kind of backfired on him. Our guard wraps. Now, he still got his ass chewed a little bit on tape. I'm not going to lie, because he was just kind of joining the party. He wasn't really looking to, get hands on anybody. So, but because of our good down blocks and our good combos, okay, you can see our left tackle does a great job getting up to the backer here, number 3. Our right tackle bases pretty well. And it creates just enough of a crease for this kid to go make a play again. I always like to use the term feed the stud. It's pretty simple, but give your best player the ball as many times you can. Wear his ass out. And that was this cat for us right here. He's a stud for us in the backfield. We lean on him a lot, especially, as we were playing different quarterbacks and things like that. But okay, and then here's another example of power. This is a good one too, because this time we pull our center. Sorry, guys. So again, you could say maybe you have the now here, but again, he didn't feel comfortable throwing it. And sometimes, whatever you still have the numbers to throw it, or you could hand it off. You might not be wrong, whatever you decide to do. So, and that's something we have to explain to our quarterback as well. So with this front, you can see, Sorry, let me run it back a little bit. If we had our right guard pull, that's a very long fill for our center. So our center here just gives a Colorado call. That tells our right guard here, okay, I'm going to stay on this 3-tech. Center's going to pull, and we should be out of the gate. So good combo by our left guard and our left tackle. Would have liked to see us work up, and they're actually comboing to number 3 over here. So if you see this cat right here, our left guard and our left tackle are going to combo to him, and we're going to leave this backer here for our puller. So I know some guys do it different, but I just thought it was important to explain. Okay, our tight end and our right tackle both, well, our right tackle not so much, but our tight end does a good job kicking out this end right here. Center does a great job wrapping. Okay, I'd like to see him get better hands on the backer, but he at least influences him. We had a very undersized center this year, but he was smart and he was tough and gritty. He battled his ass off, so I'm very, very proud of him. Okay, we do a good job washing everything down. Again, a great combo by our left guard and our left tackle. Okay, our right guard does a good job staying out on that 3 technique. And then, again, I didn't teach this kid to run the way he did, but just give him the ball as many times as you can if he's your stud. So, okay, here's an example of where we throw it. So now the picture's a little bit different. Okay, again, we're in 2x2 with the tight end attached. All right, now the key thing our quarterback sees here is this backer's tucked in, this outside backer right here. So the only one really over the top, we're going to be running bubble here, a tag with power. The only one really over the top of this slot is this safety. With him being tucked in, if we get a good perimeter block here by our X, he's out of the gate, right? So you'll watch this outside backer here. He's going to fit the run immediately. Quarterback just flips it out there right at the jump. Okay, we probably would have had a decent run here if we handed it off, but we love our numbers. We essentially have 2-on-1 out here. Flips it out. Great job by number 1. I feel like our receivers in the perimeter blocking game are very physical, so that was helpful. And we just tell them, in our stock blocking rules, we tell these guys, stay in front of him and take him where he wants to go. So you can see he tries to go outside of him, go around him, and he just drives him that way. And our slot does a good job. As soon as he catches the ball, he sees where his block's going, and he just gets upfield. Okay, first play of the game, get up. We have a good explosive out here. So with good perimeter blocking, you can get a bunch of cheap explosives here with these perimeter screens, which I love too. Okay, I believe we have one more with power. Okay, this is out of a different set. Okay, I think our third string quarterback just came in this game, so we were just trying to run the ball and get him comfortable. I believe we have now to the boundary here, and then we just didn't like the numbers here, so he's just going to hand the ball off. Now out of a 2-back set. Pretty simple. Number 10 here is just going to kick out the defensive end. Okay, and we're comboing and washing everything down. Now this time, again, there's really nobody. I mean, you can't see the D lineman in front of our back right now, but our center, there's no way in hell he's going to fill all the way down the line like that. So we're going to make a Colorado call here. We're running power to the left. We're going to make a Colorado call so our right guard can stay, and our center is going to pull. This makes it an easy fill for our left guard to fill for our center now as well. So you can see here, left guard fills, center pulls. Okay, our right guard does a great job staying on the 3 technique. Our right tackle is going to base. 10 does a great job, phenomenal job digging out the end. Get hands on the backer, and he's out of the gate. Now, it's debatable if he actually scored. I think he got lazy and the ball got hit out right on the 1-yard line, but they gave it to us, and I guess sometimes it's good to be lucky. So that's that's kind of our power variations, and I say variation just based on who might be pulling and who might not be pulling, based on that. So now we'll get to counter. Okay, so you can run it with GT. So if we have a tight end attached, it's normally GT, or we'll have our center pull. So again, we're out of a 2-back set here. We decide to run it based on perimeter numbers. We like our box here. based on the front and everything. So our quarterback's we're telling our quarterback here, and if you get this picture, we're going to hand it off. So let me go to the back angle real quick. All right, so if a tight end's attached, we could run counter with our tight end and our center pulling based on the front. It could be our tackle and our center, our tackle and our guard, our tight end and our guard. It just depends. And we teach them to communicate all these things up front. But just based on front structure, that's why I call it a variation encounter, because we could be pulling different dudes depending on the front. This time we go GT here, just because we like the numbers here. And or the front structure, we don't feel like we need to make a Colorado call to pull our center or anything. So in this case, out of a 2-back personnel, we're in 21 personnel here. Our tight end's just flexed out. Number 10 is going to come across for some misdirection and dig out that backside end. Okay, this time we actually do pull the center here. I apologize. I don't think that would have been a terrible fill for him. I would question him on this one. I think he could have filled. I don't think he saw that stem coming down late. So, but it still works out. Our guard tries to get inside of him and gain some leverage, but our center kind of screwed our guard there by calling a Colorado right before a stem. So,
Coach, you got a question?
Yeah.
It says, so when you have twins, do you predetermine the screen, or is it like automatically built in, like it's a bubble or a key or something like that?
So I tag it. So like we call this would be 25 for counter, and then I would just tag now or bubble to it. So we always have a now or bubble tag to our run game. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, we always tag it. So every run play we have a perimeter screen tag to it. So our center pulls. And again, we should have left the end. I don't know why our left tackle's getting hands on him. I guess because he tried to squeeze, but he needs to get off of him and get to backer right away. So we didn't execute this play very well, to be honest with you. But we did get enough movement to still get a decent gain out of it. So, but it's funny, as coaches, sometimes you see 17-yard gain and you're like, wow, we did a really good job. Then you get to the tape Saturday morning and you're like, wow, there was a lot of screw-ups there. Maybe that wasn't supposed to happen, but it works. Okay, this one, sorry, let me full screen this for you guys. Oh, it was full screen. Okay, so here you can tell, and you'll see the play later on. I should have put it in order, but we threw a nice perimeter screen, or now screen to the boundary on this drive. So now they're bumping the backer out a little bit to try to get more pursuit to the football on the perimeter. The corner flies up on the now right away. So now we have good box count again here. So our quarterback is going to hand the ball off. They've tucked this guy out to take away the gift. They want to bracket him one-on-one, but that leaves us numbers in the box, which we feel really good about. So, and I should have explained this earlier, but in this case, we don't have a tight end attached. So we're reading the end man on the line of scrimmage. If the tight end was attached, then our tight end's picking up the end, and now it's just a pre-snap throw or give read. So here we don't Colorado. Our center can make that fill, so we're going to just keep it as GT. Great job logging by our – sorry, guys. Got to love district computers. Great job logging by our left guard. This end was trying to squeeze this down. Get a great log here. Our left tackle comes around, gets eyes up, sees the fit, knocks him down. Very physical front. And then our running back did a great job of staying patient with the log, cuts it up, and we get a good explosive. And I think this was an explosive play for us because we did a good job of throwing the perimeter early on. And I believe in these cut-ups I have some screen and go as well. So, yep, here we go. So I know I didn't have this on my title, but I thought it'd be nice to just throw this in to see how 3 plays can complement each other, as you guys probably already know. But we did a great job throwing the perimeter early in the game. And that opened up some run game stuff for us as well. So now with these guys seeing perimeter screens and run game, we needed to take a shot here to gain some momentum. So we go screen and go, right? So we just call this now and go. We have a good play action fake here with the quarterback and the running back. And then we always false pull a guard. So in this case, back's faking left and then filling backside A for the guard that's false pulling. And the guard's just going to try to kick anything outside in the C gap. or the B gap, whatever comes first. So great job selling stock here by our point man or tight end out of bunch formation to the boundary. Great spacing by our tight end and our H, or our number 2 and our number 3. That really puts a stretch on this strong safety that's rolled down here. Now our quarterback, he does not do a good job of faking the now. I always tell them, let the back take care of the play action on these, and you need to shoulder fake this thing. He doesn't do it at all, really, but because we'd hit him so much on now throughout the game in perimeter screens, we're still able to get a big play. The corner's thinking, here comes the now. There's nobody back there. Number 3 receiver pulls the strong safety with him, and we get a nice shot up the sideline. So, okay, here's another clip. Again, this time it's GT or guard and center, depending on the front. This backer, again, this overhang is tucked in a little bit, so we feel like we have leverage on the outside. So based on the picture the defense is presenting us, our quarterback's going to flip it out there and throw. Okay, and I don't love his footwork. I would catch and shuffle. That's probably the biggest thing we've been working on with him this offseason is his RPO footwork. So that's kind of our next step for him right now. But he does a great job, sees the picture, gets it out to our playmaker in space. And I really think I want to point out the perimeter blocking here. Our receivers were very physical on the perimeter last year. They did a great job. They get hands inside. Again, when we tell them to stalk, we just tell them stay in front of them and take them where they want to go. And it's on the guy with the ball in his hands to kind of read and cut off of your blocks. But they do a great job getting hands on them. And I got to credit that receiver group last year, man. They really embraced the physicality element of their position, which was awesome to see. So, again, first play of the game, quarterback makes the right decision. We get a nice 12-yard gain out of it to start the drive. So, okay, and then again here, same thing. We're going bunched. I love formation to the boundary with perimeter screens just because it hits super quick. I don't like telling my quarterback to throw a now screen across the field. I just think it's too long of a throw. So this gets the ball out of his hands quick. It hits faster. It's almost like extended toss, really, as you guys probably know. So, again, based on the leverage to the perimeter, corners about 6-7 yards off. So we're going to throw this thing. Great job by our tight end passing off the strong safety to our slot. Gets the corner. Good decision by the quarterback. Again, I don't love the footwork. That's probably the biggest thing we're working on right now. I'd love for him to just let the back clear and shuffle right to his target. But sometimes you got to have some give and take with the young cat back there. So, but great decision. And look at this. I mean, our tight end is just driving this kid to the woodshed. If he doesn't do that, we don't score. 7 does a good job getting hands on his guy. I think he could have sustained a little bit longer, but great job by our tight end is the reason this kid scores right here. So, again, I love the physicality element from our receivers. Okay, this is the now screen I was talking about earlier as well before we hit GT for a big gain. Again, and we had it in the first half. I just kept telling this cat, why aren't you throwing the perimeter? They're giving it to you. I don't care if you throw it 10 times in a row. Just keep throwing it until they do something about it. It's cheap, easy yards, as you guys probably know. So corners really playing a big bail technique up here at the top. In my mind, I'm thinking you throw it until they do something about it. I don't care if we throw it every play up and down the field. So, again, I don't love his footwork. That's something we've been working on. I teach him the 1-2 pop concept, so left foot down, right foot down. I just think he could have opened up his hips a little bit more. But great decision. Back does a good job. He's acting like he's got the ball in his hands until he doesn't anymore. And then, again, look at that perimeter blocking. A great run after the catch by receiver. I'm going to show it from this angle just so you can see the finish better. 1-2 pop, ball's out. 7 and 88 do a hell of a job sustaining. And again, a great running catch after the play. I mean, you get 17 yards on a perimeter screen. You got to be pretty happy with that. So, okay, and then this is another screen and go example. So you guys saw us throw that bubble earlier when I said it was the first play of the game. So we threw that a few more times and set it up for bubble and go. So same thing here. We're going to false pull our right guard. Running back's going to play action and fill backside A. And I want you to watch these 3 defenders here. Sorry, guys. Let me plug in my charger real quick.
Coach, about 8 minutes, okay?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be done shortly. I want you to watch these 3 defenders here. They've seen bubble a few times already, and these 2 see these guys coming out like they're selling stock up top, and they're biting on it. Backers screaming to the bubble right now. Even 20, for some reason, their free safety has their eyes in the backfield here, and he's looking at the run box, so he's biting on play action. Again, quarterback freezes them with his eyes by looking at the bubble, but I would like to see a shoulder fake in there as well. And he could have thrown to either guy here, really. He chose to throw the seam ball instead. Did a great job, put it right on his helmet, and we're out of the gate. But he could have had either guy there, in my opinion. So that's another kind of icing on the cake thing you can have with perimeter screens as well. You might be able to set up screen and go and some explosives. Okay, I'm going to rip through inside zone real quick and then be on to the next. So I'll try to go a little bit faster for this one. So one variation we have here, okay, obviously we have bubble to the field. Our tight end is attached 3-by-1, 1-by-1 off the tackle. When our tight end's attached, we typically like to go split zone. Okay, so he's coming across to take out that end. Now this quarterback, second game starting, you can't expect him to see a ton of things like this early in his career. But with this fire blitz right here off the edge, this fire zone, I would have liked to see him throw the bubble, but we still get a decent play out of it. Okay, so slice, good cut by the back, great combos up front, and we're out of the gate. Sorry, guys, I'm going to go a little fast here so I don't run out of time. Okay, in this case, so we tell our quarterback, if the tight in this series of our run game, the tight end's not attached. So if the quarterback doesn't like the perimeter and gets to his run read, he's now reading the end man of the line of scrimmage. I don't know how much we'll do that again this year. Just don't want to beat him up too much, but we'll kind of toy with it as we see how the puzzle fits. So I'll just show it from this angle. Okay, end squeezes, quarterback decides to pull and run. Pull and replace. He does a great job not getting too much width. He just pulls and replaces, gets upfield right now. And then not the fastest kid in the world, but he does make guys miss. And he has some strength and power to him as well. So he can use that to his advantage sometimes. So that's just an example I thought I'd throw in here of when we have pulled it. Okay, same thing here. Again, could we have thrown the perimeter? Maybe. We absolutely could have, but our run game is really clicking, and sometimes you just want to go with the rhythm of the game and how it's flowing. And I think it's important that our quarterback realized that as well. He could have gotten greedy and kept trying to throw these all night, but he knew we were really wearing him out up front, and he just let his teammates make plays for him. So again, so our tight end's attached here, so we're running split zone. He's going to come across and dig out that end. Does a pretty decent job there. I'd like to see him use his hands more. Good combos here up front. Nice cut by the back, and we're out of the gate. Okay, again, same thing. This time we don't really like the perimeter anyway. We could have thrown one-on-one up top, but again, we were struggling to win one-on-one all night, so I kind of took gift off the table for these guys until we could have started executing it better. But same thing, tight end's attached, so he's going to come across and dig out the end or the first guy he sees. This blitzing backer kind of gets lost in the wash. Again, great movement up front. I really liked inside zone against this front. It's easy. It's an easy climb for our center to get up to backer as well. And then our running back's pressing the center, and he's just reading front side A to backside A to backside B. So we're getting movement here. He's just, in this case, he's following his center and then does a great job bouncing it back outside. And then, again, I'm not going to lie, you can't teach a kid to do some of the stuff this guy did. But, yeah, so. Okay, I got just a couple more. Okay, so here's inside zone again. No tight end attached. So if we decide to give a run read, quarterback will read the end man on line of scrimmage. We put him in orbit motion here, so this is just another wrinkle to get to it. I always tell our quarterback, by the time The orbit motion gets outside of our running back, so about here. If the backers haven't bumped with the bubble, throw it because we've already outflanked them, right? If they start to bump with them, okay, now we get to our run read. So here the backers don't really bump. We know we have leverage right away. Flips the ball out there, pretty good perimeter blocking. We get a 9-yard gain. Okay, we'll call that good. I know I'm almost out of time. So can you guys see my PowerPoint again?
Yes, sir. We got you.
Okay. All right, here's my contact info. Again, I know it's a pretty basic presentation. Some of you guys probably already do that, but if you ever want to talk more ball, I always love talking ball and learning from other guys as well. Never want to stop learning. So here's my cell phone number, my Twitter. I know it's X now, but I'll never not call it Twitter. And then my email right here. So feel free to reach out anytime you guys would like. Thanks again, Coach, for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
For the opportunity.
Yeah, Coach, 1 minute on your inside zone presentation. It was clip 70. If you don't mind going back into it.
Yeah.
When your quarterback pulled it and replaced downhill, do you ever just have him pull and then get outside and run triple with that bubble?
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely. I don't have any. We didn't do it too much, just because this kid was a sophomore. And I didn't want to put too much on his plate by trying to make 3 decisions at once, if that makes sense. So
yeah,
to start off, I just had him, okay, if you like the perimeter, throw it. If you don't, get to your run read and either hand it off or pull the ball. But now that he's kind of got some playing time, I mean, he's going to be a returning junior this year. So that's a great question. That's actually stuff we're going to be able to get to more now is, okay, can we have him execute extended triple option out of this now?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, guys. But yeah, hit up Coach. Wealth of knowledge right there, man. You're 25, correct?
Yeah.
My dog. Hey, man. Shout out to the young coaches out here, man. I mean, I'm 28, so I got a lot of love for it. But appreciate you coming on and talking, man.
No, thank you again, Coach. I appreciate it.
For sure. All right. All right, here we go. Coach, how we doing, man?
Hey, Coach T, how you doing, man?
Man, I'm fantastic, man. I'm looking forward to this one all day. Again, I kind of said it in the beginning. You are the first true still out of country international speaker on the clinics. Oh man, and I really do appreciate you. If you want to go ahead and hit present,
yeah,
we can go ahead and get your stuff up on there, and we can get talking about a little air raid.
Share that.
There you go. Man.
Is that all good for you?
I got it. You got it, man. I'm gonna back out. You take off.
Perfect. So, guys, first of all, I want to say to Coach T, thank you so much for having me on. It's amazing that he allows us to do this kind of thing and work through this. And for someone like me over the pond to be able to produce to you guys is great. So we're going to talk about installing the air raid with limited time and limited athletes. So I just want to give you guys a quick synopsis of the university that I'm at and how we do things and what's going on there. So UWE Bullets, University of West England, there are 2 teams. There was the UWE Bullets, and then the 2s were formed off that. So the UWE Bullets 1's team is full of guys who are on scholarships, have played at good level all throughout America and Europe. So they've got guys who've played in the CFL, top European leagues, been at Division 3, 2, and 1 schools. So those guys are there. They're current 4-peat national championship champions, got a great setup, unbelievable team. And what happened is there was still room at UWE for guys who wanted to play ball but weren't at that level or hadn't played ball yet. So basically the 2s were formed, and we don't have any scholarships on the 2s. We are currently, since I came in, making that change to performance. American football is, and I know you guys are going to hate me calling it American football, but over here I have to differentiate between American football and normal football. But so American football at UWE is a performance sport, okay? So we get loads of funding, we get loads of money put into it, we've got great facilities. So I'm in charge of 2s, head coach and offensive coordinator. 2023-24, the team went 2-3. We only have short seasons here. They scored 34 points and 2 offensive touchdowns, made no playoffs, okay? We then came in, or I came in the last year, we installed our version of the raid, which I'm going to go through. We managed to go 4-1 with 128 points and 16 offensive touchdowns. We made the playoffs. Unfortunately, we got knocked out in the first round. It was just too much of a flip to try script to try and flip from going on a team that hadn't traditionally won to winning. But we've set our baselines for this year coming up and how we want to achieve these things. So that's just a quick idea of like kind of how I set up over here and what we're working with. Okay, so talk about installing the air raid. All right, so I'm aware of what people will recognize as classic air raid and plays. Okay, so we're talking like 91 mesh, Y cross, and all that kind of stuff. All right. The person that taught me air raid and the way I study it is I've come to understand the air raid as it is a system and not plays. So it's how we do things, including how we practice. So to me, it is a system. It is not just a bunch of players that you put together and work. All right. For us, the key to our offense is that we want to stretch teams horizontally, so that we can then stretch them vertically on the field. Okay. For me as a coach, learning this stuff, my favorite thing to do is isolate people. So if we can isolate a defender against our best guy, that is how we've set up this offense. And you'll see on the film, it's kind of some of the things we do to make it look like the DB is all on his own and the isolation that we try and create. Okay, so what I want is for a DB or a safety or someone to look across the field and be like, man, the next guy closest to me, my next defender is a million miles away from me. I know that I'm on my own here. I know that I'm in trouble. And that's the kind of panic that we want to cause by the formations and how we set up this offense. Okay. So the reason why we set up like we do is we want to create pockets for our QBs and we want to create lanes for our receivers. We have molded our version of the air raid to quick game only. All right. So we live in quick game. This is all we do. We only roll in 10 personnel and we only have 5-man protections. That's all we do. All right. So quick game is our bread and butter here at UWE. Twos. This is what we do, and it is all based on quick game. And you'll understand a little bit more in a bit why we do only quick game. Okay. We utilize our running back in the pass game. On every single play, our running back never ever stays in and blocks, mainly because one, it's an extra person for the defense to worry about. Secondly, our running back is an absolute baller, and I don't believe in wasting his athletic talents in blocking. We want to get him the ball as much as possible and get him out on the defense. Okay. I'm aware of what the air raid is traditionally, and yes, we could add that in the future if we wanted to. However, what we do right now works for our guys, and we've manipulated the air raid to suit us. Okay. And when I go into our concepts and how we run things and why in the film, you'll see what I mean about creating isolation. All right. So let's start off with limited athletes. Now, this sounds super harsh, and I don't want it to at all, but we have, like I said, all of our guys are walk-ons. So we don't have any huge linemen. Most of our linemen are very, very average size. And I'm not talking average lineman size. I'm talking like average human being size. We don't have any receivers who are over 6 foot. Our QB has only been playing QB for 2 years. So he has the mechanics in terms of being able to throw a spiral and stuff, but he doesn't, he can't get his hips through. Sometimes his feet are a little bit off. His maximum range for throwing a ball is probably 35 yards if he's having one of his top days. So that's what I'm talking about in terms of limited athletes. We have about 7 or 8 guys who would fall into the natural category of natural athlete. We have guys who are quick. We have guys who are athletic. We have guys who are shifty. But we don't have any of any what you would recognize as standout dudes. All right. Now, over the years and the coaching that we give them, we try and develop them into these guys. But I'm talking about the guys that we have at the start of the season. This is how we work our air raid towards them. Okay. So when I'm talking about limited athletes, I'm not saying that these guys that we have can't learn and develop and get better, because that's what we try and give them. But we're trying to get to that, and we definitely don't have that to start with. All right. The limited time part of my presentation is our biggest factor. Okay. So at UWE and most places in the UK, we practice between 1.5 and 2 hours a week. I'm very, very fortunate that I get 2 practices a week at UWE because we own our own facilities and that kind of stuff. So I get 4 hours a week practice. and that is to cover indies, install, scout, tackling, blocking, specials, team run, pass skelly, one-on-ones, anything that you want to run and do. We have 4 hours to do it in. Okay, so we have to break everything down and make sure that we're on point with absolutely everything that we're doing. Okay, our other limiting factor in terms of time is that we will get back to, so our season has just finished. We will get back to pre-season in September, at the end of September-ish, and our first game will be in the first few weeks of October. So we, on average, at UWE, and like I said, most places throughout the university game in the UK, will have about 3 weeks to get our guys game ready. So there is a lot of situations where a guy will come to us at Freshers Fair, which is where we recruit a lot of guys from. They will say, "Oh, I've seen NFL on telly, I've seen it on TikTok, Instagram, and I want to play ball." And we then have 3 weeks, so around 6 practices, which equates to, we will probably have around 12 hours to get a guy from who's never played football before to be able to play in a game. And I promise you guys, it's even less time than it sounds. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to build an offense, and we have to understand how we get our guys to learn this stuff in such a short amount of time. And this is how we do it. So I'm going to go through a couple of the rules and things that we do in our offense. Our X and our Z are always on the line. First of all, that's the only guys we have on or off the line. Why? Because it's easy for these guys to understand. Okay, I can come in and say to these guys, all right, X and Z, you're always on the line. Everyone else is off. Our slots are always off. We don't have to worry about is Y on, is H off, all that kind of stuff. X and Z are always on the line. I love to create isolation. I understand that a lot of air raid teams normally are a little bit more condensed, but our outside guys go from the bottom of the numbers and the sideline, and they'll split that and they'll be right out there. Okay. The reason why we do that again is because I want to create isolation. It gives these guys a lot more room to work with. I feel it makes the corners that are defending them seem like they're a long way from the nearest dude. We have our slots split, the outside guy and the tackles. So again, if we've got a guy who's covering our X and he looks in and his nearest guy is a good couple of yards away, then it makes them feel like they're on their own and that they don't have a lot of help. We then multiply our offense in this order. So we will multiply our offense by going tags first. So we will tag all of our plays first. Then we'll add formations. Then we look at players, and then very last of all, we look at adding in plays. All right. So pre-snap for us is all of our decisions for our QBs are made pre-snap. We ask them, where is the most grass? And are there any numbers that we like? So if we've got 2 over 1, or that corner or the free safety is so far off that we feel like it gives us a numerical advantage, then we'll get them to do this. Okay. So we ask the quarterbacks to look at come out, look, where's the most grass? Get the ball to there straight away. We will help develop our QBs that way by watching film, getting them to do it in practice. But that's how we do it. Okay, so you guys will see when we go through our concepts now what we mean in terms of adding tags and formations on to make our playbook bigger. So our concepts, we only run about 10 concepts. Okay, now Ram and Falcon are our 4 hitches and our 4 verts concepts. Why do we do this? Because you can teach a hitch to someone who's never played football in about 3 seconds. Okay, 5-yard hitch, turning, catch the ball. Now, do we need to teach them go into in the early part of the season, the deep mechanics of catching a ball and where to hitch up on and all that kind of stuff? Sometimes maybe they'll hitch at 4, sometimes maybe they'll hitch at 7. Not really, because we don't have time to worry about that too much. But something like 4 hitches or 4 verts can be taught in an instant. Okay, so all of a sudden I can get the guys in on their first practice. We can teach them, spend 5 minutes teaching them what a hitch is, what a vert is, and then all of a sudden we've got 2 plays installed within 10 minutes. So now if you take that 4 hours a week, 10 minutes we've spent installing 2 plays, you're starting to get a little bit of your baseline. And okay, so you can see on here that we run 4 hitches, 4 verts, stick, sail, Y corner, slant outs, instant slants, swing routes for our running backs, jet sweep, and then those are run plays that we do as well. So inside zone, duo, dive, and stretch. You'll see that these are all one-word concepts. Why? Again, it's super easy for the guys to remember. If they know that if they hear ram, it's 4 hitches. They know if they hear eagle, it's slant outs. And so they start to match associate these one words with what they're doing on their routes. Okay. Signals, again, it's really easy just to signal one word in from the sideline. So I know if we get ram in, they know it's 4 hitches. They know that if we're doing falcon, it's 4 verts. Viking is our stick concept and all this kind of stuff. So it's one signal, one word concepts. And what it does is it associates these guys who've never played football before, makes it real easy to get into the heads, and then they start to learn it like this. Okay. So then what do we do from this is we add cheap install. That's massive for us. Cheap install will be things like when we're doing motions, we can add loop and zip. Loop is just 3x1 to 2x2. Zip is 3x1 to 2x2. So there's loads of cheap install like that. Bow is our back out wide. So when we're in 2x2, if we bow something, our back will go out into empty. And all of a sudden, we are now starting to, by motions and formations, multiply our playbook, which is huge for us. We basically want a Rolodex for our QB. So we know that when we go cover 1, this is what our these are the players that we like against cover 1. These are the players that we like against cover 2. Sometimes these are the players that we like against both. And we add this by tagging it into our plays. So let's get into some playbook stuff. So this is our stick concept, okay? Super, super easy, 2x2. Our Z, always our outside guys, whenever they're in a fade route, always have mandatory outside release. We want to get those corners to turn the hips. It's our biggest killer for defenses in this country. Is getting those DBs to flip the hips. Then our guys are on top, okay? Our Y, he will run the hitch if it's in man, and he'll run the 5-yard out if they're off coverage. All right. So, sorry, I've got that the wrong way around. They'll run the out if they're in man coverage, and they'll run the hitch if they're 5 yards off. Okay. So that's a nice, easy concept for them to learn. Then on the outside, you'll see that our X is tagged with a fade. So we will turn this into a fade instead of a 5 and in if it's cover 1. Okay. So our quarterback will get to the line. He will go cover 1, cover 1. He'll shout cover 1. And so our outside goes, guys, everyone in the concept knows what we're doing, and the X knows that he has to change that fin into a fade. Okay, so now that safety's got to choose between two fades. He can't cover both sides of the field. Okay, and it opens it up nicely for our H to run that one step out. Okay, you'll see our running back has a swing. Our running back has a swing on every route. Okay, the running back swing is great because it utilizes. If our quarterback pre-snap, he's made a decision pre-snap. So in this concept, our quarterback will be thrown to, we always like to throw him to the wide, to the stick side. But if something changes during the play that he doesn't like, that running back swing route is his get out of jail free card. He can just swing that down every time, get the ball out one step, and we're away. Okay, so what I want to talk about now is how we multiply this using formations. In fact, I'll just show you, first of all, how we look at how we throw this in the game. So let's go to this, our backwards angle. So first of all, you'll see that our outside guys, this is first play of the season. Our outside guys are on the line. You'll see how far wide they are. Look at the isolation it causes over here for our Z and for our Y. And this is exactly what we like. Now, this is first play of the game, first play of the season. We've spent a couple of weeks, 12 hours or so, teaching our QB to throw to this guy because this is where the most grass and most space is. However, you'll see as we go through the play, you'll see that he actually throws to the H there on the one step out. Now, completion, it's not a bad little throw. Okay, we like it there. The reason he does this is because he's just comfortable throwing to that side first play of the game. He wants a completion, all right? So he knows that. But just look at some of the inconsistencies that we've got. On the outside, our X, he goes out of bounds. Okay, so he can't be the first dude to touch the ball if we're to throw that fade, but you'll see that he's away. On the other side here, Jack, our Y, whips it instead of running straight out, which delays it a little bit. But our quarterback Cush there, he's made the decision pre-snap. He goes to that side. It's not bad, all right. It's not it's not the ideal throw that we'd want him to make. We want him to go to the Y in that situation, but he does end up throwing it. And you'll see that as we get on throughout the season. So again, so now we've got it here. Our H, this is actually a tag that we did. So what we ended up doing is Cush throughout the start of the season started to throw that a lot and not really read the stick concept. So we just changed it to Viking doubles, which means that we run double stick concept to either side. And you'll see now as we get through, Cush is now very comfortable in making that throw to our slot guys, and we're getting the coverage. Okay, You'll see pre-snap. He's read this already. He shouted out that it's cover one. We get down there, throw it out, and it's a great throw for us, and it gives us great yards. And again, same game again. You'll see here that Cush has made that decision pre-snap. It's out there. We get the ball out nice and quick, and that's exactly what we want from our guys, okay? Then what we do is we take our stick concept and we run it from tight left or tight right. So we just get the white, and we might get the white motion in. We might start in this. You'll see that we got it when we run it in tight right. It's just a slightly tighter version of stick. When we run it in tight left, it becomes our trips concept, okay? All we're doing trips for our stick is we have that automatic out and the H will come underneath to give us that double level look, okay? Then we can run it from trips left and trips right, which is exactly the same. We just flip it round. You'll see here that the single side guy, if it's cover two, he'll convert his fade into a post, all right? So we're just adding tags onto our plays to multiply it. Empty left, empty right. The way we run empty in our offense, it's super easy for the kids to remember, is the three receiver side runs the trips concept, the two receiver side runs the normal concept. And that's all we do to teach empty. And it's really easy for the kids to remember. So this is empty Viking, two hand signals, they know. Here as well, Rex, which is just our two slots will come in, 1 yard off, 1 yard back from the tackles. It gives us a little tighter look, but what it does is it really isolates those guys on the outside. So this is really, really nice for us. But you can see that we've got 4 or 5 different formations there where we've run the same play and we can run it from any of those formations. So all of a sudden, we've got one concept which we've multiplied by formation and tags like the X running the fade versus cover one, or if we're in trips, the outside guy running a post if it's cover two. So we've got multiple plays of multiple formations, but the kids have only learned one thing, and it's amazing. And so all of a sudden, if you take those 10 concepts that we had at the start of the presentation and you multiply both those by all the formations that we've got, the multiplicity with all the tags in those formations, we've taught the kids 10 concepts, but they run it out different formations, and our playbook is now so thick. We talk about thickening the playbook by using cheap install. This is exactly how we do it. Running the same plays out of motions, with formations and tags. Now, defenses, when they come up against us, they're like, oh, what can they run from empty? Well, they can run any of the concepts from empty. What do they run when they go trips? Well, they can run any of the concepts when they go to trips. What do they run from 2x2? They can run any of the concepts from 2x2. And it's really hard for defenses to scout all of our stuff because we're so multiple from all of our stuff. This is our 4 verts concept, Falcon, and this was our most thrown play throughout the season. You'll see that it's 4 verts normally. If it's cover 2, again, our Y will split the guys and our H will come underneath, give it a little hitch just to give us that underneath route if we want running back still running a swing. But let's have a look at some film on this. So this is first game of the season again. We call it, you'll see it's cover 2. So our Y here knows that he's going to run the post and run it on the inside. He converts it to a post there, holds that safety, and we get a great play there, okay? What you'll notice on this as well is that our H also, because he is cover 2, runs the post as well. Now, we don't want double posts because they almost run into each other. However, this is just an example of showing the kind of challenges that you're going to face. This kid's only been playing football for 10 to 12 hours. Now, we're in 2x2, he's Falcon, he hears cover 2, he forgets he has to hitch, he runs a post. It's not the end of the world. Do we deal with it during the game? No, we'll just review it and he'll know for next time and how to develop it. You can see here that we go empty. Now, Cush overthrows this ball and we don't catch it. But if you look on the far side, our H has split those safeties and that ball should go over the top just to Raul here. It doesn't. We end up going to this side. Again, Cush, pre-snap, has decided that he likes to throw into the boundary because it's a little bit more comfortable for him. And we don't quite get there. But this is a few games into the season. And now all of a sudden we're starting to see things how we want them to be seen, okay? Same play later in the game. So this is our bow, our back out wide. So the defense here are thinking, okay, so what can they run from 2x2? Well, they can run any of their concept from 2x2. We move it out to empty. the defense doesn't really know what to do. They don't adjust because they don't know what they don't know what they're doing in terms of how we're going to run our things. Okay, so we've got the trip side. This time, Kush goes over the middle to the same to Raul again, and we catch that ball and we make the play over the top. This is 1st and 10. We go empty, and the way we attack that route, straight down the middle over the seam, and it's just really nice. It's easy for us to pick up and collect. Same again. This is very similar. We go empty. This time we start in empty. But again, Kush knows he's comfortable with his throw now. He can throw that seam over the top, over the middle, and it's just easy completions for us. Again, so this is the playoff game. So we decide we're on the left hash to start. So what we're going to do is look at the isolation that we have over here for our Z. Okay, so we're going to bow this. So now not only are we in empty, but we're in quads. Okay, and we've tagged this is our outside guy. So this is Falcon Dagger. Okay, so all that means is our outside guy, instead of running just a fade, he's going to run a 10-yard in. Our back is going to wheel it behind, okay, and it's going to give us space. But Kush decides pre-snap that he likes this look here, okay. Look at the isolation we get from going to quads on that side. Now Kush's arms warming up a little bit. Luke is a new guy. He came over from basketball to us. He doesn't catch the ball, but the way he attacks that, it's cover one. That safety can't get over the top across, and it's just nice for us. And it was really nice to see the fact that at the start of the season, we could only run this from 2x2. And a couple of games in, all of a sudden, we're motioning it out to empty quads. Kush is deciding that he likes the isolation route and he's throwing that ball there. But this is just a real good way of showing you guys how we do this and why we cause a lot. So pre-snap, that is exactly what I want as an offensive corner. I love that. That DB is isolated. He has got no help whatsoever. That safety is all the way on the left hash. There's no way he's getting across there. And if we'd have caught this, it could have been a different story on the play in the game. But that's the way it is. You know, I didn't want to come on here and show you guys loads of completions and loads of catches, because the title of the presentation is limited time and limited athletes. And if I came in and showed you everything and it was all hunky-dory and everything was perfect, it wouldn't quite sit with me right. So I wanted to show you some of the real challenges that we have, and that, yes, we do have drops and this kind of thing. But Falcon off full verts was our most thrown concept throughout the season, and it really developed nicely for us. This is a little bit later in the game. So this is the last play of the first half. We are trailing at this point. You'll see Edwin. So Edwin's our ex, stands up, hasn't got a great release, but what this kid does do is he attacks guys so aggressively and so fast. And that same kid on that first clip that went out of bounds doesn't go out of bounds anymore, and we throw that for a touchdown. And that's the development of full verts for us throughout the season. So whereas Viking in 2x2, we didn't really run it out of any other formations because Kush and our guys were so confident out running it 2x2. We didn't need to. Yes, we had it in the locker if we wanted to go to it, but we didn't need to. Falcon, we used that on multiple concept formations. We added multiple tags on, daggers, hitches, post conversions for 2x2. And all of a sudden, all we're doing is so from here, we can run any of our concepts from empty. We're actually running Falcon. That ball comes out and goes over the top. One thing I wanted to finish on just quickly is, so we've got a concept that we could multiply, which we didn't. Then I've shown you a concept which we did multiply and got great usage out of. This is a concept for us called instant slants, where we'll get our slot guys to attack the inside hips of the linebackers, and our outside guys will do instant slants. Okay. We found that this works better from 3x1 than 2x2, because the slot guys will clear out for that instant slant route. Our problem is, though, because our QB loves isolation and I got into his head isolation, all we ever did throughout the season was throw it to the single side guy, and it made it really difficult for us. You'll see on this clip that we throw it to our X when we should throw it to our Z. So our Z over here is going to come underneath, and those two guys clear out, and we should throw that ball right in there for a touchdown. But we don't. We throw it to the single side because, again, Kush is comfortable. He likes that. It's his pre-snap read. We teach him where's the most grass. The most grass is over here, okay? But what we need to do is, as the season develops, I need to do a better job, and the coaches need to do a better job of helping him identify where the concept on this is. Again, he gets the ball here. He throws it. He overthrows this one massively. because he likes the isolation single side. Okay. Again, if you look on the far side, if we just throw the instant slant underneath out to this, again, it's probably a touchdown. Here you'll see it best. I mean, this is 3-by-1 opening play of the game. I mean, that is the isolation that I'm all here for. Again, Cush identifies this. We're in tight here. We get that ball out to Max. And again, Max catches it, but he drops it, unfortunately. But you can see that that ball is going out to there. Cush identifies it right. Where's the most grass? Again, but the problem is with this, Cush throws this in the first play. This is the first play of the first season. He sees how well it works. And so he automatically in his brain keeps going back to that throughout the season. Here's an example of where we do throw it to the single side and we do get a touchdown from it. So it's not all doom and gloom. We don't drop all of our instant slants, but we get it in there. He beats his DB. And that's real nice for us. But I wanted to show you guys 3 concepts that we run. So our Viking was, we could multiply it, but we really enjoyed a lot of happiness from 2x2. Our Falcon, we ran it from trips, we ran it from empty, anything we wanted to. So that's a concept where we ran from multiple formations. And then I wanted to show you guys a concept that we ran that we need to improve on for next year. But yeah, that's it pretty much. Cheap install, motions and tags stick in our playbook. And we've just changed air raid, our version, to quick game so that it's one step and we get the ball out there. Guys, those are my, Twitter, Instagram, email. That's my number. If you're not from the UK, just put +44 in front of it. But that's my version and UW's version of installing the air raid with cheap, with limited time and limited athletes.
Coach, I appreciate you again. It's funny, the next 2 speakers, you and Coach Davidson, y'all got some of the best voices. Like I love UK accent. Like I'm a huge Doctor Who fan. I've been listening to British television for so long, and then he could read me a book and I'd fall asleep. So it is, I love it. But appreciate you doing that and coming on and being my international speaker, Coach.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Unbelievable day, and I hope the rest of the day goes amazing.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you. All right. Coach Davidson.
I hope you had a good lunch if it's about to be nap time putting you to sleep.
No, man. I say that in all everything's good, man. I love it. You got one of those voices, audio book voices. So I appreciate you. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, and we'll get talking about some wide zone.
All right. So appreciate Coach Tatum for having me on and putting this on. We are, for the next few minutes, going to be thinking about ways we can make wide zone cheaper. And we hear this all the time. If you've ever thought about installing wide zone and started looking into it at all, you're going to hear at some point along the way that it's an expensive play. And what we mean by it being an expensive play really, to me, kind of encompasses 2 things. Number one, some coaches think that it takes too much practice time to get it perfected. So we are spending so much time on wide zone and getting it to the point where it needs to be before we can run it in a game, to the point where now we don't have any other plays, in the game plan because we're spending so much time on wide zone. The other kind of the flip side of the coin to this, to me, is that sometimes the proportion of times we're calling wide zone in a game is not in alignment with the amount of times we're calling it in practice. So say we need to spend 80% of our practice time on wide zone to get it to the point where we feel comfortable running it in a game, but wide zone isn't 80% of our calls in a game. So a lot of times we want those things to kind of mirror each other. If I'm going to call 50% of my calls on Friday night as wide zone, then I want to spend 50% of my practice on it. So these 2 things are kind of what I think about when I hear the idea that wide zone is too expensive. It normally goes back to one of these 2 things. Either it just takes too much time to get it right to where we don't have anything else in the system, or we have to spend so much time on it and then we're not calling it as much in a game, so we're going to try and find something else. So what we're going to think about, for the next few minutes is, why is it so expensive, and what are some things we can do to make it cheaper? So there are 4 real things that I think about when thinking about the expensiveness of wide zone. The first one is communication for the offensive line and targeting. So thinking about who has what linebacker. The next one for me is the expectations that I have when I'm calling the play. When I call wide zone, what am I expecting out of it? The next one is teaching the running back what he's going to be reading so we can make sure that even if the offensive line gets it right, that we're hitting the right hole. And then lastly, the technique behind it. We're going to take a look at each of these four things and think about how we can make them a little bit more simpler, a little bit more simple than maybe is out there in the mainstream. So thinking about, first off, communication with our offensive line, and we can really extend this to the blocking surface as a whole. I'm a big, at least 11 personnel, but I really like to be in 12 and 21. So we've got 11 personnel drawn up here just against a regular 4-2 over front. And if we've just called, wide zone to the right, we've got it drawn up right here. What are the communication pieces that the offensive line is going to need? First off, we're going to need to identify the mic, which would actually be the will here. For me, the mic really dictates, which linebacker does the center have. That's who we're calling the mic in this diagram. Technically, that's the will. So once we get up to the line, the center IDs the mic, then now everybody else can kind of fit up off of that. So we're going to get a triple combination. That's a tight end and tackle combination to the play side linebacker. And then we're going to get an A combination and a chip tag to that as well. We'll talk a little bit more about what a chip means later on, but that's a center and backside guard combination to the mic. And then the 3 is going to be solo on, the play side guard is going to be solo on the 3. And then since we have an even box, the backside tackle is going to be manned up on the backside defensive end. So this would be just a regular wide zone call to the right. 3 different pieces of communication are needed here. Now let's say we're going to run the same play call, wide zone to the right, but we don't have the tight end. Same play call, same front, a little bit different of a blocking surface. We're going to see, right here, you can already see the diagram is very different. And if we're just making this one play call, that can be an issue. So we're going to get up to the line, and we're still going to ID the will backer. For me, I always want to keep a mic ID the same, and then we can dictate a few different things of where the center's going based on some calls that we make, and that's where some of the trouble has come. So we get up to the line, the center still IDs the second linebacker in the box, would be the will, and then we're going to get a fan call on the front side. We get a fan call because the play side tackle and the play side guard both have a down defender in their play side gap. So we're going to get a fan call. What that tells the center now is that he has to push the count. So now he is working to the play side inside linebacker. That tells the backside tackle that he has to go get the backside inside linebacker. So even though we had the exact same play call running wide zone right, the exact same front 2 or 3 technique, it's still going to look very differently. And these are some issues that I've had in the past. What I'm doing now to kind of help cheapen this up a little bit is if we want to have the center working to the backside linebacker, that's what we're going to call wide zone. So wide zone means the center is working to the backside linebacker. Everybody else can figure out where they're at from there. Then if we want to run what we looked at the second time, where now the center has to work to the play side inside linebacker, that's what we're going to call mid zone. So center to play side linebacker for me now is mid zone. And what that does is now we don't have to worry about as much communication getting from one mic point, pushing it to the next. We know if we're running wide zone, center's working backside, the play side tackle, play side tight end are going to have to get to the play side linebacker. We know if mid zone, he's working to the front side, so the backside tackle is going to have to take care of the backside inside linebacker. And now what we can do is we can just rep this against fronts. This is how we run wide zone 2 or 3 technique. This is how we run mid zone 2 or 3 technique. This is how we run wide zone to a shade or a 1. This is how we run it to an odd front, and the same for mid zone. We don't have to worry about as much communication because we don't have to worry about the mic point changing. We just know that when we're running wide zone, center's working backside. We run mid zone, center's working play side. And that kind of ties into the next thing with the expectations when I call the play. So this is kind of the old way that I used to think about it, I would want to call wide zone and expect the blocking surface to communicate and target the front correctly. So I want to know when I call wide zone that this is kind of the idea behind it, and they're going to make it right on the field. This did not work. So we had to kind of pivot, and this is where the idea of mid zone has come into play too. And I had a light bulb go off that really kind of helped this transition. So I knew the big light bulb for me was that I knew when I called the play, when I put it in the game plan, how I wanted it to be targeted. So I wanted to know before we had kind of made this transition to wide and mid zone, splitting the play. I knew whenever I called the play whether I wanted the center to work to the backside or the center to work to the play side. And knowing that, if I didn't get the look that I wanted to make that happen, I was just going to move away from that play. I would, maybe not go back to that formation, maybe call a different play out of it. But I knew that, we ran it. I knew that if I would want to have the play pushed or not, and if the front didn't dictate us to push the call, then something else isn't right somewhere else in the formation, and I'm not going to like the play, so we're not going to run it. Now, I do run a wristband offense, so it's not just necessarily as simple as getting into a different formation, because these are everything's on the wristband. These are the formations that we have. These are the plays that we have. These are the ones that we've practiced. If we're not practicing it, we're not running it in a game. That really helps me kind of keep that mindset. So there's only a limited amount of plays that we can have. And if I'm not going to get what I want by the front, then I'm going to just move to a different part of the game plan. So ultimately, it kind of came down to this for me. If I know how I want the play targeted when I put it in the game plan and when I call it on Friday night, and if I don't get that look to make that happen, why do I want to expect players to communicate everything out? So if I know that when I call this play, I want the front that's going to dictate us to push it, why should I force the players to communicate that we need to push it if we're not going to get that front, then I'm not going to call that play. So that really kind of gave me the idea to kind of split the play and add mid zone in with it. So really what I kind of had boil it down a little bit more is, expecting 15, 18-year-olds to figure things out on their own versus providing them the answers within the play call. So it puts a little bit more on me as a play caller whenever, I have to make sure we call the right play. We have it game planned the right way. And, if we're not getting that, then I'm going to move away from it. But that's on me. Instead of trusting 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds to figure things out, I'm the expert in my offense teaching it to them. It's a little bit more on me than it is on them. And I would rather have it that way a little bit. I'm the one who's watched all the film all week. I'm the one who spent, most of Saturday night and Sunday afternoon game planning and preparing for the other team. So instead of trusting, high schoolers to figure things out, I want to put that on myself and try and take some of the thinking away from them. So what does that mean for the running back then? This kind of compares his old reads. So the old way for me of running wide zone is we're going to read the down defenders outside in until we either win a gap or there are no more gaps left and it's cut all the way back. I do want to mention too that there's nothing wrong with the old way. There's a lot of people that have had a lot of success doing it those ways. This is just working. This is just what's working for me. So the old reads, we're reading the first down defender and we're working outside in until we win a gap or there are no more gaps left. We've cut it all the way back. The decision's got to be made on the third step. The cut's got to be made on the fifth step. What do splitting wide zone and mid zone mean for the running back here? The new read for wide zone for me is we are simply reading the block on the end man on line of scrimmage. So generally, wide zone is going to be a strong side run play, meaning we're running it to a 3+ man surface, a tight end at least. And so we're going to read the block on whoever that end man is, however it happens, and we can either bounce or bang from there. So now the running back doesn't have to think, all right, down defender, outside in. Oh, we didn't win that gap, cut it back. We didn't win that gap, cut it back. All right, we got that one. Let's go. No, we're reading the one block on the end man line of scrimmage. Do we go inside or outside of that block? That's wide zone for us, running back wise. Mid zone read, we're going to read the first defensive lineman on or play side of the center. So it could be a head up nose, could be a shade, could be a 3 if there's nobody in the A gap. But with mid zone and the center working to the play side, we know we're not expecting to get outside there anyway. So we're not going to read the end man on the line of scrimmage. We can either go inside or outside of that block, the first defensive lineman on or play side of the center, which would be a traditional zone, bang, or bend. So again, we're giving the running back 2 options based on the play call, wide zone or mid zone. Wide zone, he can either bounce or bang. Mid zone, he can either bang or bend it all the way back because we're not expecting to be able to get to all the way outside. So this is going to help streamline his thought process. He's got the same aiming points either way. We want to present it the same way. Maybe we run mid zone when we're getting the defense overflowing a little bit, but he's got that same tight end aiming point, same 3rd to 5th step timing. But instead of having the running back have to, potentially make 4 decisions in 3 steps, he's got 1 decision to make. Am I going in or out of the block that I'm reading? And that's going to result in a streamlined decision-making process. So hopefully we can play a little bit faster, a little bit more consistent there as well. Now, looking at the technique for the offensive line, we like rules-based blocking. If we are and covered, uncovered with that. So if we are covered on the play side, we have what we call a hook. That means we're going to take our play side hand to the play side shoulder, take our backside hand to the sternum, and this can function as a solo or a combo block. And we'll get into the combos here in just a second. If I'm covered on the backside, we have what we call a reach. A lot of times these terms are kind of used interchangeably, but they're not for us. Language is powerful. Words are powerful. And we separate these because they have a little bit of a different meaning. So if we're covered on the backside, we're going to have a reach instead of a hook. And a reach is a backside hand to the play side shoulder. So a little bit faster, we're aiming to cut off on the backside if we have this reach. And so we want our play side hand out of it. What I've had issues with in the past, if we're on the backside and the play side hand gets involved, we are never getting up to that linebacker. So we want to have a reach to make sure we have a little bit better of an angle there to get to our backside linebackers. We could also have a potential man block on the backside. And if you want to talk more about those, then we don't have enough time here probably to get into that. You can definitely reach out to me. I'll have some different contacts on the last slide here. Footwork wise, sorry about my dog barking. He decided to get active about as soon as we jumped on here. But footwork wise, we're going to open step to the play side number. This is across the board. And what's important to note about this play side number is if the defensive lineman that I'm about to block is head up or inside of me, the play side number is not any farther to the play side. So I'm just going to pick my foot up and put it right back down. Now we drive off of that to create force to get into the block, but we should only be moving that front step to the play side if that number is to my play side. If it's head up on me, then that number's it's the play side of the defensive lineman, but it's not to my play side. So I'm just going to pick it up and put it down, especially if we're thinking about a play side tackle comboing up on a 4-eye. He's actually inside of me. So I'm going to pick up and put that foot back down for timing and for force to get into the block, but I'm not necessarily going to move laterally if I'm not working to somebody who is aligned to my play side. So that's our footwork, and this is covered. Thinking about when we're uncovered. If we're uncovered on the backside, we're going to have one of two things. We're either going to be manned on the backside based on the play, or we'll have a reach, and we can reach combo that as well. A lot of the magic we're talking about, though, is going to happen from the play side uncovered man, and this really depends on the alignment of our second level target. He can be one of 3 places. He can be aligned backside of our defensive lineman 2, and we can see that here with the right tackle, a 3 technique, and a Mike linebacker. If he's aligned behind this 3 technique, there's no reason for the right tackle to work with the tight end on the defensive end. What I want to happen is I want to get this wall put in the C gap. I want the tackle to work almost kind of back on this 3 technique and collect the mic as he's scraping over and really create this wall in the C gap. And then remember our running back reads, he would only be reading the tight end's block on the defensive end here. Does the tight end get him reached? Great. Then we have the edge. If not, then we should have an alley in the C gap that we can cut up in between. So the linebacker can be backside of our defensive lineman. He can also be in what we call the triangle. So we've got a a triangle, basically 3 for 3 with our tackle, tight end, and guard. And at this point, we would combo with our tight end because there's a lot better of a chance that he's going to scrape over. And the mic can do a couple different things here. If he scrapes over, then the tackle is going to try and take over the block on the defensive end, and then the tight end would be trying to collect the mic as he scrapes over. But for the running back, we're still reading the block on that defensive end. And then at that point, we're probably cutting it up because we're probably not getting all the way outside, but we're just reading that one block. If the tackle can't totally take over this defensive end, then that's what we're talking about. He's going to drive him out. He's going to plow him out. He can also, if the mic stays home, then the right tackle is just going to try and clear it up. If this end is kind of hanging, we call the gray area. He's just kind of head up on the cylinder of the tight end. The tackle is going to knock him over, knock him outside the tight end to clearly show the running back that we have not won the outside. You need to cut this thing up, and then he's going to climb to the mic. The other thing the mic can do is fall back behind the 3 technique, in which case if he works back, our tackle needs to work back as well, and he would take the 3 technique, and the guard would fall off the 3 and pick up the mic. So this could be a tight end, tackle, guard trio combo, you could say. It could also be a play side tackle, play side guard, and center if we're thinking about running this week on mid zone. The other place we can have is working to somebody on the play side, and this would be a Rico combo. So if we're aligned on, if the running backs or if the target linebackers aligned on the backside, then that would be a chip combination over there on the left. If our target linebacker is aligned on the play side, then that would be a Rico combo, because what the tight end's going to do here is we're going to take care of the first level first. He's going to get hands on this defensive end. He's going to disrupt him. But as soon as this strong safety, if we're thinking about maybe like a 4-4 over front, he's just going to knock this defensive end to disrupt him. And then so a ricochet, that's what Rico is short for. And then he's going to go pick up the strong safety. So
Coach,
this is where.
Question for you right here.
Yes, sir. Let's hit it.
So Coach asked, how much does head placement matter, especially like when you're trying to get these different combo calls?
So I don't talk about the head. I take the head out of it just for safety reasons. I know hat placement is a lot of what we'll see kind of online, but I don't want my players thinking about their head. Also, what I've experienced is when a player puts their head into somebody's chest, it never comes out. So we don't get to linebackers as well. So we think about hands and feet a whole lot more than helmets. A lot of this too. A lot of this is stuff from studying Coach McNally on Twitter. He talks about arrows and length. We think that long is strong, so we want to get some fast hands off the ground, get our length, and really keep our head out of it. And I've never had an offensive lineman have a concussion in 3 years of running this. So I think that there's a little something to be said for that too. But again, I don't want anybody to think that I'm kind of talking down about the ways that people have been successful running wide zone for so long. This is just what I've been moving to based on my experiences and what's been working for me. But yeah, we take the head out of it completely. In my opinion, it's a player safety thing, and also just making sure that we can always keep vision on our target linebackers. We talk about we need to be able to feel with our hands in the block and be able to see with our eyes. So if I've got my hands on the defensive lineman, I know where he's at. So I don't need to look at him because I know where he is because I'm holding on to him. And I need to be able to take my eyes and see for the target linebacker. And it's a whole lot harder to see that, in my experience, if my face is buried in some guy's armpit.
No doubt. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right, so this is where, for me, this is where this is going to be the most expensive, thinking about our technique for the offensive line. We've tried to streamline everything else. This is where we're going to spend the majority of our time in practice, at least in offensive line individuals, thinking about our technique. And we'll run half-line drills, especially with the guys in the triangle. If we've got the target linebackers backside or play side, it's pretty well determined who's in what gap. But we can mess things up when the linebacker gets in the triangle. So we'll do a lot of half-line stuff, and I'll tell the offensive lineman that's masquerading as a linebacker for the ending period. I'll tell him which gap I want him to fill, and the offensive line will need to adjust from there. So that's where we'll spend the majority of our time. This is the sole expensive part. So when we're thinking about, again, making wide zone cheaper, what I have tried to do is take this communication off of the offensive line. Not that they don't need to communicate, but we don't need to, potentially be totally changing how we're blocking the front. So I'm telling the offensive line in the play call how I want them to target the front. So, what would happen then if, I call let's say a call wide zone and we get a look that we would normally need to push. This is where now I'm talking more to the quarterback. I'm expecting him to fix defensive structural issues with RPOs. So we get in this formation and we'll talk all through the week about this is the front that we're expecting, maybe the change up they can make to it. But if we're having success, at some point a defense is going to sell out to stop what we're being successful with. And when they bring that extra guy on the play side, what else is open? So we've got some automatic RPOs based on what flank our receivers are on. I've done a clinic on that. If you want to reach out to me later on, that we'll talk more about RPOs and the automatics there. Or what we can do is get into some condensed formations and have those overhang guys, the defensive adjusters, blocked instead of adjusting them with RPOs. But instead of expecting my offensive line to get to the line of scrimmage and figure everything out, in my experience, especially this past season, it's a whole lot easier for me to go talk to one quarterback and get into help his thought process than to get in the head of all 5 offensive linemen, especially when 3 of them are on the field playing defense because we're a 1A school with 35 kids on the roster. I don't get to talk to all 5 offensive linemen. So it's a whole lot easier for me to find one quarterback and think about and help develop his thought process than all 5 offensive linemen. So I can find the quarterback on the sideline, even if he is playing defense, maybe we're on special teams. It's a whole lot easier for me to find one quarterback, and give him one coaching point than to try and find all 5 offensive linemen and give them a coaching point, or telling one of the offensive linemen to tell the others when they get out there. It's a whole lot easier, again, for me to just help to have one quarterback who can fix the defense whenever they present us something that's not what we're expecting when we call this play, because we're still going to have the issues that we talked about, the play calling expectations. This is what I'm expecting when I call wide zone. Now, wide zone is a little bit different with the adding of mid zone, the call for that, but defenses can still present issues. And when they present those issues, again, it's a lot easier for me to have the quarterback fix that with one throw than all 5 offensive linemen and a tight end and a fullback in there trying to fix things with the entire blocking surface. So taking that communication off the offensive line has helped us make it cheaper. Streamlining the read process for the running back has helped make it cheaper, so we don't have to practice anymore where you've got 3 or 4 different lanes and we're fitting them all up at different times. And we've got one drill. We can work it in with our handoff periods, where if we're running wide zone, okay, this is your block. You can either bounce or bang it from here. If it's mid zone, which is what we used to call wide zone with a push, you can either bang or bend that. But he knows based on the play call, what am I reading? I'm reading the end man on the line of scrimmage, and I'm either going inside or outside of that block. If it's mid zone, I'm taking my same perimeter zone steps. We're still taking that 3rd and 5th step decision, but I'm either banging or bending off of that first defensive lineman. And then the sole focus for our offensive line is on that technique by the alignment of our second level target. We can either think about, if I have any help, where's it coming from? And then where's my target defender? And it has really evolved into the same thought process as gap scheme, thinking about, in my experience, at least blocking the front. This is how we handle, we're running power. Coach Tatum's favorite play, we're running power 2 or 3 technique. This is, how it works. We run power to a 1 technique. This is how it works. It's really helped us evolve into that kind of mindset with our zone plays as well. So if you have any questions based on what we've talked about here, you can find me on just about every social media, X and Twitter. It's at Coach_D Davidson. I do also have my own YouTube channel, Wide Zone Warriors. We talk about all things wide zone. I write a Substack every week, widezonewarriors.substack.com. We break down some of the film from the wide zone teams, the wide zone tree, Shanahan McVay tree, and you can always reach out to me, email coachdeandavidson@gmail.com. So appreciate Coach Tatum for not just putting this on and having me on. It's been a good day so far, and we're just under halfway through. or
Yeah,
over halfway through?
Yeah. Coach, I really appreciate you coming on, and it's always good when I have you on, you speak. Guys, please check out Coach's YouTube channel. Dude does great stuff, and he talks about wide zone a lot, but it's not just wide zone, especially if you are a Shanahan guy, a McVay guy. He talks about a lot of that stuff. He talks about just offense in general and different stuff, and how to take some of those schemes and put it into more of a high school esque format. So really love his stuff, and get on his Substack, man. Get the emails because his articles are great too. So, but I appreciate you a lot, Coach.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you for having me. Good luck the rest of the day. It's been good so far.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Before I bring Coach Graves on, love all the questions and stuff going on, guys. It's kind of funny. And Coach Graves will talk about it. His presentation topic, the name of it's hilarious. I love it. I can't wait to see what he's going to talk about defensively. But there is a run of 3 defensive coaches coming up. So if you're an offensive guy like me, this is really, really good for you for development, because at the end of the day, guys, you're going to run what you run, right? You can pick up a couple of things, but where we really should be focusing our focus this offseason is learning defense, right? And what they're trying to do to us and how we can kind of combat that. So, Coach Graves, hope you're doing all right this afternoon.
Good, man. How about yourself?
I'm great. So if you want to go ahead and hit present like we did the other night, and bring up the presentation, and we'll get after some defense. All right. Yes, sir. I got it.
Sounds good. All right, guys. Glad to be here today. And I'm Coach Graves. I am the defensive coordinator, AHC, Bishop McGinnis High School. Here's my contact information if you want to take a look at that. And you can reach me on Twitter, X, at any time. A little bit of my history is I began coaching high school football in 2002 after playing defensive back and strong safety at the college and semi-pro level. I did have the opportunity and the good luck to play semi-pro ball from a former Denver Bronco who played with Tom Jackson. And I think that at that point, that really got me into coaching and the wheels turning about what I wanted to do at the high school level. Coached a couple years, D3, and since then I've been coaching in about 3 classifications. And as I mentioned, currently I am the DC assistant head coach at Bishop McGinnis High School out in Kernersville. And here's a little bit about my outline for today. And we're going to talk about quite a few things. Philosophy, culture, fronts. There is more than one way to skin a cat. Stemming and slanting what they think. And when I say they, I mean the offensive gurus, what they are thinking about when they go into a week of preparation. And the title of this is F Your Offense. And I think I can say that. Fuck your offense, my counter to power personnel. And then we'll get into a few clips. So my philosophy is I base everything out of odd fronts. I've been a 3-4 guy for quite some time. Then I kind of morphed into a 3-3 guy. And in the past couple of years, I've done a little bit of both, built in some packages with Coach Holcomb and, with our 3-3 fronts. But one of the main things that I've learned to do is build from that. So if you look at, the next topic is multiple defensive front variations. I can go from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-man fronts with flexing, stemming, and slanting. And always looking to create, if possible, plus numbers in the box with all 3 of those things. To me, if you don't have plus numbers in the box, you can't slant, stem, flex. You're a stationary target. And I believe that offenses want to see stationary targets, and they can do what they do. They want to get into these gaps and run GT and run zone. And if you're a stationary target, unless you really have some dudes up front, then you're going to struggle. Out at Bishop McGinnis, we're a 1A school, 375 total kids. We're a little small. So we've got to be able to do those things in order to try and get an advantage. So even with flexing, stemming, and slanting, we want to maintain our attack principles. That is not going to deter me from sending anybody if my front is doing those three things. As long as, again, we can keep those numbers on both sides of the offensive formation. So slanting interior defenders, to me, creates leverage and confusion. And we're going to get into confusion quite a bit. We want to create as much of that as possible pre and post snap. And later on, I'll talk about pre-snap stemming, early and late pre-snap stemming, and then your post-snap, what you're going to morph into or what you can morph into out of certain fronts. One of the main things is be adaptable, not the same static front with no movement. To me, again, where I'm at, if we're going to stay static with no movement at all, then why the hell are we out there on the field? So we've got to be able to do those things and mix it up and create as much confusion as possible. Culture-wise, when we're talking about a defense, I want to create a culture that is always 3rd and 4th and 1. Toughness Tuesdays, we had those. Put the damn ball on the 5 and let's get it. Let's see how tough we are. Let's see how tough we're going to be. But at the same time, let's slant, let's move, let's create confusion. Let's get the offense off the field and have them running gassers until they can get it right. So that's what we want to build upon. And no excuses regarding stemming and knowing where to be, or I find somebody else that can do it. There are no excuses. Again, if we don't have those dudes, like I had a few years ago at Southwest Guilford, I got 3 D1 defensive linemen. Like, if you don't have those guys, then you have to be smart enough to know, a certain, one word tag, which tells us to slant. And if you can't get it right, then you got to come out. Everybody empties the tank. No room for anybody half stepping, no room for I forgot, no room for any of that. Everybody empties the tank from point A to point B. A quick story that one of my colleagues, a good friend of mine, likes to tell is my first year at Southwest Guilford. There were 2 defensive linemen walking from one station to the next. And people will tell you that, and I like to term it enthusiastic intensity. I chased them down full speed or as fast as I could go, and I got them moving the entire practice, the entire season. That's the intensity that I bring when it comes to the 3rd and 4th and 1 mentality and being able to get in gaps and have that whiplash mentality. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. Whiplash mentality. You see his helmet? That's what we want. All 11 people to the ball, defensive front, slanting, stunning, flexing, getting in gaps. If you want to put in an H or double tight end, I need for you to bring that because this is what we're trying to do to you. So fronts. The question is, I get asked sometimes is why? Why do you have all of these fronts? Don't you want your kids to do this and this and this and that? Well, guys, again, we're going to start out on an odd front, whether it's 404, 4 eyes, or 505. Then we're going to move to a heads front. Then we're going to move to this 5-man pit front, which is what I like to call it. Then we're going to move to a 6-man front. And from time to time, I have, and you'll see in some of the clips, gone to a 7-man front and an 8-man front. My mantra, one of them is, don't be afraid. What are we scared of? We're trying to gain an advantage. If I hear, well, if he's in a 3 or he moves to a 2-eye, block it. Guys, we've got to be able to create confusion. Hence, I will go from all of these and then I'll reduce them. I'll go from a 6-man front to a 4-man front because I want to create that confusion. Again, but coach, why so many fronts? Won't we confuse the kids? That goes back to my culture and setting the expectations from day one. When we start building fronts, there is also the discussion of we're going to stem. This is how we do it. And we'll start small. We won't, we'll start with an odd front and move to, let's say, our hedge front, 5-2-2-5. So we'll start 4-0-4, and then we'll move to that. And then we'll get them conditioned that this is how it's going to go. This is the call that tells us to move. Here's who is moving and why. So we've got to be able to start that early in the spring, in the summer, so they understand how it's done. And then we'll keep working our way up. 3-4, 4-5, 5-6, 6-7 if necessary, 7-8 if necessary, 3-5, 3-6. I've gone from a 4-0-4 to a 46 defense in one stem. So it really gets them conditioned. And, from my experience, multiple fronts excites the players, the defensive kids. And there's a sense of preparedness. If we go into a game with one front and, the first 4 drives are mediocre, then there starts to be this mental block with some players. Oh my God, what are we going to do? What do we have? Oh my goodness, this is it, right? Sense of preparedness, that we've got things in our toolbox that we can pull out and use if necessary. Moving the front, whether interior or the entire front, allows an advantage for undersized defenders. We'll take a 5 or 6 man or 5-man front and move just the 3 interior guys. If you're using the same static front game after game after game, then preparedness and confidence can decrease. Now, you might be prepared with one static front, but the confidence, and if you're using some static fronts, my theory is increase the numbers to try and gain an advantage. And I don't want to use these fronts all game long. So that's not the direction. You want to use these fronts as a changeup. You'll see in one clip, and I'll talk about it, I use a 7-man front for 2 or 3 series in the third quarter. Done. I got the desired results. So that's what we want to do with some of these fronts, just to be a little different, just to give them a different look, because I know they did not prepare for it. And one of the simplest ways to run your base coverage without giving the OC a static look is to stem. Before the snap, to give a different presentation. A changeup in fronts can create the splash plays. And when I say splash plays, imagine your 5-tech or 3-tech untouched, streaming at the quarterback. That can be a splash play for you. That might be the play you need because you changed up fronts, gained an advantage, and now it's a oh shit moment. Confusion and panic amongst OL, offensive linemen, and QBs, offensive coordinators, must account for it. And the following week, what do you think your opponent is going to do? They better plan for it. Will I run it? I don't know. But they better plan for it, which takes up more time. Build your fronts again with odd and work your way up and show the efficacy versus multiple offensive formations. And players love the movement and the trickery involved. And once they get the hang of it and you give them rep after rep after rep in practice, they're going to play faster because they want to do it. Oh, that's me. That's going from a 3 to a 5, or me running I'm a flex guy and I'm shifting. Oh my God, coach. Those are the things that I've heard over the years. Stemming, I think most of us know what stemming is, but the purpose is we want to stress the offensive line blocking rules and make them prove their coaching and teaching as much as possible. Show me you know what you're doing if I stem twice in one play and then slant. Show me you know what you're doing, because if you don't show me that, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it again. Maybe not the next play, but I'm going to have you thinking. Don't wait to start stemming again. Start early. Create confusion, and I call it EPS and LPS. Early pre-snap stem and late pre-snap stem. And I'll go over those again with the clips I'm about to show here shortly. Good versus RPO in short yardage. Being able to stem your conflict player. Being able to stem your outside backers or inside backers. Being able to stem your 5 techs or your defensive ends, whatever technique they're playing. And in short yardage, counter to power personnel, right? I think is good for that as well. And not just for the front, but in the secondary. But that is not what we're talking about. So slanting and flex. With our slants, we've got a Toro and an aim, which is to the back and away from the back, full line, slanting. Flex players, typically an inside backer, but I've been able to use a defensive lineman at times who is pretty rangy, 6'4", about 240. He's at Duke now, and I was able to flex him and put him in various spots. Have him, if you want to run GT, he's at flex guy. Guess what? Now we've got an extra fitter that you are not accounting for. So that's one of the reasons I love flex. And what they talk about. Again, when I talk about they, I'm talking about you offensive guys and pre-snap reads, conflict player, check with me. Check with me. I love check with me because I will check too. I'm a lukewarm fan with 7-on-7s, but I've had instances, guys, where they want to check with me and I'll check out of a coverage. They want to check again, I'll check back. Like those are the games I'll play. Check with me. Tempo, okay, which is why we build it in with tags, one word. You can go tempo all you want. And stemming, slanting, EPS, LPS can be your answers. And effectiveness. From my experience, stemming from a heads front 5-2-2-5 to a bear stack front has proven to be pretty good because with the front 5, like who's your duck, right? Are your guys better than mine? Okay, well you might have 4 guys, but that one guy that I have, he's going to tear some shit up, and then I've got backers behind them stacked, and we've got a free runner. And then I'll slant them too if I need to, or I'll stem into, from that heads to that bear stack. And now you're like, oh my gosh, now we've got extra in the box. Pit front with flex player shifting. That's 5, 4-eye 0, 4-eye 5. Static 6-man 7 fronts. Again, limited usage with the 7-man fronts, but will they work with your slanting and stemming to create those splash plays that you're looking for 2 or 3 series? And then late pre-snap in a variety of fronts, early pre-snap. And what I think about sometimes is early pre-snap movement early in the season. Nobody else has your film. Then you move to late pre-snap. And then at the end of the season, unless, they just know everybody and can get film from game 1, 2, 3 and incorporate both of them, early pre-snap and late pre-snap. So let's get into it, guys. Here is an example of stemming. Watch my nose here. We're going to go from a even front. Now we shift to a bear stack or a bear front. We muddy up the water. There we go. So again, we're starting out in this 4-man front. We're starting on the 4-3. Now we move. And this is an example of early pre-snap stem. It was early. You're going to see it. You see what it is. But now you have to think about what it is you're getting yourself into. Does this change my blocking rule? Right? And for us last year, this past season, this was I think it was our third game of the season. I think it was the second one. So right now we're in a bear front or a hawk front, and I'm slanting here. So, we, after doing some preparation, we knew the size they like to run to, who they like to lead, who they like to give the ball to. So now we're slanting here. We're slanting into this A hard, right at his hip. Here, you'll notice this guy doesn't slant as hard as he should, but it doesn't matter at this point. Again, muddy up the water with the slant, guys. And I'm going to tell you, this nose here, he was about 150 pounds, but quick as hell. And when he needed to get into a gap, he was getting in there. And that's what I'm talking about when you have undersized kids at some places, then you have to have that movement. Slanting again. So here again, we're in the same front. Slant again. Bam. In the backfield, we got a loss. Here he is, number 12. Same thing here, guys. He's gonna slant here. We should be slanting left, whatever you want to call that with your L words. Right there. So a lot of times people, and I hear, well, if you slant this way, you're vulnerable to certain things the offense is trying to do, or you might get outflanked. But understand, if you slant the way that you're supposed to, and I'm going to give a shout out to Coach Holcomb and Coach Derek Anderson, coaching the D-line and the outside backers who are on the line of scrimmage right now, teaching them the proper technique and what we needed out of them makes this possible in the sense that 12, if he gets a little high, he gets stood up, but he's quick and he holds his ground. Did he go a little too far? You know, in the backfield for me, probably, but he made the play. It's a loss. Let's move on. Now, flexing a player. When I think about flexing a player, you're going to see number 51 here. Sorry about that. You're going to hear some noise. So, you're going to see number 51. He's right here, and he's going to be my flex player. Snap of the ball. His job: follow the ball, be the extra guy.
17 first and 10.
Here we go. Now, the point of that is 51's my flex. He walks down late. As soon as he sees the direction of the ball, he's gone. But I've got a better example of what we continue to do in this playoff game quite a few years ago. So this is North Duplin. They're running veer, and they were reading where this guy was. So he was my flex player, and we had a signal where he would shift based upon their offensive alignment. He's going to be right here at the top of your screen. And he makes the play. So what he does, he goes from right to left. Quarterback checks with his offensive coordinator. They want to run away from him. He's my flex guy. He shifts, late pre-snap movement, and he actually makes the play. And we, as defensive coordinators, we can't be afraid to do those things because of optics. How's it look? You don't look organized. Well, I mean, it is organized. You're moving to stop the tendencies of the offense. So we can't have that in our heads where we're thinking, well, it doesn't look like a regular or traditional defense. Well, you either want to win games or you don't. That's just my 2 cents. Southwest Guilford, we're in our bear stack look. This guy here is at ECU. This guy over here is at Duke. So I had some pretty good guys up front. Page is coming out and, too tight with a H personnel, and they were trying to run it down our throats. Boom, calls the fumble. Bear stack look, guys, gives me that untouched guy, even with this loaded line here, right? We've got 8. I've got a free safety. And so it gives us numbers. And I had a free guy here in the backer and no stemming, no nothing, but being in this bear stack front can create some issues. Now, will I stem out of this? Yes, I'll take these 3 interior guys and I'll slant them to the back or away, or maybe to the H or away from the H, depending on the offensive tendencies. One more time. Here again, quite a few years ago at Bishop McGinnis, first time around, we're in that bear stack. Look, got these 3 backers here, guys. And this is what we want. So when you start accounting for gaps, you start accounting for free hitters, you want to make sure that everybody knows where they need to be, who the free hitter is, and now it's go see ball, go get ball. So now we're moving into a bigger front, 6-man front. We're playing Morrisville in the playoffs about 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Morrisville had a pretty good team that year. And they didn't run between the tackles, I can tell you that. So with this, we've got a tape front, what I call it. Some people call it, give it different names, but we should be in all outside shades, if I'm not mistaken. And with this, we've got a free guy, a guy that is not accounted for, which is what we want, which should be this guy right, my defensive end. Again, blocking rules versus more personnel on your front and your linebackers or people in the box. We want to make them think. We want that free hitter who might be able to make a splash play. Now we get into gap 8. So some of you old school football guys, gap 8, 7 diamond, I'll run those damn things. And this is the game where I ran this gap 8, maybe a couple of scenarios, a couple of series. Muddy up the water. How are we going to block all these guys? Right? They're all coming downhill. And again, I will take these 4 guys and slant them in one direction or another if necessary. And then here, stemming and late pre-snap movement. Stemming there, late pre-snap movement, trying to gain an advantage. It's a pass play, but that's what we wanted. We want these guys to be able to think, create blocking confusion, muddy up the water. So if you've got guys that can move, get to where they need to be, whether it's a 3-tech on the boundary side to a 3-tech field side and move that 3-tech field side to a 5, walk down backers, walk down your strong safety. Those things are imperative when I think about planning to play people that want to come in with power personnel. Whether you're H, you're tight ends, we're going to muddy up the water. We're going to get in stack formations. We're going to move the defensive linemen. And sometimes it might not be traditional alignments. Sometimes I might line them up in 2s or all heads. And then I can move those guys any way that I want to move them, whether it's traditional or not. And that movement is based upon our film study, tendencies, where the duck is, and what our guys can physically do.
Awesome, Coach. I appreciate you. People ask me all the time, what gives you nightmares and fits? And that is 100% what you're talking about, is when a team can hop into multiple fronts, play to play, slant, angle, anytime. Like you can rep it all you want to, but at the end of the day, it is my 15 to 17-year-old versus third, 15, and 17-year-old. And when you do it every day, and another team might not, now you got a one. It's just like playing option football. Team might not play option football. You might not see option team all year,
right,
until that 1 week. But we've been doing it all year. They haven't. Same thing with your defense. You do it all the time. You don't see it all the time. So that'll give you headaches and give your kids headaches, and you trying to fix things on the fly. It'll cause havoc, and I absolutely love it. I'm gonna for sure splice up your talk 100%, and that's teach tape right there, Coach. And I love it, and I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. I appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, and if anybody has any questions for Coach, man, hit him up. He can talk. He obviously, you can see he has an intensity and a passion for defense. And if anybody has any questions about that stuff, please reach out to him.
Yes, please. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
All right, bud. Take care.
All right. Yep. All right. Coach Byrne, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, brother? You got me?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. If you want to go ahead and hit present and bring it up like we did the other day. Guys, like I said, we're on a run of defensive coaches right now, and we're going to get into some more. So if you're a defensive guy looking for some nuggets, you come to the right place. And if you're an offensive guy looking to get rid of some nightmares, this ain't it either. So if you want to go ahead and go to your presentation, to your slides up there. Yeah.
Here we go. That good?
Yeah. Go. Yeah. So that's your first one. Cool. If you want to go full screen.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll go full screen here for a bit.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna back out, and you got it.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, Coach. All right, man. Hey, I'm kind of nervous stepping up here. I've been kind of watching all day, jumping in and out, hanging with my kids, and then jumping back in. And there's some good coaches on here, man. This is awesome. So thanks for doing it. And it's really good, in the middle of the spring to start getting into the deep dive into some ideas. And hopefully this might be a little bit of change of pace. I mean, hopefully, I don't come off so soft as like I don't know anything, but a lot of what I'm going to talk about over the next half hour or so is really simplifying, and a combination of the two best things that or the things I put the most time into are defense over the past 20, 25 years, and strength and conditioning. And so we'll talk a little bit today about winning with the 3-3-5, and on the way there, obviously having a really good strength program, a really good speed program, and then simplifying what you're doing with the defense in order to help you win. And I'll be pretty candid. I think that my best audience, after where I've been, my best audience is probably more the small schools, more of the underdog situations, the low coach stipends. I'm from up in New England, and it's great football and great coaching. A lot of guys working really hard, but I'll be honest. I think some of the stipends are kind of low, and the houses are expensive. There's a lot of people coaching part time and that kind of stuff, so a little bit tougher. And that in combination with my personality has definitely made me simplify. So we'll go through it a little bit. My goals today, man, it's a half hour. I can't believe some of the stuff guys have gotten in a half hour. I know, watching them, they feel like they put so many good things in there. For me, I feel like it's gonna fly by. So I'll be as simple as I can. But really, if I can get you out of here, giving yourself permission to simplify, I think that's a huge part. I mean, there are ways to front load this simplification where, it takes a little bit of work to put a system together. But once it's kind of passively doing its thing, I think whether it's speed, strength, how you run your defense, it has certainly helped me. And I think it can help a lot of coaches that might have kids at home. They might have, 5 other big commitments they gotta be at. And, there's no shame in that. I think I would love to be a guy that's in the office 100 hours a week, or part of me does. But there's a big part of me that doesn't. So hopefully it gives you a little bit of permission to see if there's something that you can kind of weave together and simplify any part of your system. So, if we're looking at Twitter or we're going on a clinic like I have today with, for 10 hours with you guys, I mean, there's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of temptation to scroll. There's a lot of pressure to go fast as a coach to kind of keep up with everybody. I already know I can't keep up with some of you as far as how smart you are. So I'm going to try to make sure that I don't give myself a heart attack trying to, and hopefully I do some of the good work, behind the scenes that can keep me in the competition. So hopefully today you're getting a couple specific ideas along with that general idea of simplification. And hopefully those things make your life easier, whether it's, outsourcing your strength and speed to an online platform or giving some of the work to the players. Sometimes I think we're better off outsourcing the work to the players more than assistant coaches because not that the assistant coaches aren't good guys, but they might not be there as much as the players. Nowadays, where I am and a lot of other places, it's not bad people, but man, it's guys that are working multiple jobs or they got a couple kids, they're about to get married. There's all these sorts of things going on in my life. I don't know if it's the same everywhere, but I have a feeling it might be. So anyway, if you can come out with a couple specific ideas, like we said, outsourcing the work to the players and your strength and speed, or when you're aligning and setting up your coverages, be able to do the work during the spring, during the summer, so that when everything starts to hit and you have to do a game plan for a great team on Friday, and all of a sudden there's 5, academic or personal issues with players on a Wednesday and a Thursday, you've done the work. You don't have to, kick yourself because your game plan is sloppy or whatever. You've put the work in. And in the middle there, you can see there's a quote about a sea captain saying, "I sleep during the storms," which is sort of how I've started to do things. I think I get more anxious in the middle of March, trying to come up with my third down package than I am in the middle of a game, because in the middle of a game, it's either going to happen or it's not. So I think that's a good way to do it, where you don't have regrets. You don't feel bad about it. You've put the work in to make it easy, so that when it's time to coach the games, it's fun. So hopefully we're limiting overwhelm and confusion from here. I don't want to give you too many details with it. Hopefully I give you some of the broad strokes, and you're always welcome to reach out and we can talk more details. Forgive all the advertising around the side. That's another one of my things that I just started, is having some of these meetings and talking with coaches, whether it's youth coaches or, even dads or moms, and just sort of showing them how things can, be a little bit simpler. Definitely not trying to be an influencer or anything like that. I literally just want to I want to do it once instead of trying to set those things up and put it everywhere. So I promise I'm not trying to, overly advertise. If I start sounding like that, just let me know. All right. So why simplify? I'll be a little vulnerable here. I get overwhelmed since I was a kid. I wanted to be perfect. I wanted to play the perfect game. I wanted to coach the perfect game. I wanted to be great in school. And I think all of us have, maybe it's us, maybe it's someone on your staff, maybe it's your players, but you have people like that, where, paralysis by analysis is a real thing. And, in a world where kids watch other kids play video games, I think it shows like what the hell is going on. Like, it is hard for people to snap into action with all the information they have out there. All right. So back in my early days as a strength and conditioning coach, studying the large, 300-page books on periodization and exercise selection and, what's the perfect sets and reps for everything for strength and speed. I mean, you feel like such a failure. So for me, it was just so much easier to go, no, I'm staying with this level of detail, and I'm gonna go to war with it and see what happens, and I'll adjust a little bit as we go. But fortunately, it's been pretty good. The school that I've been at for 16 years climbed from a Division 5 school. We go from Division 1 being the biggest and whatever, but we were a Division 5 school that went 1-8 in our first year, and we've climbed up to being a school that we're 1,000 kids, and we have opponents that have 3,500 kids, and we have opponents that have 1,800, 2,400 kids. So double, triple our size. We've done pretty damn good. So obviously, we could be better, and but I think our wheelhouse of the range of details we teach is working. Another reason to simplify, a lot of us have family at home. We have, whether it's 50, 75, 150 kids, they all have unique problems. So I think you hear it with most coaches. They want to focus on culture and relationships. And, I think it's easy to put in a slideshow, but I do feel like we really do it. The guys that have coached with me and the girls that have coached with me, and our players really put relationships first. There's really not as much X's and O's as there is, keeping it really simple for the kids and making sure they're having a good experience. All right. And then I also wanted to simplify because it helped us win. If I'm chasing, 27 essentials of winning, then I'm probably not getting any, right? What is it? If you chase 2 rabbits, you're not going to catch any. So we tried to really lock in on the essentials that could, really put us in the competition, every single year. Last couple things here. Why do we simplify? We have a coaching shortage, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, when you see coaches applying for positions now, or I just stepped down from my head job to become a D coordinator, and I know the coaching pool out there. There's some great ones, but the quantity is not very much. And trying to get the new guys in, the 22-year-olds, the 25-year-olds, it's really tough. So we have pretty low stipends. It's not going to be a really good, definitely not going to be a good money maker, which shouldn't make a difference, but it does when a kid can't afford gas. If I get a 25-year-old kid that cannot pay his rent or get gas, I have to let him go work. So like we're saying here, there's part-time coaches, whether it's, young kids in their 20s, or I get a few great coaches that just sent their kids off to college, and they work, 9 to 5 jobs or 9 to 3 jobs, and then they take the time off. You got to be flexible with those guys. They're the ones working their asses off to be an example of a good dad and a good husband and a good person. And I want them on my staff. So I think it's important to adjust what you do to make sure that the best people are around the kids that you're coaching. If you have 10 people who can all give 80 hours a week and you can, I am very jealous. I just don't know if there's a lot of places that have that. Once we get into the, maybe the middle 50% of programs across the country. And then last thing for simplifying, I think it gives a lot of player ownership, right? When you tell kids, hey, I'm going home to play with my kids, what would you want your dad to do? We're stopping early because I'm taking my wife out tonight. What would you want your dad to do, with your mom? Those kind of things. I think it gives them that, that kickstart in their heart, knowing that like the coach cares about me, cares about his family, and he's a good person. So, and they get to learn the why. They get to be part of the game plan and part of the practice planning. So much of our defense, when we get to that part, I mean, so much of that is player driven. And man, the coach who went before me, I love all the fronts and all that stuff. That is absolutely a nightmare. And he's better than me at putting together fronts. So what I can do, at least as an alternative, is I can give my kids a few different ideas on, some flexibility that will still keep us sound. And then we start looking like, as coaches, we know a lot. You could see our defense play the same base call, 10 plays in a row, and nothing looks the same because the kids have made a couple little tweaks within what they're doing, and giving them that trust has really helped. So along with that, getting kids out of their comfort zone, teaching them to lead, teaching them to be loud. A lot of them are just, I feel like they're younger than they used to be. There's they are really in their shells, a lot of kids, and giving them a chance to say, no, I want your decision to be on the chopping block here, and realize that it's okay. Like you're going to do fine. The game really well. So giving them ownership, I think has really helped. And some of the kids, frankly, they know the X's and the O's better than the coaches. If a coach can only be there, 2 or 3 days a week, or they're there part-time, or they are there more because they're a character person than an X's and O's person, I'd rather have my 3-year starting Mike linebacker help me with the game plan more than them. And that's no offense to them, but we all have a role that we can play. All right. So I think this type of exercise is important for anything that I do. And I would suggest coaches try it. Basically, if I had to give this short presentation, which is already 30 minutes, if I had to give it in only 5 minutes, I'm gonna try to do that now. I know I already yammered on about some of the reasons why, but in the actual presentation, how do you teach the most important things? And I think sometimes putting pressure on yourself to saying, if I truly only had 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever time you want to put on the clock, what would I really do? Like, I got a half hour to finish this game plan. What would I put in? And if you find yourself doing the same stuff all the time, I mean, that's the stuff you're hanging your hat on. And, so that's how I do it. So I'll give it a try right now. this whole slide, I got about 35 other slides. I mean, I back things up, and so I can show you that I know what I'm talking about. But right here, let's go through it. So I'll start it right now. We're about 412, so we'll see. So top left, if I had to teach you one thing about our strength program, it's to really minimize what you do by creating standards for your kids and expectations and letting them reach them slowly. We'll give every kid a credit card, like this type of deal. This is an early model. This is like my early iOS or whatever my system. We've upgraded it since then and changed little things and tweaked it. But every kid will get pretty much a credit card to put in their phone or their wallet. And as they accomplish these tasks safely, in front of a coach usually, and showing clearly good form, they just cross it off like a bingo card. They put the record on the board. I reprint the record on our official PR board. We call it the Pound the Rock board. PR, Pound the Rock, and personal record. And our kids take pride in earning their brick. We call it earning their brick by reaching all these standards. Now, my best players, your best players, are going to do much more than this. But if you think about, again, the middle 50%, if you knew that, pretty much every kid you put on the field for your starting 22 and their backups could deadlift 315, they can front squat 205, probably back squat 300, but we really don't test it much. If they're cleaning up around 200, if they're doing an overhead press that's 115, 120, if they can take a one-arm bench with a large dumbbell like a 70 and do it 5 times on each arm, and they can do 5 pull-ups, I'll take that. I think you get the right kind of kids. So, that's our simple system there. And really, if you can safely have kids practice it, just like you would practice power, counter, trap, ISO, or on defense, if you would practice, your linebacker reads, your cover 2 coverage, the basic stuff over and over and over again, it'll just happen. They are absolute beginners, and their room for growth is ridiculous. The thing that hurts them the most is if you burn them out, you over confuse them, and they don't show up for 3 months, and then now they're behind again. So same principles with speed. We'll have a speed card. Usually it's the same card on the back, and we'll just test them. I mean, we try to do a full warm up, some flavor of the feed the cats type stuff with Tony Holler and those guys from that Illinois area. Excellent stuff there. Talk about taking pressure off. I think they teach it so well. Just relax. Do your speed drills, time it a couple times, and just let the kids' competitiveness, take over and see what happens, and then make little tweaks as you go. So this has been awesome. We don't necessarily have standards for our speed, but we're looking to have them do, we're looking to have most of our faster players, our skill guys more up towards the high end on the jumps and the runs. And then that truck stick score is excellent. That's a really good one. Look up Coach Dixon, and there's a couple other guys out in the middle of the country that are doing some great stuff. I do truck stick as a momentum measurement. So you just do 10 divided by your 10 fly time, which gives you your yards per second. So what it is really yards per second times your body weight. So great way to give a stat to your bigger dudes, so that those, the scrawny kids that tease them all the time don't have everything. Alignment wise for a 3-3 stack, our big deal here is making sure that our D line is paired up with our backers. They're going to call so much based on the formation. So like for us, we're going to break the box all the time. So we'll take the backer, and if he has a removed number 2 with no tight end, he's going to go out of the box, and we're going to make some sort of cloud coverage. We call it cloud. It's our 2 read. And if we get anything else, we're going to run some sort of safety coverage. So stab for us is cover 3 with the free safety helping on that side. If we want to call sky, that would be our cover 4 quarters, which allows the free safety to become sort of a deep, extra stack backer to, if you think about that tower defense. So, and that's kind of explained down here too with coverages. And, the last thing, if I had to leave anybody with anything, in a 5-minute deal, for the free safety, instead of having 5 trips checks and accounting for tendencies and all these other formations. We do what's called free safety math. And we tell them, you align in a spot where you never need to backpedal unless you see a vertical from one of your threats. And look at the situation. Make sure your first couple steps are creeping. You're a downhill, deep linebacker. And we tell them, you're always looking at number 3. And you always have to take care of a number 2 if your deep help to that side is wide. So in this case, usually our cover 3 stab coverage is the main reason they would do that. So in this case, the free safety would have to know, I'm all set with number 2 over here. We got 3 over 2. We're in cloud coverage. They're doing 2 read. We're good. So as the free safety, once I know 3 is not a vertical threat, and I know this number 2 is not a vertical threat, I should be inserting, becoming a robber, basically becoming another linebacker. So sort of like counting cards. Once all the cards are up, once they're out of cards, that tells you to stop being a defensive back and get in the box now. And it lets us be very creative with that. So 418. All right. But really, I think those kind of ideas are really good. And we'll get into a few more details now. But really, I'm guessing some people are already, zoning out. They're on other screens. I am. Our kids are when we're presenting too. So having a way to really keep going over the basics is really important in today's world. All right. So everybody will take a breath. I know even when I say relax, I talk too fast. But yeah, so our solution to all this stuff, right? With, like I was saying, part-time coaches, poor stipends. We don't have strength and conditioning coaches in our schools. Maybe 1 to 2 schools in the entire state of New Hampshire has it. And the one that definitely has one has been in the D1 title game 4 or 5 times in the last 5 years. It makes a difference because they budget probably more like the rest of the country and like more teams should. So we train the top end really safely because I don't have a coach that dedicates it all day. So we say, hey, we're going to focus on the sprinting and we're going to rest a lot. I'm not going to try to condition them because they might be in another season. They may be working out at another gym after school. I'm going to take pride in, buddy, I will do everything I can to help your top speed get better. Okay. Same thing with strength. I'm not going to go through a bunch of periodization. We'll use different sets and reps to like shake it up if they hit a plateau. But almost everything we do starts with sets of 2 to 5. Just keep going sets of 2 to 5. When you hit a plateau, talk to me and we'll shake it up for you for a week or so. But I want your easy max to go up naturally. I understand. I would love to see kids squatting 400, 500, deadlifting 600 pounds. But if it's just me in there and I got 30 kids, I want to make sure that their everyday max is going up. I want to know the weight they use when they just walk in is going up. All right. Because naturally, if they're in there all the time and I know they've never gotten hurt, that all of a sudden that everyday max is really good. So a competition max, maybe if a kid was, trying to save his family, he could back squat 600. I just want to see him walk in on a Tuesday and consistently be front squatting 200, deadlifting 300, and helping 10 of his teammates also do the same thing. Helps us a lot in building a program and keeping kids safe without going too far. All right, and then the second thing is having standards, right? Creating those standards like we talked about in those credit cards. When you set the standard for kids, they will they'll rise up to it. If you look at those numbers, they don't seem like a big deal to me now. A 315 deadlift and a 205 clean, they seem very normal to me. We've had about 100 something kids reach the boys and girls standards in our room. But 10 years ago, we were a smaller division. We were Division II state champions, and I don't think one kid, captain, future college player from that team 10 years ago could clean 200 pounds or front squat 200 pounds or bench press a 70-pound dumbbell 5 times. So if you give them standards to reach that are safe, even if it's crazy early on, they can do it. Last thing before we go into more defensive type stuff is looking into an online platform. Okay, again, I just said I'm not trying to sell anything, but for me, it's made it really easy. There's a few online platforms that I think are really good. Tully's the one that I like the most. A couple guys from Harvard have made this kind of their passion project. One of them, Adam Redmond, played for the Ravens, the Colts, and the Cowboys. And basically, the idea is we don't want kids on their phone all the time. We want, yep, they can have their phone to enter their data and that kind of stuff, but it shouldn't be so flashy. Like, look how boring this slide is. It shouldn't be so flashy that it's cooler than the weight room itself. So it's a simple system that allows for data entry where you can go in and track, all of their progressions, their ups and their downs, and all that stuff in every metric that you want to measure. But really, all they need is, I think, the Tully scores, which is the Madden rating. So people much smarter than me have developed an algorithm where it can spit out a Madden rating type thing for your kids. And this is our current top 10. So I got a freshman or almost a sophomore who just got a 93, and I know, the eye test kind of works. When I look at, like, if all of us got together and did a Madden draft, I'd probably draft this kid first. It's interesting, and that's very close to what I would do. So when I look at this kid here, he's about an 85, and this kid here is about a 92. There's always exceptions, but right, it's nice to have some answers that help you break ties and that kind of stuff. And I think those kind of systems can be very good. There's other ones out there. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I do think if you have the capability to do that, it's really good. And this particular one is still pretty new, so they're pretty open with price points and being honest about your school's budget and all that stuff. So pretty cool stuff there. Speed, very similar to the strength. We only test really 5 events, and then we add that truck stick in, right? So if you're going to come in for a speed workout with us, you're going to come in, it's going to be done in 25 minutes. You're going to do about 8 to 10 speed drills, and then we're going to time 1 to 3 reps per event. We usually do 2 events. So the biggest thing is time them every time. Don't overdo it. If they have a bad one, treat it like a loss in a game. You got to get back on the bike tomorrow and start again. So that's our speed workout. And you can find basically any track drills, any feed the cats drills. I think they do a really good job with it. I showed you the bingo card. I print out 1,000 of these because they'll lose them, but it's better than the big sweaty workout plans that get crumpled up and terrible handwriting and all that stuff. A kid in 2 seconds can get a new one of these and know where they were and just recross stuff out. We started it down at the middle school. So same standards we use for female high school athletes. We've started at the middle school and youth programs just to start, keeping track of some of the basics for them and just teaching them some of the basic principles.
Coach, about 5 minutes.
You got it. Cool. So all that stuff goes into our defense. And really 2 things we're talking about is alignment and coverage today. So, and I can cover it in 5 minutes. I really think if you can be in we taught ASKR, alignment, stance and strike, key and responsibility. If you took the percentage of issues that happen just because kids don't align right, and you fixed that, I think a lot of games go in a different direction. So alignment's a big deal. For us, we're going to put our nose head up on the center. Okay. And we talked about freedom. If he and the mic want to play some games, as long as the mic knows you have one A gap and he's all this A gap, that's fine. If you have a more of a sumo wrestler type nose, then you play it straight up and the mic's going to read his basic reads. Alignment for the tackles, we tell them you are over the defensive tackle. The offensive tackle. We call them tackle. I have it written in here as ends, but we call them tackles because it was just easier to name the stunts. We call it exit and text and that kind of stuff. So anyway, they're tackles, and their base place is head up on the offensive tackle. And then based on where their backer is, that's where they're going to be. So if my backer is in the stack, I'm going to be out, meaning I'm going to be a C gap player. Okay. Meaning I'm going to read the inside man of my gap. I'm going to read the tackle. I'm a C gap player. In this case over here with the Twins look, okay, that backer is going to leave. He's going to yell out, 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 which means that tackle is going to have the B gap. Now he can line up in a 4-eye, he can line up in a 4, or he can stay in a 5 as long as he has the B gap. That means he's reading the guard. So if he's real good, I know some of the mint front, tight front guys, some of the guys will keep him out in a 5 and smush the whole thing down. Whatever he has to do to play the B gap, that's what he's going to do. Our Mike linebacker is stacked behind the nose. He's going to bump to the guard on trips, and that's where he's going to be. And he's a inside out spill guy, and he's going to spy the quarterback after. Backers, like we said, they're going to start in a stack, but we move them a lot. This backer here on the left, he could, if he wanted to, he could make an out call and put the end in the B gap, and he could stack on that tight end, right? I saw an awesome, that tight end leak pass. Holy crap. It scares the hell out of me. But in those kind of cases, we might say, shoot, they're good at that. We got to get someone in the tight end's face for 3/4 of a second and buy us some time. Two or more receivers with no tight end, we're leaving the box, giving an out call. Safeties and corners, this is where the coverage comes in, okay? If I have 2 or more wide receivers and no tight end, I'll be in a corner coverage, okay? So 2 read or hard cover 2, all right? Anything else for us, we're going to be in a safety coverage, which is going to be stab, which means cover 3, free safety helps you, or sky, meaning we'll play quarters. We'll read him first before we fly down and play force there, all right? And like I was saying, to finish with our coverages, we'll just finish with free safety math. I think I can get this done in a minute. So in this case here, right, our free safety will always worry about number 3 vertical, and his free safety math tells him his prediction, his algorithm, his model, whatever you want to call it. Does number 3 look like someone that's going to go vertical right here? No. All right, so that's going to give him more odds of starting to creep in and being that Tampa type linebacker. He's just starting deeper, okay? We know that we don't need to worry about number 2 on either side because our deep help is on the inside. The read cover 2 coverage, the safeties will take that. So that lets him sneak in. In this case, this is what we drew up earlier. We have same cloud coverage to this side. So the free always have to look at 3, but if a team never runs vertical with this guy, I'm thinking like I'm a linebacker now. If we have a stab coverage where the deep help is wide, then I'm going to also have to be concerned about the tight end. And once those 2 are clear, then I can be a linebacker. But otherwise, I have a reason to potentially pedal. And then the last thing, if we see, anything more double tights and all this kind of stuff, this free safety now has three people to be concerned about, and then he can be that linebacker and start creeping in. So I showed this earlier. That's our little matrix, and that's as simple as we keep it, man. So
I appreciate it, Coach.
Coach, man, thanks a lot. And reach out anytime, guys. Hopefully we can keep talking about it.
Yeah, hit up Coach. You have any questions about that? I'm gonna get you off. I'm gonna get Coach on. Appreciate you.
You got it, man. Thanks.
Yeah. Coach, how we doing, man?
Good, Ian. How are you today?
I'm good. It's been a long day, but I love it. You already got your stuff up. I appreciate that. Whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and start. I'm gonna back out.
All right. Well, my name is Rick Stupak. I'm the defense coordinator up here at Sioux High School in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, way up in the Upper Peninsula, up on the shores of Lake Superior. Moved here this past year from Lakeview, Oregon, where I spent 11 years, including several years as a head football coach there. So actually the clips I'm going to be using is from my time with the kids in Lakeview. Topic when we talk about building a defense, an identity, and an install. So we'll kind of get through our presentation. It is kind of ironic that I'm actually up here in Sault Ste. Marie now because we call our defense the witch. And if you're familiar in the Great Lakes area, a witch is a winter storm. You walk around the Sioux, you'll actually find lots of references to the old Gordon Lightfoot song, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. We actually incorporated this in Oregon, and we sold the vision to it. And so much of an identity is just getting your kids to believe in something. So I know a lot of people have acronyms for their defense. And so usually I didn't have one, but I thought maybe I should come up with one. So what does the witch stand for defensively? Well, we're a 4-2-5 base, so that W is width. We're going to defend the sideline to sideline. We like to spill people, and if we can run you to the sideline, we'll run you to the sideline. But we're going to get 6 or 7 hats on you. That's the goal. We want to have a good football IQ. So we want to teach our players. I'm a teacher here at Sault Ste. Marie, and so I do believe that the football field should be an extension of the classroom. The team sport together. I think offense have stars, defense, you're a unit. C, championship effort. And I never, as a head coach, and I'm going to probably talk a lot more as a perspective as a head coach than maybe as a defense coordinator, which I'll be here. But when I was a head coach, I never really talked straight out about winning. One of the things that we'd always say is give yourself a chance to be successful in the fourth quarter on Friday night. That's what we're looking for. And to get there, it's having that championship, that perfect effort. And then several coaches talked about this today. There's been a lot of great presentations. Is have fun, make defense fun. Everybody wants to play offense. Everybody wants to have the ball. But can you get your defense to have fun and get the kids that, yeah, this is the side of the ball that I want to play on. So how do we do this? One, it's starting with the vision. And we are getting ready for a playoff game back in Lakeview one year. And we were going to go against a running back who was a game changer at our level. And we got to get hats on him. And we already had a blitz call called Superior. And I think I was game planning that night, and actually the song, The Wreck of the Edmonds Fitzgerald came on, and I was, boom, that's the idea that I'm going to sell to the kids. And so it was, we want to make this turn into this. And we might have missed a tackle there, but you see the flow of the football that we got 5 or 6 people going to the ball. Here's another one. Here's one where the quarterback is actually going to get outside of us. But I'm going to be okay with him taking this 6-7 yard gain because I love how we finish the play here. I don't love how the cornerback came. Let's go back to that. I don't love how my cornerback dipped inside there, allow the quarterback to get outside, but I'm going to love this finish right here. 2 guys, helmets on each side of the body, a perfect vice tackle. Your quarterback wants to get outside and run. Great. We'll see how many times you want to do that during the game. So that was that mentality that we wanted to sell. So some context again about how we came up with this idea. Again, I think the football field should be an extension of the classroom. And I'm an AP teacher. I teach AP World History here. So I have to teach a lot of writing skills. And one of the skills that we talk about is context, which is an event or development that leads to the topic you're writing about. So here, as we're talking about this sort of defense, what's the context? Again, of which the powerful Great Lakes Storm, they usually happen in November, which again, I think fits perfectly to our philosophy is that we want to be playing our best football when November comes around, when that playoff season comes around. I built this defense actually reading a case study at X&O Labs by a former Virginia Tech defense coordinator, Bud Foster. I took the pieces and then I put it together with my own terminology. So our flat defenders are Thunder and Lightning. And if you put Thunder and Lightning together, you get a storm. Again, our base philosophy is spill the flats. We call that the lake. And again, we were playing a very good running back in the 2018 Oregon 2A state playoffs. And it was, we got to put hats on that running back so he will not want to get into the lake. And so that's some context. I think it was a very natural progression. And even for kids in Oregon, they just grabbed on to it and they just had fun with that idea, that they love the idea of just running around and getting helmets to the football. Excuse me. So here's our base structure of our defense. You see where we have the lake out here on each side. for us, our Thunder and our Lightning, those are our best tacklers. Our Thunder would be our best tackler. He's the $ here, because that would be our run strength side. So the Thunder and Lightning, they are your main contain guys. And we talk a lot about run fits. And so if we were to have a play here left side of the screen, I want this Thunder to keep the back inside, not let him get outside, and have the Mike come down here, and we should be getting a vice with the Thunder and the Mike. And we want our free safety to be very aggressive as well. I mean, if there's a weakness to the defense, is that the free safety is aggressive in the run, and the post should be open. One of my philosophies, and I'll talk a little bit more when we get into the install, is that we're not going to chase ghosts. And we haven't seen anybody take advantage of that on us. And until they do, we're going to play aggressive. Okay, so when you go into your install, I think those run fits are really important. I'm trying to remember what presentation it was a little earlier. I know, but Ian, you had the comment about you love to run to the corner. We want our corners to be aggressive tacklers as well. And I actually have a clip here a little later on showing some block destructing and tackling by our corner. I get where you're coming from on that. I started on the offensive side of the ball, and so I'd always pick on our corners too. But we want everybody to be aggressive here in this defense. All right, here's another clip of how this looks. And you see my note down here as you're trying to build that vision, whatever you come up with. For us, it was storm waves on Lake Superior. Again, even though here we're in Oregon, incorporate a pursuit drill. If you are a defense that wants to run around, fly the football, have a pursuit drill. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. I think if I had more time with this particular presentation, I would love to talk about some of the different pursuit drills that you can do. I know I've created one that went away from just the traditional run to the sideline, everybody fill a lane. I had one where we'd blow the whistle and we would make them change directions because, you know, you've come across those backs that have great cutbacks. And so a lot of different ways you can do pursuit drills. I don't have any practice film, so I'm going to teach a lot from our game film. But here's going to be a toss. Their offense doing a little check with me at the sideline. All right. I don't love how our flat defender here is trying to go outside this blocker. I would have liked him as soon as he saw the toss to come underneath and fill that lane, because you can see we got a linebacker here who has a window opening. But I understand why he's doing this. And he's heard, you are the contain guy. You are the contain guy. So he's taken a safer route. He was also a sophomore making his first start in a state playoff game. A little later, I'm going to talk about expectations and things that are non-negotiable. And as coaches, we got to figure out what it is that we can live with. And here I can live with what this particular player was trying to do. Especially with the result of the play. Okay, we got him in that lake, and we were flying to the football. So even though I can look at this and say, I wish you would have done this, I love the result of the play, and I love the number of helmets that are around the ball carrier. This is actually from the playoff game with that running back who we consider to be a game changer. He is actually going to be here in the slot. And they're going to run some jet sweep action with him. And we have some rules on how to play jet sweep. And so you see our flat defender, in this case, our Lightning, is attacking that right away. We do something called a shock block destruct on these sorts of blocks. And he's going to try to attack that outside shoulder to turn him inside. It won't be the best, but it's not going to be the best block either. And we're going to be in great position. We got our corner right here to make a play. We also had our will linebacker in a vice position as well. Okay. going into this game, and you'll see number 60 here kind of give a little hands up of what's going on. Going into this playoff game, they had clock ruled, and it was at the time in Oregon, it was 45 points. They had clock ruled, get to a running clock, 6 straight opponents. And a lot of the times they had done it in the first half. And number 11 was a big reason why. He was a great running back at that level. I think he actually went on to compete in track at the University of Oregon. And if you know anything about college track, you know Oregon is quite the track school. All right, so how do you create this identity? And I call this to hear the calm before the storm. Again, create a vision. And for us, it was a Great Lakes storm. It was storm waves off Lake Superior. I also could have used the Pacific Ocean being in Oregon, but I'll talk a little bit more how the Great Lakes came into it. Align your vision with your program's vision and mission statements and core values. I think that's extremely important. During the summer, I'm going to scout 4 key opponents. These may be rivals. They may be offenses that we're most likely to see, or they could be games that we feel are really important on the schedule. And I'm going to go through those, and I'm going to break them down. I'm going to game plan them just like I would during the season, and actually make a call sheet. And I'm going to build my fronts and my stunts and blitzes, etc., around those 4 opponents. And we'll go into August with a plan of how we're going to put those in. So once we do that, you should create and revise your skill checklist. I try to keep it simple. I try to think of what are the 3 main skills each position on the defense needs. So then we'll look at that. We'll create and revise our drill menu. And then you got to put it together and you got to sell a vision. I know a lot of coaches today talking about culture. Coach Honeycutt, I know he earlier this morning showed a lot of different activities that they did. We did those sorts of things too in Lakeview. One of the other things that we did is that we would typically start our Monday practice with a 5 to 10 minute life lesson, something to connect with an overall theme of the week. That LIFE acronym, that was our program's mission statement. And you see it spells life because I think that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to prepare our athletes for life. So what did I expect? That L is for love. No, I don't expect every player is going to love playing football. I hope they love the experience. And I hope we have coaches that love being out there with the kids. I think integrity, it's kind of a generic. I'm sure a lot of people use it, but it was a good fit. We want to do things the right way. The F, we want to build our kids' future, give them the tools for them to go out and be successful. I think somebody, last coach was talking about, taking his wife out to dinner. Want to be able to show those sorts of things to our players. As a coach, I've always gotten a thrill of former players coming back and telling me they're doing those things with their wives and girlfriends. And then ultimately, we want to give them an experience. Where do we get some of these life lessons? You can see some of my reading list here. There's some good stories, and you can make some 5 little 10-minute lessons from excerpts of the book. And I've been going back and trying to listen or read some of these books. Some other books on my reading list that I'd like to just share with you guys that I think are really good. Autobiography on Steve Kerr. Mike Krzyzewski's Beyond Basketball. Each little chapter is 1 word, and then there's a story that goes around that word. I think that's a great model for a life lesson. And this one, The Storm, the Tide, that showed kind of inside of Alabama's football program after a big tornado went through town. So those are just some other books that I kind of recommend. Kind of get into our defense philosophy again of how to build that identity. 2 presentations ago, Coach Graves talked about stemming. I'm a big believer in that. Here on the lakes, they were talking about if you get what's called the 3 sister waves, those are the ones that are dangerous. Those are the ones that you do not want to be on the water for for those other ones that can take down the big freighters. And so defensively, we kind of do the same thing. Our first wave, we're going to line properly to the formation. The second wave, we want to have some sort of pre-snap movement. And then that third wave, we want to come from somewhere that you're not expecting. Which also kind of leads to the question, do you show blitz or do you blitz from depth? And maybe we'll talk about that here a little bit more. But for example, let's say we just wanted to have this picture, which is just a simple, your D tackles are containing the B gap, and you got a Will and Mike backer blitz in the A gaps. You could have just a line up in that sort of formation and blitz your linebackers. As Coach talked about earlier, offensive loves stationary targets. We don't want to do that. We want to cause confusion as well. So we may line up in something like this, what we call, this is our over front. With this, our gap responsibilities really have not changed. Our nose is still responsible for weak side A, our tackles B, our Mike's A, our Will's backside B. And then we might give them some sort of stem. We'll stem into what we call our Tim front, or man inside, tackle inside man. And then when the ball's snapped, we'll have a combo of our slam stunt and wham blitz. We want to look complicated on film, but keep it simple to our kids. And if we were to look at this, nobody's really changed gaps. Your Mike and your tackle are controlling or going through the same gaps they would normally have. Just our Will and our nose actually changed gap responsibilities. For our Mike and our tackle on the strong side, we just got you to your gap in a different way instead of just being stationary. And so here's some clips of this. This is actually going to be a Will blitz, number 25 here, with that slam stunt. And if you watch the center, yeah, he's not going to know where that wave comes from. So we got our our slam stunt. The center, takes a look in there from our Will linebacker, and we get a quarterback sack. Another one here, same sort of thing, except this time it's going to be a pinching action by the tackles and a blitz by that Will linebacker. And you just see how the alley opens up for the backer. As Coach said, if you don't see this, they don't know how to react to it. And I'm really surprised in my years of coaching football. Lakeview was a smaller school in Oregon, but even up in the higher levels, I didn't see a whole lot of movement. And I think it's really easy to teach. What we normally do in our practice is that we would invest a 5 to 7 minute period called a stunt mesh. And our defensive tackle, our linebackers would be running their stunts against garbage cans or bags. And you, just like a teacher, you ask questions. Okay, if the tackle lines up in the B gap, he stunts A gap. What linebacker is now controlling the B gap? So make the kids tell you what's going on. Here's another one that really isn't very good. We're going to roll the coverage here. This Lightning is going to walk down. He's even going to be telling the free safety here to get over, but the offense is not going to pick him up. I mean, we're basically telling everybody what's going on, and they still don't pick him up, and we get a TFL. Okay, really easy stuff that I think you can incorporate into your defense, and that incorporates that three-wave principle of coming from areas that people don't expect. Okay. I talked about some of that life lesson stuff, and you got to have some non-negotiables. Couple years ago, it was actually during the COVID year, we were getting ready to play another team that had a great back, and we kind of came in the same idea in practice of we got to have helmets to the ball. We got to have helmets to the ball, but we're going to do things the right way. We're not going to cheap shot. We're not going to have late hits. And so one of the things that I'd like to do on my practice plans is that I would post them. And I always like to put a quote on bottom of the practice plan, and I would tie back into it at the end of the day. Sometimes they're kind of corny, like here about from the movie Dances with Wolves, about, most important thing is learn to become a true human being. David Cutcliffe, some of you guys from North Carolina, I'm sure remember Coach Cut, coached at Duke and Ole Miss. I know one of the things that he told me, I actually was a media relations director for the football program at Ole Miss when Coach Cut was there, was that kids don't care how much you know until they know that you're human first. And so when we're talking about how do I sell this vision of a storm on the Great Lakes to a bunch of kids in Oregon? Well, I'm up here in the Sioux now. And so just kind of getting to know my kids, I would tell them, yeah, guys, I have family ties that were back from the Upper Peninsula. So this is what I know from that area. Here's how we're going to play it in the defense. And it all comes down to that, hey, if the kids believe in you, it's going to be a good idea. Okay. And then the last one here, I started my coaching career at Central Catholic High School with Steve Pine. He's since moved on to Union High School up in Washington. And as you're thinking about expectations, like I said, what can you live with? Whatever it is that is non-negotiable, make sure that you are following through on those things, because things that aren't a good fit, they can kill your program. When we talk about defense, one of the things that is a non-negotiable for me is our feet. And we have a saying, no feet equals defeat. And so same situation against that same back. You got him in the slot. Our Thunder here was a good football player. I really think he had an opportunity to go on and play college if he wanted to. He's flying airplanes now, crop dusting. But I think he could have gone and played somewhere. But he's going to attack the bubble here. And he's going to be in great position to make a play. But he's going to go down to his knees. And he loses his feet. And the good backs, will make you pay. We were able to recover again with that idea of flying to the football. And so when we install our defense, that is a big thing. I will constantly harp the feet. We will do something on Mondays called a team sled period towards the end, where I'll put the whole team on a sled. We'll do block destructing. We'll do tackling for 5 minutes straight. And it's just to reinforce that idea of keeping your feet. Our other non-negotiables really kind of fall into our core values. And I'll admit, I did take this from Coach Cutcliffe one year that he was doing a clinic out in Portland. But here's the thing about selling the vision to your kids. If you were to ask any of the kids in Lakeview where this came from, they would just tell you, Coach, I just thought it's what we do. I don't know how Coach would have defined any of this stuff. This is how I define things. And I could just take these 5 things and I could incorporate it in the defense. I could incorporate it into my practice for both coaches and players, and I could incorporate it into life. You look at kind of that first thing up there, alignment, be where you're supposed to be. I mean, I don't know how many times I've told students, be where you're supposed to be in class. So players, hey, expect that you're dressed for practice, just like we're aligned for the call. One of the other things that I really want to kind of highlight on here is this effort and defense about relentless pursuit and when the steam plays. For us, a steam play was if a team had an explosion play, what I call 10 yards or more. We had to win the next play. We had to hold them to 4 yards or less. And when I went back and statistically looked at things, if we were over 50% in a game, it was a high percentage that we won the game. And one of the earlier presentations talked about repping those real life situations. And we would try to find ways to teach a steam play. Sometimes we might be in practice doing 7-on-7 and I might blow the whistle and put the ball on the 4-yard line and tell the defense, you now have 2 plays to stop the offense. It was something that was, unscripted. It was, just to kind of teach that adversity that they might see in a game. I talked about the 4 team install. And so this is what we will do, is that we'll take all that information and we'll put things into charts before we even do our lesson plans here about what we want to cover each day.
Coach, about 3 minutes.
Yep. And so I wish I had some more time here. So I'm going to kind of go through this a little quick here. But I'm happy to send this to anybody. But I do want to get made to these last couple slides here. Here's our practice necessities. And one of the things that we'll do is we'll do block destruction and tackling, and we're going to make it specific to the position. So after that first week, we might teach the fundamentals of the feet and the buzzwords you might use, but then get it to position specific. And so let's show a couple of clips here to end with. The other thing that I think is really important is script everything so you're not wasting time. Okay, so here you see we got a play that going to the outside, and you can see the arrows here. I love the run fits. If there's one thing that I'd want to fix here, widen this guy out. If you're seeing an ass in front of you, you need to widen out. And so we'll see our corner here. Come outside, our corner, nice block destruct, and there he goes. He makes a thigh roll tackle. So just so Coach Tatum knows, corners can make a tackle, and they can be physical, and they can be a part of your defense. One of the other things here I'd kind of really highly recommend, guys, is have a tackle drill menu. What are those position-specific tackles that your inside linebackers have to do? I've never seen my defensive tackle have to ankle sweep somebody like a corner might. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but I am going to teach them how to box tackle, how to tackle in confined space. No, I'm running out of time here. I will just kind of put this all together with some of my film clips, and I'll put it up on a YouTube link and make it available to anybody who might want to use this stuff. Or also too, you can, I'll put my contact information, back up here, but hopefully you're able to get something out of this.
For sure, Coach. I appreciate you doing that, and yeah, I would feel demoralized as an offensive play caller if I had that kind of alignment and your corner came with me to tackle. I'd be screaming at somebody. But yeah, heck yeah, hey man, it works. If kids are motivated and they have the technique and they can come up and make a hit, and kids can do anything. Like you set the standard, they'll rise to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that this was an idea that they bought into it, even though being in Oregon, just being those waves and flying to the football, they had fun with it. And again, if you get your kids to believe, that they can do great things.
For sure. Coach, I appreciate you. Anybody hit up Coach right there. You can wind it back and get the contact anytime you need to. But I appreciate you, Coach.
All right. Thanks, Ian.
Yep. All right. Coach Haddad.
Coach, how we doing?
Not much, big dog. All right. So if you don't know Coach Haddad, you're living under a rock. Him and his brother do awesome stuff with Victory. Coach, kind of leading the charge back with the offensive guys for another run right here. I'm going to back out. You got it.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach. Once again, thanks, Coach Tatum, again, for putting this all together. This has been a great day. We're going to be talking a little bit of H-back, how we utilize it, use motions, formations, different things like that. So quick little snippet here, a little 2-second intro. I'm the offensive coordinator. My name is Danny Haddad. I'm the offensive coordinator at Bellingham High School. I also work at Victory Sports with my brother, Chris Haddad, who's on the left in this picture here. And we're an education website for football coaches. So you can visit us at victorysports.com, visit our YouTube page, different things like that. Last season, just a couple stats from last season, 30 points per game, averaged about 8 yards per carry last season. And we're back-to-back league champs and third championship in the last 5 years here. And I'm blessed to be able to coach with my father, who's in the middle here, who's the head coach, and then my brother, who is the defensive coordinator on the left here. So, all right, let's get into some H-back stuff here. So I'm going to be going a little bit faster here just because I got a couple things I want to be able to go over. You guys can always replay this too in the replay on YouTube. So first off, why you should utilize the H-back. So number one is equate numbers in the run game here. So whenever we see a lot of 6-man boxes where we're coming from, so we see a lot of 4-2-5, see a lot of 3-3 stack, different things like that. So we match up very well with our H-back in the backfield. So it evens out versus 6-man box. We're able to read a defender if we do end up getting a 7-man box. So we're able to do some sort of zone read and have just an action plan on top of that if we do get some sort of a 7-man box. We want to be able to secure all the gaps in reading a second and third level defender. I'm going to be going over a couple different RPOs as well. So we want to be able to read those outside backers, those safeties, different things like that, and not have to change anything up front. We want to be able to use motion to gain a quick numbers advantage. You'll see in the next couple slides here, I'm going to go over a couple different motions that we use just to be able to flip the formation, flip the strength of the formation, just to be able to use our speed as an advantage to get to the edge with whatever run scheme we're calling. We're going to use his lead blockers for quarterbacks in the run game and use his eye candy too, right? We get some misdirection in the backfield. Linebackers are going to slow their feet. If they have to slow down for even that half a second too, that may be that extra leverage that they need for the lineman in order to make a block, to be successful on that block. So, and then last one here is use to influence defenders that you want to read or trap. So you'll see with our arc tag that we're going to be going over, that's one of the ways we are able to utilize to influence defenders to make the wrong move. And then our blocking scheme within the run scheme with the linemen are able to read or trap that guy that we want to attack. These are going to be the two H-back alignments that we're primarily going to be going over. So our wing alignment on the left here, we have our H is going to be off the left foot of the tackle here. He's going to be about 1 yard diagonal off of him. And then our sniffer alignment here, the quarterback is going to be about 4.5 yards. The H is going to be 1 yard in front of him and directly behind the guard. So with all the formations that we're going to go over, we're going to see wing alignment or we're going to see sniffer alignment. And here we have all of our H-back formations. So the top up here, so Gator, right, Trey, Queen, and King. We do have specific formation tags off of these. And these are the main adjustments or alignments that we're going to have for this H alignment here. So we have our stack tag as well, which the Y and the Z will just stack behind each other. We have our tight tag, which is going to take these two split receivers, bring them in tight. And then we also have our heavy tag, which is going to take the Y, who is normally off the ball in all these formations. We're going to take him, put him on the line of scrimmage, and then take the opposing X or Z, whichever side the ball is on. We're going to take him off the ball, and then he can motion, go 4x0, get creative with however we want to go unbalanced. But all of these tags here are going to work for Gator, Trey, Queen, or King. And then these base alignments are all able to go with all three of these tags. All right, H-back motion. So all of these 9 motions are primarily for the H-back here. So with our trade motion, all we're trying to do is get the H from one side of the formation. He's going to be getting in that same exact spot on the other side. This is our trade out of our King and Queen set that we just talked about. And the 3 that I'm mainly going to focus on are number 3, 4, and 5. So we have Tyson, Ali, and then Push. So I'm going to show you guys clips. I'm not going to show you and bore you with just motion clips. I want to just primarily go those 3, just because I think those are the most creative ones that we do use, so we can utilize our numbers and utilize the leverage of the H-back. So Tyson here, we're going to be getting a full sprint. So think Mike Tyson punch out, right? And Mike Tyson trying to knock you out. With this one here, we're trying to get a full head of steam and then run split zone, run whatever run concept we want to run. We're going to be getting the ball snapped at this backside guard here, so we can continue to still get a full head of steam and be able to adjust off of where that defensive end is. The Ali motion, think a little bit more speed here. So now with this case here, we're trying to take advantage of the edge in this case. So we're trying to get a full sprint here. And now instead of snapping the ball on the backside like we did with Tyson, we're going to snap the ball on the inside leg of the tackle, and then we're going to work upfield. So we use this with our wide zone, especially if we have a heavier box, a 7-man box, 6-man box that we want to just attack the edge with. We'll use this Ali motion. And then push motion. This is one that we use to get out of our 11 personnel sets. So we're primarily a big 11 personnel team. And a lot of the teams would see this type of set and say, hey, like we're going to go either single high, go heavier blitz. And then from here, we have this motion adjustment where we can go. So say our King alignment here. So 1, 2, and then this H back in the backfield. Our push motion takes him from wherever his alignment is to the opposite slot to get set. So even if he's in our Gator alignment on this side here, he's pushing to the opposite side into that slot alignment and getting set here. So now we go from a 2x1 wing set on the left side here to now to a 3x1 set. Just a different way to get creative and to get guys or get defenses in different personnel packages or different personnel sets that you can take advantage of. In motion is just a way to go from spread to that 11 personnel set. So we can get into our guard alignment here. So he's going to be right behind the guard in the sniffer alignment. And then out as well, he's going to be going in and then coming back out. Once again, just a way just to be able to run your power, run your 11 personnel runs. And then we have laser and Leo. This is going to be your jet and your orbit motion. So this here is an example. This is going to be our Tyson motion. So we're going to check out this right slot here. He's going to be coming full speed, and he's going to be kicking out this right defensive end. If you guys have that, one guy on your team that you can say, hey, go run as fast as you can and go kick out a defensive end, their eyes are going to light up and then a big smile is going to come across their face. And that was number 87 for us last 2 years ago. So we're going to get just a basic inside zone split. He's able to run full speed, able to get a nice, easy kick out here. Just one way to utilize that motion. Next, this is going to be your Ali motion. So if you take a look at the H-back alignment here, he's going to be coming along here, and we're going to snap the ball at the inside leg of the tackle. And we're facing a bear front here, 5-2 front. And this is a fast motion where you can utilize if the safeties don't rotate too well or if the team just doesn't adjust to motion well. This is one that you can utilize as well. I'll try and slow this one down here a little bit. But we're going with our wide zone scheme here. Versus a 5-2, it's tough to run, right? It's tough you're just outnumbered either way. So using this quick motion here is just a good way to get the leverage with the outside and to take advantage of the numbers on the edge here. And then this one here is our push motion. So we're going to be our king set in the backfield. And we actually put this one in this week here. So we wanted to be able to get out of this 11 personnel set. So now he is in the slot on this left side here. We noticed going into this that their safeties were pretty low at the snap of the ball here with our king and our queen set. So off of that, we said, okay, let's go push motion, get him out of here, and then run just our base shallow concept. So now we're able to get into our spread concept with their safety alignment being so low like that. Normally their alignment was about 10 yards. And then on that play, anytime we went to our two back stiffer alignment, they would go down to about 6 to 7 yards. Because we were at that time, we were 90% run out of this formation. So it was a good call on their part just because they were going with our tendencies. Make everything look the same. This is going to be a huge focus here. So the 4 types of tracks that the H-backs are going to take, it's going to have a split track, a wrap track, arc, or insert. Okay, those are the 4 that we're going to be going over, and all these plays will have one of these tracks going on with the H-back. These are run schemes. So we run 4 basic run schemes. You're going to see those are the tags that are going to work for each individual run scheme that we do run. With power, of course, he's involved in the run scheme, so we're not going to add a tag to that just because he's involved in the run scheme there. But these are the specific tags that work for these run schemes. First one we're going to go over is split, and split is one of my favorites here. Our coaching points for the split zone is to aim for the crack of the tackle. So he's going to be lining up in his sniffer alignment here, and he's going to be aiming for this crack of the tackle. I'd rather you miss inside of the defensive end than miss outside, because if you go too far outside, he spills underneath here, he disrupts the play in that open C gap there. So we always want to make sure we're getting inside and we're trying to ride him upfield or kick him out, but we must win inside. And then a key to look at with game planning too is practice how the DN will be in post snap, right? So if he's only going to be taking one step and then just pretty much staying there or boxing it, then okay, practice that, take that one step and then go from there. If he's going to be a guy that takes those hard 3 steps upfield, your angle is going to change a little bit. It's not going to be directly at the tackle's crack anymore. It's going to be a little bit wider. So you have to be able to adjust and have to be able to practice that within your indie periods, group periods, whatever it is. Running backs point here, we're trying to sell to the crack of the center here. We're trying to deliver the Will and the Mike down to the lineman here. So sell down to the center and then break to the backside C gap here. That's usually where their aiming point is. And the use for split zone, we're trying to do when the DNs are boxing the C gap, when we have aggressive downhill linebackers, or if the linebackers don't scrape over to the second level as well. And then we also, these are the run schemes that it's going to work with: inside zone, wide zone, or counter. So first example here, we're going to be getting our tight end wing alignment here. We're going to go out motion here. He just doesn't go across. We switched it so he just goes to that alignment just so that he's able to split across a little bit easier here. So I'll play this in slow-mo just in case it's choppy for you guys. He does a good job aiming for the crack of the tackle here, getting inside of this defender. Running back delivers the linebackers downhill and then works and reads off that outside linebacker and off that slot that's blocking there. Ignore end zone view. Our end zone camera smashed and broken to pieces, so we had to film from the ground, unfortunately. Now this is versus a bear front, so we have no business running split zone here, but just the way that we do run split zone and the way the running back does a great job here of delivering the linebackers to the linemen here, And our H-back does a great job of getting underneath this block. You'll see him come across, split underneath here. And then you'll see the last second jump cut by that running back, and he's able to find open space. We're doing this versus a 7 and possibly an 8-man box here with that safety coming down. So if you do it right, if the running back takes his track right, this play is a very, very good play to add to your offense. Off of the split now, we always want to have something else, right? So now we have a split glance RPO. So we're still running our split zone on the inside here, still getting double teams, and now we're reading this first defender on the outside here, or we're reading the D gap defender technically. The X is going to be taking his 5 steps. On his third outside step, he's going to be breaking his space. Okay, so now off of this, if they start to really pack the box in, now you can add this tag and have a RPO build off this as well. You can actually see it a little bit better through the end zone view here. So we're going to be keying number 3. Once he steps down into the box, we know the key there. That's the key, the X to the +1 defender. So we want to be able to throw off of that. Okay, one more time. He comes down, we pull and throw the glance. So no real aiming point. We usually try and go 5 steps and then break to space. We're trying to hit the ball within the hash around 10 to 15 yards. Off of that, we have our arrow RPO, still the same track. So we're still trying to keep that same split track going here, still trying to sell to the defensive end. If the defensive end gets upfield, like very far upfield, don't worry about trying to go around him, slip underneath him and then work to the flat. If he stays downhill and stays tight down to the tackle, then we're going to go around him, take that track, and then belly out to the flat. All right, so the quarterback's going to be reading this defensive end. If he steps down, we're pulling it and throwing it. All right, if he does widen out, we can give the ball here, or if you are just going to call this an automatic throw, then we just have to be able to get underneath the slip and then be able to get the throw off. Okay, so this here, we're going to be reading this defensive end here. This team did a great job of staying tight to the tackles and really forcing that quarterback to pull the ball. All right, and we're keeping our eyes on number 3 here. He does a good job of selling the track here. He stays tight. He stays outside of him. Unfortunately, we had an outside backer here. He has to just avoid him and be able to get into his space here. But just a great job collecting the ball and then finding space on the edge here. But we're still keeping the same track, right? We're still selling split, getting off of that, and then trying to find space outside of there. Wide zone split. So this is where we're adding this because we're such a heavy split zone team, right? When we run split zone, the way that the teams are stopping it, right? We're trying to get these linebackers to spill over the top. All right. So they do a great job of scraping over. But now if they are keeping their eyes on this H, which a lot of teams are doing, right? They're just going to be following this H going through to the split because that's where the play ends up being, is where the H is leading to. So now if they're going to follow him, that's easy enough. We have that now. That's going to be an easier block for our center or for our tackle at the second level to be able to seal to the backside, to be able to own that play side. So we will call wide zone split anytime we are getting some issues with that second level blocking. So better end zone view here. So we see we're just tracking this H here, right? We're going to be getting split zone going this way here, and then everyone else are going to be running wide zone going to the left. Peep the number 52 and 55 here. We're going to see just a slight hesitation here, right? They're a little bit slow. Hesitation, that just gives that guard and this backside guard here enough just to be able to seal towards that play side. Right? It's all about just keeping the eyes of the backers busy just for that half a second, because that half a second will lead to owning that play side and leading to a successful block. All right, so this play here. So now we're lining up in our bunch alignment here. And number 5 here, this middle linebacker, was a stud. We were trying to game plan around him. And one of the things that we needed to do just in order to help with our blocks on him was to just get his eyes wrong for just a second, right? So with this here, we were heavy, like I said, heavy split zone, heavy wide zone team. So now even just taking that track of the split coming across with 87, this linebacker steps up because of the split zone track. And then he takes that inside track as well. So the center is able to hold that gap. Unfortunately, we don't hit the run lane right there, and we end up bouncing this outside. But just getting the eyes on that H-back and having them key the H-back is one thing that you can do with adding this wide zone. And then off the wide zone split, we have our split screen. So now we're trying to sell wide zone going to the right. The backside 3 guys just have their normal screen block. So now we have this H lined up here. He's going to sneak behind the lineman, leave this defensive end alone so that the defensive end looks like naked boot, whatever you want to call on the backside, and then the QB boots around and then hits the H on the screen. So we're in our tray alignment here. We sell the wide zone going this way. Number 11, our H-back sneaks. Let me slow it down here. Number 11 sneaks on the backside. As the defensive end gets vertical, we're able to flick it right behind him and get a good game behind. But this is just another play off of that split action going through and still keeping the same track for the H-back. Next is our wrap play. So now wrap, the whole goal with wrap is to sell split, and you're trying to aim for the outside shoulder of the defensive end. All right, you can't get caught inside on this, but you're looking for any backer that's scraping over the top or any type of backer outside of the defensive end. That's who you're wrapping around for. All right, the quarterback has a read on this. So if we're just running straight inside zone wrap, then we're going to have the defensive end be the read key here for the quarterback. So if he crashes down like normal zone read, we're going to pull the ball, and now we have a lead blocker with this H going through. If he widens out, there's some teams that do teach like a dual read for this H where he can go and kick him out like split. I think that's just a little bit too aggressive. Like, you can do that if you want. I'd rather just continue to have him work on one track just so he doesn't have to think. And if he ends up widening out here, we do have numbers anyway, and we can work that C-gap backside cutback anyway. So the use with this is when D-end is spilling that C-gap kick out. So if we run split, and now this D-end is starting to muddle up the C-gap here, then we're going to go work here, work around him, right? Keep him where he wants to go, and then work around him and work off of that. You want to use this with aggressive downhill linebackers that are pressing down and pressing down on the A gap, B gap, whichever they're responsible for, and the ones that don't scrape over to the second level well. So this play here, this is from our playoff game last year. See a lot of lines here. I'll explain this in a second here. So we have our queen left look here. So we're just going to get one-on-one here. We're reading this defensive end. He's going to stay tight to the tackle, and we're going to wrap around for this outside backer here. All right, so he's the read key for the quarterback. He is the wrap man, the guy that the H-back is wrapping around for. We have our inside zone going. You're going to keep an eye on number 3. You're going to see like kind of a weird block from him. We had this game plan, so almost like a triple option type read. So he's going to sell the stock here. And as soon as he was pushing downhill vertical towards the quarterback, once he kept it, because we knew that the end was going to crash, he can then break vertical here. So we have like a triple option read. So he was able to throw it before he got to the line of scrimmage here. So just taking a look, we're going to get this inside zone coming down. 87 wraps around and ends up sealing in number 21. So now right there, right, we have the edge. If this guy was deepening up with that number 1 receiver here, that's perfectly fine. He's 15 yards downfield. We'll take a 15-yard gain, right? If he end up shooting up here in his normal alignment here, then we can take the ball and have him go vertical, right? But we see quarterback does a great job getting the edge, using his speed towards the sideline here. And then in the 32, the corner just doesn't really know where to go in a sense, but we're gaining 15 yards just off quarterback run with that H-back leading around through. And this is a play we added this year, right? A big key with my offense, I'd love to keep just the offensive line as the offensive line. Like, don't change anything. Base your scheme around that, though. Okay, don't go too crazy changing every single rule for the linemen. Don't let them think so much. Like, keep the day one rules, the day one rules. So with this, we're just going to get in our king alignment, and we're going to have our wrap here. And now instead of handing the ball off with GH counter, right, if they're going to key the guard and tackle, they're going to get the will scraping over. Let's get the pitch to the Y coming around here. So let's just get this one here. So we're going to see 87 take his track, roll around to the outside. We're going to get the mesh point coming here, and then he's going to flip it to 1 coming around. Pitch the ball here. And then we have the edge, right? Especially if a team is going to be taking over and keeping their eyes on the guard and tackle. This is just a great way to mess with their keys, right? They're seeing split, they're seeing wrap, they're seeing guard tackle pull. They don't know where to go. So it's going to slow them down eventually, and then you're going to be able to take advantage of them being flat-footed or being on their heels. This is a play we try to have fun with. So we scored the prior week on a return jet sweep. So we had the Y come in return motion and then sell jet sweep going this way. We always like to have a little bit of a reverse in each week. And the H here, we used the wrap tag with this play here. So wasn't as successful as I wanted it to be, but this is still a great play to add. But you see 87 here. he's going through, wrapping around that defensive end, and then he's taking that outside man, right? The wrap rules are going to be the wrap rules for the H. Nothing is going to change in the sequence here, but this is just a way you can still utilize this with trick plays. You can utilize this with reverses, different things like that. You can really get creative with this tag. Arc. So this is the third one. This is going to be utilized mainly for trying to influence different defensive ends or different guys that you want to trap or read specifically. So you want to be able to arc outside of the defensive end for the D gap defender or the next man outside the defensive end. You want to use this to influence or widen or kick out a player. If the D end is crashing the C gap, you want to be able to just hold him and widen him out just for a second or two, just to be able to get that kick out or to read him with the quarterback. If the D end is following the H back release, so if this end has eyes on this H and is matching him step for step, if you widen him out, he's only going to widen the hole out even more. And then for anything for outside run, if you want to go jet sweep, or if you want to go jet sweep with the offensive line running opposite, you can have him widen out this way and he'd be the lead blocker here, and he just can make sure that he gets around the edge and then seals the outside on the jack. So we're going to key 87 here again. We're going to see jet motion coming this way. It's a subtle movement by this defensive end, but it's enough to get this kick out on GT coming backside, right? So we can see it a little bit better from the end zone camera, but I'll just play this here first. We're going to get the arc, which is enough for that guard to be able to kick out and us for it to get GT up the middle here. End zone view is 10 miles away here, but we're going to see this end here. We're going to see him just take that match step, right? He matches that defense, the H-back going out to the side. That's enough where we can then get that GT going inside, right? It's not going to be a detrimental thing where he's going to follow him completely 3 or 4 steps. If he does, that's awesome. But it's just going to be that 1-2 step out to the side, and then we're able to kick out and get inside of him. All right, off of this, we have the arc screen. So now selling arc going this way, we have a running back screen going to the right. QB flashes eyes this way, and then the H is then going to sink underneath. The 5 offensive linemen here, they're just going to open up to the nearest defender, engage for 1 second, then get upfield from there. So 2 examples off of this here. Eyes flash to him. Everyone flows that way. He's just going to sell the initial arc. You see 87 does a good job just selling out on the initial arc, like he's arcing around, and the defensive end widens out with him. And then from there, just hit the tight end screen up the middle here. Same thing. You can see this from the end zone camera view here too, but I'll show the side version first. Does a good job getting eyes there. Linemen flow, linebackers flow, and then you find a spot up in the middle. If the middle is congested, then work out to the side. Find open space on the outside. Okay. And then quickly, you can just see his quick initial arc and then work back to the inside behind the nearest defenders. And then arc seam RPO. So we're going to still have this arc release here. And now instead, we're just going to be reading this inside, but still the same arc release here and then work inside this nearest safety. We're going to be seeing this versus an odd front here. So we're going to be reading 33. He's going to get his initial arc release and then work inside of this defender. We're facing a 3-4 that week. So if he had outside leverage, I would like for him to get inside of 87, which he does. But if we've always matched up, I would like him to widen out just a little bit to try and have him match his leverage and then break back to the inside. But he does a good job here of working wide, getting back to the middle of the field, and then being able to convert for the first down. And then insert, this is going to be the last one here. So insert, we're trying to insert into the open A gap or B gap, right? So if we are in king, depending on if they're under front, if they're in over front, whichever they are, we're telling the H-back to, hey, you're looking for the nearest inside gap, and he can adjust his alignment in the backfield based off that. So we can sneak a little bit more in for the A gap or out a little bit wider for the B gap. We're going to use this if a D end is crashing or spilling any C gap kick out player. So if they're just going to go and continue to kick out any pullers, let's just hinge them out with a tackle and then work inside for the next inside backer. If linebackers aren't aggressive downhill or they're not able to scrape over or they're able to scrape over for split zone, this is where we can attack now. If they're going to be waiting side to side, playing side to side off split zone, let's attack downhill and let's work vertical. And usually we utilize this with inside zone. First one here, we tell the running back attack to the crack of the center like you normally do with inside zone. All right, you're reading off of the H's block here. So if the H can go and seal out, you're reading off that block. If it's too congested in the middle, just jump cut to space and then work vertical, right? So 22, our running back, Gabe Egan, does a great job here. Just great vision, finding space here, working vertical off that cut. And then same here. So we're going out motion out of our 3x1 set. We wanted to do this because to try and keep the outside backer out of the box. So we went with our 3x1 set to the side over here, which kept 19 out of the box for a little bit longer. And we're able to go lock the edge. 87 inserts here. He ends up kicking out this time. Running back reads off of that and then works all the way down to the safety. I can show the end zone clip here. So 87 does a great job, finds his leverage. He realizes right now, that's my leverage I have. Turn the hips, own that leverage. And then running back gives him a clear lane for him to read off of there. And then insert pop. This is going to be one that's, this is an Ole Miss clip that I found from studying some college film. And this is a great one, right? This is off that 2-high look. So he has a 2-high answer up the middle here. And then he has his 1-high answer with the slot fade on the outside. But sell to the middle, sell the insert. And then from there, break to the middle of the field. This is a great wrinkle to have. I didn't run this year, but this is always just a great wrinkle to have within this. And then I know I'm running short on time here, but I got a couple other plays here. So not so much the wrap split and all that here, but this is going to be more just how to utilize his size, right? With quarterback sneaks, I don't like to use my quarterback, especially since my quarterback doesn't move often, right? I'm always in gun. So I'll take my H that I'm shifting back and forth all the time, and I'll have him who's 6'1", like 215, right? So you have good size with your tight ends and your H-backs. Let him QB sneak, right? Get all your meat up the middle and let him go score a touchdown, right? So now with this, we'll do our trade motion here. We'll fake the trade, get him at least crossing the center, and then he goes back underneath, and then we're able to QB sneak underneath. Same thing here.
I have not heard from Coach Williams, so you're good for some time.
Cool. All right. So same thing here. We're going to get him going across here, underneath. Just a good way just to get size on size. Don't let your quarterback try and go under center if he's not used to taking snaps under center. We have our tight end, the H-back here, take snaps every single week under center, as well as our quarterback too. But it's just a pure size effect that we need to work with. So that's one way to do it, as well as this is the last one here. So with the H-back, we realized this. I was talking to our Wyatt Calorie. We're doing our jet sweep period. He's like, Coach, like I've never gotten a jet sweep. And I'm like they probably like they see him going in motion all the time. He's never once gotten the ball off it. So don't be afraid to give the big guys the ball here too, because they're not going to expect it. He's used to trading. He's used to coming in motion, out motion, different things like that. So now with this, utilize him to get the jet sweep. They're never going to think that he's going to be getting a jet sweep as a tight end. So, and of course he doesn't follow the running back to the end zone. He loves contact. So loves to make a tough touchdown. So, but different things to utilize, right? Don't just make him block, right? Try and give him the rock as much as you can too, and just keep defenses on their toes, especially with all the motion that you do. Try and just make sure that you're trying to keep the defense, make everything look the same as well. Yeah, that's all I got here. So hopefully you guys got something from that. This is all my contact info. Email me at coachhadijr@gmail.com, and then all my other social medias are at coachhadijr. So feel free, if you guys want this presentation here, feel free to shoot me a DM and I can send it over to you guys. But thanks again, Coach Tatum. Appreciate you having me on here, and appreciate the 12 hours of football, man. This is awesome.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you a lot. Please go and subscribe to Victory Sports, man, on YouTube, and they're on every social you can find. And visit their website. Him and his brother Chris, man, they do great stuff. And I love that it's a family affair, man, at y'all school. That's such a great dynamic. And I think it's pretty rare. So I love that y'all are doing that, and keep it going, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
For sure. All right, guys. So I've contacted Coach Williams. Not sure where he's at. We'll see if he shows up. But until then, y'all are hanging out with me. Just some kind of housekeeping things. Make sure you do like, comment, anything, guys. If you've been rocking with me all day, awesome. I love it. If you're just now coming in and hanging out, cool. But make sure you subscribe, guys. That's a huge thing as we continue to build and grow. I talked about it earlier about how my wife and I, we have started to put into motion starting a business with all of this stuff, Tatum Productions, and we have moved into that type of circle, and just want to put this back up there while I have some time, guys. right there. It's the donation link. If you want to, if you feel led to, you can go ahead and donate. It's not necessary, like I've always said. I'll put that on there. I've had a couple guys DM me, like, hey, man, put the link back up. So there's the link if you would like to do that. I do appreciate it. I know during the O-line one, I had a coach screenshot that and put it on his Twitter, which I thought was like totally insane, but he decided to do that. I thought it was awesome. But if you guys want to do that, and it's totally, perfectly awesome to do that. All we do, take that money, guys, we put it right back into, whether it be upgrading things or getting the license and getting all the different things you have to do to start a business. That's all we use it for, right? So if you feel led to do that, we really, really appreciate that. I'm gonna leave it up for a while. But yeah, go ahead and go back to Twitter and retweet it if you don't mind. It is kind of in the lull about dinner time. Folks are kind of hopping off. If you won't mind coming on back, I'd really appreciate that as well, because we do have some great speakers coming on for the evening sessions. My boy Coach Sean Holly's coming on at 6:30. I think it's funny. I messed up the schedule. So Coach Trotter is going to be on at. Coach Trotter is going to be on at 6:30. Going to be a really, really good session. And then my dude Brandon Simmons is on at 7. And then Sean Cooley, he's done a lot of work for me. I really appreciate him. Is at 7:30. And then Coach Banstra, Gap Down Backer podcast. Y'all know him. He's going to be on at 8. And then Coach Alex Harrell is going to be on at 8:30 to wrap us up. It's going to be a really, really good time. Do really appreciate everybody for rocking with us and hanging out. I'm getting those, getting the likes and retweets, guys. I appreciate that a lot. If you do me a favor, this would be really, really dope. It's kind of just see where you're at, how you're watching. If you're watching it on your phone, I totally understand. It's all good. But if you're watching on a computer, maybe in your living room, on your TV, or in an office somewhere, just take a picture of the stream. I'll take this off. Take a picture of the stream if you don't mind, and you can put it up on Twitter. Let me put something else up here. So boom. Let me put it on. Let me do there you go. Boom. Evening. No, where's the evening? There it is. The evening schedule, guys. If y'all don't mind doing that, just take a picture of it and tweet it out for me. That you're watching. I appreciate that a lot. Let me. I kind of want to do it where I can have them both up. Maybe I can do this. Let me see. If you're taking a picture, it's cool. I'm going to bring that up. Boom. I'm going to take this off. Present. Share screen. I don't have it where I can do that. All right, it's all good. I'll put this back. If y'all want to just make sure you go ahead and take a picture of that and tweet it out. Make sure you tag me. If you tag me, if I'm not following you already, I will follow you. And I'll retweet, I'll like it and stuff like that. And we can get it going. Appreciate everybody for doing that for me. But yeah, guys, we're kind of filling some time here because I'm not sure where Coach is at, but it is what it is. I'm not worried about it. Coach Dickinson, Kevin Dickinson, I really appreciate you, man. It means the world to me. It really, really does. Appreciate you a lot for doing that. Let's see. All right. Well, I'll put that right there. All right. So enough about all that. Yeah, if anybody has anything to comment, man, comment at me. 37 guys still hanging out. We lost about 20 to 15. It is what it is, right, man? Like some people get hungry, they gotta go. I totally understand. Trust me. I'm about to text my wife and be like, hey, could you heat some food up and bring it to me here soon? Let me see. All right. Awesome. All right. If anybody watching would like to come on live and just have a dialogue back and forth, maybe we can meet each other, right? I see all y'all's names all the time on Twitter. I see your names right here in the comments, right? Some overlap from the offensive line one to this one. If you want to come on, I know it's live. It might be intimidating for some people. But trust me, it's just you and I. Ain't nobody. Don't worry about everybody else watching. But if you would like to come on, either comment or DM me on Twitter at Coach Tatum 90. It's right there, and we can get you on. I'd love to meet you, face to face if we haven't before. It's one of my favorite things to do during clinic season, guys. Is go to clinics and having guys be like, "Dude, Coach Tatum, I love your YouTube, man. I find that to be so fulfilling because it's not like, oh, I'm cool, but it's like, hey, that guy found what we are doing here valuable, and I absolutely love it. And I get to meet a new person, right? And that's cool. I always get to meet people that actually get to put a person to the Twitter or wherever, name. So if you would like to do that, please DM me. I would love to get on and just kind of meet some people while we have some time. Like I said, Coach Sean Holly is going to be doing that next. Let's see. Just got mentioned. Let's see who's this. Clark Gardner, appreciate you, big dog. Still a few more to go. Heck yeah. Appreciate you doing that for me. Let's see. Cool. Yeah, we guys we're just making up some time. Anybody have any questions they want to talk about? I'm down for that as well. Some speakers, some time issues. Some guys had to drop because of track. It doesn't usually happen on the live streams, right? We usually have a whole in sync thing that happens, but it happens, man. And we're coaches, we got to adjust. Let me go on over here. Awesome, cool. But yeah, if you wanna come on, man, just let me know. I'd love to meet you in person. And at the end, I usually do a thing where I kind of have people kind of wrap up the show with me, and they kind of tell me what they liked about it and anything like that. So 100%. Let me see. Let me check subs. 3,219. I tell you what, 3 years ago, never thought I'd get over 100. To be honest with you, well, I am 100, yeah, because I had a good amount of Twitter followers, but I never thought I'd get to 1,000. I know that for a fact. Never thought that. But you guys make it possible. So heartfelt thank you for that. Let's see. Coach, I appreciate you doing that. Is it Serrano? Appreciate Jason Serrano for doing that, man. That's huge. Appreciate you going to tag me, man. Come check it out. Heck yeah. Let's see. Here we go. 2-point, 3-point stance, Coach. And Coach Easton, man, you've been rocking all day. I appreciate you, man. Shout out. I'd love to meet you, man. If you want to DM me, let's get you on the show. I'd love to meet you face to face. But Coach Easton's been hanging out all day. 2-point, 3-point stance, Coach. So for the longest time, I've been a standard 3-point stance for guards, 2-point stance for tackles. This past year, my guys were like, Coach, let us be in 2-point. So I was like, all right, I'll make a deal with you. If you can stay low and keep leverage, right, from a 2-point, I'll let you stay in it. And they did, man. They did. And so we rocked 2-point stance all across the board. Now, this group's a little bit younger, a little bit less experienced. So I don't know if I will. I probably will still stick. I'll stick with the 3-point, 2-point deal for guards and tackles. But last year was all 2-point. I have a presentation that I did for a clinic, and all my guys were in a 2-point stance, and I had some questions about it. So that was for that year. So probably would be 3-point guard, 2-point tackle. Coach Rush, man, this is one of the best clinics offered that covers a ton of topics. Thanks for having this resource. Thank you, man. And you were a part of it. You helped out, and I appreciate you a lot. I really, really do. I'm not really an emotional guy, but I do appreciate my friends that help me out, especially the ones that are in coaching. So I appreciate you, Coach Russ, for doing that. Let's see. Awesome. My boy, Miss Johnson, just liked my thing. I wish he'd come on and talk to me. Hopefully he's watching. I can kind of shout him out. I know his wife's sick. He's taking care of his son, so that's gonna be a little difficult. But it is what it is. All right. Let's see what we can get done here. Kind of just looking pull up some stuff real quick, guys. I found my stuff. Here we go. Here we go. Coach Easton Elrod, boom, 12 hours of straight football. That's what I'm talking about. Only thing that I'll wake up at 5 a.m. for Saturday. I'll go follow Coach Tatum. Love his love for the game, helping coaches is huge, man. Coaches have been good to me all my life, and getting to meet some of y'all has been another world for sure. So appreciate y'all for doing that. Trying to pull this up. Let me see. Well, I will give a plug. The Dome hats. I've had some people ask me about Dome hats, man. They're not a sponsor of mine, but they do really, really good stuff. I love their hats. I have the Sports Local Line Coach hat. Other one's not back here. I have the Just Duo It hat that they have. They have lots of hats, man. Just go to domehats.com or Google it. You'll be able to find what they got. Make sure you do that. Coaching Share. I want to shout out Coaching Share. Make sure y'all go and go check them out. Coachingshare.com. They help us out with advertising. We've done some work for them. I have a plan to get my stuff on Coaching Share and trying to get some stuff out to you guys on another platform. So it's gonna be really, really cool. Gardner, genuinely great clinic. Already been able to connect with 5 to 6 speakers and set up some calls and chats. Had 2 to 3 of my staff pop around at different points today to sit in and learn as well. That is what it's about. Appreciate you pulling this together. Heck yeah, man. I love it. I'm kind of sad because it's coming to a close. Like clinic season's kind of coming to a close for me. I won't do another all-day clinic this cycle. The next one will be next year. It's kind of sad because I love these, man. I get super hyped up for them. So it is what it is. But yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it. Where is? I'm trying to find presentation. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's not on slides on camera. All right. Where's that? Boom. All right. I am gonna pull this up. Oh, maybe not, because I'm an idiot. All right. Share. Boom. All right. Nobody's gonna DM me and join because y'all. Wait, hold on. Got DM. No. Okay. I thought it was the coach wanting to come on and talk, but I guess not. There you go. There you go, Coach John Kuhn, my dude, man. Follow. I love it, man. Appreciate you a lot. You've been hanging out all day too. But again, if you want to come on and hang out for the next 15 minutes, I'm down. But I'm going to go ahead and share this screen. Boom. All right, yeah. So this is my my trench mount manual for some of my guys. Some people like really wanted to see this. I've kind of gone through it before I shared it out. This is what I kind of talk about with my guys right here, and y'all. I'm a God-fearing Christian, and I appreciate everything he's ever done for me. Right, set me on the path for what we're doing. So there's a couple quotes right here. It's iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. Proverbs, and then there's no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends. And I share this with my kids, man. I think it's vital that you share the camaraderie with your guys. And I just show them with the O-line creed. You can read through that. You can pause and read through that. I'm not gonna read through the whole thing, but that was from Coach Ledford when he was at NC State. It is what it is. I love at the bottom, it gets real in that A-B gap. But yeah, again, thoughts. Never leave a meeting unsure of what you were taught. Ask questions, bring a pencil and paper, or take pictures. Never be scared to get better. Speak up. Confidence comes from preparation and knowledge of the assignment. So that's, kind of like I said, go through this. So we will stand this, man. We will run the damn ball, take pride in it. We will protect the passer. We'll be nasty and we will bully folks, make it happen. We will be leaders of the team. We'll play with maximum effort. We will love and respect one another. Standards. Finish everything we do. Be respectful. Yes, no, sir. I'm kind of flying through this. But look folks in the eye, speak clearly, communicate. But then the big one I want to get to right here is the care. Love this, man. Consistency, aggression, retention, educated, entertaining, encouraging, entertaining. I'll kind of get through that, what those mean. So consistent, right? Come to work every day on time, be dependable, be accountable, and hold others accountable. That's consistent. Be there every day. Aggressive, play like a bully on the playground, play with violence and high motor, make your opponent want to quit. You got to be aggressive. You cannot play football, especially the offensive line, unless you are aggressive. You just cannot do it. It's non-negotiable. And I have some clips right here. I'm gonna go to this one. Yeah, I'll go to this one. I'm gonna present so it's full screen so you guys can see it a little better. So it's right here. My dog Jerry just signed with Greensboro College, play football. He's at right guard right here, guys. This is just a pin and pull on the front side of outside zone for us. So my tackle's gonna block down. He's gonna pull around and get the best block of the year, in my opinion. Y'all can watch my big butt right here and see me kind of get hyped up for this block. Okay, he's gonna pull around. Boom, knocked him on the ground. I ain't throw my headset. Okay, I ain't gonna go crazy. I ain't paying for no headset, so I'm throwing the headset. But I took the headset off and started stomping around, and they started laughing and clowning because I was doing that, man. I was hyped up. You can't really see it, but my man right here, I took my hat off, was going crazy, man. My man Michael Fallin right here. That's a young coach from Coach Honeycutt's session. We talked about the young cat. Is coaching with us. That's him right there. I went over and I just like hugged him. Was like, man, we're gonna win this game. Which we're gonna win this game anyway. But definitely was hyped up from this. So just trying to show some aggressive clips. But yeah, I'm stomping around, acting a fool. Anyway, all right. So next, and then retention. Right here, retention. Take ownership of learning the scheme. If you don't take ownership, right? If they don't buy in, right, they're not going to learn. They're just not. So I'll take ownership. When you take ownership, you take on accountability, and then you have no room for excuses because you are taking ownership of it. And I explain those things to them. So you cannot play if you don't understand everyone's assignment. I've kind of talked about this in detail before, how I teach the whole play. So all 5 of those guys on whatever play that was know what all 5 of them are doing. And it helps the play mature and flourish. And take ownership of learning skills. And that goes to Indian like drills like that. So educated, right? I demand 2.0, 2.8, excuse me, or better. We're working on that right now. I do grade checks with my guys. We're trying to make sure they are going to be eligible, and not just eligible, but marketable to the next level if that's what they choose to do. Encouraging, be verbal and physical leaders of the team. Right, somebody's struggling, or somebody is doing or even somebody's doing the right things. Right, we need to be very encouraging, and then get on them when they're not holding the standard. And then entertaining, promote them to have fun. And we try to let them have fun. Right, and here's a little bit of having fun. We get them some shirts. My wife makes those shirts for them. Serving pancakes daily. GT counters on there. Just counters best play in football. And then the trench mob. But have fun. I do a touchdown jump with my guys after every touchdown. I think I've only missed 2 touchdowns in my career, going on 10 years. But I do after every touchdown, I do a touchdown jump. And this jump, 2 of them came at me, and they had in their mind they were going to knock Tatum on the ground. And yeah, they knocked Tatum on the ground. They thought I was hilarious. But I tripped him because you're not going to get me to look like a punk. So I had to trip him a little bit, and so he had to look funny too. But yeah, that is 100% is great. And then right here, this is kind of what we're talking about with Coach Honeycutt, where we feed the kids. My wife and I take my stipend and we put it back into the kids. Because again, we know coaching stipends aren't that much, guys, but it is when you're gonna take it and provide food for the guys when they are doing the right things. So they'll play hard and they'll do what they're asked, and they know that I'll take care of them. My wife will take care of them if they play hard and do what they're supposed to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing that. Come back to y'all guys. Kind of take up some time. I'm gonna go ahead and send the invite to Coach Holloway. Let's see. I gotta find him. Hold on. Sean Holly, not Holloway. Holly. Boom. I'm gonna go ahead and send that to him so he can come on. Perfect. Sorry, I got some coaches DMing me. Not to come on, of course, but saying some words. Yeah. Appreciate you, Coach Easton. I appreciate it a lot. Let's see. Awesome. And then follow. Okay. And some people have asked me like, what? Like, you don't follow everybody back? I guess I can't. I can't follow everybody back because I do have like certain people that I follow. Because I don't want my timeline flooded with anything, right? But if we establish a connection, you DM me, you want to talk ball, we get on a Zoom, not Zoom, but StreamYard. We talk ball, right? We can make a connection, man. I'm gonna get back with you. I'm gonna follow you back, and we're gonna make it happen. But yeah, make sure you DM me, man, if y'all are appreciating this. Coach Holly, how you doing, man?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm really good. We're going to buy you a few minutes, man. If you want to go ahead and present your screen,
okay,
we can get you going early, and we can let you rock from there.
Sounds good, man. Let's see. Share screen.
All right. Yep.
All right. Well, Coach Ian, man, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm happy to be here. I love talking at clinics, man. This is it's one of my favorite things to do. So what I'm going to bring to y'all today, I'm Coach Sean Holly. I've been a head coach and an offensive coordinator, and we'll get into that in the next slide. But we're going to talk about 94 and 95, a couple flood concepts that we use in the air raid offense. So a little bit about me. I'm 30. Went to Elizabeth City State. Got my bachelor's in physical education, master's in coaching. Spent the last season as the offensive coordinator at Troy High School here in Tucson, Arizona. And you can see the rest of my resume from there. But yeah, let's get into it. So before we get into the actual flood concepts, I kind of want to touch on the offensive philosophy. So what we do wherever I coach offense, whether I'm the head coach, offensive coordinator, whatever, we keep it simple, man. We keep it simple so we can play fast. Those two things go hand in hand. If you got a long, thick playbook, it's going to be kind of difficult for you to play fast. So keep you about 7-8 concepts. Keep it simple, different formations. You'll be able to play fast. Never take counsel of your fears. So I'm going to be honest with you. Most guys that I know don't throw the ball because they're afraid to. They don't have those 3.5-foot splits because they're afraid to. It makes them nervous. So don't take counsel of your fears. Trust the system, and good things will happen. When you're surrounded by superior force, attack. Don't tuck your tail between your legs, because when I watch the Discovery Channel, and when a lion or a jaguar or whatever, when they smell fear, they attack. So you don't want to just tuck your tail between your legs when you're facing a juggernaut. You want to attack them. Throw short as many times as possible to people who score. That's what we do. Hitches, slants, shallow crosses, mesh. That's what the air raid offense is. We throw short as many times as possible to people who score. This is a repetition offense. You got to have a great capacity for boredom. Every Monday is going to look the same. Every Tuesday is going to look the same. Every Wednesday, the whole week's going to look the same. So you already know what's going to happen. Players know where to go, what drill we're going into. It's a repetition offense. And the last one is the most important one. Play the next play. Okay. You get a holding call, or we got an incomplete pass, or you throw an interception. Short-term memory. Play the next play. And that's our offensive philosophy. So let's get into it, what we came here for. Okay, so the first concept, a flood concept that we do in the air raid offense is why sail. We call it 94. It's your typical flood route to the strong side. So we have a speed release on the outside, a sail route, or a 10-yard speed cutout. We call it a sail route as your number 2 read. And then you have your swing or your flat as your third read. It's a 3-step drop for a quarterback. We teach it out of our blue set first, which is a 2-back set. And how we do it is, like we said, speed outside is non-negotiable. Whether you have him on a vertical or you put him on the skinny post, you see the safety is down, or you see the corners playing outside technique, you can give him a skinny post, but he has to get deep as fast as possible. That is non-negotiable. Okay. On why sail, why has the 10-yard speed cut out? That's that sail route we were talking about. As soon as he hits that 10-yard mark, get your shoulders around quick because the ball is coming. Okay. And our tailback, our F, he checks number 3 in the protection. If number 3 drops, then we'll run the swing, and he's the third read in the progression. On the backside, X, he has an inside release curl route. He does a 13-yard curl back to 10. I like to do a 13-yard dig route because it helps the quarterback with his vision. If he doesn't like anything on the play side, he just hitches up in the pocket and he sees it coming across his line of vision. But you can do it either way on the backside. It doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of preference. And H, the slot, he checks number 3 if he's in the backfield. If we run it out of our A set or our trip set, then he'll just immediately release to the flat. For the quarterback, our first read is that speed deep, is that outside release vertical or that post route. If there's grass in front of him, like I said, if a safety is down or the corner's playing outside leverage, then he has the green light to take that. If you see grass, take grass, throw it to him. If you see color, a safety up high, or that corner is playing 10 yards off the ball, then you go to number 2, which is a sail route. So that's the gist of why sail. We'll go to the why cross, and then after this, we'll show some diagrams, and then I got a few clips for y'all. So why cross 95? It is the exact opposite of 94. Instead of the strong side flood, it's a weak side flood. Okay, so we got several tags off of it, and the offensive line must work on this. The play is going to take more than 3 seconds. Okay, so what X has on 95, Z had on 94. So it's a non-negotiable, fast as possible. You go vertical or you go skinny post. Think touchdown. Okay. On the X side is H. He's in the slot or is in the backfield. He has a 3-yard option route. We tell him run the out versus man coverage and sit versus zone coverage. One of the tags that we do is we'll tell him to run an angle route. We'll call 95 H angle. But we don't let him make that decision on the option route. We tell him don't do that unless we, tag it from the sideline. We'll signal it in. But those are the 3 options basically we have for H on that. And it usually depends on, the leverage of the linebacker that's covering him. Like I said, if it's man coverage, we'll run the out. We'll sit versus the zone. And if we release and we see that linebacker kind of jumping out to try to jump the out route, then we'll tag the angle and let him beat him on the inside. So why? Now, this is important on 95 Y cross. He has to go under the SAM and he has to go over the mic. Okay. If he runs out of bounds on the opposite side of the field, he'll be 22 yards deep. Do not, and this is very important, if you're going to run this concept, do not allow Y to undercut Mike in practice. Okay. Because I've seen it all the time when I'm coaching. The middle linebacker, he'll start to know the play, kind of cheat back a little bit, almost like a Tampa 2 kind of deal. Do not allow him to undercut. Make him go over the top. and we want to develop that habit. So that's Y on 95, and Z, he'll have the same thing X did on 94. He'll have the 13 back to 10-yard curl route or a dig route. We can also run a post curl. So he'll run a 10-yard post and then curl it at 15 yards. That's a tag that we do versus, different coverages. And we see the overhangs fly into the flats. We'll tag that just to take advantage of that. And the running back, he has the check. We'll check number 3. We always check number 3 in the protection. And then if he doesn't come, then we'll hit the swing route. So just so y'all can see what I'm talking about, through diagrams, that's 95. Out of our blue set, we got 2 backs. Remember, speed deep on for X. So he has the vertical or he has the post. You can tag it, or you can kind of give your quarterback freedom to tag or to signal it, however you want to do it. But speed deep outside release is a non-negotiable. Okay. So you see H has his 3-yard option route out of the backfield. If he were in the slot, it would be the same thing. So he takes the out route against man coverage. He finds the biggest hole and sits against the zone coverage. So Y now, you see I have my 2 linebackers here. He has to go under the Sam over top of the Mike. And F out of the backfield, we check number 3 first. Number 3 in this case would be the Sam backer. He's not coming, so you get into your swing. If he does come, that's your responsibility. You pick it up. Okay. And Z, so I told you we do a 10-yard dig on the backside. You can do it however you want. You can have him go 13 yards back to 10 on the curl. You can have him sit anywhere. There's an open hole, kind of similar to how they run the dig on shallow. So that's 95 out of our blue set. Okay, out of our A set, which is our 2x2, it's the same thing. Speed deep by X, option route by H. That little angle route that he does, he only does that if we tag it or if we tell him to do it from the sideline. The back has he checks number 3, he swings out. Y under Sam over Mike, 22 yards deep, and then Z has his 10-yard dig. Okay, so that's 95. 94, the exact opposite. Okay, so on 95, X has the speed deep, Z has the speed deep on 94. Okay, he can run the vertical or the skinny post, either one. Okay, Y, 10-yard speed cut out, get your shoulders around quick. X has the 10-yard dig, and then our backs have the check number 3 and then release to the flat. Okay, and the ace is the same thing. The only difference, H doesn't have to check. He goes straight to the flat and gets his head around and waits for the ball. Okay, so that's really my presentation. Like I said, I got some film clips to show y'all, but that's my contact information. If you have any questions regarding these concepts or anything dealing with the air raid offense, I'd be more than happy to help you out. But yeah, that's my contact info. Just shoot me a message on Twitter or shoot me an email, and I'll help you out the best I can. Okay, so now we're gonna go to huddle here. Show you, Coach, you still with me?
Yeah, it looks good, Coach.
All right. So first clip, we got 94. 94 Wassail. This is Z over here on the outside. My Y is right there in the slot. Okay. We have my H in the slot on the top of the screen, and then we have X on the outside on the ball. So what's going to happen is, hold on one second. Okay, so Z has a speed deep. I can't really draw, but hold on. All right, here we go. Speed deep by Z. All right, the safety's down, so he could have taken the post here, but he just runs deep. And because this safety right here, he's got his eyes on Y. So we see that, and then he does his 10-yard speed cut out. Okay, these two up here, they get confused. He should go to the flat, and then he should run the dig, but you'll see them both run the dig. The running back he'll check. If somebody's going to come, he's going to pick it up right there. Okay, but everything else stays the same. All right. So we misfire on the sail route, but it was there. It's there. We misfired on that one. Oh, let me go back. All right. So speed deep is a real good get off by Z. He gets the corner to turn his hips. He's done his job. So now the 10-yard out is coming right behind him. We see it there. We just misfire on that one. Okay. So the next one, we have another Y sail. Okay, we're out of blue now. So this back is going to check and then get to his swing. This one is going to swing immediately. So we have the speed deep here. Now, Y kind of runs it a little short. He only takes it about 5 yards instead of 10. Okay. But, and then we got a freshman in here. He's just excited to be in the game and he just runs. Okay. So, but on the front side of the play, we have the out. I kind of liked it to run a little bit deeper, but we get the completion. We get the completion there. And then we get some yards afterwards. Okay. So you see what I'm saying? He kind of runs it a little short, almost like a speed out kind of. I'd like that to be a little deeper. I'd also like for Z to get up the field a little faster. He gets off the ball well, but then he just starts jogging. Okay, good checks by the running backs. And we get that ball out there. All right, so the next one we have another watch sail. This time we're running it out of trips. Okay, so we have a speed deep by Z. Okay, H is in the slot right here. This is Z, takes it deep. All right, this is H, so we go to the flat immediately. And then this is why he does the 10-yard speed cutout. Okay, it's all the same stuff. It's just out of a different formation. So we have the dig here. I think we had a post curl called on this one. And then we have our back swinging out. And then he kind of goes up the field a little bit, almost like a wheel. So quarterback, he's in the pocket. He's pretty well protected. He steps up. He could have taken the flat right here immediately. Like as soon as he catches the snap, he could have taken the flat right there. But he goes through his progression. He steps up, goes backside, and then overshoots the tail back there. But that's a good job by him going through his progression, stepping up in the pocket and coming backside. Okay, so now we have 95. Okay, we're in our 2x2 set. All right, so remember X on 95 has the speed deep. All right, so he blows right by this guy and takes it deep. Okay, so my H has the 3-yard option route. Okay, so he elects to take the out route. The Y here, this is your Sam, so he goes over. There's your Mike right here. So he goes over top of Mike all the way across the field. And then we have our dig by Z. Okay. The back checks over here. He swings opposite the cross. Quarterback sees there's no grass over there or there's no deep defender. We take the shot. And we're off to the races. Missed the tackle. And he's gone. Okay, that's a really good read by the quarterback. This overhang kind of takes the option route away. This the Y is sandwiched kind of between the safety and the Sam here. And then we have a dropping corner over here. So yeah, that's a really good read. And that's a way to trust your guy right there. X is your guy in the air raid offense. So aside from Y, but X is supposed to be your fastest guy. So that's one trustworthy. That's one way to trust your guy. Okay. So now we have 95 here. All right. So speed deep by X, option route by H, he takes the out. Okay. Here's the Sam. Here's the Mike. Go over top the Mike and get up the field. All right. And then we have our post curl by Z over here. Swing by the tailback. And then he's going to see, all right, this corner is way off. So we're not going to mess with that vertical route. Okay. And this safety sees Y too late crossing. So we're going to hit him just as he passes the referee there. Boom, right there. Okay, that's a good read. Way to go through your progression. Good protection. Speed deep is covered. H is covered. Y right behind him. Okay, good completion there. All right, this is 95. This is us in a scrimmage. All right, so we have, again, speed deep by X. We're going vertical. All right, he probably could have taken the post because this safety is way down, but that's fine. As long as you get deep as fast as you can, I'm okay. So here's your speed out. Okay, there's Sam. There's Mike. Okay, so we're going to go under him, over him, all the way across the field. And then we're going to take this to 10 and dig it. All right, the back here is going to check for number 3. He doesn't come. Get to the flat. Okay, speed deep is covered. All right, you kind of see they're in man coverage here. But the safety is far off. He takes the out route. Boom, right there. Okay, bad camera work by my camera guy. He was a freshman, but that's okay. He gets tackled right at the line to gain there. Okay, so here's 95 once again. Okay, speed deep down here. We're in trips this time, so speed deep. Now the running back becomes the second read. Okay, and now our H has the flat over here. All right, we still have the crosser going over top the mic, and we still have our dig here. It's the same thing. We just move people around. And you get the same read. Okay, the safeties are backpedaling. Middle of the field is open. Flat's covered over there. Everything's covered, but he's got this Sam backer beat on the crossing route. So we hit him again. All right. That's a really good read by the quarterback. Now, this is our last example. This is another 95 call. So we have speed deep by X right here. He takes him deep. All right. Our Y right here. They're kind of playing a match, kind of a cover zero kind of look. So we wanted to get over top of both of these guys. So our Y just said, okay, we're just going to take it over and get in front of the safety, and then we'll be golden because there's nobody left. All right, and then we have the post curl by Z over there, and then we keep both of these guys in for protection because they're sending pressure at us. Okay, so that's one tag you can also make is keep your backs in. We call it solid. So if I call 95 back solid, both backs are going to sit in protection, and we'll have a max protect Y cross concept. So both backs are protecting. He beats the man coverage across his face. Linebackers don't get any depth. And we got a big play. Make one guy miss, and we're off. Make another guy miss, and you get an extra 10 yards out of it. Okay? So flood concepts in the air raid offense, they don't have to be specific to the air raid offense. You can implement Y cross and Y sail in just about any offense that you have. But that is Y cross and Y sail. And once again, I'm gonna put my contact info up here. And if you guys want to shoot me a message or email me, You want some clips or some diagrams? I got you. Just hit me up, man. So I think I got about 10 minutes left, Coach. So
Yeah, man.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open it to questions. Y'all got any questions? And
Yeah,
hit me up,
guys.
man.
Yeah, drop your questions, guys. And there's a lot of air raid guys around. I know you already got tagged on Twitter and one, Coach. So yeah. So if you're an air raid guy, make sure you drop it in the chat. We're gonna sit here for a couple minutes. Might go a little early on the next one. But
I got some more clips I can show you. Honestly, hold on one second.
Pull them up, Coach.
Share screen. Let's see here. Entire screen. Now these are like kind of professional, kind of like, let's see here. No, not that one.
Well, if it's anything like professional, Coach, I don't want to get it get flagged.
Oh, true.
Yeah. But anything high school is good.
High school. What about college?
College gets flagged too, believe it or not.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Let's see. I got plenty of high school film. Did I run Walk Across the Pasco team? I probably did, but I gotta search through it.
No problem. Well, guys, while Coach is doing that, make sure you're sharing it out. Make sure you're liking the stream and subscribing. I've said that 1,000 times a day, but make sure you're doing that. I appreciate everybody for tagging me in your posts. I think it's absolutely awesome. We're just rolling right along, man.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, Coach, is I'm gonna talk a little bit about why corner.
Okay, yeah.
That's one of my favorite concepts in the entire offense. I like to do why corner in like the red zone, or if I know, I need here's some practice film of wide corner. So we have 3-foot splits in our offense. I think it's very important to have wide splits in this offense because it creates natural running and passing lanes. So guys that go like 18 inches or 2 feet, it's going to be kind of hard to keep those edge rushers off of your quarterback because you're not going to have any room to kick step. You know what I'm saying? We do kick steps in our offensive line, our pass blocking. So you can see there, right tackle did a good job of kick stepping. I'm not sure what my left tackle was doing right there, but so we have the corner route up here. We've got the snag route right here in front of it, and then the flat route by the tailback. So the quarterback knows, hey, we read the corner on down. So the corner route, there's a safety and a corner back there. So we'll hit it right there over the linebacker's head. Okay, so that's a practice clip. Here's it in game. We keep them in protection. That corner comes down on the snag. That's the green light to throw the corner route. See that right there? Watch that. This guy right here comes down, throw that corner route. And he makes a good catch over there. Okay. So let's see if I got some. Here's one. Now, my quarterback made a mistake here. He threw the ball into triple coverage on the corner route. He had the snag route wide open. You'll see this. This corner, this safety, they all run back to the back of the end zone. He's right there wide open. There's nobody around. I was so sick when I saw this on film the next day. Oh, man, you missed him. Good throw, but it was in triple coverage. So we do it again. And it's triple covered again. I'm like, dude, throw the snag. It's there. It's right there. He walks in the end zone. this was my first ever game as a head coach, though. So, hindsight is 20/20, man. But that snag route is right there. There's nobody there. But yes, sir. So I still got about 5 minutes, I think. So
nobody's dropped any questions, Coach. But Coach's contact was on there. Y'all can hit him up. And anybody wants to talk air raid, I'm sure you can talk about any of their concepts.
Yes, sir.
And
Any
especially,
concept
oh yeah.
Yes, sir. Mesh, shallow cross. I actually did a clinic on shallow cross this past summer with Coach Joe Salas. So if you're on YouTube, y'all check that out, man. I got a lot of stuff, and just hit me up anytime. I can talk air raid ball all day.
Yes, sir. Well, Chris, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do a couple of housekeeping things, and I'm gonna get the next speaker on, if you don't mind.
All right, sounds good, man.
Kind of roll with that. But I appreciate you a lot coming in. You were a late edition, but it was a great edition, and I appreciate you a lot.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, Coach. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, man. Y'all take care.
Yeah, man. All right, guys. Appreciate Coach for coming on and doing that. Again, make sure you check him out. Make sure that you're rocking with me, man. Rocking with me. Chat's been a little stagnant for the last 25-30 minutes. Make sure you're dropping in, man. Especially if you come to the stream late or later, and you kind of been hanging out for the last little bit. Make sure you drop on where you are, where you coach, all that type of stuff, man. I really would appreciate it a lot. Let's see. All right. And I appreciate the people that dropped donations, man. Kind of a couple while Coach was talking. Y'all have absolute goats, and I appreciate it a lot for helping us out with that. It is awkward for me, so appreciate y'all making it not so awkward and the support. Let's see. Let me text him real quick. Okay. Boom. All right. Yeah, we are headed on the back stretch, man. There he is. Boom. What's going on, big dog?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not much, man. You know that black shirt don't make us any smaller. You hear me?
All right, now I figured out what it was. I had the other screen going in the background. I was getting echo.
Like I say, our black shirts don't make us no smaller, man.
I'm trying to do everything I can to thin it out a little bit,
For sure. All right, you want to go ahead and share your screen, Coach, and we'll go ahead and get it rocking and rolling.
Yeah, I remember how to do this stuff.
Yeah, man. Y'all know Coach Trotter, man. He's a friend of the channel, man. Good friend of mine. Always holds it down when I need somebody to come in and pitch hit. And
share screen. You know, it always takes me a minute to figure out how to do this stuff.
Hey, man, it's all good. It's all good.
Ooh, hold up. Where's it at?
Was yours on slides or on PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's on PowerPoint.
Okay, so if it's on PowerPoint, you got to when you
I gotta
click
go to
share,
window.
Yeah, go to window. Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Cool. All right, Coach. I'm gonna back out. You got it.
Yeah, let me get this started here from the beginning. All right.
For some reason, it's not wanting to show full screen on PowerPoint right now. Just do it from that side. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, just real quick, just kind of get into this. Utilizing analytics to develop your offensive scheme. It's something that we really went into several years ago. Here's all my contact information for y'all. That Twitter account's not changed, and that's my personal email, so it'll always be the same. So anybody has any questions on this stuff, if you want to see any of this, you want to see the math behind it, once we get into it, you'll understand what I'm saying. I'll be more than happy to send it to you. So let's just kind of jump into this. So what is analytics? So that first one right there is the textbook, Webster Dictionary kind of version of what it is. For me, it's using data, facts, to help us avoid making decisions based upon emotion. And a lot of times I think we as coaches kind of we do those things. Oh man, I got, my gut tells me this, or this is how we've always done it. That famous saying, or just, man, I really want to make a change, but I'm not sure what the right change is. This helps you do it. Okay. But there's some key things to that. And this is the biggest part of it. You have to check your ego at the door. You have to be willing to put your ego aside. And as I'm going through this stuff, I'm talking to myself just as much as I am y'all, because we're going through a massive offensive overhaul right now. And I'm trying to remember these things myself as we go through this so that I don't make some mistakes that I made in the past and learn from them. And one of the biggest ones is this first one. Just because there may be a scheme or, a system or whatever it is that you really like or something that you believe in doesn't mean that it is the right thing for your team. I always go back to my first year at the job that I have now. First head coaching job, I came in bright-eyed. The team, the offense they ran before I got there was wing T and double tight power I, and I was going to come in and we were going shotgun 4 wide. We were going to be an air raid team throwing 94, 95 and 6 and all those air raid concepts. And nothing against that stuff by any means, but that's what we're going to do that. Right. And it didn't match the personnel we had, and we went 4-7. And looking back on that, if I would have been a little bit more, apt to try to make sure I was really fit and stuff to what we're good at, we probably could have had a winning season that first year, but instead we didn't. But this is going to be harder than you realize, because a lot of times it's, we like those comfort zones. We like to sit in those areas that we're comfortable with. And I know this system inside and out, and I can make the changes that we need to make. Well, best case scenario is when your analysis matches what you're good at, what your comfort zone is, but that's not always the case. And it's going to push you outside of your comfort zone. That's why these clinics like we're doing today are great, because you're getting so much information from so many different areas that, let's say you're not really strong in a certain area. You'll be able to pick some stuff up, connect with coaches. For me, clinics is always, there's 1 or 2 things I get from it, but it's connecting with those coaches. It's making those relationships with them and finding guys that I can go to when I have questions to kind of help learn stuff. The next thing for us is I don't care how we score points. We can pass or run. It doesn't matter to me. Don't worry about being the next Twitter, X, social media coach guru guy. I think a lot of times in this day and age, we have guys who they're more worried about what they can put out on Twitter to look, smart, as opposed to what's actually being productive. And then the last thing about all of this can be a very, very tedious process. It is going to be time consuming. There's a lot of upfront work that goes into this, but trust me, it's going to pay off for you in the end. So for us, the first step that we do is a postseason evaluation. And I got this quickly here, and I'll kind of dive deeper into it. Our player evaluations, every coach on our staff is going to evaluate every player on the staff. And the reason we do this is, when we're running Team O and they've got scout team defense over there, that coach they may see something, or even, a scout team O player a couple years ago forced his way in because he was playing so well. Well, there may be guys that we may not necessarily see because we're focused on that first group or those first 2 groups. And there could be a younger guy or a guy that, wasn't in there, that a different coach on the staff that may not coach him saw something in him. So we want to make sure that we're getting everybody's eyes on the players and getting their opinions on them. And we do this the week after our last game so that everything is still fresh in our minds. The season's still there. We had a couple of days to decompress after our last game, whether that's an end of season or a playoff situation, or, luckily, hey, you just won a state championship, but hey, now we got to get back to work. But we do that so it's still fresh in our minds. The 3 things is each coach is asked to list 3 things that we did well, that they feel like we did well, 3 things that they feel we did poorly, 3 things we should try to build upon, and 3 things we should change for their side of the ball. I don't have an offensive guy trying to critique the defense or the defense trying to critique the offense, because then that can kind of create some staff issues. So we stick to our side of the ball. But I tell guys, look, be honest with me. Be honest with our D coordinator. What are those things that you feel that we did well, that we didn't do good? We also do this after that last game, the same time, to kind of keep that fresh. Here's an example from a couple years ago. The 3 positives that we had were, our gap run schemes. We really excelled there, and I can show some of that stuff. Spread pass game with a young quarterback that we had, and our shot pass plays, taking those deep shots down the field. The negatives were our zone run schemes we were not good at all at. We became too reliant upon the run. It was successful, but we became very, very reliant upon it. And then our short to intermediate pass game we weren't great at. The shot plays we were doing well, but it was the other two areas we struggled at. So, we take our positives. What do we want to build on? Well, we want to build on that gap run game. What can we do to enhance that, make a strength even stronger? Obviously, we felt like we had a good young quarterback. We wanted to build on him. And then we wanted to continue with the system that we had for developing our OL. Every year it seems that we have one or two guys that just, their senior year, it finally clicks for them. And I think that's because, we don't have a JV program where I am. So a lot of times those linemen take a little bit longer. They're not getting the game reps. So we find other ways to get them in, whether that's playing a tight end spot in packages, an H-back, a fullback spot, just to get them on the field, to get some game experience, not necessarily playing, O-line, but in some other areas. And then the three things that changed there, look, we were not doing good at zone runs. Well, look, let's scrap it. Why keep doing something if it's not working? We came too reliant upon a run. So yes, we need to pass more. And then our short intermediate pass game wasn't really working well. Well, a lot of that game was based upon sprint out the year beforehand. Okay, well, let's work more pocket stuff. Now we're not having half the field closed off to us, and we're not having the defense flowing heavy to sprint out pass. That was taking some of that stuff away. Let's throw from the pocket, where now the defense has to defend sideline to sideline versus just half the field. So those were those parts. Now the next part we get into is our deep dive. And this is the most intensive part of the offseason. This is what takes the longest. This is the time when I send my wife and girls away for a while and let me sit down and do some stuff. And, this takes time. This takes several days. I chart each play from the entire season. And I do this for a reason, because yes, we can run the numbers on Huddle and I can plug in there, these plays resulted in this, but there's so much more nuance to it. If you're playing what is a truly inferior opponent, and you know that you can line up and run anything and it's going to work, that's going to skew your numbers, where if you're playing a solid opponent, you wouldn't have had the same results. It also helps you look for, maybe there were missed defensive assignments that resulted in you having a better play than what it was, broken tackles. All those things can result in skewing your results. So I think it's really important not to just trust the Huddle printouts on things, but to actually get in there with a pen or pencil and paper and truly chart it and write that stuff down. Again, it's time consuming, but it's something that's really going to pay off for you in the long run. So here's an example of one of these. This was from the spring season. We played 7 regular season games. They cut the number of teams that made the playoffs in half. We went to the second round and lost to a team that played for the state championship that year. But you can see here, we had 292 rushes for 1,691 yards, averaged 5.7 yards a carry. Okay. And I broke it down into our gap scheme, because for me, if I'm running any of our counter schemes or any of those things, kind of all fall in the same line because of the mentality behind how we do it. So I'll look at them the same. So you can see that's where we had, obviously, the most rush attempts by far fell into that. But also that was, we were almost double our yards per carry over our other two main schemes that we used. We had an ISO scheme, lead scheme, and then a veer option type scheme that we used. Wasn't very successful for us. And then miscellaneous stuff. So this is scrambles. This is reverses. This is like a one-off type play that we may design for a team that week that we're playing that really doesn't have any influence in our statistical evaluation. So we kind of fell under the miscellaneous stuff. Now those actually had good results, but again, typically those aren't things that you're going to be hanging your hat on. It's, those reverses or a quarterback that breaks, contain and scrambles for 30 yards. That's going to mess up those numbers. Passing wise that year, you can see too, we kind of just break it into 3 areas. For us, it's short, intermediate, in the deep. The under 6, I consider short stuff. That's all quick game. That's your screens. That's your, your hitches, your slants, your outs, those type of plays. Intermediate, your 6 to 12 range. those are your 10-yard in cuts, your basics, some of this is where like your 94, your flood can fall into this play. Y cross can fall into this area. A few other things, choice concept falls into this range for us just because, it's that 10-yard break. And then our deep stuff is primarily play action shot plays. These are where we're trying to set teams up. And you can see, looking at that year, hey, our gap scheme was 6.2 yards per carry. Okay. Why did we even bother with these other 55 rushes in different schemes? Right. At 3.7 and 2.8, we should have just stuck with the gap scheme the whole time. And then over here, your short stuff, your quick game is 75%. That's great. All right. And we probably should have thrown more quick game because honestly, if you look, we threw more shot plays than we did anything else. Now, the mindset behind that was we were running the ball so effectively, we could set those up. And 57% on a shot play for me is pretty good percentage on some of those deep down the field throws. But it was by far our best yardage and second best in completion percentage. But we did struggle in that 6 to 12 range. Again, I think some of that was due to, it's not, that's not something we really hung our hat on. And I think a lot of times that 6 to 12 range kind of came in those 3rd and 8 situations where we're trying to throw for the sticks and teams are playing pass coverage against us. So it kind of, our completion percentage was down, yards were down in that area. But excuse me, that kind of is how I'll do the breakdown for the season so that we get an idea of what our numbers are. And then we have the next part here. And actually, I thought I had something else on here. Where'd it go? I was going to talk about how just some of the way that we evaluate our players, but I'll talk about that later. The next part that we did that I think really, really helped us to understand our offense, and I'll get into a story here from a different season, is we look at efficiency and explosiveness. It's two different ways that we look at efficiency. For us is how many points we score per drive, right? So if we're coming away every drive with points, the minimum that we need to be coming away with is 3 points per drive. So we kick a field goal every time. Explosiveness is how many points we're scoring per play. Okay. So if, we're scoring in 2 or 3 plays and we're scoring touchdowns, then yes, that explosiveness number is going to be very high. So the way that we look at it is you've got 4 kind of zones where your offense can be. If you're high efficiency and high explosive, then you have a highly productive offense. That means every time you get the ball, you're scoring, and you're scoring pretty fast. High efficiency but low explosiveness, this is your methodical offense. This is the offense that's taking those longer drives. Maybe you're not always coming away with a touchdown, but you're getting points. You're efficient, but you're not Baylor, years ago that was just putting up video game numbers, right? Then you have your low efficiency but high explosiveness. So your points per drive is low. So you're getting a lot of drives where you're not scoring. But you also have a high explosiveness number. So this is where you're really, it is a boom or bust type situation. Either you're going 3 and out, or you're not scoring, you're turning the ball over, or you're putting touchdowns on the board. Okay. And then the last is what I've called the dead zone. And that's when you're low efficiency and low explosiveness. And this is where you don't want to be. You're not scoring points. You're not explosive. You're not anywhere that you need to be. So that sets up, quick story for you. In 2022, we started the year off 4-0. Okay. But I just didn't feel like our offense is where it needed to be. We won games, because our defense was shutting teams out, and we were winning games 21-0. I think it was 21-0, 21-0, 21-2. Our first 3 games, and then we won our 4th game, but we only had like 108 yards of total offense in our 4th game. That year, we started the year off as a pistol flex bone team. We had a small but quick offensive line, really, really athletic quarterback that also started at free safety for us. We had a tough downhill inside runner and some shifty slot backs. So we're like, look, we can go into this pistol flex bone. We believe the pistol gave our quarterback a little bit more time to read. since he hadn't been in that system for a while. The offense was, if you guys know anything about the flex, it's the zone dive, inside veer, some wing counter, as you can see there, and we had a couple pass concepts off of that. But after that fourth game, I was really struggling with our offense. We're not scoring a lot of points. We're not really efficient. We were winning games due to not turning the ball over, at least. We had a stout defense that allowed 0 points during those games and solid special teams plays. But I knew as we got into the meat of our schedule, into our conference, that there's no way that this is going to be able to sustain itself. So by looking at our efficiency explosive numbers, I feel like, look, we need to go ahead and just do a deep dive on our first 4 games. So that weekend, we had a game the next Friday. It wasn't a bye week. I made the decision based upon looking at the deep dive numbers where, we went in and I charted every single play from those first 4 games. We scrapped the entire offense. It wasn't working. We weren't doing well. The deep dive showed we were struggling running zone dive and inside veer. We weren't reading it correctly. We weren't getting good push up front. Rocket toss and our load options we actually had more lost yardage plays than positive gains. And then wing counter and our counter option were statistically our best plays. So pulling guards, some misdirection mixed in there, those were where we were having our best plays. So we made the decision at that point to scrap pistol flex bone, and we're going with a gap run scheme as our base, counter, GH counter, GT counter, and move some pieces around to fit that style. And as a result, we ended up going 10-2 that season. We matched the school record for wins in the season, as well as vastly improving our offense. So I want to show you that season's evaluation number so you'll understand what I'm talking about here. So game 1, we had 9 drives. We scored 21 points, right? That left us with a 2.33 efficiency. Now, if you look down here in the bottom left, where I'm talking efficiency, 3 points per drive or greater, so you need to be a 3 or greater. Anything less than that, you're going to be in the red for low efficiency. Explosiveness, and I got this number here. We averaged 5.74 plays a game, right? So 6 plays, all right? So 3 points divided by 5 plays, I could have gone 6. It gives us 0.6, right? So anything 0.6 or greater, we're considering explosive. Less than that, it's not explosive for us. So with these numbers here, you can see the first 4 games, and you can tell like our explosiveness drops every single game. Our efficiency went up barely, dropped, and then had a massive fall off week 4. Week 5 rolls around, and boom, we're clicking, right? Now, I think part of this is one, because the team was prepared for an entirely different offense than what they saw that week, but also because we started to match it. Week 6, we played a very good quality opponent. We still won the game. And again, they held us to 21 points. But, our numbers were still up, better than they had been the last 2 games that we had played. And then the next 3, boom, we hit it. We're really efficient on our drives. We only had 6 drives this game, but we ended up with 28 points off of 6 drives. And then, this week right here, actually, week 10 was the conference championship game against our crosstown rival. I should have done a first half to second half comparison, because the first half we were playing well. It was a close game. It was a 3-point game at halftime. Our running back had 190 yards at halftime. And then on the 3rd play of the second half, he breaks his collarbone. And he was also our starting strong safety as well. So, then we're having to adjust and make some changes. It didn't work. And, we ended up losing that game. The next game is the first round of the playoffs. And we came out and had, again, a very efficient, explosive game. And then in week 12, Tatum, we ran into Salisbury. And anybody that knows anything about Salisbury knows that is a very, very talented football team. So our numbers went down just because we were outmatched across the board. But again, if you look, first 4 weeks, we're winning, right? But we're not winning well. So we had to deep dive this, figure out what was going on. We changed it, turned a lot of the offensive around here. You can see our points go up. We're having more plays in the games because we're being more efficient as well as the season goes on. So a 4-year deep dive that I conducted after the 2023 season to give you guys an idea of even more how we're looking at this moving forward. We had a 31-11 record over those 4 seasons. We ends up being like 212 rushing, 125 passing for around like 337 some odd yards of offense per game. And this is what our true concept breakdowns looked like during those years. So we broke it down between our inside runs, which would be an A gap, B gap run, an off tackle, C gap, and then outside to get an idea of where we're best at. Inside, we're right around 4 yards per carry. We have very small variance as far as the plays go. Yeah, you're going to have some that may lose a yard or two for different things, or some that bust and really hit. I take the outliers out again because it skews your data. Let's look at what the vast majority of what we're doing here, right? And we're right in that 3 to 5 yard range on the A to B gap runs, which is great. Okay, nothing against that. But you'll see where we can end up being better. And these are typically like some zone ISO stuff, some dive plays that we've run from different schemes. A quick trap as well. Off tackle is probably our best. That's where we're around 6 yards per carry. Again, there's a very wide variance, but get rid of those. This is where our gap scheme fits in. All of our counter, dart, GH, all the ones that we run fit kind of in that off tackle C gap range. Outside for us is that boom or bust. We're either losing yards or it's going 20 plus. So these are your jet sweeps, your toss, your load speed options, those type of things there. So what does this tell us, right? And this is where we got to understand what the information is that we're looking at. For us, the inside runs require us to move the D-line off the line of scrimmage. We have to get vertical push to be successful on A, B gap runs. We have an undersized offensive line. Most years, I don't have 2 offensive linemen that weigh more than 230 pounds. It's just the reality of where I'm at right now. Our kids are in this past year I had a 175-pound guard. Most years our guys are around 200 to 215 pounds. So we don't have big physical offensive linemen. But we do get a little bit because we attack downhill quickly. And we're able to get the 3 to 5 yard average there. Off tackle plays in our offense are gap scheme heavy, like I showed you. This benefits us because with smaller linemen, but they're quicker, a little more athletic, we can build that wall, we can kick the edge, we get more double teams with this. So we're creating space by moving linemen laterally versus having to move them vertically off the ball. And then the outside runs, I truly believe because we don't have a lot of team speed. Most years we don't have anybody that runs sub 4.8. So for us, getting outside is difficult. Getting real wide, we just don't have the guys that can get outside and turn the corner. So it has to be blocked up perfectly. We got to catch teams to have those plays be successful for us. Now, these are some of the more data-driven analytical stuff that I really like to get into. Over those 4 years, we averaged 9 drives per game. 5.7 game, you can round that however you want to. Right around 52 plays per game is what we were running, okay? If you have 8 core concepts, right, you're really only running those 6 times a game each is the max that you can run those 8 core concepts. To have a play really have a statistical impact, you've got to run it 4 times. So if you got 52 plays in a game and you need to run at least 4 times a game to have an impact, that leaves you with 13 concepts. All right, that's total run or pass. So if you have 8 core concepts, that leaves you with 5 kind of auxiliary trick plays, 2-point plays, one-off stuff like that. But what this tells us is we don't have to have a large playbook. And I know early in my coaching career, it was like, man, I've got, we can run 16 different passing concepts and we're running 7 different, run schemes and all the different ways that we can run those and the tags off of those and the tags off of this pass and all that stuff. And your playbook gets really bloated. And you don't, honestly, you're never running half of what you have in your playbook every week. So the important part of that for me is it leads us to this. So after you've broke everything down, you've looked, you realize, okay, here's where we're having our most success. Whether it's short, intermediate, deep passing games, it's gap scheme runs, it's inside, whatever you're having your most success at. Focus on that, build that, make that your core. You can still have the auxiliary stuff on the outside if you want to try to have some different things. But by limiting the number of your core concepts, because again, if you're running, most high school teams are running in that 48 to 54 plays per game. If you're limiting that, that's going to maximize your practice time and focus. Because let's be honest, we're dealing with athletes nowadays who do not have the ability to focus for a long period of time. And you have to, by limiting the number of concepts that you have, now you're able to practice them against more defensive fronts. You're able to get all of the different things that you need to work and to prepare against. Okay, now you're able to do those things, right? Because now you're not having to worry about, man, I've got to get through all 17 of these pass concepts, right? And then eventually, because of that, your efficiency with your players is going to go up. Because when they become confident, they get a better understanding and a mastery of the concepts. That's where them being efficient and being able to play it goes through the roof. So I'm going to stop sharing that there. You got me back? All right.
Yeah. Hey man, I love it. That's something that I need to do a better job at is analytics. Because I mean, between you and and others that have gone through their analytics, like Coach Russ went through his stuff like that. There are advantages, and I know some guys that I talk to. It's usually defensive guys that really hone in on analytics because they're trying to find out exactly what offensive play callers are doing by the numbers. Area of the field, formation, runner pass, down, stuff like that. So I think offensive guys can do it as well. Obviously, you just showed yours is more of an end of the year type of thing, but obviously you can do it week to week. You can do it, sections of the year, and kind of figure out, hey, what's sufficient, what's not. What do we need to rep more? What do we, what do we need to take out maybe, stuff like that. And I love your chart. And we've talked about this, privately about your, the four different sections, and you have your high explosive, your methodical, boom or bust, and then dead. You gotta chart those things. And some things if you're trying to run inside zone, but you don't have guys that can actually move guys vertically, you're not going to be very good. Maybe you have guys that can move guys laterally, and you're pulling guys gap scheme we talked about. Maybe wide or outside zone is your deal because you can get guys running and you can find a crease. So kind of figuring out what is good for your guys and not just fall in love with scheme. When a lot of guys do that, I've done that, fall in love with the scheme. It looks good on paper, but you get out there and you don't have a kid that can pull, he trips over your own feet.
And that's the thing. And that's where, going back, I mean, yeah, you can do this week to week. I mean, like I said, that one season, we blew it up after week 4.
Yeah.
We went back and we're like, all right, let's hammer the numbers. Let's figure this out. And look, there has been a ton of great scheme talks today. And it's easy as a coach to be like, man, I really like that. I want to put that in. I really like this. I want to put this in. Maybe it doesn't necessarily fit. Maybe this school has certain types of players that fit that scheme better, and that's why it works. Whereas, your guys may not be good there. You may be good somewhere else and doing something different. And that's been, again, like I said at the beginning of it, that's this offseason. Like I said, we've talked probably about this. For us, we're having a complete offensive overhaul this year. And I'm having to really focus on, okay, what are the skill sets of my players that I have right now? And how do I best maximize that while, hiding their weaknesses, while also there's things that I love to do. There's things that I love to run schematically, but can they do it? And that's where I've gone kind of back and forth. And I've had to have this internal, dialogue with myself of basically this whole deal here of, look, we got to put my ego aside, put the things that I want to do because I like them aside to make sure that we're matching this up with our players.
Yeah. And I know some guys will talk about, they'll see something on Saturday or Sunday or whatever, or even if they're in the off season, they're like, hey, let's kind of dive into, whatever scheme. And it's like, all right, so what are we taking out? And then you kind of get some blank stares. And it's like, oh, well, we like our collection of plays. And it's like, well, if we're not going to take anything out, we're not going to add anything in. Because then you have a bunch of plays. You don't have a system on how things fit together and answer each other's problems. So that's something
and
that you
it
got to
goes
look at.
back to that, what's your core? Like, what do you hang your hat on? Right? It's 3rd and 3 and the game's on the line. What are you turning to? Okay.
Yeah.
You can't have 15 of those.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You got to find what are we really, really good. And that's why I said the core concepts. And if you have 8, okay, you can only run them each 6 times. Well, if you have 9 drives, there's 3 drives a game where you're not running a core concept, right? Or you're not running 3 core concepts really for those drives. So all these other extra stuff that we all try to fill our playbooks with because we think it makes it look better or we're smarter or whatever, you're doing yourself a disservice because now you're decreasing what you're able to practice. They can't stay focused for that long on that stuff. It's just the reality of what we're dealing with. So minimize. In fact, that's one thing. If you can cut half of the stuff out, focus on those things, get really, really good against odd fronts, even fronts, stacked defenses. If you're a pass heavy, make sure you're repping all of those different, everything that we can see from coverages now that teams are doing, and all the stuff that they're giving us headaches with now because of defenses. Again, it's offense gets up, defense catches, kind of surpasses back and forth game that we play, and so we've just got to make sure that you're giving your kids an opportunity to be successful by making sure that we're able to get them the reps that they need against all this stuff.
Yeah, I think something we did was really good. Power was our deal, right? That was our core. That was our bread and butter. So instead of doing inside run, right, one day a week, we would what we call power hour, right? And so we ran power every way we were going to because that was our deal. Like up front, they're running power, nothing changes, but everything in the backfield would. And so we're gonna run power till the cows come home. So we need to get good at it versus all these different looks. And blitzes and all these different type of things. And so that's all it was power, right? There was nothing else we were doing. We weren't trying to put in, 5 different run types, and stuff like that. No, we're running power, and we got really good at it. And so that's what we ended up doing. But Coach, I appreciate you coming on and kind of coming and pinch hitting for me, and saving the day. I really appreciate that.
No, I got you back on it. We good.
Yeah, man. I appreciate that a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and get Coach Bannister on.
Yeah, go ahead, get going.
Go ahead and get started. Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right. Coach, how we doing, man?
I'm doing good. I don't know if I feel good following Coach Trotter. But we'll make it work. We'll make it work.
Yeah, man, for sure. All right, Coach. You want to go ahead and down here you can click present.
Yes,
yeah, and then is your presentation on Huddle or Slide?
It's on Canva, and then I got some other tabs. So
okay, yeah, cool, no problem. If you're going to do multiple tabs, then do entire screen when you hit share, and then you can kind of flip back and forth. All right, awesome.
Good.
Yeah. There you go. All right, I'm gonna back out and take over.
All right. I don't know. I hate doing intros for these things, but I'm Nick Bannister. I am an assistant here at Zanesville. Kind of my presentation as I talk to the coach. Want to do something a little different. I've had the experience of coaching, literally all 3 phases at various times and levels and all that. So I kind of want to give you just some food for thought. Some of it's going to be scheme. A lot of it's not. A lot of it's going to be just general thoughts, whether you're a first-time coordinator or whether you're somebody who has done this for a while, might be taking a new job, might be evaluating things, whatever it is. But there's kind of some thoughts after kind of coordinating all 3 phases. Kind of just real quick, because I don't like spending time on background and all that, because we're here to talk. But teacher coach, I'm going to be the defensive coordinator next year at Zanesville High School. Last year was the offensive coordinator. And I'm also a business teacher at the middle school here in the district. I've got 14 years of coaching. Play calling wise, 3 on offense, 5 on defense, 5 on special teams. Some of those special teams years are when I was calling offense and defense as well, because when you're a head coach or you're at a small school, you might have to do multiple things. But I also got a YouTube channel. That's how most people know me. Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Find me at Coach Banster, all this stuff at the end again. And then I run a couple podcasts, most known for Gap Down Backer podcast. Just had Dick Vermeil on the other week, Super Bowl winning coach. So if you want to just listen to people talk football and life in general, and all that lovely stuff. But kind of the plan.
Coach, for some reason you stopped sharing for a second.
Let me check.
Pull
I'll
it
go
back up. Yeah, and while Coach is bringing that up, please check out Gap Down Backer. It's one of my favorite podcasts. I check it out every week, and having Dick Vermeil on was absolutely dope. So make sure there it is. All right, awesome. I'm going.
Perfect. And like I said, it was a really I don't get awed very often, but it was a very unique experience. I'll phrase it that way. Coach Vermeil was fantastic. But I mean, kind of the plan for today is for us to. I'm gonna give general thoughts on taking that coordinating job, managing your assistants, professional development, because that's essentially what we're doing right now. And why how you present things matter. From there, I'm gonna kind of hit on some thoughts on offense, defense, special teams. If we got time, which we probably will, I'm gonna show you some things, some Google Docs, forms, some of the special team stuff, kind of all that jazz. But kind of start on to it. Like, I don't care if you're that first time I just got this coordinating job, or I'm looking for my first coordinating job, or I've been a coordinator for a while, or I'm looking to switch jobs. There's some general thoughts or ideas or things I want you to kind of consider. First thing, I think it's just some questions. And when if you're not the head coach, obviously, or even if you are, kind of some things you might want to think about. Like, I know a lot of coaches that want to move up the ladder and become coordinators and have been assistants for a while or not been assistants very long. And kind of the thing that's in their kind of mind is like, okay, well, how do I get to that next step? Where do I get the next step? And I think the first thing you really have to think about is, like, what is your philosophy? And if you don't have one, like, you need to find one. Like, there's a lot of people who are at a place for a while or been a couple places and they kind of pull and grab and all that jazz. And I think one of the things you need to evaluate as a coach is, like, what is your philosophy? Like, are you, like, it's not offense and defense isn't just running a set of plays. Like, it's not checkers, it's chess. I use that terminology quite a bit. And so when you're thinking about those things, like, what do you want to accomplish? What do you believe in? Are you Nick Gadudy and you believe in wide zone? Or are you Coach Tatum and you are really big in a counter? Or you one of my boy Mensing, who's a big power T guy? Like, what do you believe in? What could be a full system? It could be a set play, like whatever it is. Same thing defensively. Are you a one high to a guy, or are you blitz heavy? Do you like creeper Sims? Like what is your overall philosophy? How are you going to be successful? How are you going to get what you need to done? And like I had this conversation, a coach, a big D1 coach and defense coordinator in Columbus, and his big philosophy is scoring points. And everything he talks about on defense is how can we score on defense. They scored 15 times on defense last year. So everything he focuses on is that. So that's kind of his philosophy. His mantra is we get the ball back to score, not to just give to our offense. It's like we want to score. Second thing I think you need to evaluate after you've kind of, okay, what's my philosophy? Do I have one? Is, are you wanting, when you're getting hired for this job, are they wanting you to run a system they already have? Is something else's system? Or are they giving you kind of some free reign within and some restrictions? I think that's a very big contradiction and belief and evaluation of the process, because I think there's a big difference between, hey, I want you to run this offense word for word, do this, and compared to here, let's start building something, and this is how we want to do it. We want this core in here. I would hesitate people. I'm not saying don't do it, but when somebody hires you and say, hey, run this word for word, you got to kind of evaluate, okay, then why are you hiring me if you want to run this box system? Like, I'm not saying it's bad. Like, there's plenty of coaches who sell offense defense system. They're great. But, like, you got to be able to put your spin on it or believe in it or understand it. Like, I mean, I say it frankly, the first time I got a DC job when I was 24, 25, my head coach had us run what they were running the year before, the TCU system, great system, but I didn't understand it very well or know it. So it kind of created some struggles as the year went on. I've had the same experience on offense. I've taken a job before where I'm not going to run my stuff or kind of even mesh with my stuff. It's mostly this system. It's somebody else's system. And I think if you believe in it or you know it, that's one thing. I think it's when you don't, that's a different conversation. I think one of the other questions that you need to ask yourself is does your scheme mesh with the other side? But I think that's an active conversation you need to have when you take a job. A buddy of mine, Mike Derry, gave a presentation on that for my channel like a couple weeks ago, and kind of how personnel and all that mesh. It kind of something I've thought about but never really asked. I think it's a great question to ask. Like, if you're getting hired as this offensive coordinator and you are believing kind of like the Tennessee, we're going to wide splits, explosive plays, high tempo, but your your defense on the other side is like this bend don't break defense. Like, one, I mean, you might not get a lot of cracks at being an explosive offense. Two, because inevitably you will go 3 and out. Are you helping your defense or hurting your defense? And I think same thing kind of goes with defense. Like, if your belief is high pressure man coverage, well, there's times you're going to allow explosive plays. It's just natural physics. Well, that doesn't really mesh with a ground and pound 17 drive offense. Like, it just doesn't. Like, you're kind of, it just doesn't mesh. Like, they're going to have to try to score a lot more than you normally would have. So there's things kind of like, does the philosophies mesh? And I think the final question as you look at taking a job is like, why? Like, are you just trying to move up the ladder? There's nothing wrong with that. I've been there. I've tried to move up the ladder. I've moved up the ladder. I've been head coach, a coordinator, done all that jazz. But like, you also got to evaluate certain jobs. I think, like, is it a job I can actually successful, or is it something that really, if it doesn't work out, it's going to hinder me? Is it just for money? Like, why are you taking a job? What is the motive behind it? And really, like, can you be successful? That's something you evaluate your league schedule and your like how many teams are in your state are allowed in the playoffs and all that. And I think those are things you got to think about as you take a job. From there, like, I think the biggest thing that people don't think about when they take a job is managing their assistants. Like, I think that is one of the most overlooked things when you, as a coordinator, take that first job, or in general when you get the job. Like, I think the first thing you need to assume and on the forefront is that none of your assistants know anything. Do not assume an ounce. Like, and that's not me being like hateful to other coaches or anything, but you're going to have coaches with a wide variety of knowledge, experience. I mean, depending on like, Texas is great. Like, I have friends there. I used to live there. Like, everybody's works for the district, but you come to Ohio and you might be the only staff member in the building. You might not even be in the building. So, and some of those people might work day jobs. So when can they get there and all that? And like, you got to evaluate that. I think if you have a say in hiring of other assistants, which, I mean, you should, as like, especially if you are a one-way staff. I mean, my biggest push always is for the team player over the experience. Like, it's great to hire people with experience. It's great to have them on your side. But if they're not bought into what you're doing, if they're always trying to add too much or tilting or pushing things or having their own agenda, it doesn't necessarily mesh. Whereas if I get that team player guy, I can teach him how to run D-line period or linebacker period or these drills, or we can do more pod work with that coach. Like, you can figure those things out. I think the biggest thing is, like, is it a team player? The third thing, I have another bad guy, and what I reference by that is, like, sometimes you have to be the bad guy. You have to be the a-hole in the conversation. Like, I've worked for head coaches that say they'll be them and they don't want you to create that. I think at this point, I've realized you just sometimes have to be the bad guy. And your assistants, your position coaches aren't always going to like you. And you need to be fine with that. But at the same time, like, there's a line with being the a-hole and being demanding. And I think that's kind of where you got to understand that aspect as well. But there has to be an expectation set of coaching managing their players' expectations. The example I use all the time, and I hated it when I was a head coach, I hated it when I was assistant, is the coaches that come to the weight room but don't just stand there and talk the whole time. That drives me insane. And I think that one of the best things I ever did was when I worked at Fairborn and we hired Randy Kearns. I was assistant for Randy. Randy kind of and our athletic director kind of said that, like, they don't want guys just watching, like coaching, talk to the players, be involved. Same thing goes on the practice field. Don't just be 4 of you be standing there in the back during 7-on-7. Coach. Practice a scheme. Like, you got to figure out what your assistants do. It goes back to my assume nothing point. Like, to me, you need at least one solid scheme guy to help you on whether it's offense or defense. Offense, if you're the skill position guy, you better. I hope you can find an offensive line coach that is good, because like last year's example, our line coach became our head coach this coming year, and he's the guy I kind of called every weekend and checked, like, hey, what can our line do? What can they do? And vice versa. Like, just have somebody and just to double check things. The other guys, you could have them just run drills and do various things. Same thing defensively. Like, if you're a back end guy, you try to find somebody in the front end that's a solid scheme guy, just to make sure stuff is good. Again, there's always you got to find somebody that balances you out and kind of look for things. But again, a lot of it comes down to how do you practice. Like, if you have a bunch of experienced coaches, you might be able to do more pods or individual time. Whereas if you have a little less experience, well, Bob might go run these set drills, and then we're going to come together and do these various group or pod works. That way you're not putting too much on him as you're developing him as a coach. One of the other big things that I've kind of learned is don't just assume they know stuff, or don't just assume because you've taught them this that they're good. Have them demonstrate stuff back to you. Have them teach it back to you. And I'm not talking that same night. Like this, when you teach it, come back in a couple of weeks and have them reteach things to you and demonstrate things to you. And how are they going to run through their ND period? I think those things are very underrated, but like, especially if you're hiring inexperienced coaches or coaches who are moving up the ladder or who haven't done certain things before, I think that's kind of something you need to look at. Scouting duties. Like, I think a splaying show, guidelines, deadlines, like what do you like? And I get it. And I've been the coach for a long time who tries to fill out everything on huddle by themselves, but that's long-term how you just kind of burn yourself out. Like, you got to be able to deviate responsibilities. Nice thing is huddle and their scouting stuff kind of eliminates some of that for you, but there might be specialized columns or this or scout cards, or like give everybody a role. Now, like, if you are a staff that coaches both ways, you might be kind of limited on that. But like, if you're not, or if you're breaking up, well, these two focus on offense, these two focus on defense, well then, okay, explain to whoever you're with, 1 or 2 coaches, show them how to do it, and kind of like, here's kind of what it is. If you got questions, send me these text messages here, fill this out, and here's when I need it by. And that kind of goes back to the bad guy conversation. Well, if they don't get done by the deadline, you need to be the bad guy. Okay. Clear roles for game day. This is kind of my more important one. What I mean by that is, like, what drives me insane on a Friday night is everybody just talking to talk or giving their 2 cents or doing this. Like, it's one thing if you see things and whatever, but like, here's what everybody should be looking at during the play. Like, it's great to watch the ball and see the action and all that, but like, and I got a sheet, if we have time, I'll show you that from when I was at Northwestern, we used on offense. Like, here's like how I want stuff broken up. Here's what I want you watching. Here's what communication I need during the game. Like, I need down distance and this. Like, there's times I've not worn a headset during a game as a coordinator, just because if I'm not going to get anything, what's kind of the point? And so but that was a failure on me at the same time, not setting the expectations for what I need and how I needed it. And some of that is trial and error. Some of you might be in the box. So you need to be really clear on the game day roles you want coaches on the field to see who's communicating what and so forth. The last thing is kind of something that I've learned since COVID and kind of in this year kind of amplified it even more for me is if humanly possible, no virtual meetings. Like, I don't care if they're kids, I don't care if they're staff, but in this particular instance, I'm talking staff. I do not think virtual meetings are effective. The attention span, the paying attention, the attention to detail, the constant rehashing of questions, I just don't think it allows you to be successful. Some people and some staffs, it might be. From my experience, it's not. The other thing is, I think, especially when we were talking install with the new staff, whether you guys are all spaced out coming from another area or everybody's already there. I think if any possible during staff meetings, you could do physical demos where you're demonstrating stuff. Something we started and did a little bit at Bradford when I was the head coach there is first couple staff meetings, we demonstrate, like we had staff run through plays through the roles that they'd be coaching. Like some of our sweep stuff, we had a running back coach run across the gym and catch a ball and go. And we had our quarterback coach work on the pitch aspect so they can understand and virtually see how to do it, walk through the footwork and talk through that. I think those are things when we're talking managing our staff and installing things and meeting that are kind of crucial. The third thing, professional development. I'm not going to spend as much time on this. I mean, we're in it right now. But I think one of the things that we as coaches sometimes fail at or don't excel at is we go to all these clinics, we sit through all these virtual meetings, you're sitting through mine, and you either try to implement everything or you're just watching 18 billion different things. And I think the real question you need to ask yourself every offseason when you're developing as a staff is, what do you want to learn and why? Like, what wrinkles are you looking for? What answers are you looking for? What adjustments? If you're trying to wholesale an offensive or defensive change, what do you need to be tactical about it and focus on certain things? It's not just like, let's go look at everything. Here's 80 billion YouTube videos. Here's these 45 clinics we go attend, whatever. I think that's the thing. I think the other thing is don't be afraid to reach out to people. Like, again, you're sitting on and watching me talk right now. You also, if you're on any of other clinics from today, or if you go on my channel as a gazillion clinics on it as well, or podcasts, reach out to these people, talk to people, go meet people in person. I've met probably 5 coaches as I transition back to defense in person this offseason. Sat down with them for hours on end, asked questions, shot them texts, done Zooms. I think Cody Gardner is probably one of my biggest just kind of sounding boards in terms of defense. And I just send him messages and we sit down on Zooms and we talk. I go to spring practices, especially when OU had some of their prior staff. I think one of the biggest things people don't ask about when you do professional development is, what are the problems? What gives you issues? And in a live recording like this, they might not be open to talking about. You go meet them in person or you meet them in a private Zoom that's not being recorded. They're going to answer that, because I think the 2 most important things you can learn about scheme are, one, how do you teach it, the teaching process to it, but also 2, what are the problems? What gives you issues? Because it's great, you can learn all these concepts and how to run wide zone or buck sweep or belly or down or whatever, 18 billion different ways. But if you don't know what's giving you fits or why to call these adjustments, it doesn't really matter. I think same thing for techniques. Like, what is the specific technique? Like, yeah, it's a reach block, great. But like, where are your aiming points? How are you practicing? Are you doing pod drills? How are you breaking up your line? I think those are the things you need to kind of evaluate when you're going to clinics and talking to people and reaching out to experts. Because again, I'll go back to it real quick. Like, if you reach most people in our profession, if you reach out to them, unless they play you, will probably give you about anything they want. Like, I rarely get a coach that says, nah. Like, I've shot a bunch of emails to talk defense, and I don't think I've had a no yet. And they'll sit down and on a phone call or Zoom or in person for hours on end and just talk ball. Like, we by nature will just talk to each other. Okay. And don't hesitate to follow up. Like, I think I'm terrible at this too. Like, I meet with somebody, talk to them, and and then get busy life or my YouTube or whatever, and I'll do a good job of following up. I think you need to follow up. Going back to clinics, if you're going to in-person clinics or watching one of these, have a plan. You don't need, as a content creator myself, and I know Coach will probably agree, I want you to sit through and watch it and everything as a content creator. As a coach, though, what do you need to improve? What do you need to learn when you go to, say, your state clinic or a college clinic? Like, what room? Who needs to be in what room? Like, not every coach needs to be in the same room. Like, how can we space people out? What do we need to learn to see? What do we need to focus on? I will also say X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, YouTube Shorts, TikTok can be a friend and a foe. Like, I jokingly, me and my head coach shoot each other ideas and texts and tweets and all that stuff all the time with each other. But like, at the same time, like, I have enough common sense at this point. Like, that's cool, that's neat, but we're probably not going to run it. But it's a cool little wrinkle if we ever get to it. I'm not saying that. I mean, there are times you'll pull from it. Like, one of our biggest plays I love from our Smash series from when I was at Bradford Now we only ran a couple of times that year. Was something I stole from an ex post off of Twitter. So just a little short video. So I think that, like I said, it can be friend and foe. Like, don't just try to add everything you see or send everything in, but just like, hey, you might be able to pull a wrinkle there. And the other thing I want to say, professional development, it can't just be X's and O's. Like, it can't just be technique. Like, there's other things you need to evaluate. Like, we are teachers. Like, whether you are an actual classroom teacher or not, if you are a coach, you are a teacher. And there's another part to what we do, and that is one, leadership. And I think we need to do a better job at general society of developing leadership, but developing our kids after high school. And two, also, like, there's other things which is about how can I teach my kids better? How can I reach this group of kids? Because every group of kids is different, every locality, every area. So those are things to kind of think about. Presentation. I think presentation matters. Like, I'm going to kind of speed this up because I'm realizing I'm running out of time and I'm not going as fast as I thought it was. But presentation matters. Like, obviously, my presentation here fairly clean, nice. But students and staff notice, like, are you giving me slides or handwritten stuff, or is it stuff that's put on a Google Doc slide? Is there a background? Is it a parable? I think those are things you kind of need to evaluate. I think having video examples, I think spending long times in terms of preparation as a coordinator is kind of a must. I think a great question to ask your head coach is, how much time are you going to actually have on certain days and this, so you can plan out, like, do I have time for meeting time? How am I going to use my meeting time? What is my travel time from where we're meeting to the field? I think that's one of the biggest underrated things you can look at is, like, we're going to lose this amount of time, blah, blah. Like, so you are being efficient with your time. I think the other thing you got to evaluate is, like, when you're meeting with your kids, is it just to meet or is it efficient with your time? Like, I've had 5-minute meetings before. Like, sometimes you don't need to talk long. Like, it's great we have 35 minutes written down for meetings here, but you don't need to just spend all 35 minutes. Like, if you're done with your film or done with this, get to the field, get more walkthrough time in, give them a little more time to decompress, do whatever you need to do. I think the other thing you might want to evaluate, and I think, and I listened to Nick Saban say this, and it was mind blowing to me, and that more people didn't do it. But, like, are you showing them practice drills? Are you going over how you're going to drill? Are you going over where stuff's on the field? I think those are things so you're not wasting 5 minutes on the field explaining a drill. Now you're behind schedule. So I think that's something to kind of evaluate. Just as I kind of have about 7 minutes left, and like I said, I don't want to go over for the next speaker, but I'm going to kind of hit, as I kind of speed up my tempo a little bit, offense, defense, and special teams dots. Quick, and I'm going to kind of say this with offense and defense. Don't just copy an offensive system just because it's popular, it's fad, or everybody's running it. Like, what are your kids able to do? Is it something you believe in? Can you make it your own? Like, I think those are things you need to evaluate on offense defense. Yes, like, there's certain great things that are happening in college or across the country, or you see on Facebook pages or whatever, but don't just copy it just because you think it looks like it's something you got to believe in. I'll also say, when you're looking especially at college stuff or stuff from coaches in Texas, you got to remember their hashes are different. Same thing with the NFL. Like, I mean, so you got to understand spacing's a little different there than it is at our level. So those are just some things to evaluate. I think when you're looking at offense, the first thing you need to consider is, what do you have on the offensive line? What do you have at quarterback? That will drastically alter what you can and can't do. I get you want to run inside zone, but you have big linemen that can move and double team and that can understand, okay, that's number 1, that's 0, that's 2, that's 3 in your count system, all that jazz. If you have a quarterback with throwing deficiencies, how well can he run? Is there somebody else you can put there? They have a really good arm but can't move very well. How can we protect them the best? All that lovely stuff. Platooning, like 1 platoon or 2 platoon, like, where are you? I think if you're going both ways, it kind of limits what your kids can do, because you got to learn both sides of the football and special teams. So there's things to evaluate. You might have to do less. Less is more, especially with the offensive linemen. I think that the best teams I see every year, and I say this, like, don't run a bunch of stuff. They're really good at stuff, like especially on offense and defense. Like that team, like, we play Licking Valley, example. They ran the same offense since I played them in high school. And the only difference now, instead of being in the eye, they're in the pistol. It's a difference. Okay. I will say less is more is relative. There's a big difference between being a small school and less is more, and being that in the biggest division in your state. It's relative. Like, less is more there might be a fraction of what it is elsewhere. Other things you might want to consider, like, What potential problems will you see that season? What defenses are you going to see? What are the answers? If you run power, do you have an adjustment if they do certain things like overloading the side, or same thing with counter? If they put certain people back, do you have checks on who blocks back and who stays? Okay, or do you have RPOs, or do you have reads, whatever? Trick plays. I'm a huge fan of trick plays. I think kind of when to call them, I think kind of varies depending on the situation, but I love especially starting a game or starting a half with the trick play. We played team my first year at Northwestern. We opened up with a running back pass, scored. One at Fairborn, we were open up with a fullback toss pass. Okay, overthrew the receiver by a little bit, but it would have been an easy score. I get the perception of setting stuff up, but if you've ran enough stuff on film, it's probably set up, and most people aren't expecting it. Play one. Other questions you want to kind of consider: do you want to flip your O-line? Can you run a quick and a strong side? It's more of a wing tee under center gap thing, but it might be more beneficial to you. Do you want to run plays to one side or the other? Like it's the old Gus Malzahn, power to the right, counter to the left. Play calling. Are you going to wristband? Are you going to signal stuff in? How are you going to do that? I think you also need to practice and prepare for situations you might not normally play. Like if you're that under center, slow tempo offense, taking the clock down to 5 seconds, well, if you get in a 2-minute situation where you're scored, are you prepared for those things? If you're that no huddle tempo team, how are you going to slow the game down if you're up and go to 4-minute offense? I think the other thing is verbiage. Like if you're going to signal a lot, like how can you minimize your verbiage? If you're huddling or going off a wristband, you can kind of have a little bit longer verbiage within reason. To sides, kind of some of my personal philosophy stuff. Don't really got time to talk about it because I got about 3 or 4 minutes left. But those are kind of some of the things I believe. Okay, if you want to hit me up on those, I can kind of talk to you more about that. Defensive thoughts, kind of the same thing. Don't copy a fad. I think kind of some of the first things you need to think about are like who are your force and edge setters. Who do you have there? Is it safety? Who are you getting to be your +1, not just your force edge setters? And do they have the ability to do it? And then how can you build your system around those kids? Like that's one of the biggest things I'm looking at here at Zanesville is like who can be that overhang or safety edge setter depending on what coverage in front and all that stuff we're in. And so we can be successful because especially in Ohio, if you give up the edge, it's lights out. People just run wide zone, jet, rocket to the lights come home. Okay. One platoon, platoon again, kind of limits on what they're able to do, and so forth. Less is more is also relative. I will say I think this is more true on defense and offense. Several very successful schools in the Dayton area here in Ohio are really good on defense, and they run one coverage 90% of the game. Why? Because they get really good at it, and they get really good at attacking the answers people have. I think other thing is you're building a defense. You need to look at is like look at my schedule. What are you going to see from those offenses? And how can I prepare for that? And what potential problems am I going to see? And how am I going to answer that? Because it's great to run the 3-3 stack, but if you're going to see a 12 personnel offense for 9 of those weeks, it kind of is going to defeat that purpose. Like you might need to look at some other various answers. Other questions you might want to ask. Do you want to be field boundary? What does your verbiage look like? And then blitzes and families. How are you going to break up your blitzes? Is it going to be family oriented? Is it going to be based off states? Is it just like a number system? I've done all that, so forth as well. Kind of personal philosophies on the side again. If you want to talk to me about that, I can. Again, got about a minute to get through special teams real quick before Coach kicks me off here. Special teams, I'm a big believer in being unique. I don't care if you're a small school, big school, but especially like a smaller school. I think it'd be very advantageous. Schools at the high school level do not put the time commitment in on special teams. And when they see weird stuff, they have to either extend their practice or cut out of offense and defense. And I think it gives you a drastic time advantage if it's something you've been doing since the beginning of the summer. It is I think special teams is highly overlooked. Most teams just name a random person, special teams coordinator, don't even have one. And what unique can look like can be everything from like I have something on the side here. I've put up the 3 kickers on a field on kickoff before and done all kinds of weird squib and onside kicks. We didn't have a kid that could get deep. I've had 2 there. I've done swing, gate, and muddle on punt and on field goal PAT. There's all kinds of things you could do to kind of make yourself unique. Spend more time on what you do. Like if you know you're going to punt a lot this season because you got a young offense, you might want to spend a little more time making sure that's all good and thing. If you have an explosive offense, I'd spend a lot of time on kickoff. Okay. If you know your defense is a little iffy this year because you got to play a bunch of young guys or some just talent deficiencies, you might want to work on field goal, block, and kick return. Okay. I think defense is very much part whole, and then breaking stuff down, start from small, going up. And I know I'm out of time here.
Yeah.
And then my last kind of thought is punt and kickoff. Make sure you put your best players on there. I've had that cost us the game, and because I didn't fight to put better kids on punt. And like you said, you live and you learn. But I think those drastically have to be your best kids there. And I know I kind of sped through that ending there, Coach, but there's kind of my contact information and where you can find stuff. If you want to hear more, always forget how short 30 minutes really is.
It really is. It really is.
So, general thoughts, ideas. But yeah, like I said, anybody want to know more, I'll throw this presentation for free on CoachTube because that's what I always do when I present at stuff. But yeah, they're just general thoughts. Like I sped up a little bit towards the end there, Coach.
No problem, man. Yeah, it gets everybody. It gets me sometimes too. But yeah, I appreciate Coach for doing that. I'm gonna go ahead and get you off here, Coach. Man, Gap Down Backer podcast is one of the best out there, man. Hit him up. He's around. All right, Coach. Okay, Coach Cooley. What's up, big dog?
What's up, man?
Not much, man. You want to go ahead and present? We
Yes,
can get
sir.
you going. Appreciate Coach for coming on. These last couple of speakers, man. I love the nightcap, man. You kind of have to bring the energy. Everybody's kind of yawning and stuff. All right, Coach, I'm gonna back out.
Yes, sir. All right. So I've been on here a few times. If you guys watch Coach Tatum stuff, it's really good. I really appreciate him having me on as many times as he has. So much love there. So what I'm going to talk about today, I'm not really going to introduce myself. I'm kind of just going to get into the ball stuff, guys. If you need me, I'm on Twitter or X, whatever they call it. Just find me there. Here's my email. I think my Twitter kind of got cut off a little bit, but just creating wrinkles for your base plays. So reasons why to do that. So one play many ways. The idea simple for the offensive line for us. Keep base rules as much as you can. Create a different picture of the same identity of what you're trying to accomplish. Can be really, really good tendency breakers. Systematic approach, if then, instead of using different plays. So using the same concept, creating different ways to make it look a little different things to attack, maybe adjusting a few things instead of using a completely different play. And involve using unique formation shifts, motion trades, etc., to create conflict for the defense. So we do a lot of these things, and I'm just going to talk about one concept today. I'm just going to talk about counter. Okay. So we base in GH counter, and I didn't have it drawn up because I figured most people kind of understood what GH counter is, but I do have one film clip real quick just to kind of show you. We're going to run GH counter to the left. So we're going to pull right guard left kick, and then our H back will be pulling to wrap on the inside linebacker play side. So this is just our base counter look. I got slow-mo, that way you can see it a little better. We're going to hit it A gap with the tailback, follow that H back, get a good gain. So this has been our best play at Hickson for the past 2 years that I've been there. This has by far been our best concept. So it's something we hang our hat on, is just the counter play, the GH. It's where we base out of. Next slide. Okay, this is all the different variations that we run with counter. So this is kind of the idea of what we're talking about, just creating wrinkles. Okay, so we also do GT, which a lot of people base in, a lot of people use a lot. We do it traditionally, and we do it with the split flow look from the H back on the opposite side. We do GT emo, which we call emo. It's a first level RPO read. I'll get into that. Counter quick, a different way to run counter, GH counter. Counter kick the same way. We also have a guard and tailback counter, and then we got a shovel pass counter that we like to run. And these are all kind of just different ways to run it without the second level RPOs that we do have. We do carry those as well. So I didn't want to put too much stuff on here. Just wanted to give you guys enough in this 30-minute span to where we could get it all accomplished and take questions if we got it. Okay, so this is our counter tray split flow look. So if we're running 25 counter tray for us, that's to the left. So kind of like what you just saw a second ago, except guard and tackle are pulling instead of guard and H back. So we got the H-back on the left, and he's going to slice across and dig out that defensive end. He's going to kick him out, split flow, just like inside zone would look. And it kind of looks like that. Okay, and I got one or two film clips for all these. So here we go. We're going to run 26 counter tray. So now we're going to go right side, and we're going to have our H-back split flow across, dig out that end, and we're going to hit that thing right up the hash, which is my favorite way that a counter looks if you just don't leave that A-gap. You just don't leave that A-gap, put your foot in the ground, go, get a decent kick out. We don't get a great wrap, but he kind of gets lost in the trash. So we wouldn't really wrap into anybody anyway. So bam, good play. Good play for us there on the GT. Okay, split flow look. Okay, so move on to the next idea off of this where it looks, really, really similar. So we've got drawn up 25 counter tray emo. So we got a first level RPO read, and you guys have probably seen this play. I think Ohio State against Oregon is kind of blew up when they ran it with their really good receiver catching the slice RPO, and he scored from about 50 yards. But we got counter tray. Going to the left side, we got our H-back bluffing really and getting into the flat. Okay, we call it emo. And this is actually the very next play in that sequence of what I just showed you. We ran that play on first down. We get on the ball. We have the same exact formation. And it looks like we're going to run the same exact play, except we go into the flat, pop it to the H-back. It's a really, really good first down play. Good drive starter, get about 7 yards, 8 yards, but making it look exactly like our GT play. So boom into the flat, and we're off to the races. Good first down play off of that. Okay, so here's another one. This is from the butt shot, the drone shot. So this is a scrimmage for us. Early in the year, our first scrimmage, I believe. So we're running counter tray, dump it out to that H-back. If you get good blocks on the perimeter by your receivers, this is a really, really good play. Really, really good play. Because one thing that I found in running this for 4 years or so is that backside end always chases. He always chases a little bit, enough to pull it and throw it and have a gain out of it. He always does, especially when the tackle pulls. He's going to usually get in his pocket, chase it down. Okay, another way to run this. So we're running counter to our H-back. Okay, we're playing off of that split flow look now. Okay, so we're going to fake split flow for 3 seconds, a good hard 3 steps. Okay, we're going to let the kick out go, and as soon as that kick happens, we're going to insert just like old school ISO on the Mike linebacker. So we're blocking counter with everybody else, right? And we're just taking 3 hard steps with the H-back, like we're split flow on the left side, put our foot in the ground, and then we're going to ISO that Mike linebacker. And it's just a unique way to run our counter scheme. Okay, GH counter. So let's look. Okay, we're going to slide motion. We're going to slide motion our H-back here. Let him get set. So you're going to notice on these 2 clips that I've got to show you that our H doesn't really get 3 hard steps. It still works out for us, but to sell it more, you need to get 3 hard steps going towards this left side and then insert up on that backer. And you could tell, you could see he's leading on nobody. It's a pretty good explosive run for us. I'll go back and I'll play it full speed just in case you can see it full speed. I know sometimes it's hard to. Here we go. Yeah, he needs to sell that split flow a lot better. Really good job by the running back following him, getting in there and being explosive with it. Okay, here we go. We're going to slide him over again. Now we're going to run it to the other side. We're going to run it to the left side. Still not selling that very hard. Okay, it's a little better than the other. But good job getting in there. Creates an explosive play for us. if you guys watch, I know there's probably some other guys that run this, but I'm a huge Tennessee fan. College football is where I'm at. So Heupel, they've done this the entire time that they've been there off of their counter scheme. They'll insert him, fake the split flow, and insert. That's kind of where I saw it first, and it looked like something that we could do well. And we used to run whenever I was wing T. Whenever just cutting my teeth in it, we used to run what we call like veer ISO, to where we'd have the wing back 3-step hip motion, stop, and then go insert on it looked like veer. It looked like we're faking veer, and then we would hand it to the other wing back on the ISO. So it really reminds me a lot of that. Kind of took that kind of idea and kind of what Heupel's doing at Tennessee and really incorporated it in our counter scheme, and it's been good for us. It's a really good change up. Okay, so this one, counter kick, is probably the most unorthodox way to run this. And I'll be honest with y'all, I don't even know if this is a real football play or not. We were searching for answers this past football season. And, we done some things well. We were really struggling with our offensive line because we had 5 new starters every week. So all 10 games, we had a new set of 5, had a lot of freshmen playing towards the end of the year. Had a few guys injured quite a bit. So we were really just searching for answers. And we kind of stumbled across this idea. And I'll kind of go through and talk about this one a little bit more detail than I have the others. So I really wanted something to help us kind of just give a different look, but kind of keep the same gap scheme identity. So what I come across was I always liked trap. And I'm not a big fan of running trap from the gun, because like true 3 technique trap, because I feel like it hits too slow. Whenever we ran it, wing T, whenever we ran it, when like I was talking about a second ago, cutting my teeth, it would hit really fast because our fullback's sitting at 3 yards. I mean, he hits really fast. So we're looking at a long trap idea. So what I decided to do was switch the responsibilities of our right tackle or play side tackle and our H-back. Okay. And it's still counter to us. We still consider it counter. All we're doing instead of the normal play side tackle going to backside inside backer and H-back wrapping, we just switch the responsibilities. And what I found is that, I know it looks weird. I mean, I know it does. Whenever this happens, this ISO, that holds this Mike backer. And he doesn't do a good job of scraping across to make the tackle on the kick out. It's like a trap, right? It's a long trap with an ISO on the back. He feels, right? The mic will feel when he sees an ISO. So when our H-back ISOs, he steps up to feel that. And he kind of steps right into that block and not into the area where the ball's going. Right. So it actually worked a lot better than I thought it would. And it's something that I will take from now on. I call it kick. But it's a trap ISO kind of combination, I guess, with counter. And I'm sure people do run this. I've just never really seen it. It's very unorthodox. I was almost afraid to put it on here because, I mean, people will be, I don't know. But you can tell on the film right here what it looks like. So we got some motion going, and we're going to run it to the right side here. Okay, I'm going to play it fast, and then we'll go back and kind of break down what happens here. So there we go. It's a good game. This is the first play of the game for us offensively. So let's go back. Let's slow it down and look at it. Okay, we got the motion. Okay, we snap it at the tackle. Okay, our right tackle will step inside to get to the second level, but that defensive end crosses his face, so he takes him, right? So he takes him. You can see our guard pulling to kick, nobody to kick, so he's going to log, which they did a really good job of switching that off. Okay, it's a really good block here. Let's look at the H-back on the backside on the insert. So here we go, insert, good clean insert. Bam, he steps to field. He steps to field. He took himself out of the play. Takes himself right out of the play. We get a block there. Probably held him a little bit on the backside of it. Didn't get called for it. So really good job on the play side of the right tackle and the left guard, switching responsibilities on that log. And then our tailback just runs the grass, right, or turf. Runs the turf. Receiver does a decent job of blocking on the perimeter, and we got a big explosive run. So we'll watch it one more time. I'll delete this mark that I marked. We'll look at it again from the top. The motion, right, wrap, nice. That's a pretty good play for us. Okay, here we go. Same game, kind of same idea. We liked how motion looked against this team and running the ball the opposite way. So here we go again. Boom. It's the same exact thing. Tailback does a great job of getting inside of the guard's block there. It looks like it's a wrap, and it turns into a little kick. Bam. Good job. Good gain for us. Good gain for us there. So that's our kick play. Okay. So it's a combination of counter, ISO, trap, whatever you want to call it. I'm sure people have ran it before. I just never really seen it. I'm sure it's an old school play that we just haven't come across to yet over here in high school, but something that was really good to us towards halfway. We kind of come up with it week 5, and we kind of just went with it rest of the year and kind of just did some different things to it. But that was a good play for us. Okay. So another way to run counter for us, if we get into a spread look, right? So we got quarterback, tailback counter, which a lot of people do. I see it a lot at the college level, and a lot of people at the high school level as well. So it looks the same as any other counter, right? Except we're going to wrap our tailback in off that kick out on that play side backer. Okay, we're going to pretty much insert him on that play side backer. Counter looks the same everywhere else. And it was a pretty good play for us as well. Here's that same game we were just looking at. Okay, we're in a 2x2 set. Here we go. Good job. Good job by the quarterback finding that. So we'll slow it down and look at it. So we're gapped down on the play side. We pulled a wrap, kind of the same idea. Not a great job by the tailback leading up. He should see the log, and he should be right off of that guard's butt and log it and help to the outside there. And we got a good play anyway, but we probably have a little better football play there. Good 8-9 yard gain on first down. Right. And that's out of our 2x2 set. It's really good when you have a running quarterback, obviously, and whenever you can alternate in between your counter schemes in this situation where you're going guard, tailback, or you're going GT, original GT, you can read that in man. You could just send the tailback to split flow block him. You can do a lot of different things out of that and keep the same thing for the guys up front. All right, something we kind of stumbled upon, right, in this offseason is something I kind of wanted to put in. I wanted to put a shovel pass in of some kind, so I was thinking about what I wanted to run off of it, and we just went with what's our best football play or best run scheme. So we went counter. So this is in one of our heavy packages. What we did with the tight end, we would keep him at a kind of like a nasty split, but keep his hand in the ground, and then we would stack our H-back where he normally was. So what we do is we'd fake like an outside zone across with the tailback, and we're going to run counter underneath, and our Y is just going to kind of delay off the line. He's going to follow the H-back, and we're going to just shovel pass. We're going to pitch it to him, and we're going to run GH counter the base way, looking this way like a shovel pass kind of thing. So here we go again. Bam. Faking that pitch. Really good job by that H-back filling up on that linebacker. And we get a pretty explosive play with one of our slowest skill kids. We'll go back and we'll watch it full speed. So watch the fake across. Kind of widens everybody out. Makes it an easy kick out for the guard. Easy kick. Bam. Good job wrapping up on it. And we have a really, really good football play there. Let's go back and watch the tight end. So he's literally just following, and he's going to try to get flat. He's a little upfield there, but I kind of want him to stay on this line. Kind of want him to stay as close to this line as he can. That way he can put his foot in the ground and go right off of that kick out block, following that H-back, wrapping up to backer. Watch it one more time. Bam. Pretty good job there. Okay. All right. I got about 9 minutes left, Coach. That's pretty much the presentation right there. If you got any questions, you want me to show something else again, I can do that. I just planned to be a little shorter. Just so I wouldn't be pushing for time. So if you want to talk through any of that real quick, we'll go back and look at it. We still got about 9 minutes or so.
Yeah, man, I'm a counter guy, and I drew up every one of those. First off, the split counter, love it. Yeah. Usually, people kind of get enthralled with, usually if you're running GT, if you're trying to protect it, you have your H on the backside, he just steps up. I like the cross, like the flow, anytime, especially if you're playing a team that will key your H. Mm-hmm. It's good stuff. And then I even said to my head coach, I was like, man, that slip, man, we got an H that's athletic. They can get out there and catch that slice, man. I loved it. But then the kick, I took a picture of that, and that's real interesting because we're an ISO team as well. So you can marry two schemes together, man. That is big time. So yeah, I loved that. So you said you kind of stumbled into it. When did you? I was listening. I was also trying to send it to people. When do you want to call that? When did you kind of? If you're having a backside guy maybe coming through, when did you want to call that?
So I'll be honest with you. So what happened to us, we really struggled running the football because of our offensive line situation. We were really thin to begin with, and our best guys, most experienced guys kept getting injured. So I was trying to think of ways to really put less stress on them as possible, but still kind of maintain our base stuff. So what I decided is during week 5, I think it was week 5, halfway through the year, we play on our rival. And I just noticed on film that every time we got in a 2-by-2 set, we're going to get a 5-man box. So we were just running long trap without the H-back. We ran that till the cows come home. So we were just down to the play side tackle, down to the inside backer, and we were just kicking that in. And then I noticed, it was good for us that week. And then I built on it after that. So I was talking to my O-line guy. I'm like, Coach, everybody's not going to give us that 5-man box. So we're going to have to be able to run this with the H-back in it. Now, here's different ways we could do this. So we just kind of stumbled upon, we were just talking through, trying to be calculated on the H-back's block. I didn't just want to keep him on the end back there and try to scoop to that inside linebacker because, I just don't think that would work very well, especially whenever you're running counter. That dude's just going to follow that guard. So we just decided to just try it. We're just like, crap, well, we got to lose. Let's ISO that guy and let's see if it holds him, right? And our H-backs were good at inserting anyway. Mm-hmm. So we were like, this is something that they've been doing because we ran zone lock, right? We'd lock and we'd do ISO. So it really worked. It's really good against the odd front, and it's good. If you can have a guy ISO through A gap whenever it's an over front, it's really good against that too, because that on the play side where the bubble is, that one technique, your tackle gets a really good clean release down to that second level. So that's kind of what we were looking at, and our right tackle was really good at getting to second level and blocking. So it just worked for us.
Yeah, Coach Easterman says, when do you decide to run GT instead of GH? And